The Fifth Dawn, Book 3 of the Mirrodin Cycle, by Corey J. Herndon. Prologue. Wake up! The voice slithered through the tangled mess that was his mind. Mind, yes, that was a word. A mind that seconds before had been cold, dark, and dead. A mind that was someone shocked to be aware of itself once more. Wake up now! The voice became a little more insistent. Urgency played around the soggy depths of his brain. The hiss words coaxed a little more clarity into his mind. Yurt's mind. He was Yurt. What was the Yurt? It was his name. He was a man. A Moriok? A Moriok named Yurt. A controller of Nim. A controller of the mighty Reaper that was, like him, dead. Though Yurt's death apparently hadn't taken hold. Visions flashed behind Yurt's eyes as optic nerves sparked inside his brain. He saw images of a strange world, an organic world of soft earth and flesh creatures, horrible and horribly unprotected from the elements. A white stone city filled with humans, tanned and leathery in gleaming silver armor, appeared, and then was gone in a sudden burst of white light. Now open seas and some thin, translucent liquid covered the strange landscape, and verdant strands of trees exploded in clusters amid rolling green and gold fields. A flash. Yurt saw a grim-faced man with no hint of metal on his skin. A flesh-and-bone warrior swinging a savage chain in a grimy pit. A third burst of white light, and he stood on the command deck of a massive living vessel, cutting through miles and miles of translucent liquid he'd seen before. He knew somehow that it was corrosive as acid, and the experience of touching it, even in his vision, made Yurt's skin tingle. The physical sensation was lost in yet another flash. The mental scene shifted to show him another fleshy human, this one a magician with a strange hat, call forth nightmarish things made of skin, hair, muscle, and tendons. Monsters pulled from thin air without a scrap of metal to protect their hides, yet as savage as a Nim zombie, plated with some kind of greyish-white mineral. The magician with an odd chapeau disappeared, and Yurt's vision filled with a perfect silver sphere, floating in swirling blackness. Another flash. Now Yurt hovered over a gargantuan globe that he knew was Mirrodin, even though it was a Mirrodin he had never seen. Everything on this world was pure, glittering metal, 1,000 shapes of silver, gold, and copper. Not a hint of corrosion was apparent. Fractal shapes hovered in the sky, casting mathematically complex shadows across the perfect surface. Soon those shadows began to stretch and distort, disrupting the beauty of the world and spreading across the surface like living things. These shadow shapes began to take on colours and strange forms, as all over the plain of Mirrodin an imperfect organic life took hold. Tiny flashes like a million stars winked into existence on the surface, and suddenly the plain crawled with sentient beings that had not been there seconds before. Seconds. Second. That was a unit of time. Yurt's brain managed for him, and time, well, time was time. At the moment he had plenty of it. Yurt's inner eye still soared over the much-changed Mirrodin. He took in the blackened swamps of the Mephedros and the glittering, gnarled verdigris vegetation of the Tangle. He mind-leaped into open space, and Yurt soared over the glittering red spires of the iron and coppered Oxida Mountains, the dazzling and fluid surface of the Quicksilver Sea, punctured by the blue spires of the Lumengrid, and the blindingly bright razor-grass plain of the Glimmervoid. Yurt saw it all at once. The Mephedros was his home, the swamps. Instead of letting the vision ride pull him along, Yurt focused his inner eye on the Mephedros. Why did the thought of home fill Yurt with such panic? The swampland of Mirrodin, with its snarl of rusty, tangled, wiry branches, thick black water, and smouldering smoke spire chimneys that spewed charged green mist into the fog. All of these things were familiar, should have felt comforting. But Yurt could not contain the fear they drove into his gut. He instinctively sensed that he belonged in that swamp, but could not imagine going back. Something in there hated him, and the feeling was mutual. Had he gone completely mad? Yurt. The voice slithered into his awakening consciousness.
Yurt, wake up! Yurt, wake up now!
Yes, Yurt thought. Excellent idea. Chapter 1. Tangled. Glesser and Slowbad lay on their backs in the melted wreckage of the tangle. Exhausted, battered, and drained, neither the elephant girl nor the goblin companion said a word, relishing the simple pleasure of breathing, the smouldering calm left in the wake of Memnock's storm. Or maybe it was fear. Talking about it meant it had happened. She thought about the friends she'd lost and felt warm tears began to form in her eyes and decided silence was golden. The new green moon cast an emerald glow over the blasted forest, darkening the copper trunks of the shattered trees and dulling the normally glittering verdigris leaves to grey. Glissa rolled her head lazily over to look at Slowbad. The diminutive artificer, a resourceful goblin who had been her constant ally ever since the death of her family, had one hand draped over his eyes. His vision was remarkable in the dark and sensitive to the light, but the glow of the green moon was anything but glaring to the elf girl. Slowbad? What's wrong with your eyes? Glissa asked.
It's bright. You got blind you keep staring at that, huh?
The goblin said.
It's not that bright,
Glissa observed with a grin. Good old Slowbad. He would grieve when there was time. She wiped her own eyes and let her head loll back to gaze up at Mirrodin's newest satellite. In fact, I'm staring at it right now.
Slowbad take your word for it, huh?
The goblin replied groggily.
Right now, Slowbad need a little shut-eye, huh?
After a few moments, he added,
Besides, in sleep, Slowbad don't have to think.
Glissa tried to do the same. Shut her eyes for a moment and tried to relax. She failed utterly. Instead, she stared at the new moon until her eyes started to play tricks on her, making the glowing green globe appear to pulse like a beating heart. This was no good. She painfully called on stiffening muscles to prop herself up on one elbow, and poked Slowbad gently with the back of her clawed finger. Hey, Slowbad, are you asleep yet?
Uh-huh.
The goblin grunted without moving.
Elf eye's not getting any better, huh?
We have to go. We have to check.
Check what, huh?
We have to check out the lacuna. That blast might not have been enough.
Memnock, you crazy?
Slowbad replied, apparently forgetting how often he'd answered that question already.
Big Ugly has to be dead, huh? That tower was right between Moon and the core.
Slowbad traced a lazy line in the air with one rusty claw.
You saw what that thing did to Caldra, huh? You saw that, huh?
Of course, I just wanted to make sure. Memnock is so ancient. We hardly know anything about him, really. We don't really know what it might take to kill him.
If old Crableg's still kicking, he would have sent Lovelace, huh?
Slowbad insisted, obviously settling the issue at least for himself. Glissa was too tired to argue the point. Even if Memnock had survived the blast somehow, he couldn't be in any shape to attack her. And with the new moon in the sky, Mirrodin's self-proclaimed guardian had lost his chance, she hoped, to capture Glissa's spark. She thought she felt a tiny flare of warmth in her breast, but she had to be imagining it. It wasn't every day that you learned that you possessed the rare innate ability to become a planeswalker, but you had to handle one crisis at a time. Glissa flopped back onto the blasting ground and stared up at the green moon. Okay, compromise. We rest now, check on Memnock later. But it has to be sooner later, huh? Her vision was filmed by the green orb. It's gonna need a name, she said.
What needs name, huh? All right, we call it Green Lacuna, Slowbad mumbled. That tree, let's call him Leaf Face. He made a show of covering his eyes. Now just let Slowbad sleep, huh?
The moon, she said, gazing up again at the radiant emerald light. The green glow invigorated her. She could already feel her sore muscles becoming relaxed and her skin began to warm pleasantly from the inside. There's Doombringer, there's Ingle.
Right. Oh, all right,
Slowbad replied, squinting and keeping his eyes averted from the green glow. He sat up and hugged his knees.
We the first to see, huh? No one else around, that for sure, huh? What about...
Glissa saw Slowbad's eyes widen with shock despite the glare, and the goblin let out a small gasp of exclamation. The little artificer's eyes slowly tracked upwards from a point just behind Glissa's ear. The elf girl froze for a heartbeat and raced through her options. Lying propped up on one elbow on her side gave her lousing leverage, and she didn't even know what kind of enemies she might be facing. If it was four-legged Memnock, a swift kick to the ankles wouldn't help at all. Even if he fell, he might land on Glissa or Slowbad, but she had to do something. Okay, then, not a kick. Glissa shoved off the ground with her elbow and rolled hard in the direction Slowbad was staring. With luck, she might be able to slam into her foe's ankles and knock his feet out from under him. Maybe even go Slowbad an opening to try a more effective attack, like a fire tube to the groin. She slammed into a pair of muscular armoured legs covered in reddish-green wool with the consistency of tangled wire. It took Glissa a few moments to comprehend what she was seeing. Vorax were common throughout the tangle, and Glissa had dispatched her fair share on the hunt, but she'd never laid eyes on a Vorak with a head as big as her family's house.
What's that?
Slowbad stammered. The Vorak turned its shaggy head to the green moon and let loose a screaming howl. Glissa had heard that sound countless times, but as a high-pitched squeal at the end of an arrow or a hunting knife. Glissa slowly raised one claw tip to her lips. The enormous Vorak finished its eardrum-piercing cry and shook its neck like a soggy caldabog, clanking large misshapen plates of armour together and knocking loose scattered chunks of debris and filth that rained down on the prone elf girl. Glissa carefully began to scoot back to Slowbad, her eyes locked on the Vorak's jaws. The creatures were omnivorous, though the only animals they were fast enough to catch were small arboreal rodents or fat insects like copper beetles. The Vorak didn't look like it was hunting to Glissa. The creature was ignoring her, and seemed much more interested in gazing around at its surroundings, drooling and breathing with heavy chuffs that reminded Glissa of the great furnace in the Oxida Mountains. Well, that doesn't sound healthy, Glissa whispered when she reached Slowbad. Something's wrong with that Vorak.
No kidding, Slowbad hissed, gaping at the massive creature. Vorak's usually big enough to eat, huh? Not big enough to eat goblins.
Glissa jumped as the enormous creature shifted its weight onto thick legs, causing the ground to jolt with each step. The Vorak turned around with a heavy, shuffling dance that looked as painful for the creature as it was slow. But I also mean that's not a healthy animal, big or not. Did you hear that breathing?
Elf magic. Make stuff big. That's an elf trick, huh? How did a Vorak pull it off?
I don't know, but whoever it was didn't pull it off. The job's only half done. Flair, that poor animal. Glissa sighed, relaxing her grip on her sword hilt.
What? I'd give an ear tip to be that big. Then they'd all answer to Slowbad.
The spell wasn't done right. It can't take in enough air, and its skeleton is giving under the weight. See the way its legs are bowing under the pressure? No one with the skill to perform a growth spell of that magnitude could possibly botch it that badly. It's obscene.
Weird,
Slowbad said, relaxing enough to lean up against the nearby iron boulder. His eyes remained trained on the slow-moving creature receding into the shattered treefall.
Some elves crazier than most, huh?
What makes you think it's an elf?
Couldn't be a goblin.
No, but trolls. It could be trolls.
Doubt it. Caldra took care of them, huh?
Oh, right. Guess they're trying not to dwell on the toll of their latest costly victory. which saw the destruction of the legendary artifact creature that Glisser and Slowbad had reactivated to fight Memnarch. As soon as they tried to use Caldra against Memnarch, their enemy seized control of the enormous construct, which had finally been destroyed by the erupting lacuna in the centre of the tangle. Before that, the trolls had held off Caldra long enough for Glisser and Slowbad to reach the Radix and help trigger the explosion of the new green moon into the sky. The mighty trolls had lasted but a few minutes. Glisser and Slowbad had to assume their strongest allies were dead. Surely if any had survived, they would have seen one by now. Trolls were hard to miss. "We were pretty lucky, huh?" Slowbad asked. "Lucky? And I think we still have the edge over Memnarch when it comes to sanity. He was begging for a moon in the face, if you ask me." "Hey, Glisser," Slowbad asked. "Yes?" Glisser replied, still tracking the monstrous, snuffling Vorak. "Just me, or does this boulder feel warm?" As he spoke, the heavy rock supporting Slowbad moved of its own accord and growled. The goblin jumped directly into the air and landed in a roll, coming up on 2 feet and facing directly away from Glisser and the giant glimmer rat he'd realized he'd been using as a pillow. Glisser drew her sword as the fat, muscular creature's snout turned to face them. The glimmer rat's rusted fangs dripped corrosive acid that sizzled in smoky droplets in the underbrush, while the thick, spiky hairs that covered its back flared and bristled. A tail as thick as a woven cable slashed noisily in the underbrush. "Glisser, look out!" Slowbad shouted. Glisser whirled and came eye to compound eye with half a dozen golden iron wasps hovering just off the ground. Like the rat and the Vorak, the magically enlarged insects seemed to be having a little trouble operating as they should. The insect's wings flapped mightily and blasted Glisser's face with a dusty breeze, but their venomous stingers only just cleared the ground. Glisser muttered a quick oath promising vengeance on the fool that was torturing the creatures of the tangle with inadequate magic, and her sword appeared in her hand. "Slowbad, I think it's almost—" One step back, the wasp didn't move. The glimmer rat crept closer, snarling and slavering. "Time for us to—" Another step. "Run!" the goblin cried, then whirled and dashed into the dark woods. Glisser ducked her head and charged after Slowbad, wondering what else in the tangle might have suddenly grown to an impossible size. "Slowbad, wait! You can't just, run everywhere in the tangle. We have to try and find a trail." "There are trails?" Slowbad hollered back. He didn't slow down. The elf girl heard a shriek and felt the heavy footsteps of the giant glimmer rat charging into the thicket behind her. A low drone almost out of the range of even Glisser's sharp ears told her the wasps were following closely behind. She risked a look back over her shoulder. One of the wasps was buzzing and dive-bombing the rat, which swatted the mammoth insect with its cable tail. The hulking rodent couldn't seem to score a hit, but kept the insect at bay without slowing its own charge into the brush. The other wasps were heading straight for Glisser, but the thick undergrowth was slowing them down. Their thin wings, already straining to keep their heavy bodies in the air, were too wide to slip easily through the thick undergrowth. Glisser couldn't risk her own growth spell in the middle of the thicket. She could end up impaled on a tree. But she didn't need magic. She knew this forest better than anyone. She could make it through. But where would they end up? When she turned back, Slowbad was gone. "Slowbad?" The elf girl hissed into the darkened woods. "Slowbad, this isn't funny. Back off!" One wasp was getting close enough to Glisser that she had to swat at it with her sword, but the creature sluggishly avoided the blade. "Slowbad, where are you?" Another wasp moved in too close and Glisser whirled, slashing backward furiously. She felt the feeling of the sword tip connect with a thin metal exoskeleton. The wasp shrieked. Glisser was surprised to hear the voice of an insect. She hadn't realized they had them. She turned in midair, crashing back the way she had come like a drunken goblin. Half of the translucent silver wing fluttered to the forest floor. There it joined a severed stinger 6 inches long that twitched as it pumped wasp venom into the ground. The other wasps swarmed around their fleeing cousin, stinging the defenseless insect repeatedly. The savaged creature dropped on its back, kicking spasmodically as its kin tore it to pieces with powerful mandibles. One of the wasps, the smallest, couldn't get towards the cannibal feast. Twice the other wasp batted the runt away with legs and wings, so it turned and continued to chase Glisser, followed closely by the rat, which gave the insect feeding frenzy a wide berth. "Up here!" came Slowbad's voice up ahead, about 20 feet in the air if her ears weren't lying. Gusser kept running and craned her neck to see where Slowbad had found refuge. He stood upside down on the bottom of a tree branch, his arms crossed and the worn satchel hanging awkwardly from his armpit. "How?" "Just run up that tree, trust me. Straight up. Meet you up here, huh?" With that, Slowbad turned, still upside down, and ran toward a wide, tangled tree trunk directly in Glisser's path. The tree was ancient and had no low-hanging spikes for leverage. Her claws would be useless in the bark of the tree that age, hardened and weathered by centuries of moonlight. But she trusted Slowbad and her eyes. Claws would not be needed. Gusser reached the tree in seconds, swatting blindly with her sword, but never feeling contact with the giant beasts. She knew they were right on her tail. She kicked out with a flying leap, extended 1 foot parallel to the tree trunk, and hoped she hadn't been hallucinating. Her foot found solid purchase and gave no resistance as she pulled it loose, brought up her other foot, made firm contact with the tree trunk again, lifted that foot. If she hadn't been running for her life, Glisser would have slapped her own forehead. She was using a climbing spell, or rather, one was affecting both of them. Gusser looked over her shoulder and saw the ground-like wall receding in the distance. Her horizontal had gone vertical. The wasps finished off their cousin's corpse, and now 4 of them buzzed lazily around the base of the tree, but their wings couldn't lift them clear of the ground. One still dive-bombed the rat, which had been forced to slow its pace and fight back. All giant creatures, all obviously subjected to growth magic. Gusser had seen no mage, and the creatures had materialized seemingly out of nowhere, and now she was running easily along narrow, spiky limbs and boughs that never should have supported her weight. Stranger still, so was Slowbad. Suddenly it all clicked. "Slowbad, wake up! I think I know what's happening." The goblin skidded to a halt when he saw Gusser had lost the pursuers. "Yeah, huh?" he asked as Gusser bounced off a springy tree spike, somersaulted and landed in a crouch on a small flat terrace. "Slowbad thinks it's all elf magic floating around back there." "It's all the magic floating around after the..." Gusser stopped. "What did you just say?" "Elf magic. So thick back there Slowbad could smell it, huh?" The goblin continued. "Was gonna tell you, but you didn't want to slow down." "Right." Gusser nodded, casting her eyes about the forest canopy lest a giant beetle or wall of spiky thorns pop out of nowhere and take them by surprise. "You can, smell magic, Slowbad. I didn't think you and magic got along." "Know how elf magic smells, huh?" Slowbad said, wrinkling his nose with distaste. "How does it smell?" "Like rot and moss mixed with rat dung. Sorry, but true." "Huh. I never noticed that. Do you know anything about mana? The elemental forces that give magic its energy." "Like blast powder and fire tube?" Slowbad asked, arching a spiky eyebrow. "Sort of. Mana's more like the ingredients to a good stew. You can make a stew out of almost anything. But to make something good, you've got to use the right kind of vegetable and meat." "So different magic needs different meat, huh?" Slowbad said. He began to turn his foot on one toe like a nervous student. "And I'm attuned to tangle magic because this is my home. And that moon is made of pure green mana." "So why don't all the masters go there, huh?" Slowbad asked, jerking a thumb upwards in the general direction of the dazzling emerald orb. "The lacuna," Gusser said. "The moon had to burn right through the surface to get out." She gazed back through the thick trees and saw the slow-moving wasp and the shambling rat buzzing around below them, unable to resist their instincts, and equally unable to actually reach their prey. So the magic burned into the ground, huh? To put it simply, that energy floating loose is trying to coalesce, to take shape before it dissipates. Glisser began pacing and took 2 steps up the side of a tree, deep in thought. But there's no intelligence behind it, so the spells aren't entirely taking shape. Glisser's feet slipped as they were on ice, and she dropped 3 feet back to the terrace, landing on her rear. She shook her head to clear the ringing. See what I mean? Glisser muttered. She hung her head between her knees and rubbed either side of her temple. It's centered on that big hole in the ground. No one answered. Slowbad? Glisser asked, his head still between her knees. What do you think? Does that make sense?
Oh, yes, that makes perfect sense. You'll have to tell us about it.
That wasn't Slowbad. Glisser placed one hand on her sword hilt and drew her blade as she leaped to her feet, ready to strike in the direction of the voice. At least, that was the plan. But her attack was over before it started. Glisser only made it into a crouch, and her sword never cleared its sheath. The elf girl was eye to blade with the tip of 3 swords, all pointed at her throat. Glisser followed the tip of one blade up its 3-foot length, where it ended in a familiar golden filigreed hilt. The hilt was in the hand of a tall elf. Slowbad was scooting backwards, apparently hoping the warriors had not seen him yet, which the elf girl could already tell was pointless. Glisser couldn't hold back her smile as she raised her hands. Where have you been?
Thought these guys were our sight out.
Slowbad whispered, then yelped as the point of her sword poked him between the shoulder blades. The goblin brisker looked back over his shoulder and said irritably,
Cut it out, huh? Know who this is, huh?
He asked, cocking his head back in Glisser's direction.
Huh? Greatest warrior in the tangle here. You not know? Asking for trouble. Crazier than she is. Quiet. She is a criminal, and if you're with her, you are too. But I only have orders to bring one of you in alive. Guess which one, goblin?
Panric, this is ridiculous. Glisser managed as she narrowly avoided tripping over the newly exposed tree root that had melted around the edges. I'm not a criminal, and neither is he. This is foolish. Something amazing had happened. I have to talk to the elders.
I said quiet.
The growling elf hissed in return and gave Glisser a shove that nearly sent her sprawling face first into the thick, wiry undergrowth. She managed to keep her balance, no thanks to the enchanted leather straps that the Tal-Jalad warriors had used to tie her hands behind her back. The bindings blocked the natural currents of mana that should have been at the tips of her claws here in her home range. Even though she tried to convince the trio of Chosen that Slowbad couldn't even use magic, they had tied him up the same way. The Tal-Jalad warriors had easily subdued the exhausted pair. Glisser cursed her luck. She still hadn't been able to rest, and now she had neither the emotional or physical strength to fight her own people, even if that included fighting an ambitious blockhead like Manric. The other two were unfamiliar. They'd probably been inducted into the Chosen after Glisser's family had been killed and she left the Tangle. Neither had said a word since the capture. Despite the situation, arrested on her home turf after helping stop a madman from destroying the world, she couldn't fight back a stab of melancholy at seeing the distinctive rune-inscribed armor the Tal-Jalad Chosen wore proudly on their chests. It reminded her of Cain. For all she knew, one of the newcomers was his replacement. The Vidalcan murdered Cain only a few weeks ago, but they were weeks that felt like a lifetime. A few weeks ago, she would have given anything just to have her old life back the way it was. A few weeks ago, she was an idealistic hunter with no conception of the wider world or her place in it. Now, knowing the things she knew, the Tangle suddenly felt very small. She wondered if the pang of sadness was truly over the loss of Cain, or her own loss of innocence. The 3 guards poked and prodded their prisoners down a narrow game path that cut through the foliage. Glisser recognized it as one that led directly back into her village. Banric had never been the most enlightened of the Tal-Jalad Chosen. She'd been forced to repel his clumsy romantic advances on numerous occasions. Gussa got the disturbing feeling that Banrik was taking more than the usual pleasure in his duties as one of the chosen, and silently promised he would regret his thuggish behaviour when she got out of this. After a 3-hour hike through the tangle, the forest finally began to thin out a little, and the guards prodded their captives off the game trail and into a wide forest thoroughfare that led to Viridia. Through the glittering leaves, Glyssa finally saw the distant glow of hanging gel fruit and open terraces in her home village. The green moon cast a dim jade light that gave the warm hearth glow a sickly pallor. Here and there, a sickly-looking corrosion grew on the spiky limbs. The rough, rusty spots consumed the green. As they drew closer, Glyssa began to wonder where all the people were. Even in early evening, even after an event like the ascension of a new moon, there should have been dozens of elves going about their business in the village. From her vantage point, Glyssa could see only 2 more Taljalad who stepped silently onto the road ahead, near the old tangled tree stump inscribed with the village name and protective runes that served as a marker for this entrance to Viridia. The warrior on the left had a familiar stance Glyssa couldn't quite place, and a hand resting on his sword hilt. The other's face was obscured by a drawn bow and an arrow pointed at Glyssa's heart. "Halt!" called the familiar-looking elf. His companion kept an arrow trained on Glyssa. "Approach slowly and no one will get hurt."
"Yulin, we've got this situation under control,"
Banrin objected.
"She's not going to get away so easily again."
Yulin. That was the name she knew well, but hadn't expected to hear. Before Glyssa came along, Yulin had been the greatest hunter in the tangle, but he disappeared several months ago while tracking a pack of migratory Phyrexia. Viridians, Glyssa included, had assumed the predatory creatures had finally beat Yulin at his own game. Despite his long absence, the old warrior didn't look any worse for his experience, whatever had happened to him. But Yulin had never worn the armor of the Chosen. What was going on?
"Banrik, you idiot! I sent you to fetch 1 prisoner. You got 1.5, Yulin said.
Glyssa could tell from his tone that the older elf held Banrik in much a lower regard than the half-prisoner.
"Half?"
Slobad exploded.
"Slobad, not now!" "Listen to your confederate, goblin,"
Banrik said. The thuggish guard gave Slobad a shove, and the little man pitched forward into the road face first. That did it. Nobody shoved Slobad while Glyssa had anything to say about it. The goblin continued to scream and curse about stupid elves as he rolled on the ground like an overturned insect, creating the perfect distraction. She hoped Yulin's friend, with the bow, would be unwilling to fire into a group that included 3 of his own allies. Glyssa bent her knees slightly and hunched forward, then flung her head backwards with all the might and let out an invigorating yell. She felt her skull connect with the face of one of her unknown captors, and warmth flowed over the back of her head. Whether the blood was her own or the guard's, she didn't know and didn't care. The important thing was that her move caused the guard to release her in surprise. With her foe still on balance, Glyssa had to act fast, and without the use of her bound hands, she bent at the waist and spun around, leading with one shoulder and trying to knock her captor over. In the process, she hoped to dodge the arrow she knew would be coming, but the guard was ready for her to move and danced back out of the way, then stumbled backwards over a twisting, rolling goblin shouting a stream of epithets that could melt tree bark. 1 down. Glyssa turned again and charged headfirst at Banrik, whose jaw was still hanging open in shock. Her head slammed into the loudmouth Taljalad's gut, and Glyssa heard a satisfying whoosh of expelled air as she made solid contact with Banrik's solar plexus. He doubled over and collapsed on all 4s, gasping. Glyssa heard an expletive-ridden goblin battle cry. Slobad had regained his footing, clutching a small, broken blade of tangle-adapted razor grass in one bleeding hand. The goblin's bindings lay in tatters on the ground. Slobad launched himself at the last standing captor, who let out a yelp of surprise as the goblin landed on his chest and began slashing at him with the sharp but flimsy plant.
The stumbling guard, blinded by 90 pounds of goblin, accidentally kneed Banrick in the side and then went over backwards, struggling to keep Slowbad from inflicting a mortal wound. Still fighting with her own bonds, Glissa turned to face Yulin and his bow-happy friend. They were nowhere in sight. Glissa turned very slowly around. The gleaming silver tip of an arrow rested an inch from her right eye.
I said halt.
Yulin, whose sword had not left his belt, remarked calmly. With lightning speed, one strong arm flashed down and picked up Slowbad by the scruff of the neck, heaving Glissa's friend in the air with surprising strength. Slowbad flailed in the air pitifully.
Both of you, you've been accused of crimes against Phyrexia. You will answer these charges or attempt to flee again. I promise if you choose the latter, things will go very badly for you. Choose the former and face those who accuse you of murder.
Murder? What are you talking about? Look up. You see that thing in the sky? Did you see the giant wasps, the rat as big as a ferroclaw? You do know that the world almost ended this morning.
I don't know anything about that. That's something for mages to worry about. My job is enforcing the laws. What I know, your parents are dead, and the elders think you had something to do with it.
Big elf crazier than Glissa, huh?
Slowbad bellowed, still wriggling a foot and a half in the air.
Barely escaped with her life, huh? Want murderers? Head back down the big hole, huh?
Slowbad looked over at Glissa, eyes pleading. Glissa didn't see him. She hadn't moved since she caught sight of the live figure standing on the terrace before her. The losses of the recent past suddenly didn't seem to matter. Every bizarre accusation fell by the wayside. Glissa leaned slightly on Yulin, her knees weak. Finally something had gone right for her. She opened her mouth to speak, but the figure above her beat her to it. Hello, Glissa, her sister said. I'm going to enjoy watching you hang. I was there, Yulin, Lies called, her voice strong and cold. She did it. She caught the levelers and killed, my mother and my father. Her little sister, not so little anymore, had trained her one remaining eye on her older sibling, and Glissa saw hatred reflecting back. She's a danger to us all. Glissa was dumbfounded. She could see the pain of death etched on Lies's youthful face, marred by a silver eye patch. The choppy golden hair now cut short and lying flat on her head. The graven Telgelad armor on her breast and the wicked-looking spear she clutched in one hand, telling the elf how the joyful girl she'd known and loved had changed in a few short, painful weeks. Weeks Lies had spent hating her. Glissa fainted. Chapter 2. Up a Tree. Glissa dreamed she was walking through a strange, soft brown forest she had seen in her flares. A world without metal, even the people. A tree tapped on her shoulder. Twice. No, not a tree. A small, clawed goblin hand tapping her on the shoulder. Hey, hey, crazy elf, wake up, huh? Making Slowbad nervous. Another shove, and the goblin's voice grew more anxious. Glissa? Glissa, come on, huh? She opened her eyes and the flare, or dream, it felt like a little bit of both, vanished in a flash of reality. Glissa blinked and called her surroundings into focus. The flare had made everything blurry, and she could only make out colours and shapes. One large round shape directly in front of her face was unmistakable, and had breath that smelled slightly of sulphur and glimmerrat. Slowbad, is that you?
Who else, huh?
The goblin's face split into a wide smile.
What? Those eyes, they getting worse?
She blinked, clearing her vision, and with it her real problems returned to sharp focus. She looked around the interior of the prison tree. I can't remember the last time someone was locked up in here, if we are where I think we are.
Slowbad know where we are. Goblins don't faint,
Slowbad said.
Big wide tree. No spikes, no terraces. Prison, huh?
Nothing gets past you, Slowbad. Glissa patted herself down and found her scabbard and travel pouches empty. Only her mother's ring remained. Did you see where they took our things?
No, stuff's gone. Had the fire tube since Slowbad was a goblet, too, said Slowbad.
This isn't good. You only end up in the tree if you're accused of a capital crime, Gusser said.
Oh, good, Slowbad said. What?
He leaped to his feet.
That mean execution, huh? Huh?
The goblin started to pace, growing agitated. Slowbad, she said, but didn't seem to catch the goblin's attention. He was now hopping up and down in front of the cell's sole window, trying to get a look outside, and muttering something about building a pair of wings. Slowbad, Glisser shouted.
What?
The goblin cried, unable to hide the panic in his voice.
Stupid elf's gonna kill Slowbad's only friend.
No, they're not. And thanks, I think.
Yeah, how come, huh?
Slowbad said. For one thing, I'm innocent. I didn't kill my parents, Gusser replied haltingly. No matter what Lies says.
But this always happens to Slowbad, the goblin exploded, stamping his foot on the tanglewood floor.
The sound rung through the floor and reverberated off the walls in every direction.
Always Slowbad gets a friend, or someone nice to Slowbad, or Slowbad find a pet and they always die. The curse, huh? Remember, huh?
The goblin fell to the floor on his knees, pounding at the wall with one rusty iron-plated fist. Gusser crawled over to her friend and put one arm around his shoulder. Slowbad leaned close and whispered,
Hey, look what I just found, huh?
In his palm, Slowbad held 3 thin pieces of jagged metal, no thicker than a leonin hair. The insides of the tree had splintered under the goblin's persistent wall pounding, and now he had a set of crude lockpicks. Gusser saw Slowbad's hand fast near the belt around his waist as he tucked the tools out of sight.
Course, door's not the only lock Slowbad can see.
It's enchanted with heavy countermagic. This is a prison tree. Slowbad patted his belt.
But they take us out in shackles, huh?
Good thinking.
So, prison tree, huh? Nice name.
Elves can be pretty literal sometimes. The Tree of Tales, it's a tree with tails inscribed on it. Anyway, there are other safeguards to prevent someone from using magic in the tribunal court, so you might be the only chance if things go bad.
Elves too complicated, huh? Goblins never do trials. Someone does wrong, toss them in the furnace and move on.
Doesn't sound very pleasant, Glisser said.
That's why Slowbad left, the goblin said.
The next few days passed in alternating periods of dullness and boredom broken by conversation. On the 3rd day, the conversations quickly became arguments. In an effort to rein in the irritation, they taught each other simple games to pass the time. No one had given them a clue when they expected a trial. The elf girl did her best to keep her uncertainty and darkness from driving her into depression, but it wasn't easy. She thought her homecoming would be cause for celebration, or at least a few friendly greetings. Yet Glisser hadn't seen the others of her kind since she and Slowbad had been locked up. A loaf of Nanyan bread and a pitcher of water materialized twice a day, providing enough nourishment to keep them alive. The other amenities were simple and changed regularly via remote spells, though there was no way for either of them to bathe. Gusser didn't envy the noses of the Chosen when the time did come for her to stand trial. The Chosen. That reminded her again of Lias. Her sister had changed so much in such a short time. She could only imagine what Lias's life had been like since she left. Since the night the younger elf girl had dressed up in her finest clothes to impress Cain at dinner. The night her parents had been slaughtered by Memnock's levelers. The night Lias believed Glisser had betrayed them. Something about it all was a little bit too convenient. Lias, Glisser said aloud one morning, the dawn of their 7th day in captivity. She's the key.
What?
Slowbad yelped, waking with a start. Glisser had learned over the last week that Slowbad was a very light sleeper, something he claimed was one of the main reasons he was still alive. My sister, I think she might be under someone's control. What she said, it just doesn't make any sense. She can't possibly think I killed them.
Yeah, why not? Slowbad asked.
He sounded a little groggy from sleep. Gusser felt her way across the floor and sat beside him.
Seem to remember Crazy Elf saying something like that once.
It was still fresh, that was guilt. But I know who kept me from saving them, and I know who sent the levelers. It wasn't me. I didn't kill my parents, I know that. She tried to whisper. Guess I didn't think there were any scrying spells on them at the moment, but better safe than sorry. It must be the trolls. Stang is dead, but he must have had an ally in the Tel Jalad.
No trolls left, huh?
Sobo was right. Caldra had seen to that. But maybe one or two bad eggs had stayed behind in the nest when Droog had led his people to fight at Gus's side. No, trolls were liked. I'm telling you, someone's controlling her or feeding her lies.
Maybe not, huh? Look, Sister Elf home when levelers attack, huh? Guess not. Now Gusser alive, parents dead, Sister Elf young, huh? Of course she's blaming you,
Slobad said bluntly. Guess I felt like she'd been socked in the gut by a golem. Could it really be that simple? Had she gotten so used to every single event or problem in her life relating to some sinister secret that she had missed the obvious, seeing conspiracies where there was just her own neglect? But she's my sister. How could she think that? Gissa asked.
Elves still people, huh? Just like goblins, Leonin, even humans. And when people get hurt, want explanation, huh? Want someone to blame, Slowbad said.
She holds me responsible because I couldn't stop the levelers from killing mother and father? For being alive while they're not? Gussa whispered.
Or maybe she's blaming herself, huh? Taking it out on you, Slowbad asked. Might run in the family, huh?
Maybe, Gussa said. She was beginning to feel a little sick. She'd lived the last few weeks with one goal, to make Memnarch pay for her family's deaths. If Gussa had believed in gods anymore, she would have prayed for a chance to speak to her sister alone before the trial. She wondered if it would do her any good.
Sometimes, Slowbad said gently and placed a hand on Gus's shoulder. People take too much time figuring out tricky answers. Forget to look for simple ones, huh?
Where'd you hear that?
Bosh, and experience, Slowbad said and sighed. I miss Bosh, no offense. Bosh always has something wise to say, huh? Once he start talking.
I miss him too, Glussa said. The towering metal man, an ancient beyond Glussa's imagination, had sacrificed his newfound life as a flesh and blood creature to give his friends a slim chance of survival. I miss them all. Bruenna took one last walk around the courtyard before turning in, a habit she'd fallen into over the last week. The overtures from the Vidalcan had been welcomed by the elders of her people. Weary after weeks of fighting the Vidalcan artifact creatures, Representative Orland had claimed that the Vidalcan wanted to free the humans, live alongside them, and so far, some surprising changes have been made in Lumengrud. The humans were paid for their work in Vidalcan coinage, and technically the word slave had been abolished. Humans still didn't have many rights, but they were theoretically on the road to more freedom. So why couldn't Bruenna bring herself to trust Orland and the Vidalcan? The problem, she decided while gazing out over the Quicksilver Sea in the dim green light of the new moon, was that, even if the Vidalcan claimed they were embracing freedom and some kind of self-rule, they were still at heart religious fanatics. They still served Memnarch. Pontifex was dead. Maybe Memnarch too. The green moon had come, yet here Bruenna was, alive. Surely if Glycer had failed, the Neurok mage would have seen evidence of Memnarch's ascension by now. Yet she couldn't bring herself to believe the god of the Vidalcan was truly gone. Even if Memnarch was dead, and Bruenna's world faced a future free of the ancient creature's guardianship, how long before another Pontifex rose to power? What would her people do if the Vidalcan friends called on the Neurok to help hunt down Glycer? What would Bruenna do? She didn't think she had it in her to turn on her Viridian friend, but Bruenna hoped she'd never have to make that choice. The mage danced back from the viscous silver of the sea, which had been restless of late. The new moon had thrown the tide patterns into an uproar. She hadn't been around when the first full moons erupted from the surface, but she imagined that each time a new satellite had come forth, the same thing had happened. The sea went crazy. At the moment, the new green moon hung low behind Lumengrid, the only light in the night sky. The scattered light of the city cast strange shadows on the quicksilver water, and gave the illusion of monstrous swimming creatures. They were almost upon her before Brianna realized that she wasn't looking at any illusion. Dark shapes moved just below the surface, creating shallow wakes that belied their locations. The lights of the city were still there, but now they camouflaged. What? Verona backed away from the waves to get a better look at the mysterious sea creatures just as the shoreline erupted in a spray of silver foam. She found herself staring back at hundreds of red glowing eyes. Verona stumbled on a piece of drift metal as she turned and ran back to her village, shouting at the top of her lungs. To arms! To arms! Levellers on the beach! Chapter 3. In the Court of the Blind. They received no warning before the day of the trial. Slowbad had just torn open the day's Nyan loaf and was about to hand half of it to Glyssa when they both simply stopped being inside the cell. They stood in shackles on a large, broad platform that offered a view of the whole of Viridia, dominated by a massive shadow of Tel Jalad, the Tree of Tales. Glyssa was struck again by how empty the village looked, but still there was a small crowd. Okay, this might be bad, the elf girl whispered.
Why is that, huh?
Slowbad hissed, his eyes bugging. Because the trial is going to be public. Glyssa formed her clawed hands into fists, and I've never ever seen that happen before. In fact, I can't remember the last time anyone stood trial under threat of execution.
So that's good, huh? Means elves don't like to kill each other, right?
Slowbad asked hopefully. No, it means they're really serious this time. They really expect me to hang, and they want everyone in this village to watch.
I don't like your home very much, Glyssa.
It feels less and less like home all the time.
Hey, cheer up, manacles,
Slowbad said, wagging his eyebrows with the exact opposite of subtlety. Slowbad could pick the locks on the set of manacles. Glyssa had no doubt about that at all, but how they were going to escape standing on an open terrace in the middle of the village? Still, she silently wished him luck. Glyssa felt she had run out of options. She had to prove her innocence for Lies's sake, if not her own. The crash of a gong signaled that the judges had assembled, and they called the trial to order. Okay, Glyssa said. Judges, Silverhair's got to be Landano. He's one of the oldest elves in the Tangle. I don't think he'll fall for any tricks. You know, Yulin, and I'm not sure. I don't recognize her. She's no elf. That one looks like a Silvok druid.
Silvok, huh? Looks pretty elfy to Slowbad.
They're human, but Viridia hasn't had any high-level contact with the Silvok in years. They keep their part of the Tangle, and so do we. They've always given me the creeps. She grimaced. The gong sounded a second time, followed by a familiar, gravelly voice that reverberated in a natural amphitheatre. Glyssa brightened a bit at the faint sound of metal scraping metal. Slowbad was wasting no time working on his bindings. She hoped he would be subtle enough to do them some good. Who accuses this Viridian elf? Step forward and face the accused. Yulin referred to a piece of parchment and called Banrik to testify. Glyssa heard heavy footsteps approaching her from behind, and a needle-sharp spear tip pressed into her shoulder, right behind her heart. She smelled sour, fermented gelfruit oil, a simple, abundant intoxicant the Viridians brewed called Nush, as he leaned in closer to her ear.
Quiet, or I skewer you and I cut up the goblin while you're bleeding out.
Glyssa seethed. At least they hadn't seen Slowbad fumbling with his manacles. She was sure that would have created a little stir. We will have order. Who accuses this woman? I do, Lies said, stepping to the witness platform. Of what crime do you accuse this Viridian elf? Asked the Silvok judge. Her voice was soft, almost elven, but her humanity was unmistakable. Her green robes glittered like sheets of jade. The human's presence was baffling. How bad had things gotten in the last few weeks, Glyssa wondered, if the Viridians had to rely on human elders to judge her? Had her people and the Silvok formed some kind of hasty alliance in the face of the leveler threat? Murder! This Viridian killed my parents, Lies continued. Did you see this act? How was the crime committed? I had gone for a walk, Lies said, her strong voice clear and tinged with bitterness. To pick moonbreath flowers. I was only gone for an hour. Lies's voice trembled slightly, but she held her composure. And when you returned, Yulin asked. There was blood everywhere, Lies continued without faltering. The levelers. Glissa heard gasps from the crowd at the mention of the hated constructs. The levelers had my mother and father, and they were cutting them to pieces. Where was the accused? Surely she, too, was attacking them. I didn't see them at first. I tried to fight the levelers, but there were too many, and I was too weak. They took my eye, but I escaped with my life. I'm confused. When did you see the accused attack your parents? It sounds to me like she was lucky the levelers didn't find her. Glissa could hardly believe her pointed ears. The Shaman was defending her against her own people. I saw her when she came back home and led them away. Lies shouted, her composure breaking at last. Yes, I wasn't leading them. I didn't know, Glissa said. The accused will have an opportunity to speak in her defense when she is called. There will be no further outbursts, or this tribunal will immediately find the accused guilty. Is this understood? Glissa nodded. She wanted to scream. Very well. The witness may continue. I got out of the house, but I just couldn't leave. I didn't know what else to do. I saw Glissa head in, and when she came back out, the levelers were following her, and she had my mother's ring. The ring. Glissa's last piece of her mother, which she recovered from the grisly scene, and it was still on her finger, a damning piece of evidence. Does the accused still have this ring? Do you see it? Not from here, her hands are tied, Lies said. Banric, bring the accused to the witness platform and unlock her manacles, Yulin ordered. What? The thuggish guard blurted. We must see her hand, Banric. We can't do that if it's tied behind her back. Don't make me ask you again. Banric seized Glissa's bound wrists in one meaty hand. He yanked upwards roughly, wrenching the elf girl's shoulders and sending her half stumbling forward. Banric jerked back on her wrist before she could fall, but though this helped her keep her footing, it sent more pain through her hyperextended shoulders. Forward, prisoner, he growled. She felt a key slip into the locks of her manacles, and the metal band slipped off. Banric still held one wrist in his hand, and he leaned in again for another nush-scented whisper. Try something, please. Present your hand for inspection, Yulin called. Glissa raised her free hand, the one on which she wore her dead mother's ring. Yes, that's it, Lies said, and Glissa could hear one last faint hope die in her sister's heart. That's my mother's ring. How could you, Glissa? It's just a ring, why? The witness will not address the accused, Yulin bellowed, raising his voice for the first time. We will keep order in the court. Yulin, said Ladano, his gentle musical voice sounding out of place in this grim court. This is ridiculous. Such a trial in a time of trials. Our numbers are now few. We have had to strike alliances with the humans just to protect ourselves. It is obvious to me that the girl did not command the levelers. No one commands the levelers. They are a force of nature. Glissa felt an unexpected surge of hope. Glissa, Ladano asked, turning to her, what do you have to say for yourself? Glissa hardly knew where to begin. So much had happened since the night the levelers came and turned her world upside down. But soon her story came spilling out in a torrent. She told the tribunal and the assembled elves, and now that she was looking for them, a few Silvok as well. Everything that had happened to her in the past 3 weeks, from coming home to find her house in shambles and her family dead, to her first encounter with Slobad in the Leveler Cave, all the way up to the destruction of Caldra and the creation of the Noon Green Moon. She told them of the strange lands she'd visited outside the Tangle, lands most Viridians had never seen. The Glimmer Void and the noble Leonin that lived there, the cancerous Mephedros filled with creatures undead and worse, the Quicksilver Sea, where dwelt 4-armed Vidalcan who enslaved the local human population, and the Oxida Mountains where the goblins of Slobad's tribe dwelled in tunnels surrounding the Great Furnace. She did leave out some details, especially concerning Serum. She also skipped over some things that she wasn't ready to talk about. Bosch's connections to Memnarch, her own vengeance-driven slaughter on the Vidalcan mage Janus, and her repeated mercy towards Geth, the master of the Mephedros. Some things were better left until after the trial. When she was finished, Slobad whistled. "Wow, we sure did a lot, huh?" he whispered. Lendana was the first judge to speak. "A very interesting tale, Gissa. Tell me, these soul traps you spoke of. You said they were scattered throughout the inside of the world." Gissa heard Yulin snort when the Elder Elf made reference to Mirrodin being hollow. "Yes, Elder, I think they keep us here. In this world, all of us. We don't belong here. I've had visions."
"Don't belong here? What is that supposed to mean?" Yulin interrupted. "We are the Viridian Owls. We live in peace with the Tangle. Where do you suggest we belong?"
"No, everyone. Every person on this world," Gissa said. She raised one hand and pinched her own forearm. "You see me as you see yourselves, flesh and metal. Metal and flesh. But the metal came later."
"How do you know this?" asked the Silvok judge.
Gissa muttered something unintelligible.
"Please repeat that."
"I said a troll told me."
"That would be this Bosch that you spoke of?"
"No, Bosch was a golem. A very old golem. I'm talking about Chumph," Gissa said. She placed special emphasis on that name of a troll. He was a legend among his own people, and a folk story among elf children. Most elves didn't believe the so-called first one even existed. She didn't know about the Silvok. But Chumph was dead, betrayed by a fellow troll who was working for Memnarch. She would have given anything to have the wise old shaman at her side right now, explaining everything to this silly tribunal.
"I have heard enough, and I do not believe we will be learning any more about the night in question. I am ready to vote, and as is my right, I urge you both to vote with common sense." "Are you passing judgment already, Lendano?" Yulin asked, still calm, but more threatening than ever in his ice-cold way. "Have you given up all pretense of observing our laws? This trial is a needless distraction, Yulin. Did you not listen to a word Glycer has said?" Lendana interrupted, sternness creeping into his mellifluous voice. "We have assembled a capital tribunal for the first time in hundreds of years, at a time where our people are disappearing, and this Memnarch may still be a threat. We are wasting valuable time. It is also my opinion that we will be less safe, perhaps even enslaved like the humans, if we do not take Glycer's words of warning to heart."
"Disappearing? Is that why this place is so empty?" Glycer asked, procedure be damned.
"The accused?" "Shut up, Yulin. We do not know why, but we believe it is tied to the new moon. Most of the disappearances took place at that exact time."
"Most?" Glycer asked, the urgency of her trial fading as her curiosity grew. "How long have people been disappearing?"
"Since you left, Glycer. Glycer, Lias, I have known you and your family for centuries. I know that your sister is not capable of what you accuse, Lias."
"But the goblin—"
"I have allowed this to go on long enough." "You allowed? The law allowed," Yulin objected.
"No!" Lias screamed. Without a word, she hauled off and slapped Glycer in the face. The older elf girl was so surprised that she stumbled over backwards and landed on her rump. Glycer placed one hand where Lias had struck her. Without warning, Lias leaped on Glycer again, hands now balled into fists that pounded Glycer's chest. The accused felt herself starting to lose consciousness, but she just couldn't strike Lias. "Get off her!" Slobad wailed. Lias's weight left Glycer's chest as the goblin caught Glycer's sister with a flying tackle. Slobad had gotten free on his own and blown the element of surprise, but Glycer wasn't complaining. She looked for an opening, some way off the terrace. Then a rolling ball of elf and goblin slammed into her legs, sending all three of them tumbling to the forest floor. Glycer sat up, rubbing her temple. A knot of scrub brush had broken their fall. Above, she could still hear confusion reigning at the disrupted trial. "Slobad, where's Lias? Is she okay?" She crawled over to where the goblin was hunched over her sister's unmoving form.
Breathing okay? Not dead, huh? But we're gonna be if we stay here, huh?
You're not going anywhere,
said a familiar voice, and Glyssa felt a pair of meaty hands clamp onto her arms.
Banrick?
Going to beg me for your life? Make it worth my while, Banrick growled.
Glyssa snapped her head back and heard a sickening crunch, followed by the sound of Banrick crumpling to the ground unconscious.
Wish I could do that, huh?
said Slowbad. I wish I could stop, Glyssa said, clutching the back of her aching skull. He'll be all right.
Gonna need a new nose, huh?
I hope he does, Glyssa said. She returned to Liesse. Glyssa saw the outlines of the youth she knew, and the eye patch and the cropped haircut of an adult she'd just met. Her sister was breathing softly, and was probably safer than Glyssa was for now. Okay, Slowbad, let's get out of here before the rest of them make it down that tree.
I would, but there's one problem, huh?
What, is it Yulin? I don't see anything... Glyssa stopped when she heard the sound of hundreds of flapping metal wings, buzzing like giant flies and growing louder by the second. The last time she'd heard the sound had been on the ramparts of Taj-Nar.
No, we got company, not just us, huh?
Slowbad said.
You have to talk to your sister later, Elf. Old Crablegs not want to stay dead.
Chapter 4. Friends Like These. Verena spared a glance over one shoulder. The Aerophans were gaining on her. In seconds, they'd be close enough not to miss. She pulled hard on the steering controls of her stolen Vidalcan combat flyer and forced the limber, lightweight vehicle into a steep dive as another bolt of blue fire lanced overhead. She couldn't keep this up. Eventually, the Aerophans would land a shot, and she wasn't sure if she could still summon the energy for flying magic. That's why she'd taken this craft in the first place. She had to reach the tangle soon or she was doomed. If the fins didn't get her, the fall would. Or perhaps the crash if she didn't pull out of this dive. Verena's golden tresses whipped back into her face as she leaned hard on the stick, turning the dive into a roll and leveling off much closer to the ground. She was at the edge of the tangle. If she could get below the tree canopy, she'd have cover from the energy blasts, but sacrifice speed. With luck, any Aerophans that followed would have the same difficulty. Verena poured on as much power as she dared and entered the forest. Even with the wind whipping past her ears, she heard the swarm of Aerophans enter the tangle behind her. It sounded like all of them had given chase. Very well, Verena muttered. Have it your way. The magical energies of the tangle felt strange and wild to the mage from the Quicksilver Sea. She had trouble shaping the power to her purposes, to say nothing of the fact that she had to control the flyer at the same time. The flyer had not been very easy to come by. The levelers that attacked her village had only been the first wave. The Vidalcans personally led the second, riding flyers like this one, and at the rear, this fleet of damnable Aerophans. Verena hadn't had enough time to mourn the dead. She had to survive long enough to find Glyssa and warn her of the Vidalcan resurgence. She decided to risk slowing down a bit and concentrated on her home, feeling the distant lines of power sending her what she needed. The familiar mana let her tame the wild magic of the forest. Directly behind Verena, the ground erupted. Jagged silver spires packed tightly together like predators' teeth shot upwards through the forest floor, rising to a height that rivaled the tallest tangle tree. The results were better than the Nurok leader had hoped. She heard a series of tinny explosions reverberate through her temporary magical wall, as several waves of flying constructs found the sudden appearance of the silver wall too much information to take in at once. Verena risked another look back. The Aerophans were still coming. Her trick, while impressive, had not appreciably decreased their numbers. The wall had been the last major spell she had in her. Verena was running out of options. She also realized with some dismay that she had no idea where specifically in this vast forest she had to go. All she had to go on was the name, Viridia. Verena broke through the thick woods and emerged on a narrow trail that was just open enough to give her room to maneuver and concentrate on magic at the same time. Behind her, the buzz of thin wings grew to a roar, and again she was forced to waste time and energy dodging a barrage of energistic flame that shattered the copper tree trunks and tore up the soft metallic duff that covered the trail floor. Viridia. Brenna might still have enough for a magical trace. Glissa was in Viridia. That much she knew from the scrying spell she'd invoked before everything went to hell. Now Brenna didn't know where else to turn. Centering herself on the trail and praying no Finns would get off an accurate shot before she finished, Brenna cast her mind out to the tangle, sensing every living thing in the forest. Okay, too much focus. A blast from the closing aerofin clipped Brenna's robe. A tree took the second shot and exploded in a hail of jagged copper shards just in front of her, splitting her concentration. She dodged most of the shrapnel, but felt a few tiny knife-like blades pepper her face, arms, and chest. The spell was done. It wasn't flashy. Brenna simply became aware of where the elf girl currently was, as if it was the road to her own home. Not that Bruina had a home anymore. Bruina wrenched on the flight controls and tore off through the tangle in search of her last hope. She saw a clearing of trees that had to be Glissa's village, and angled in for what she hoped would be a soft landing. Bruina shouldn't have bothered. A pair of aerofins scored direct hits on her tail. The control crystals exploded, temporarily blinding her with sparks and oily smoke. She pulled mightily on the steering yoke, but shouldn't have bothered. As soon as she did, the magical engine that drove her flyer sputtered and died. Brenna's stomach lurched as the sky dropped out from under her, and her flyer's nose dipped towards Mirrodin. Glissa had hoped she'd seen the last of the Vidalcan aerofins. The sound of their winged artifacts was unmistakable. But Pontifex was dead. If the Vidalcan artifacts were attacking now, someone else was behind it. It had to be Memnarch.
"Why you stand there, huh?"
Slobad said, grabbing her wrist and pulling her away from Viridia. Glissa watched the sky, but also listened with sharp ears. The flapping wings were drawing closer, and amid the hum, Glissa could also hear elves descending the trial terrace. Below it all, something strange but also familiar coming in ahead of the aerofins. Then she heard a small explosive popping noise and the familiar sound cut out.
"Slobad, did you hear that?" "I see it. Duck!"
Slobad slammed into Glissa's side, knocking the elf girl flat as a sleek silver object moving impossibly fast narrowly missed a perfect opportunity to deprive Glissa of her head. The whoosh of the displaced air was followed by the grating screech as the speeding, smoking thing collided with a tree.
"What was that?"
the elf girl gasped.
"I don't know, but the Finns were chasing it,"
Slobad observed.
"and here they come."
"Wait, Lies! Slobad, I can't leave her lying here." The elf heaved her sister over her shoulders. "Okay, lead the way, I'll keep up." Slobad jogged ahead of her and away from the encroaching roar of flying constructs. A barrage of silver-blue fire struck a few feet away, shattering the ground. Glissa stumbled after Slobad as best she could with the weight on her shoulders, for once thankful that goblins had such short legs. Another volley of crackling firebolts exploded in the canopy. Above them, Glissa yelped as bits of shattered copper peppered her hindquarters, sending her stumbling over an exposed root. Glissa tumbled face first to the ground. Lies fell limp and rolled a ways ahead. Slobad stopped, scooped up Lies on his own back and kept running. "Slobad, run! I'll catch up," Glissa said, turning to face the Finns. She'd had enough.
"Are you crazy?" "Never mind, stupid question,"
Slobad shouted back. "I can handle them. You have to get Lies out of here, please," Glissa said.
"Don't get killed, huh?"
Slobad said. "Course not. Just get to whatever crashed up there. If it's the Vidalcan who's behind it and it's still alive, try to keep it there until I'm finished. And don't drop my sister," Glissa said. "Go, they're almost here." Slobad nodded and charged ahead as best he could. The elf girl returned to the problem at hand. Great. No weapon, no goblin, no problem. Despite their bizarre Vidalcan design and deadly energy blast, the accursed things were just constructs after all. Glissa had a way with such constructs. She felt a familiar tingle in her spine as they drew closer. Looking inward, she called forth a jade fire. Glissa's copper skin began to crackle with energy, and her eyes glowed with an eerie light. Glissa pulled her hands towards her chest and flung them outward. A wave of green fire slammed into the forefront of the Aerothin formation, then split in fractal patterns that resembled a pane of shattered glass in the sky. Gusser poured death into the killing machines, and they died in droves. Tendrils of swirling, smoky energy snaked around each individual artifact. Gusser felt each one as the energy slammed into their magical power sources, causing some to shut down immediately, making others attack allies, but causing most to simply explode like a goblin cannon. Gusser felt quite peaceful and very strong. Was this what it felt like to be a planeswalker? To touch that power? The Aerothin's formation crumbled. With the mental equivalent of snapping a lute string, Gusser felt the last Aerothin die, and the spark of energy dissipated as rapidly as it had coalesced. She opened her eyes, which she realized had been clenched shut the entire time. She'd somehow seen the Aerothins anyway. The Aerothins were dead, but their corpses hadn't simply vanished. They'd built up considerable momentum, and now thousands of burning, twisted hunks of jagged metal rained down. Gusser raised her hands again, hoping to stop the tumbling wreckage somehow, but the power had either been spent or left her entirely. She tried to run, but her legs refused to move, and her vision began to blur. Heavy, booted footsteps crashed through the foliage behind, and Gusser slowly tried to turn. Whoever approached was running into their doom. "Slow, Bad! Stay back! They're going to hit any second. I've lost enough family recently," a distinctly ungoblinish voice replied, scooping Gusser up and slinging her over steady armored shoulders. "Lies?" Gusser coughed as the rough movement knocked the wind out of her. "Just shut up, before I change my mind." Without another word, Lies bolted away from the hail of burning wreckage. Chapter 5. Crash and Burn. "Ha ha 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 ha," Slobad said, trying to clap Gusser and the new arrival on the shoulders, but succeeding only in smacking both on the small of the back. "Told you could do it, huh? Slobad have faith. Strength in numbers, huh?" Bren had survived the crash of her stolen flyer, with only a few scratches and bruises marring her bluish skin. Gusser had been relieved to see the mage, about whose fate she'd feared the worst. The small group was now gathered amid the smoking Aerothin wreckage. Gusser stood on unsteady legs and gazed at the new hell she'd brought to the tangle. Slobad offered her an arm, but she waved it away. The rain of burning constructs had crashed with thousands of fiery impacts into the tangle, knocking some trees down and causing them to burst into oily flame, turning others into glowing slag in explosive collisions. The ground was covered in twisted hunks of Vidalcan artifacts, and a viscous, sticky substance that leaked from the wrecked artifact creatures and burned with a thick black smoke. Of Yulin, or any of the other Viridian elves, there was no sign. "I hope those all cleared the village," Gusser said softly when her jaw would work again. "The tangle can't take much more of this." "What happened, huh?" Slobad asked. "Memnock is not dead," Verona said. "Tell me something I don't know." "All right, something you don't know. My people are," Verona said. "My village, at least. I can only guess what might have happened to the workers in Lumengrid." "Your people are what?" Gusser asked. "Dead." "Oh, Bruna," Gusser whispered, raising her claws to her lips. "I'm sorry." "Don't be. They died fighting those." The mage waved a hand at the mess of wreckage and shattered forest. "Too bad I didn't ask you to come back with me. You could have stopped them at any time, couldn't you? You could have stopped them with all that green fire." I don't know," Gusser said. "I don't understand this power I've got, Bruna, and I don't know where it comes from." Not the entire truth, but it was as much as Gusser wanted to share right now. "You see, lady, she just doesn't understand anything. Death just follows wherever she goes, and the rest of us have to follow or get out the way." "Seven hells, Lies! I didn't ask for this," Gusser exploded. "Yeah?" Lies barked back, stepping close enough to get into her sister's face. "No one did. No one ever expects anything, and it's no one's fault, right? You're just a hunter. You don't want to defend our home? You just wanted to run through the woods, playing games with Kane." Gusser drew a sharp intake of breath at the mention of her dead friend. Oh, sorry, he's dead too, isn't he? Lies asked innocuously. Well, I didn't ask to lose an eye, Glisser. I didn't ask to see half the village disappear into thin air when you called up that damned moon. And I didn't ask to find pieces of mother and father in the garden. But at least you're alive, so why don't you crawl back inside the world and stop bringing death down on everyone around you? Glisser opened her mouth to speak, but she'd forgotten how. Child, shut up, Bruno interrupted. You're not the only one who's suffering, and she's right. She's not the cause of this. She's the focal. Lies's sword was in her hand, and within an inch of Bruno's windpipe in the blink of an eye. Call me a child again, human. You're not much better than Glisser. I never saw you before today. How do I know you're not as guilty as she is? Everybody quiet! Slobad screamed at the top of his lungs. The free woman froze, staring at the furious goblin. Yo, he said, pointing at Lies. Don't know what Glisser's been through, huh? Glisser, sister was scared. Now she's suspicious. Got every right to be, huh? But sister will learn she's wrong. Slobad's eyes narrowed. You both family. Slobad got no family, huh? Get over it. Elves are both alive. That's family. Be happy for that, huh? Goblin, I couldn't have said it better. And you, Slobad said, cutting Bruenna off and jabbing a stubby claw up at her chin. Actually, you okay? The goblin said, once Bruenna's words had actually made their perilous journey through his ears and into his brain. Thanks for support, huh? Sorry about your tribe, that's rotten, huh? That is a good word for it, Bruenna agreed. She turned to the one-eyed elf girl and bowed slightly. You are Glisser's sister. It's an honor to meet you. Lies, surprised, took the Nurok woman's offered hand. Bruenna, meet my sister Lies. Lies, meet Bruenna of the Nurok, Glisser said. Bruenna appraised Lies. The family resemblance is uncanny. I'll pretend you didn't say that, Lies said with a scowl. It's a long story, Glisser said. Lies, Bruenna is not your enemy any more than I am. If you really earned that armor, you'd speak with more respect. Don't tell me what I earned, Glisser, Lies snapped. I'll make my own judgments. Bruenna, what happened? Glisser asked with a sigh. I need details. They attacked us intentionally, the Nurok woman replied. Hunted down every last one of us. Except you, huh? Slobad said. Started with levelers, Bruenna said. Levelers? Glisser, Slobad, and Lies asked all at once. They came ashore from Lumengrid. The Vidalcan said they wanted peace, but we fought back. But it was late. Most of the villagers were cut down in their beds. Bruenna coughed awkwardly, and Glisser could tell she was on the verge of breaking down. I fought them with everything I had, but then the Finn swarm came across the sea from that cursed Vidalcan city. They hit a tower I was using for cover. It toppled and pinned me underneath. Lucky, Lies remarked. Her good eye was still examining the human with suspicion. Yes, Bruenna nodded. Very lucky. I was standing over the underground food storage area. The tower fell and knocked out the roof of the warehouse cave at the same time it came down on me. You fall through ground and land in cave, huh? Slobad said. That happens to Slobad all the time. We'll have to swap cave in survival tips sometimes, Goblin. When I came to, everyone was... It was a slaughter. I can only imagine what happened to the poor folk that lived in Lumengrid itself. So I borrowed a flyer from a Vidalcan. Didn't see you coming, huh? Slobad said. No, he didn't, Bruenna said with a grim smile. Bastard was picking through the bodies, checking for wounded, I guess, but wasn't finding any. I caught him with a bolt of lightning right in the fishbowl. Then I hopped on the flyer, which must have woken up the Finns and levelers because they took off after me. Bruenna shrugged wearily. What's a fishbowl? Slobad asked. Later, Glisser interrupted and swung Bruenna around by the shoulders. There are levelers coming too? Even as she asked the question, Glisser's sharp ears picked up the clacking of the leveler hordes. Still many miles away, but closing. And between the elf girl and the sounds of metallic death was her home. Blair, Glisser swore. This is not good. Can you stop them? Lies demanded. Can you do to them what you did to these? She waved an arm to indicate the shattered aerophans. I've got to try. Otherwise Viridia is going to be destroyed. Privately, she didn't think she had it in her, but was Viridia's only chance. Let me help, Bruenna said, brushing flecks of copper and oil from her robes. Together, maybe we can... No, I've got to do this myself. You three need to get somewhere safe. Someplace where there might be an army big enough to take Memnarch. She turned to the goblin. Slowbad, you've got to lead them to Taj-Nar. Raksha might be able to help. At the very least, he deserves to know what's happening right now, and I can't think of any safer place on Mirrodin right now. Slowbad shook his head.
Oh no, where you go, Slowbad goes.
Viridia is my home too, Glisser, Elias interrupted. If you're going back there to fight them, I am too. Both of you are being foolish, Verona said softly. Glisser is right. She must go alone. I've seen how many of them there are, and we wouldn't last 5 minutes. But if Glisser's magic can do it, all at once. Lias looked from Verena to Glisser, then back the way they came. She placed her hands on her hips and stared a dagger at her older sister. Okay, go. But if I find out you're just going back to help them finish the job, I'll kill you. Glisser grimaced, but nodded. If I don't succeed, you probably won't get the chance. I'll try and save you a piece. Now please, go with Verena and Slowbad. You can trust them, even if you still don't trust me. Sir, Lias said, just go. Glisser turned from her sister to Verena and spread her arms wide. So you think you can get me airborne? Verena grinned. I can do better than that, now that my feet are back on solid metal. The Nurok woman closed her eyes and began summoning the magical power of flight. Glisser caught up to the Levelers a few 100 yards before they would have swarmed over Viridia. They were well over 1,000 strong, each one bristling with blades, claws, teeth, and armor, gleaming green in the moonglow. The constructs flattened out most of the smaller trees in their path, skirting the larger trunks that the Levelers would be hard-pressed to bring down. But Glisser wasn't concerned with the plant life. Destructive as Memnarch's creatures were, the unsuspecting people of Viridia were hers to protect now, for better or worse. Verena's flight magic gave her complete control over her movement in the air, meaning she could hover as she concentrated on calling forth the destructive energy that had wiped out the Aerophans. It had worked before against Levelers, though she'd never faced this many at once. She closed her eyes, willing the destructive green fire to rain down on her foes. Nothing happened. With renewed urgency, she cast about deep inside herself, picturing the Levelers bursting apart. Nothing. The power had been exhausted defeating the Aerophans. Either that, or it was gone altogether. Glisser didn't want to consider what that might mean. If she couldn't stop them, maybe she could warn the Viridians in time. Maybe that Silvok could use some kind of druidic magic on the things? Glisser opened her eyes to check on the Levelers' progress. The Levelers were no longer advancing on the village. They weren't advancing at all, not horizontally. As she watched in horror, the clattering silver beasts clambered over each other, slowly creating a mountain of Levelers directly beneath her. They weren't coming after Verena, Glisser muttered. They're after me. To test her hypothesis, she flew back and forth in a straight line over the Levelers. The crude pyramid of constructs attempted to shift direction as she moved, always tracking her, and that meant she could still save the village, power or no. Glisser shouted taunts at the Levelers below, daring them to follow her as she started to circle, slowly widening her arc and moving away from Viridia. The swarm of machines moved like a giant living shadow, trying to keep up with their prey, and snapping futilely at the flying elf girl. The role of bait was never her favourite, but at least she was dangerous bait. If this worked, Viridia should survive, she hoped. The only problem was where should she lead them, and whether her borrowed flight magic would last long enough to get there. But an idea was beginning to form. However the situation worked out, Glisser had lied about meeting the others at Taj-Nar. She wouldn't be coming back until she had Memnarch's misshapen head on the end of a sword. Glisser tucked her chin to cut back on drag, and gain just a little more speed. The army of Levelers faithfully gave chase, still not comprehending they couldn't catch Glisser as long as she flew above them. She wondered if, like the mindless Nim zombies of the Mephedros, the Levelers simply followed an order until given a new one. Or maybe, Glisser mused, they know I can't do this forever, and they're waiting for me to drop. It didn't strike her as likely that Memnarch would use constructs that weren't at least smarter than the average walking corpse. By following a wide slagworm trail that led in general directions she wanted to go, Glissa was able to keep the constructs from levelling too much of the forest in their wake. Even so, a cacophony of hoots, cries, and howls arose on either side of the army as wildlife fled in terror. For a second, Glissa's heart jumped when she thought she saw a wolf, but it might have just been a shadow of her imagination. Of all her lost friends, the death of Al-Hayat the giant wolf had been especially brutal. The ancient forest creature had joined her simply because it was right. Memnarch's forces had cut him down, and the wolf's heroic death had saved Glissa's life. Bosch had been a marvel, and a good friend, but in many ways the golem had been like a child. Al-Hayat had been more like a surrogate father who had come along to protect Glissa, just like when she'd lost her own. Sometimes she missed the big wolf almost as much as she did her mother and father. The elf girl returned her attention to the flight path, the construct army still clacking and rumbling along after her. The Sagwan trail had grown fresher over the last few minutes, and Glissa realized that this might work even better than she'd planned. A slagworm could inflict some real damage on the leveler army. The mammoth, legless monsters spent most of their lives underground. Well, underground depending on your point of view, she supposed, remembering the dazzling interior of the world, and only ventured to the surface when the hunger drove them to it. If this slagworm was still above ground, it could prove a potent, if unwilling, ally. She didn't see it on the trail ahead, but it could easily be concealed under the thick tangle canopy. She hoped it was. With her spark-driven power apparently drained, she needed every advantage she could get. Glissa glanced down. The levelers were still keeping pace, scattering stunned fauna and flattening inconvenient flora. Slowbird passed languidly by and rolled so he faced upwards. "So, where we going, huh?" "Slowbird? How long have you been following me? I told you to go to Tajnar." "What? Hard to hear up here, huh?" Slowbird replied. "Where we going?" I said you should... "Yeah, thinking you wanted an excuse to go back down the lacuna, huh?" Slowbird continued. "Need someone who knows what's going on, huh? Who knows better than Slowbird?" "Slowbird, you might get killed," Glissa said bluntly. "Especially if you don't fly a little higher." She nodded, indicating a wobbling tower of stacked levelers that snapped at the goblin's feet. "Please go back," she said, gripping Slowbird's shoulder as he rose. "I'm not losing you too, and they can't find the den without you." Slowbird just stared, and folded his stubby, clawed arms across his chest. "Got far enough to get directions. Wasn't easy to convince Sister Elf, but Brenna helped." "Look, this might not kill me. It's dangerous, but I'm not suicidal, and I need you to look after Lies, Slowbird. You're the only one I trust, don't you know that?" "What about Brenna? She a big-time mage, huh?" "Right. She also worked for the Vidalcan for a long time, and she's just lost all of her people. She seems fine, but I'm not sure she's stable. Please, Slowbird?" "Only if you say you're coming back, huh? Not gonna let Slowbird be a ball of string for Ka." "Okay, I'm coming back," Glissa said. "Now go, will you? This enchantment won't last all day." "Ah, okay," the goblin sighed. "See you soon, huh?" Slowbird added, veering off towards Tajnar. Glissa watched him go for a precious pair of seconds, then continued on course. She glanced down to check on the levelers. The constructs had completely stopped. Glissa was alarmed to see that many of them seemed to be watching a tiny flying speck of goblin soar overhead. Once Slowbird had passed the chittering levelers, something even stranger happened. Half of the levelers followed Slowbird. The other half continued to chase Glissa. "Glare," Glissa swore as she headed back after Slowbird, half expecting to drop out of the sky at any second. "What do you want with him?" Her voice raised to a shout as she closed in on the goblin. "Slowbird, wait, come back." Slowbird came to an immediate halt, turned and headed back towards her. "Hey, what they want with Slowbird?" he asked when he got within earshot. "That's what I want to know, but we don't have time to find out. You're just going to have to come with me. You were right. I'm going back inside."
"Slowbird knew it," the goblin barked.
"But first, we're going to have that help us," she said, pointing at a large shape that had burst through the treetops just ahead. Chapter 6. Worm's Turn. A slagworm! Slowbad shouted at Glisser as the wind whistled past the elf's pointed ears. How you gonna talk to a slagworm, huh? They're monsters. I know, Glisser said, getting a good look at the thick, legless reptilian worm as it whipped its toothy maw in the air, letting loose a keening screech that rang inside her head even at this distance. But this one's hungry. Hear that? It's calling for its kin. That's how it says soaps on, huh? Slowbad asked, natural curiosity overcoming fear. Glisser knew that Slowbad was fascinated with big things, though usually he reserved his adoration for large machinery, like golems. Yes, Glisser said, and pointed at the swarm of levelers tracking them on the ground. But it's not getting another worm for dinner this time. Look past the worms, Glisser said. What do you see? Trees, a sky, a big round clearing. Oh, the lacuna? Slowbad exclaimed. Wait, that's full of monsters too, huh? Giant rats, big bugs, ring a bell? You're the one who said I was crazy, Glisser said. Now stay with me. We're going to get close. She explained what she had in mind, then peeled off towards the writhing slagworm. Slagworms were probably the largest creatures on Mirrodin by simple virtue of the fact that they never stopped growing. Glisser had learned about their life cycles as a youth. They were not truly reptiles, despite their thick scales and plates of metallic armor. Slagworms actually began life as foot-long grubs that hatched from egg clusters laid by a hermaphrodite parent. They were also cannibals. The strongest, or sometimes simply the first, slag grub would wait for the others to hatch, then consume its kin ruthlessly, as their writhing mouths broke through the rubbery shells. Each egg cluster generally produced a single worm that reached maturity in under a week, though fortunately slagworms laid them only once a year. Slagworms never lost the taste for flesh of their sibling, and that was the only reason their populations hadn't taken over all of Mirrodin. For the most part, the only thing that could kill a slagworm was a bigger slagworm. This one had the rusty colouring of a mountain variety. It must have burrowed into the ground under the tangle and surfaced only recently. Glisser was sure she would have noticed the monster's path all over the recent walk from the Lacuna to Viridia. As they drew closer, she could make out the patterns that covered the worm's armor plates, and smell the sulphurous odour of the enormous annelid. You remember what to do? Glisser asked. Yep, Slowbad nodded. Go, Glisser shouted, and the pair dived straight for the writhing torso of the towering slagworm. Please, Glisser thought, stay in the air. Keep screeching. Keep your head up, you big ugly worm. Don't drop it just yet. Just before the elf and the goblin would have collided with the worm's armoured hide, they split, peeling off in opposite directions, missing the worm by inches. Glisser reached out with one hand and caught the lip of one armoured plate, then swung herself around and grabbed hold with the second, which left her half hanging, half floating, 200 feet in the air. She heard Slowbad squeal as he did the same. Here they come! Wait for it! Glisser shouted. The single-minded levelers treated the slagworm as if it were just another part of the landscape, something to be overcome on their way to the prey. The levelers began to climb the mammoth annelid, jamming their sharp claws into the worm's side. So far the creature was paying the levelers no more heed than it had Glisser and Slowbad, but the elf knew it had to notice the extra weight soon. Just then, the slagworm screeched and started to wave more vigorously against the sky. That's it, Slowbad, it feels them. Let's get out of here. Don't need to tell Slowbad twice, huh? The goblin shouted up from the other side of the slagworm. The pair continued on top speed to the still smouldering hole in the ground that would lead them to their enemy, and would hopefully lead their enemy's minions to their doom. Behind them the worm screeched again, a sound now filled with pain. The creature's death scream was soon followed by a tremendous crash as its massive bulk flopped back on the ground like a heavy chain. Glisser checked back over her shoulder. The worm was thrashing in the midst of the swarm, tossing silver bits of levelers and a growing spray of its own ochre blood all over the forest. She felt a pang of regret that the majestic worm was going to die. She had held out a faint hope that the creature might be able to take on all the constructs, at first. But in its death throes the slagworm had cut the number of levelers by a third. She silently thanked the worm and pressed on. Petting her monsters against the levelers had been a trick of opportunity. Her real goal was just ahead. The lacuna looked even bigger from above, surrounded by trees and foliage knocked flat by the shockwave of mana that had launched the new moon into orbit. The hole that led to the center of Mirrodin resembled an enormous pressed blade flower. Glissa was gratified to see and feel that the residue left by the passing of the moon still pulsed with magic. Giant Vorax snuffled around the lacuna's edge, baffled at what, from their perspective, must have been a suddenly shrunken world. Massive porcine Jerox scampered over the wrecked trees, shattering any semblance of calm with their thunderous crash of cracking metal. Here and there the patches of debris had woven themselves together into shambling parodies of magical walls, covered in thousands of skittering stinger monkeys pecking for tasty needlebugs. The average pack of stingers numbered around a dozen. Slowbad pulled up alongside Glissa and looked down.
"Ha!" he commented. "Why can't Slowbad see all the way to the center?"
"That little point of light, I think that's the end," Glissa said. "We'll be there soon enough. You ready?"
"Ready,"
Slowbad replied. Glissa checked on the levelers, which had left the twitching worm behind, its corpse oozing ichor into the forest floor. But many had been destroyed, and with luck, the lacuna would take care of the rest. "Okay, try not to lose sight of me."
"You sure this gonna work, huh?"
"Of course not. I just couldn't think of anything else." As if on cue, Brenna's flight spell finally gave out, and the pair dropped like stones into the lacuna.
"Good plan," Slowbad shouted as they plummeted into the lacuna's maw.
"In the plan, I was... Ow!" Glissa yelped as a wiry melted tree root hanging from the inside wall of the lacuna smacked her in the shoulder.
"I was alone and I had time to call on the energy here,"
she flailed, trying without much luck to get a grip on the lacuna wall. The walls were smooth and freshly polished by heat of an erupting moon, but her claws did come back with a few splinters. Glissa could make out screams and howls from above as the levelers reached the clearing and cut into the many hapless creatures that had been drawn to the magical energies. The animals reacted as any animals would, by fleeing or fighting back. The result was that many of them were tumbling down the lacuna as well, along with wrecked or unbalanced levelers.
"So we still here, huh? Give it a try,"
Slowbad shouted. The goblin had a point, Glissa realized. She was in the heart of a magical field, which was where she wanted to be. She kicked at the nearby wall, pushed herself closer to the center point of the lacuna, and closed her eyes. This time, instead of imagining the end result of her attack, she focused inward. She visualized the power flow from the spark into her bones, down her arms, to the tips of her claws, the raw energy of the lacuna. Glissa felt flickers of energy crackle down her arm, and opened her eyes in time to see green-white flame erupt from her hands and shoot straight upwards. The destructive blast ricocheted off the smooth walls of the lacuna, crashing back into itself and creating a maelstrom so bright that anything on the other side was lost. Glissa held her arms upwards, ignoring the effect the massive output of magic was having on her rate of speed, rocketing her downward. The energy was going to carry her past Slowbad, but she managed to hook the toe of her boot in his tunic as she blasted downwards. The goblin grabbed onto Glissa's shin for dear life as they shot towards the center of the world on a rising plume of fire. Glissa felt the levelers dying above her, both in the circular tunnel and on the rapidly receding surface, surrounded by the greenish glow of intense mana residue. The experience made her feel more like a conduit than a destroyer. She felt as if all the magic in the tangle flowed through a central point in her chest, filtering through her willpower to become ribbons of light that cut into wriggling segmented torsos and slashing scythe-like blades. She struggled to maintain control. Half a minute later, the last of the levelers burned out under Glissa's withering assault. As the realization came, she felt the will of energy go dry, and she was once again just an elf falling to her doom. Only now she could expect to find herself under several tons of twisted metal when she landed. Wait, where would they land?
"Hey!" Slowbad cried over the storm, still clinging to her leg. "We slowing down, huh?"
"What?" Glissa shouted in reply, but realized the goblin was right. The downward pull of gravity wasn't as strong, and their descent was slowing by the second. Fortunately, the ruined leveler army over their heads didn't get any closer. "It must be something affecting everything in here," Glissa said. Look, the levelers are slowing down too.
Glisser, huh?
Yeah?
Why are we slowing down when we barely see the end of the tunnel, huh?
Glisser craned her neck to look down to the other end of the lacuna, where they would emerge among the towering microscopic spires in the light of a burning manicore. It was brighter than the pinpoint she'd seen before, but they were still easily far apart from the center as they were from the surface. That's it, Glisser shouted. Though the wind whistling in her ears was no longer as loud, the clatter of construct parts tumbling down from above had become almost deafening. We're reaching the center.
No, that down there. Big ball, remember?
I'm in the center of the lacuna. It's magic.
You think, huh?
Slowbad asked. I mean, a big enchantment. Something that covers the whole world, makes it so that you can't stand on the inside and fall down towards the surface, or...
Stand on surface and fall just plain down, huh?
Slowbad said. They were drifting like feathers now, almost floating. The wreckage above them had become a slow-moving, chaotic swirl, like a handful of sand released underwater. The grains of sand were jagged, twisted, and occasionally burning. Even if everything dropping down the lacuna came to a stop in midair, which was looking inevitable, it would leave them floating in a deadly mess of metal with very sharp edges. Slowbad, we have to get to the wall.
How? Slowbad asked. Can't swim through here, huh?
If we get there, we can stand. Remember the last lacuna?
Right, we run down his side. Been trying to forget that, huh?
Slowbad said. Well, if we can't outrun that falling metal, you're going to forget everything you ever knew, and so am I. Gussa flapped her arms and kicked her legs, trying to get closer to the side of the tube. Slowbad yelped and finally let go of her leg. Flare. Why had she kicked out to the center in the first place? Gussa's efforts didn't help much. She got a few inches closer, but it was slow going. She needed a push, but the far side of the lacuna had to be half a mile away.
Hey, I have an idea, huh?
Slowbad said, floating alongside.
Watch.
He reached up to the nearest hunk of shattered leveler and pulled himself closer to the wall. Then he caught another piece carefully and pushed himself closer, repeating the process. Gussa thought he looked like a bottom-feeding scavenger fish, pulling itself along a silvery river bottom. Gussa reached up and grabbed her own hunk of leveler, careful to avoid the sharpest parts, and pushed off, floating after her goblin friend. Slowbad, your gift for finding obvious solutions is vastly underrated, she said. As soon as she made contact with the lacuna wall, Gussa felt gravity shift again, this time becoming stronger and pulling her upright. With her feet flat on the wall, a chunk of construct smacked her in the back of the head.
Ow!
Duck, Slowbad said a little bit too late. Thanks. Slowbad extended his hands. The left contained a small, sharp piece of metal that looked like a leveler mandible yanked out at the root. In his right he held, point down, a blade that Gussa knew had recently been attached to the forearm of one of those deadly constructs.
Which one you want? Slowbad asked,
though Gussa could see his right arm was drooping under the weight of the severed scythe blade. The big one, I think, Gussa said diplomatically, and took the preferred weapon. It was a little off balance, but felt surprisingly good in her hand. The blade had not broken off, but had been severed. By what? Gussa couldn't say, but she suspected it had been a piece of fellow leveler. Just below the joint of where it had been affixed to the construct's limb, leaving just enough metal to form a hilt. Not perfect by any means, but better than nothing. It would go through Memnok's chest, and that was the important thing.
Better do this if we're gonna do it, huh?
Tucking his improvised dagger into his belt and marching off towards the far end of the tunnel, the goblin was going to waste no time getting clear of the remaining leveler wreckage. Gussa set off after him, before one of the fallen enemies could get their posthumous revenge. They made good time down the long, cavernous lacuna. Though the walk was long, unlike the older tunnel on the Lumengrid, this one was fresh and free of moisture and muck. Gussa was surprised to see wiry mosses and flaky copper lichens growing bountifully on the lacuna walls, and patches of soft tangled grass sprang up every few feet.
Gussa, huh?
Yeah?
How you gonna kill Memnok, huh?
Such a simple question, and one she was going to have to answer soon. For now, she replied, the way I'd kill anyone else that was trying to wipe out everything I know and love.
That's not an answer, Slowbad said.
All right, I don't know. Is that what you want to hear? Gussa said. I can try magic, or this sword. Maybe I'll just talk him into taking a flying leap into the Great Furnace.
But we've got to do something. I don't know what doing that... She jerked her thumb in the direction of the clattering wreckage that still hung suspended in midair behind them. Takes out of me, huh? Slowbad can see, huh? You still on fire, huh? Slowbad said. Gussa looked down at her clothes. A few wisps of persistent greenish smoke still clung to them, and she battered at it with one hand. Gussa suddenly felt very weary. I can't keep doing this. I feel so drained, she confessed. Her voice echoed down the tunnel, rebounding around the tube and coming back to her, strange and altered. Drained, 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 drained. That wasn't her voice. The slippery tones rang ominously in her head. A stranger who hadn't been invited. The words slithered through her consciousness, whispering, pleading, threatening and inviting. Burn! Gussa shook her head, and the sound faded. Odd. She rubbed her ear with one thumb and jogged to catch up with the goblin. Did you hear something? She asked. No, but the echo crazy in here, huh? Hey, something making no sense, huh? Slowbad replied. What's that? The levelers, the aerothins, all of it, Slowbad explained. Why not attack you on the surface when this tunnel is wide open? Why not send levelers up the other way, too? Slowbad no general, but even I can see that that's a bad strategy. No need to attack from so far away when good tunnel right here. Where? That hadn't even occurred to me, the elf said. She wished she had an answer. Hold up, Gussa said, eyeing the distant end of the lacuna. She could see the swirling anti-colour of the mana core crackling at the centre of Mirrodin, but nothing else. She had no way of knowing what might be on the other side. The lacuna appeared empty, but Gussa was a hunter. Appearances could deceive. What you think, huh? Slowbad asked. Flare, Gussa swore and clenched her fists in frustration. That's it. We're so stupid. She slapped her hand to her forehead. They weren't chasing us. They were hurting us. He wants us to find him. Why? You want to kill him, huh? Why he want you to find him, huh? Slowbad said. Because I think it's a trap and we dropped right into it. But why chase Slowbad, huh? I don't know. Maybe it's because you're important to me, Gussa confessed. Slowbad blushed, blood flushing his greenish face a rusty crimson. But he played with us either way. He couldn't lose. The levelers and the aerothins were sent to either chase me back here or kill me. Damn Yulin. If he hadn't taken us in, we could have made sure Memnock was dead. This might all be over now. We gave Memnock time to regroup and he took it. But Crablegs blew it, huh? Slowbad said in a transparent attempt to brighten her spirits that failed miserably. No way to get the spark. The moon was the only way, right? Right. Yeah, sure, Gussa replied, but she wasn't. Now he just wants me dead, I hope. She slapped a hand on Slowbad's shoulder. Well, what do you say? Should we go check on this trap, or try to get back up through that floating death trap? Slowbad cinched up on his belt, puffed his chest, and grimaced. 1 second, he said, then reared back and released a long, lingering belch that echoed through the lacuna. Sorry, ate too much elf food, he said, when he saw Gliss's incredulous look. Onward, huh? Don't want to stick around here. Slowbad, I can't imagine why you lived alone when I met you. That nothing, huh? You stop by a feast of crocs sometime. You see the real talent. The lower half of the lacuna took a while longer to traverse than the upper half, but then again Gussa and Slowbad were no longer plummeting. The elf girl was surprised to see small animals dashing and hiding among the brill moss and razor grass. She wondered if they'd been spontaneously summoned by the magic that still hung thick in the air, or if the little creatures had overcome fear of the unknown to colonize this strange new home. Some she recognized immediately, but a few were peculiar, denizens of the interior perhaps. Odd to think of the ground she had walked and hunted on for so many years was only a silver eggshell surrounding a very large yolk, and she was reminded of her flare vision that had struck her when they first arrived in Viridia. You know, I think we might actually be paranoid after all. Well, most true. If he doesn't try something soon, we won't be cornered anymore. What? You trying to get us killed? Slowbad hissed just ahead of her. Don't crazy elf know anything about bad luck, huh? Jinxes? Sorry, just thinking out loud, Gussa said. She froze in mid-sentence when a tall, humanoid figure materialized from thin air at the edge of the lacuna.
maybe 25 feet in front of them. The glare of the mana core, what Slobad's people, especially his friends in the Krat cult, referred to as the Mother's Heart, obscured the figure's features and face, but a corona of silver outlined the shape. Slobad skidded to a halt and had his mandible dagger drawn before Gussa could say a word.
It's him, Gussa,
Slobad hissed. Gussa brandished her makeshift scimitar. What do you want, Malil? You're in my way, and you don't want to be, trust me. She hoped the stolen leveler's scythe blade looked menacing as she added, I'm here for Memnarch. The metal man's response was as unexpected as it was perplexing. He tossed his head back and laughed. The sound was tinny and betrayed something that bordered on mania. Oh, you're here for Memnarch, is it? Malil sneered and stepped a few feet into the lacuna towards Slobad and Glyssa. You are right, just not in the way you think. Memnarch's lieutenant raised his right arm with a clenched fist and flicked his silver hand at the wrist. In less than a second, a blade that rivaled Glyssa's stolen weapon slid into place, extending from the metal man's forearm. The quicksilver blade glowed faintly in the dim light of the lacuna. It seemed like ages since someone had challenged her to a fair fight, and Glyssa was sick of battling armies, judges, and mindless machines. She twirled her weapon and grinned. Well, why don't I have you correct me then? With her empty hand, she threw a subtle wave to Slobad, hoping he would get the message. Stand clear. Artificial being though he might have been, Malil was easily goaded. With a metallic roar, he charged. The blade that his right arm had become raised high. Glyssa once again focused on the spark. Malil was as much as an artifact as the levelers. He didn't know what he was getting into. Gussa's inner eye saw the spark, saw magic dancing around in her heart, and willed destruction on Memnarch's charging lackey. Nothing happened. Again. Malil's sword arm whistled through the air at Gussa's skull, and she was able to raise her own weapon in time to deflect most of the blow. Though the metal man drew first blood when his blade clipped Glissa's shoulder on the way past her head. The powerful strike threw Glyssa off balance, but she recovered quickly and danced back, tossing her blade back and forth in her hands, taunting her foe. She hadn't wanted to destroy this one quickly anyway, and it would be good practice for fighting her true enemy. Glyssa waited for Malil to relax slightly, then swung in with an uppercut that her enemy blocked easily. She slashed back with the not-quite balanced ersatz scimitar. She could handle it well enough by instinct, but her speciality was a longsword. Malil's unreal speed caught her off guard. The elf girl couldn't believe how fast Memnarch's servant was on his feet with the blade. Malil moved in again, but Glyssa caught his sword arm with her curved blade, spun her arm to envelop the blade, then snapped it back in a disarm move. With an ordinary foe, she might have won then and there, but her attempt only snapped off that end of the quicksilver sword. The rest was still attached to Malil. You are here for Memnarch, Malil said as the new quicksilver flowed into place in a heartbeat. You are here for his reasons, and to suit his purposes. You are here for him, and so are you, Goblin.
Yeah, I wanted to ask someone about that, Slobad began. I thought I was Daddy's favourite, Glyssa said. He doesn't need the Goblin.
Malil and Glyssa's duel continued for several minutes with neither gaining a clear advantage. Glyssa tried to press the metal man to the lip of the tunnel, hoping to knock Malil off balance, long enough for a fatal strike. But Malil turned her attack at the last second and drove Glyssa back. Malil matched her strike for strike, parry for parry, and didn't even seem to be breaking a sweat. Not that he would, Glyssa supposed. How long can you keep this up, elf girl? Malil taunted as their blades locked and the pair grappled for advantage. You will tire. I will not. You might be surprised. I get a lot of exercise, Glyssa said. She let loose a yell and swung the leveler weapon with all her might at the metal man's abdomen. The blade slid through Malil easily, like a knife through quicksilver fish, and came out the other side with a slurping sound. The slash hadn't even left a mark on Malil. 1 second he'd been solid, the next he'd been liquid. It was as if she tried to slice the sea in half with an oar. The metal man's chest swirled and solidified before her eyes, and her foe chuckled. Oh, I enjoy surprises, Malil said. Did you like that one? Not so much, Glyssa replied, dodging Malil's sudden lunge. How was she going to fight this creature? That, Glessa thought, was a problem. She was relying too much on the single blade, but she had other weapons. Imagination, creativity, her own limbs, and if she could concentrate for a few seconds, magic. Unfortunately, Malil wasn't going to give her the opportunity to concentrate if he could help it. Okay then, the limbs. Glissa danced back out of Malil's reach, blocking a strike only if she couldn't dodge it. The metal man pressed what he thought was his advantage, and Glissa soon had to block as many thrusts and slashes as she dodged. She had to try something soon, she thought, as the tip of Malil's blade sliced neatly through her cheek. Glissa ignored the sting on the side of her face and made ready. The metal man was definitely close enough now. Glissa caught Malil off guard, as he followed through with an especially ferocious strike, and brought a knee up into his groin. The metal man doubled over and staggered back, stunned, then dropped to all fours, coughing. I guess you're not all metal, Glissa mused. She followed up with a boot to Malil's face that knocked him onto his back. Surprise, Glissa said. On a good day at full strength, she would have followed through and taken Malil's head, but she wasn't sure the blade would work any better on the artificial man's head than it did on his ribs, and she was emotionally and physically exhausted. It was time to make a break for it. If they could get to the interior, they might have a chance. She realized now, though, that facing Memnok might be suicidal. She was having enough trouble with the Guardian's henchmen. Glissa spared a quick glance at the spot she thought she'd left Slobad. The shape of the lacuna and lack of landmarks outside made it tricky to be sure she was looking at the right place, but the goblin was gone. With one eye on Malil, who was clutching his abdomen with one hand and struggling to get back to his feet, she scanned the inside of the lacuna, trying to find some trace of the goblin friend. Nothing. Lose something? Malil asked. Where is he? Glissa said. I told you. He was here for Memnok. Memnok has taken him. No, Glissa cried, and brushed the smug, grinning mockery that had taken her last friend. The ferocity of her attack caught Malil by surprise, and he steadily gave up ground, backing slowly towards the end of the lacuna. Sparks flew as their blades clashed. Still, Glissa pressed on, driven by fury. Malil reached the lip of the tunnel and teetered on the edge. With a yell, Glissa swung the heavy cipher arm like a hammer, causing Malil to jerk sideways to avoid the blade. The elf girl's levelless scimitar came down on Malil's wrist, and she felt the blade connect with flesh and bone. Yes, definitely not all metal. Malil's sword hand clanged against the floor, and the blade melted into a puddle of silver. Scarlet blood sprayed from the stump on Malil's wrist, and the metal man gasped in shock. He obviously hadn't expected this, yet he didn't scream, didn't make a sound, in fact. Well, what do you know? Glissa said with a smirk. Like father, like son. Malil slowly clamped his remaining hand over the bleeding end of his right forearm and squeezed. The flow of blood slowed to a trickle and the metal man winced. Glissa couldn't ask for a better opening than that. She took 3 steps towards her stunned enemy and drew the scimitar back for a clean cut through Malil's neck. The metal man simply looked up from his stump, smiled, and twitched his intact hand in an imperceptible movement. The elf girl heard a sound like a knife scraping a whetstone, and a second sword-length blade popped into existence, this one extending directly from the stump of Malil's wrist. Unfortunately for Glissa, by the time the weapon had fully extended, the business end was sticking out of her lower back. Chapter 7. Divided. Since he'd met Glissa, Slobad had been in danger on countless occasions. The goblin had been shot at, stabbed, cut, singed, gained and lost more friends than they wanted to think about, endured leonine threats and shamanic torture, found himself imprisoned by crazy elves and put on trial for a crime he hadn't even seen, let alone committed, and was once briefly buried under a stump by a giant beetle that had mistaken Slobad for baby food. The goblin would have rather have gone through all of those experiences one after another all over again, rather than be where he was right now. He wriggled in the iron grip of 3 strong hands, each big enough to cover the goblin's head. As if to confirm his assessment, a 4th hand clamped over his mouth, forcing him to take deep breaths through his pointed nose. Held fast, Slobad assessed his predicament as best he could. The goblin had expected some changes, but was stunned to see what had happened to the interior in the short time since the explosion that had created the green lacuna. Things had changed all right, but not for the better. The interior of Mirrodin had gotten noisy. That was the only word for it, Slobad decided. The clanking and clacking of millions of sets of silver legs reverberated weirdly in the atmosphere, scattered by the spires that grew like stalagmites towards Mother's Heart. The seething mana core at the world's centre described in the holy book of Croc. Everywhere Slobad looked, he saw movement, and spotted at least a dozen different varieties of construct, of all shapes and sizes. Millions of living machines climbed up and down the crystalline towers, filling every crack and crevice on the inner surface. It looked to Slobad for all the world like a bug's nest turned inside out. Except the smallest of the bugs was still large enough to swallow the average goblin's head in one gulp. Most were built on the arachnoid model that Slobad had grown intimately familiar with in the form of levelers, harvesters, and worse. But the variety and specificity he saw in the design of each one was fascinating. The goblin would have given a bag of fire tubes, and might even have thrown in a toe for good measure, if he could just get his hands on some tools, break into one of the bizarre creatures and see how it worked. Or maybe not. Slobad got a good look at one of the chittering insectoids that dashed in along the edge of the lacuna in front of him, and saw that it was not entirely metal. Patches on its back and legs showed where pink flesh had replaced cold metal, just like Bosch, Slobad thought. The death of his golem friend had almost shaken Slobad's faith in his own peculiar luck, which despite his oft-repeated claim of being cursed, always seemed to come through. But Slobad had more immediate concerns than his faltering fortunes. He wasn't in the clutches of a machine, something he might have been able to deal with, but a Vidalcan warrior. Hundreds of them ringed the edge of the mile-wide hole, standing with what felt to Slobad like palpable anticipation. There was something very different about the globe-headed villains. For one thing, they had gotten bigger, judging from the one that was holding him aloft in vice-like hands. Most were at least 15 feet tall. Their increase in size was no more bizarre than their change in appearance. The silvery glass fish bowls the Vidalcan wore over their natural heads were no longer spheres, but had been replaced by fierce-looking translucent battle helmets, topped with a fin-shaped crest. The helmets topped a full suit of armour, similarly adorned with sharp fin blades and unfamiliar runes. The familiar Vidalcan robes were gone. They also weren't saying anything, which in his experience with the Vidalcan was downright inexplicable. The masters of Limingrid loved the sounds of their own voices, yet not one of these Vidalcan had said a word to him. They stood there, clutching wicked-looking hooked spears, breastplates glittering under Mother's Heart. Were these different kinds of Vidalcan? Some warrior caste he hadn't seen before? Or were they the Vidalcan he knew transformed by Memnarch? And where was Memnarch? Slobad heard a strange, garbled sound like a goblin maiden singing her wedding vows in a tar pit. The giant Vidalcan holding up Slobad in a vice grip tilted the goblin's head upwards. "Huh, so you're reading minds now too," the goblin mused.
"Of course, now."
A cold voice sounded inside his skull. Slobad looked and blinked. He'd been so caught up in the wild variety of machine life that he'd missed the enormous grey-black structure that towered over his head. The panopticon had seen better days, and looked like it had been welded together by a goblin apprentice, and not a particularly talented one. From his vantage point below, Slobad could only really see the underside of the structure. Four enormous struts, each as tall as the lacuna was wide, supported a ring shape that might have been a platform, but for all the goblin could tell, it might have just been the underside of the huge cylindrical tower. The gaping hole in the centre of the ring lined up right over the green lacuna, which had given Slobad and Glisser an unobstructed view of the mana core from inside the tunnel. Well, not quite unobstructed. Half a mile over his head, the goblin saw a tiny diamond shape, improbably suspended in the exact centre of the ring. No struts or lines supported it. It was just there, and almost impossible to make out against the light of the Mother's Heart. "Oh, there's Memnarch," Slobad muttered. Glisser's eyes goggled in surprise as she stared incredulously at the blade that neatly skewered her through the gut. The pain hit, and her makeshift weapon clattered to the ground as she doubled over the blade. flailing at Milil's twisted, bloody stump. The metal man slid the blade out of Gus's belly as easily as he inserted it, and the sword disappeared into his wrist bone. The elf girl dropped to her knees, coppery green blood pouring from her wound. It felt like he'd definitely hit an organ. She grasped vainly at Milil, but dizziness soon won out, and the elf girl fell over sideways. "Do not fear, elf. My master will not allow your death, but you really must stop breaking his playthings," Milil said calmly. He picked up his severed hand, which lay inches from Gus's face. She struggled to keep drawing breath, and thrust a fist into her gut to staunch the bleeding as she watched the metal man. Milil pressed the severed end of his hand into his wrist and whispered a few strange phrases that reminded her of the lilting tongue she'd heard among the spires of Lumingrad. Then a bluish-green glow wrapped around his wrist like a bandage for a few seconds, and dissipated just as quickly. When the spell was done, Milil's hand appeared good as new. Gussa knew she was on the verge of passing out, and as soon as she lost enough blood she would never wake up again. She dragged herself with one hand to Milil's feet. She tried to raise a hand to grab his shin, but the metal man simply stepped back, depriving her of even that last defiant act. "She is fading, Orland," Milil called over his shoulder. "Be a good minion and bandage her up, won't you?" Gussa blinked, trying to stay awake. She pushed her fist hard into her gut, amplifying her pain but also her determination to be ready for Orland when he came for her. She wasn't going down without a fight, and she wasn't going to be Memnuk's tool. It would be better to die here than see the so-called Guardian take her spark and use it to spread his madness at will. Gussa gasped as Orland rose into view at the lip of the lacuna. First, she saw the toe of a black, shiny boot. Then the Vidalcan swung his bulk over the edge, not unlike a door on a hinge, and he stood towering in front of her. "Vision going fast," she muttered. "Oh, Vidalcan's that big." The only answer Gussa got was two vice-like hands that clamped around her shoulders. She couldn't hold back an anguished scream as the giant Vidalcan jerked her to her feet. She felt warmth spread over her belly as her fist slipped from her open wound and blood began flowing freely again. Orland didn't say a word, but held Gussa firmly in his upper set of hands. She felt the Vidalcan's second lower set of palms press firmly against the entry and exit wounds. Without warning, something flat slithered around her abdomen, binding her wound, but not so tightly that the pain made her pass out. She gazed down at her belly and saw wide, silvery cloth encasing her torso. A few spots of blood peppered the cloth, but the bandages seemed to have slowed the blood considerably, if not stopped the hemorrhaging. The cloth glowed with a faint blue corona. Gus's head rolled back and she stared up at Orland. The helmet that encased the Vidalcan's head looked more martial than before, and a lot bigger. Slobad would have been able to tuck himself completely inside one of the helmets with ease. As her head bobbed up like a child's toy, she mumbled, "Don't you get dizzy up there?" The helmet cocked to one side. "No." What the? Unlike the voice that had taunted her while they were in the tangle, this one was cold, mechanical, and without a hint of deception to it. Had the word come from a Vidalcan? "Yes." "You can hear my thoughts?" Gussa projected, still fighting the haze in her brain that threatened to consume her. "Obviously." With that, Orland released his grip on her shoulders, and Gussa dropped to the floor like a rag doll, sending new lances of pain jabbing through her gut. The towering Vidalcan was already heading back out of the lacuna and into the interior. "Better?" Milil asked innocuously and kicked her in the side. Gussa moaned pitiably and rolled into her stomach, hacking up clots of blood. She needed real medical attention soon, or she was really going to die. Now that she'd seen the giant Vidalcan, the prospect no longer seemed such a favourable option. What good would it be to stop Memnuk's ascension through her own death if it meant everyone on Mirrodin faced enslavement at the hands of magically mutated Vidalcan? "Yes, I thought so," Milil said, and reached down to grab Gussa's ankle. The elf girl put everything she had into the kick. Her boot caught Milil squarely in the jaw. The metal man was thrown backwards and tumbled over the edge of the lacuna and disappeared. Gussa winced and coughed as she struggled to her feet and gave chase. She tripped over her own feet when she reached the edge, and felt a fresh wave of nausea as gravity turned sideways again. The silent Vidalcan assembly stood waiting. One who she thought was Orland, she hadn't gotten a good look at him, and frankly they all looked alike to her, broke from the ring of the menacing four-armed beings and lunged at Glyssa. The elf girl dropped to a crouch when the Vidalcan was on top of her, then came up leading with one shoulder and caught her attacker where his abdomen should be. Using Orland's increased weight against him, the Vidalcan didn't make a sound as he tumbled into the open lacuna. "It's a little pointy about halfway down," she shouted over her shoulder. She didn't know if it was the healing properties of the bandages or simple adrenaline, but Glyssa felt reinvigorated. She clenched one hand into a fist and extended the other palm towards in an invitation. "Anyone else?" She was met with silence, both inside and outside her head. The milky fluid that filled the helmet of the nearest warrior obscured any hint of emotion or intent. If she had to read anything in their behavior, it would have been confusion. They seemed uncertain. "Glyssa!" a familiar voice screamed from directly above. "Help!" Glyssa searched the dazzling sky above and spotted Slobad and his captor, another huge Vidalcan. The pair were lazily floating upwards towards the center of what looked like a patched-together panopticon. "Flare!" she swore, and turned back to the looming Vidalcan, several of which were closing in slowly, obviously weary of being tossed into the pit behind Glyssa. "Sorry, boys, no time to play." Hoping they were as slow as they looked, Glyssa charged in between two of the towering beings. Malil finally emerged from the lacuna behind her and bellowed, "After her!" Glyssa wasn't exactly sure where she was going. She couldn't fly, not without help, and even if she could somehow bring Slobad down safely, the goblin would be in even more danger once he hit the ground. She hopped and danced around dozens of small, skittering artifact creatures that had not been there the last time. Why did Memnarch need millions of diminutive constructs? Why now? The elf girl ducked as a heavy, three-fingered hand swiped overhead. The Vidalcan were right on her tail. She skidded around the wide base of the mycosynth spire and almost collided head-on with a wall of iron. No, not a wall, a leg. Her eyes ran up the length of the flat black tower, one of the four holding up the massive black ring overhead. "Ugh!" Glyssa grunted as the fist connected with the small of her back. Where Malil's blade had skewered her, she slammed face first into the massive support strut holding up 1/4 of the rebuilt panopticon. Despite the blinding pain, it was exactly where she wanted to be. She dug into the iron surface with the claws at the end of each hand, gaining solid purchase, then kicked back like an angry pack animal. She felt a satisfying crash as one foot shattered a Vidalcan faceplate. She scrambled hand over hand up the side of the mammoth black support strut. Every time Glyssa pulled herself another few feet, agony pierced her abdomen, but she kept going, ignoring it. She ignored the warm blood that once again flowed from her wounds, and the greenish copper stains that seeped into her bandages. She ignored the ominous hum of the Vidalcan machinery kicking into gear far below, and growing closer by the second. She craned her neck and caught sight of Slobad and his Vidalcan captor once again. They were hard to make out against the dazzling energy output of the core, but they were the only things moving up there. She involuntarily groaned and dug her claws to continue the ascent when the wide shadow fell over Glyssa. Keeping one set of talons firmly embedded in the metal, she slowly turned out one hand into a fist to see what she could see. Malil stood before her astride of one of many varieties of Vidalcan hovercraft, in which Glyssa had grown far too familiar over the last few weeks. His arms were crossed, and his cold, metallic features twisted into a smile. The effort to show amusement looked awkward on the metal man. But maybe he just hadn't had much practice, Glyssa thought deliriously. She was fading fast again. What little blood she had had left drained into the soaked bandages around her torso. Her grip was slipping. "Tell Memnarch he can find his spark somewhere else," she said, and squinted up at the tiny dot that now moved through the ring above and disappeared against the bright light of the mother's heart. "Sorry, Slobad," she whispered, and let go. Chapter 8. The Conscience of the Car.
"Please, my car, you must hold still," the healer insisted. "I cannot set the bandages if you keep moving."
Now please, just breathe as steadily as you can and be patient. Be patient and behave.
Only a healer would speak with such impudence.
Raksha Golden Cub snarled with a deep growl and involuntarily sneezed. Glittering green flies buzzed around the tent, causing metallic dust to swirl in the candlelight. The sounds of battle on the plains, no more than half a mile distant, failed to penetrate the enchantments that helped maintain a calm, quiet atmosphere. Though a fighter born and bred, the Leonin Ka of Taj Nar was glad for a brief respite from the howling din of war. Of course, at the moment, that respite made him Shonen's only patient, and his childhood nursemaid felt free to speak her mind. At least now the two of them were alone. Shonen's usual familiarity would be a gross breach of custom, and disrespect technically worthy of execution according to ancient law. Still, he could no more blame Shonen than he could ever bring himself to punish her for being honest with him. He had almost gotten himself killed.
If I could breathe steadily, I wouldn't be...
Raksha wheezed.
Hush.
The older healer placed a paw over the golden cub's mouth.
Only a Ka would give his healer such grief. How long have I looked after every cut and scrape?
Some 30 years?
Yes, could you just...
Raksha managed.
Haven't I always managed to put you back together after these adventures? Remember that time you tried to grow night-blooming razor grass under your bed?
Shonen's light brown muzzle split into a grin that exposed only the tips of her eye teeth.
I must have been pulling blades from your haunches for a day and a half, she said,
wrapping the last length of the silver gauze around the bound wounds that cut across Raksha's chest. The healer closed her golden eyes and purred a soft incantation, and the Leonin Ka felt the bandages fixing firmly around his torso. The sharpest of the pain began to ebb away, leaching into the enchanted wrappings. He drew a breath and felt only a tingling, where before the pain had been like 1,000 razor cuts. The material didn't just help with the pain, it also expanded with his diaphragm as he breathed, and remained fast against his hide, even as he slipped off the side of the bed and straightened to his full imposing height.
The Nim claws have proven to be quite resistant to our healing magic, my Ka,
Shonen said, flashing teeth in an expression of frustration.
That's why I had to rely on those stitches. By the way, in the bandages, they're of Lumengrid manufacture. I found them on my travels. I ordered several lots for distribution around the healer corps while I was there. Come to think about it, they're late. But what do you think? They work, do they not?
We did not need stitches or Vidalcan trickery to heal.
Yes, you did, the healer interrupted. And you must listen for a change, my Ka. To your elder, grant me that courtesy.
Raksha nodded.
You were unconscious when they brought you in from the battlefield. Every binding spell I attempted simply flashed into nothing. You were bleeding to death. The Nim have some enchantment, something that I can't counter.
She turned and busied herself by putting away her medicines.
The bandages are a stopgap measure, and will let your body heal the wound on its own. I despise turning to the slave mongers for aid, but our losses. Many more warriors will die without this Vidalcan trickery. She bowed her head. My Ka, I must be blunt.
You usually are.
Shonen nodded in respect.
You must let Yuksha take command of the troops. You know he desires command, even if he won't tell you directly.
Shonen left her medical kit and placed a hand gently on Raksha's shoulder.
And our people cannot afford to lose you. The bandages can only do so much.
He thanked the gods once more that the old nurse had survived so many campaigns at his side. Her counsel, even when he didn't agree with it, always prompted him to find a better solution on his own. The Ka doubted he'd be the leader he was if not for Shonen, and her recent return from journeys abroad had been welcome. Though ostensibly a sabbatical, the wise old Leonin had acted as an ambassador with some of the scattered tribes, forming trade pacts with other humans, goblins, and others that had never met the Leonin before. Still, some of her more outlandish claims were taken with a grain of salt. In her later years, Shonen had developed a habit of embellishing her stories for effect. Or maybe he'd just started noticing. She claimed to have seen, for example, a pit in the center of the Oxida Mountains that went all the way to the center of the world. Whatever her proclivity for fanciful stories, her advice had never steered him wrong. Raksha placed his paw over Shonen's.
I have already considered it, but I cannot return to Tajnar. They drove me back there once.
But they had help, did they not?
These artifact creatures. Please, Kashi, Shonen pleaded. Think of your wounds and your recovery, and the omen.
Raksha bristled slightly at the childhood nickname.
You were right, Shono, he growled, responding in kind and lapsing into less formal speech. Our people cannot afford to lose me. That means I can no more return home than leave this world. Our survival will be decided on these plains under my watch, though I give immediate control of the troops to Yaksha. Nothing else is acceptable, he added. As for the omen, you said yourself, the seers haven't been able to determine whether it's even an evil one.
My Ka, how could a new sun be a good omen? Shonen insisted. The very world we stand upon coming apart.
I don't think so, Raksha said, shaking his head. I can't explain why, but the presence of that green sun, it feels right. The world feels right, like a great weight has shifted in the sky, bringing everything into balance. I can sense it in my bones. It can only be an omen of victory. It is no disaster.
Really? That is what you feel in your bones, is it?
With all due respect, my Ka, I think it's tied to that Viridian elf girl. The sun did emerge from the Tangle, the elves' homeland.
Shonen made a noise halfway between a growl and a snort.
Has it occurred to you that Ushanti may have been right about her, that this new sun is just the beginning of an end? If it is tied to Glissa, whom I remind you we have called friend, Raksha shot back, then it can only be a good omen, and Ushanti no longer has my confidence. You know this. We allow you to speak freely, Sean, but we are Ka. We guard the Temple of Light and the secrets of the Great Deep. We will fight, and we will survive. If anything, the green sun is a sign that should bring us renewed hope.
The healer sighed.
So should Yuksha begin writing his coronation speech. I can only do so much against this Nim necromancy, my Ka,
Shonen said, sidling into the closed tent flap.
You will not heal if you do not rest for at least a week. If you do not heal, you will die. It is that simple. Need I remind you that you have not produced an heir? Your cousin is a noble Leonin, but proud. He is not ready to rule, but he is ready to lead.
The healer crossed her arms across her chest, straightened as best her age-racked body would allow, and locked eyes with Raksha. The car was silent, lost in contemplation. Shonen stood her ground, cocking her ears curiously.
Very well, Sean,
Raksha finally said.
We shall stay off the field. You are right. Yaksha is ready to command them. There, he said it.
He felt curiously exhilarated and more relaxed, which might have been the Vidalcan bandages working their magic.
He's been ready for months. Maybe so, and he's desired command for even longer. But unless our warriors trust his command, it doesn't matter how ready anyone thinks he is,
Raksha said calmly, as the soothing curative magic diffused through his body.
His performance in this campaign has earned that trust, and that is why he is ready for field command. But this must be taken slowly. If the car retreats to Tajnar and leaves Yashar in command, morale suffers. You know how soldiers are. The rumors about the horrible wounds the Golden Cub suffered at the hands of the fearsome Nim will be back at Tajnar before we are, and the Nim will have won.
What do you propose? Shonen asked expectantly. Raksha could tell she was beginning to think along the same lines as he was.
The Nim press forward every day, every hour. The damned Mephedros swallows another few acres of Glimmen Void. Every minute, another blade of razor grass rusts away into that rot.
The corrosive properties of the Mephedros aren't exactly something you can change through sheer will, Shonen said pragmatically. Nor is Geth.
We were mistaken to think he wouldn't raise another army sooner or later. He was only cowed for a time by the elf girl. You have enemies, my car, and he is more mercenary than necromancer. He could be working for anyone. Unless he's finally acting independently, Raksha said. The new moon, the lever attacks, these damned Vidalcan, they've thrown everything up in the air. But it's no matter. If it's him, we shall take his head personally. The more immediate concern is how to stop the things that are spreading the dross. We've slowed them down, but it has all been one long retreat ever since the resurgence. You don't think Geth is in charge anymore, do you? Shannon asked. Something is different about them now. They're more organized. They're smarter. A tangled mob of zombies is one thing. An organized army is another matter. This isn't Geth's style. Raksha began to pace slowly in front of the healer, oblivious to the way Shonen winced with every step he took. That still leaves you with the water fight. This new leader, if he is somehow new, will reveal himself in time, Shonen said. But it is the one who sent the machines against you. A change of command may not be enough. Sean, we may need you to pull ambassadorial duty again. See if you can get any help from the human tribes, starting with the Caravaneers if you can find them. Yes, my car. But your leave, I shall sign my finest apprentice to tend to your health. But what will you do? The men need to see we're fighting back with our brains as well as our blades. Starting tonight, we stop retreating. We establish a field command post, a den away from home where we can plan strategy and house troops, as well as stockpiles, supplies, weapons, and armor. Can you really spare the resources? The men? Shonen looked doubtful. We don't have a choice. It's either draw the line here or lose the Glimmervoid to the Nim. Taj-Nar will never fall, he added with a toothy grin. But we'll be damned if we're going to lose any more of the ancestral plains. Raksha walked gingerly to the tent flap and drew it back slightly, allowing the clamour of battle to suddenly burst into the tent. The car's ears twitched, listening to the night. His whiskers detected nothing moving in the blackness. Greenish silver mist, a foul blend of the dust of the plains and necrogen atmosphere of the dross obscured the distant fighting, but the howling Nim and the roaring Leonin fighters sounded just a little closer than when he had gone into his tent. He twitched his ears and focused his sharp hearing on a particularly violent fight that he should have been leading. Raksha's ears snapped forward. For a moment he could have sworn he'd heard a human voice chanting. He vainly scanned the night with feline ears, but the voice, if it had been there at all, was lost in the din of clashing blades and dying warriors. Despite the promise of Shonan, he instinctively rested his hand on his sword hilt and waved in one of the guards at the door. A young Leonin named Jeffra. The inexperienced warrior somehow simultaneously straightened to attention and ducked awkwardly into the tent, careful not to jab the car with the silver battle scythe clutched in his hand. The warrior was new to Raksha's guard detail, and was painfully and obviously anxious at being called into an audience with his lord and master. Yes, my car, Jeffra stuttered. We need to speak with Yaksha. Fetch him immediately. My car commander, Commander Yaksha is on the front line. We know that, Jeffra. You send him there, Raksha grinned. We have every confidence in you, warrior. The car slipped a slim dagger from his belt and offered the hilt to the youthful guard. The small dagger had been a gift from Yaksha, and carried a moderate morale-boosting enchantment. It would help keep the young guard's confidence, he knew. Show him this, and he'll understand the urgency, but do not give him the dagger. That would be an insult. Do you know why? Presenting a weapon to a field commander in the field, even if his life is threatened, symbolizes a lack of confidence. A commander must rely on what he brings with him, for he leads alone, Jeffra said crisply, falling into the military discipline of a well-trained Leonin warrior. Correct, Jeffra, Raksha said. But remember also that only a fool refuses an ally. You want to know a secret? Of course, my car, Jeffra stammered. The prohibition against giving weapons to field commanders arose long ago, before Great Deccan united the tribes of the Leonin, Raksha said.
Yes, my car.
Be quiet and listen. It started as a competition among the strongest fighters of tribes of war, who were the leaders of those tribes. Our people knew the futility of waging all-out war against their own kind even before Deccan, and these leaders, these champions, settled disputes between tribes one-on-one. It saved a lot of lives.
Yes, I imagine so, my car.
Any Leonin champion who accepted help from anyone in such a contest was disgraced. The fight would end immediately, and the rule breaker would forfeit. But not only did he lose the fight, he dishonored the tribe. The only way to redeem themselves was to tear their own champion apart with their bare claws.
Raksha said.
It was a fine system. Do you understand why we tell you this, Jeffra?
To educate me, my car?
Yes.
In the history of our people?
Not exactly. We tell you this for two reasons. First, you must realize that some of our proud traditions have a reason very different from what you might have been taught.
And the second, my car? Jeffra asked nervously.
Traditions are made to be broken, Raksha said. Yaksha adheres rigidly to our traditions, but if you ever see him surrounded by Nim without a weapon in sight, toss him a scimitar.
Thank you, my car. What shall I do after delivering your message, my car?
Well, sticking that dagger into the nearest Nim would be a good start, Raksha replied. Point the sharp end away from you.
Yes, sir, Jeffra said, eyes flashing, and then he turned to leave. He opened the tent flap and promptly collided with a blonde human female clad in silver and aquamarine clothes. Her skin bore a metallic tinge of cerulean, and she carried an air of authority. The strange human stepped calmly into the tent as if it were her own. Raksha, stunned by the intrusion but not yet feeling threatened, placed a hand on his sword hilt.
Who dares enter our present? How did you gain entry to our camp? Are you friend or an enemy? He asked.
A friend of a friend, the human wizard said. I am Bruina. I have travelled here by magical means. Glissa needs your help. Raksha had not expected to hear that name again soon. Glissa had left Tajna a friend of the Leonin, but he could not help but blame her in part for Rishan's death. Still, the elf was courageous, and the card did not give his friendship lightly or retract it without an honourable reason.
First, tell us how you got here. Then we shall hear what you have to say.
Magic. I used a teleportation spell, the woman explained. Your perimeter is secure, I assure you. I regret I don't have time to greet you with the protocol due to a regent of your stature, Raksha Golden Cub, Ka of Tajna, but my business is of the utmost. With a roar, Jeffra leaped to his feet and stepped between Raksha and the newcomer, battle scythe at the ready. You will leave at once, the guard bellowed. The car's presence is in... The robed woman raised a hand and traced an ornate pattern in the air. Jeffra froze in mid-sentence. Raksha opened his mouth to ask what the mage had done to his guard, when she saw that Shonen too was completely still. In fact, neither she or Jeffra appeared to be breathing. Only the human moved as she calmly advanced on the car. Raksha's sword was in his hand in a flash, causing the robed woman to stop short.
What did you do? He demanded.
Stopped time briefly. Forgive me, I must speak to you without interruptions.
You claim to know Glissa. Why should we believe you, wizard? Why should we not cut you down where you stand?
Raksha snarled, brandishing his sword menacingly. The human woman stood her ground. Bring her in, she called over her shoulder, and the tent flap parted to reveal a young elf girl wearing a patch over one eye and an ornate slagworm breastplate carved with intricate runes. In her arms she held a still familiar form. The girl's resemblance to the unconscious woman she held was unmistakable. Sisters, Raksha guessed. Glissa, the car whispered, what happened to your eye? This is Lies, Telgelad Chosen and Glissa's sister, Bruina said, and raised her hands, palms upwards. The unconscious one is Glissa. I was able to magically retrieve her from a perilous situation.
but I am no healer. I got her out, but I don't know if I can keep her alive."
Raksha sighed and sheathed his weapon.
"Very well, but you shall have to let time commence, human. The finest healer in the Glimmervoid is standing right over there, but she can't hear a word you're saying."
Chapter 9. Family Matters. "So bad," Glyssa cried, sitting bolt upright on the cot. She couldn't see a thing, and for a moment she thought she was back in the prison tree. Then sensation returned in a rush, and the elf girl gasped. Someone was pressing a cool, damp cloth against her forehead, which was why she couldn't see. "There, there," a soft, purring voice whispered in her ear. The accent and dialect were Leonin, and probably female, though it was difficult to be sure. Glyssa felt a warm feeling of safety wash over her as the voice began a soothing chant, and the elf girl relaxed a bit. "Where am I?"
"The private quarters of the car,"
a deep, familiar voice rumbled. The chanting Leonin lifted the cool cloth from her eyes. Glyssa sat on a cot made of soft Duroc leather inside a cavernous room. No, a tent, she corrected herself when she saw one wall wafting in the wind. 4 small fire tubes lit the room, dimly illuminating 3 figures that jumped from their seats at the table not far away and dashed to her side. Raksha, Golden Cub, wearing fresh bandages like the one around Glyssa's own wound, moved slowest of the trio, or perhaps that was his regal demeanor in action. A king. A king does not arrive anywhere first. Rowena wore a look of relief, and Lies, Glyssa was somewhat relieved to see, had a grin a mile wide. Her sister's attitude seemed to have improved since she last saw her. "How did I get here?"
"The connection between siblings allows many forms of magic to work of a long distance,"
Rowena began, but was cut off by Lies. "Glyssa!" gasped her sister, and launched into a rapid-fire recount of the events that had brought them all back together. "It was me! We were almost here. We had to walk after a while. Rowena needed to regain her strength, I guess. When you were in trouble, I heard you, or felt you, or something. It's hard to explain. Then Rowena used me finding you to find where to focus her magic. And then she cast this teleportation thing that made all my hair stand up on the end, and there you were." Lies sounded very much like the excitable youth Glyssa had left behind only weeks ago. She had a hand tentatively on Glyssa's shoulder. "Glyssa, I'm so glad you're okay. I'm sorry I blamed you for... I'm just sorry. It wasn't your fault, none of it is." Glyssa gaped. Lies hadn't just had a change of heart. She'd had some kind of magical epiphany.
"Among the Nurok, close family can often feel each other's strong emotions over long distances," Rowena offered. "Perhaps you experienced something similar, Lies."
The chanting Leonin healer standing nearby had obviously not gotten to her abdominal wound yet. Glyssa held her sister's hand for a few seconds and then gently pushed her away. "Lies," Glyssa said, clutching her temple in her one-clawed hand, and unable to disguise the irritation she suddenly felt welling up. A brand new headache that had set up shop in her temple didn't help matters. "You were supposed to come straight here. What were you thinking?" Lies looked as if she'd been slapped in the face. "I can't believe you." "All right, next time I'll just let you die," Lies said. "Follow your example. Next time I won't even try to help someone who's shouting in my brain." Okay, maybe Glyssa had misplayed this. She clenched her fists and rose from the cot, feeling her own temper rising as her health returned. "Do you really want to do this now?" Glyssa asked, taking a slow step towards her sister, and before her brain thought better of it, added, "I thought you were past this. Just grow up, will you?" "Way ahead of you," Lies said bitterly. She flipped up her eye patch, revealing an empty red pit. Glyssa involuntarily gasped. "Take a good long look, sister. I grew up fast." "The healer, maybe she can help you?" Glyssa said. "She tried. Nothing works. Magic cauterization or something." "I spoke out of line. I'm sorry," Glyssa began. "Sorry for everything. Everything that's happened and my part in it. If that makes you hate me even more, fine, and I'm grateful you saved me. That was incredibly brave. I was scared, and I had given up hope. Thank you." Lies eyed Glyssa incredulously. You're welcome," she said at last. "It was still dangerous," Glyssa added. "That didn't scare me," Lies said. "No, but it should. We're all we got left, Lias. You and me and our friends, she added, indicating the others in the tent. But please, just promise me something. What? Don't play games with your life again, even to save me, Glyssa said. I can't do that, Glyssa. And I don't hate you, Lias said. I know, Glyssa said. And I know you're probably not going to listen to me, but I had to ask. Lias's look flashed a concern. Slowbad, what happened to him?
Slowbad, what has become of our old friend?
Raksha interrupted, his ears pinned against his skull in a display of alarm that surprised Glyssa, who had been under the impression the killer thought of Slowbad as little more than an ex-slave with keen mechanical talents. The Leonin spun Lias around by the shoulders none too gently.
Speak, Elfling.
Easy, your carness, Glyssa said, placing a hand on the Leonin's chest and shoving him back. Raksha was so surprised, he only looked from her hand to his chest and back. Haven't you been listening? Don't jump to conclusions.
Strange things are indeed afoot, my car, Brana said. We must all remain more open-minded.
You shoved me? Raksha said. She doesn't know what happened to Slowbad, Glyssa said, so back down. You shoved me? The car repeated. Raksha, you can execute me later when all of this is over. You can bring me up in front of the great Deccan himself and have my entrails read for prophecies, but right now, just lay off my sister. You're asking the wrong elf. Raksha's ears twitched, but he muttered,
Certainly.
Okay, one of the Vidalcan took Slowbad, Glyssa said.
Took him? Why not kill him?
Raksha asked. Because, as it turns out, I'm not the only one Memnarch was after, Glyssa said. Battered, cut and bruised, Glyssa stalked the floor in the dim candlelight that glittered around the silver tent. She reminded Raksha of a sky hunter. Indeed, she'd taken to the Terrans readily enough when he first met the Viridian elf, though she still needed to work on landings. Perhaps there would be a place for her in Taj-Nar, if that was what she wanted him to believe was true. It didn't take long for Glyssa to get through the rest of her tale, how she and Slowbad had fared after leaving Taj-Nar. Raksha was stunned, an entire world beneath his feet, a madman at the centre of it all. The Ka had always considered himself well-travelled. Indeed, the historians assured him that he had ranged wider and farther in his conquest and exploration than any Ka for 1,000 years. Yet it seemed like there was much more about Mirrodin that he had never reckoned. He wondered bitterly how much of this truth Glyssa now related to him had been kept back by Ushanti over the years. He and his seer would be having a good long talk when he returned to Taj-Nar. If he returned to Taj-Nar. Glyssa's story of her travails with Memnarch, from the Guardian's plan to ascend to godhood, to the knowledge that nothing on Mirrodin was native to the metallic plane, had dashed most of the beliefs Raksha had ever held sacred. For the first time in decades, the Golden Cub began to doubt that the Nim were the worst things fate had to throw at him. They were still the only two awake. The Ka had dispatched the battered but still confident Jeffra to retrieve Yaksha from the front lines and left Shonen to treat the other wave of wounded. Bruana and Lias were both asleep on the far side of the spacious quarters. The pair needed the rest, and with the full company of Raksha's personal guards standing watch outside, they finally felt safe to do so. The Ka could still clearly hear fighting far off on the Razor Plains.
Shonen knows far more than we do on the subject, Raksha said. But my people also have legends of a world inside a world. Dakan called it Tav-Rakshan.
Tav-Rakshan? Glyssa asked, arching one slim green eyebrow.
Rakshan means Hall of the Eternal Sun.
So your name is really Eternal Sun Golden Cub? Glyssa asked.
Raksha is a family name. It's literally Lord of the Eternal Sun Golden Cub, if you must know. That is besides the point, however.
I wonder what elves would remember if we could, Glyssa thought out loud.
The generational memory cleansing. You told us about it. It strikes us as rather unwise, Raksha said. But these troll creatures had actual written records?
No, I said they used to. Champh erased them, so we, the elves, wouldn't know the truth, Glyssa said.
You described this Champh as an ally who fell bravely in battle. Why did he hide the truth from you? Raksha protested.
I guess he never thought someone like me would come along, Glyssa said. By the time Chump figured out a role Memnarch wanted me to play in his scenario, all he had time for was to save me. They sat silently for a moment. Glyssa idly twirled a strand of her black emerald hair at the end of a claw, and seemed to become intimately intrigued with the fine decorative patterns that ringed the lightweight folding table. Raksha smoothed his whiskers with one paw and coughed.
This lacuna, is it still there in the tangle? Raksha asked and rose from his chair.
It's there all right, Glyssa nodded.
That explains the new sun.
Moon.
The new sun, Raksha continued with mild irritation. It's not an omen or a sign.
No, it was an eruption, Glyssa said. I suppose you could call it part of the natural process of things. The core just couldn't stay out of balance like that. Her eyes flashed with anger. The lacuna and the new moon.
Sun?
The big green ball in the sky is just raw energy. Like a core, it's pure mana, and it doesn't have a conscience. But that power in the hands of Memnarch, that could have been the end right there. That's your bad omen, or a warning. Raksha returned with 2 mugs of steaming oil that smelled somewhat like well-aged nush, and offered one to Glyssa. Thanks, she said, and took the heavy iron container in both hands, balancing it on her knees. Raksha remained on his feet as habit took over, and he paced the interior of his tent.
Why didn't the explosion kill this Memnarch as well?
I don't know, Glyssa said. Protective magic? A big mirror? Dumb luck? My bad luck. How isn't necessarily important right now, but we'll find out. Still, at the time, Slowbad and I thought we had killed him. The blast flattened a few square miles of the tangle. It killed hundreds, maybe thousands of creatures from what I could see, and it did this to my hair, and the elves. She took a deep breath and her voice became cold. Yulin mentioned that dozens of elves disappeared when it happened. No elves have ever lived close to the Radix, but anyone who was in the tangle when the lacuna blew open must be dead. It's unfortunately the only explanation.
But also dead are those armies of artifacts, Raksha said. You destroyed them. Had we not already witnessed this power of yours firsthand, we would doubt your claim.
The inside was crawling with them, though. Some kinds I've never seen. Some looked like normal animals, but entirely metal. I don't know how he's making them, or even if he is making them, but it looked like he had plenty of company down there. And yes, I do seem to have some kind of ability, but it doesn't always work, and it drains me.
What do you think might have happened to the goblin? Raksha asked.
Isn't it obvious, Glyssa said, settling into a soft folding chair. He's going to use Slowbad to manipulate me. The little guy's a hostage, and damn it, it's working. I'm feeling pretty manipulated, but I'm still going to go and save him, Raksha.
We do not doubt it, Glyssa, Raksha replied.
The car was glad for this time to speak alone with Glyssa. Among all these strange visitors who of late kept turning his well-ordered, albeit violent, world upside down, he trusted her the most. What's more, he liked her for an elf. The 2 of them were bound by a common enemy that had singled out each of them for death. He too had been attacked by Memnarch's machines the night Glyssa's family was killed, though he'd heretofore thought the Vidalcans were behind the plot. Yet for some reason Memnarch and his Vidalcan minions had sent no more cursed artifacts beasts to attack Taj-Nar once the elf girl had departed. Glyssa claimed it was her special power, this spark that Memnarch desired. That made all the difference. Raksha didn't like being attacked by mysterious forces he didn't understand, but to be attacked and somehow not be worthy of the fight made him hate Memnarch even more. Glyssa drew on the mug of Leonin Nush and stared into the sparkeron coals burning in the small pit in the middle of the tent. The flammable metal, a common enough substance all over Mirrodin, crackled as a bit of oil dripped off the small game animal Raksha was preparing on a spit. The Leonin car followed Glyssa's eyes as she watched a tiny orange spark flutter up at the column of heat, through a vent and into the night sky. In moments, the cinder had joined the thousands upon thousands that filled the heavens.
Forgive me,
Raksha's baritone rumbled, as the drink soothed his nerves. He slipped again into a more informal tone.
The last few weeks have been hectic. violent. I've lost too many men, and the Leonin need to make a stand soon before we're fighting the Nim at our front door again. I do not like being cornered. I do not like to lose warriors or friends.
Roshan. Glissa spoke the name that Raksha still could not bring to his lips without breaking his composure. Sorry, I'd forgotten. Slabad used to tell me about he thought he'd been jinxed. Thought he was a jinx. But I guess I'm the one who's really bad luck, huh? Raksha turned, wincing as the bandages moved with him, and made his chest feel like a pincushion again.
You are not responsible for Rishan's death, he whispered, choking slightly on the name of his lost beloved,
the seer Ushanti's daughter.
And despite what you say, I doubt you caused Slobad's death either.
He raised his iron mug.
To the lost and the missing.
Glissa lifted her mug in 2 hands. The lost, and those who will be found. They drank and passed the next half a minute in silence. The moment was shattered with the clamour of scattered skirmishing that rang in the distance. Jeffrar appeared at the entrance to Raksha's tent. Behind him stood Raksha's cousin, Yaksha, an imposing figure in a burnished silver armour plate, like the rest of him was spattered with an alternating pattern of green and red blood. The green came from the Nim. It was too light to be Viridian, fortunately.
My car, sir, reporting as orders with the commander, Jeffrar began.
Yaksha unceremoniously pushed his way past the young guard and came muzzle to muzzle with Raksha.
What is it, Kashi? I am needed on the front,
Raksha's cousin roared. Raksha's reaction was immediate and painful for his impertinent cousin. The backhand caught the commander across the right jaw and knocked him back into the hapless Jeffrar, who fell backwards at the tent. Yaksha stayed light on his feet and kept his balance, hissing, but the younger Leonin turned his ears forward and bowed his head slightly. Body language that told Raksha he'd made his point clear to his cousin. Such language from a subordinate was intolerable.
You, Kashkar, are required where and when your car says you are required, Raksha growled, the menace rising in his voice. You are also blood, and that means we trust you, even if we don't particularly like you. We trust your nature, which is as honorable as ours. You are impulsive, you are headstrong, you are not yet the finest commander in the field, but you will be.
My car,
Yaksha snarled and dropped one knee, head still bowed.
My blood is still hot with battle. Forgive your humble kin. I serve Tajnar and the Golden Cup. What is it you will of me?
Raksha grinned.
Don't overdo it, Kish.
Yaksha looked up and noticed Glissa, who was watching the scene over her mug with an arched eyebrow. The commander's fur bristled along the back of his neck, and his inner ears blushed a rusty red. He shoved off of one knee and returned to his feet.
All right, we're even, my car, yet still I stand ready to serve.
Good, Raksha said, and indicated Glissa, who set her glass on the floor and made ready to rise. No, please, stay where you are. You are a guest in the car's home. Yaksha, meet Glissa of the Tangle. The human is her ally, the younger elf her sister. Glissa brings news that makes what we're about to tell you even more important than it was when we sent for you. My cousin, always direct and to the point.
Yaksha smiled. Raksha raised a lip and exposed a few teeth, and the smirk disappeared.
You're fortunate we value your independent spirit as much as our blood kinship, Commander. That as much as anything is how you earned a promotion to General.
Shah's jaw dropped.
My car, the Leonin armies have but one general, Raksha's cousin said. Are you...
The meaning of the bandages wrapped around the car's golden torso finally sank in.
We have been ordered by the royal physician to leave active duty for at least a week. But just because the car cannot fight on the field does not mean he is not fighting. We are going to hew a line in the grass and establish a permanent field command that will be our den home fortress until we beat these foul things back into their nests. But you will have to be Car's adjunct on the battlefield.
My car, I am ready to serve, Yaksha said.
Excuse me, my car, Glissa said, but there are a few things you need to know before you begin planning your defences.
Of course, Raksha said. Yaksha will explain all of this later. For now, you're free to return to the front. Spread word among the field commanders that we will soon be moving out, but do not make it sound like a retreat.
Then, in a casual move that belied the act's importance, he drew his sword and offered its blade first to Yaksha. The younger Leonid removed his gauntlets and clutched the blade with his naked paws, squeezing until blood welled up. With a snarl, he pulled the sword smoothly from Raksha's paws, still holding it by the blade, which was now dripping silvery scarlet onto the tent floor. Without wiping either blade or his own paws clean, Yaksha slid the sword into his own belt and replaced his gauntlets.
The blood drives us. The blood of the Ka unites us,
Yaksha said. The blood-stained blade would leave no doubt about his cousin's promotion to general. Raksha felt naked, but he hid it well.
So, tell me about this fortification, Yaksha said, flashing a toothy conspiratorial grin. Not yet, Raksha said, showing his teeth in return. Remain in contact with the runners and await word from your Ka.
He cocked his head, thinking, and added,
It will not be long. Fight well, General. Yes, my Ka.
Yaksha nodded, and then whirled on one padded foot and strode purposefully outside, casting a glance over his shoulder at Glyssa as he slipped through the tent flap. Charm runs in the family, I see, Glyssa said.
He is impertinent, and you are lucky you are an elf and not one of our subjects.
Raksha, I know I promised I wouldn't return until I was safe to do so, but I didn't know where to go. Glyssa bowed her head respectfully. I really thought I was a goner, but they got me out, and now you're giving us a chance. Thank you for your help.
It is good to speak with you again, Glyssa of the Tangle. No more apologies. The past is the past. The only part of that past that concerns us is your story and what we're going to do next, Raksha assured her. One thing is certain. My forces must soon fall back to a more defensible permanent position.
They've really been giving you the sharp end, haven't they? Glyssa said. The Mephedros, I saw it from above. Is it bigger? Mind you, I never really knew how big it was in the first place, but...
You are observant, Raksha said. The Mephedros had consumed our ancestral plains at a pace unheard of since the days of Great Deccan. It hasn't just gotten bigger, it's the Nim. They're a disease, spreading the dross like plague on this land. They're not fighting like the Nim we know. They're smarter, faster. Do you have any idea why that might be?
Glyssa appeared to bristle. No, she said, I don't. She gazed upwards, remembering. I thought we'd beaten them back before I left for the interior, but believe me, Golden Cub, we've got bigger problems than just the Nim.
We believe you, yet they are still a problem, Raksha said. Our problem.
Look, Glyssa said, getting back to her feet. I thought the three of us might be able to get some help here. Maybe the goblins or humans? There has to be some around here.
Please, we get your point, Raksha laughed. Arguing which threat is greater is fruitless. We must deal with them both. We have been quick to temper these last days, and regret implying in any way that you had something to do with the Nim's resurgence.
He ran a hand through his wiry mane and growled deep in his throat.
We have been on the retreat for weeks, after beating them back, only to have them come back so soon and so strong. This is unprecedented.
Glyssa smiled sympathetically. Your nerves are shot.
Our courage has been tested. Our nerves are steel.
He grinned, fangs glistening in the dim light. Right, Glyssa said, and took a pull of the oily knot nush. She held her mug up and examined the bottom. What's this stuff made out of, anyway? She asked.
Razor grass and fresher oil, we think, Raksha said with a grimace. Our soldiers brew it when they're away from Taj Na. It isn't practical to travel with lots of heavy fluids.
Not bad, Glyssa said and coughed. Don't know if I want to make a habit out of it. She shifted her position forward and rested the mug on the woven metal fibres of the tent floor. Raksha, I know my last visit didn't end well.
That is the past, Viridian. You must let the matter rest, as we have. Rushan is with the gods, and her mother has fallen out of our favour. Perhaps you do not understand the significance of our friendship. The friendship of the Leonin Ka is the friendship of the Leonin people. Rishan's death is not on your hands, nor is it on mine. Nor, Raksha added with conviction, is Slobad's capture your fault.
I let him out of my sight. I should have never done that. Is so small.
We have known that goblin much longer than you have, Glyssa. He is no weakling, and his size is no indication of his ability. Over the years, I have counted him lost several times, and he has always returned to Chajna, looking for more work, eager to share tales of his latest misadventure.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means, Raksha growled through a toothy grin, that you shouldn't count him out just yet. From what you have told me, that lacuna is very deep, and Slobad, though he is many things, is a survivor above all.
He stood and bowed his head to the elf girl.
Now please, sleep. You shall have the royal cot, Raksha said, and we shall curl up on the rug and sleep in front of the fire.
Really? Glyssa said, and Raksha could tell she was forming a mental image of the car rolled into a ball and purring like a domesticated tangle cat. Raksha winked.
No, not really. Spare bedroll. Just wanted to see if you were paying attention. Good night, Glyssa of the Tangle. Tomorrow we will make plans. You will help us, and we shall help you. But for now, sleep.
Chapter 10. Goblin in the Machine. Every bone in Slobad's body ached. It was a mixed blessing that he was in too much agony to care about something as minor as aches. He didn't know what was worse, being captured by Memnarch or watching helplessly as Glyssa plummeted to her doom. At least she was getting some peace. Slobad wished he'd been able to follow her on that last adventure, and while he'd mourned his only friend, he also envied her. Death would be preferable to his current predicament. But the goblin's fierce survival instincts were still keeping him alive in spite of himself. Instinct, and Memnarch's twisted form of mercy. Now he was on his own again. No one for Slobad to rely on but Slobad, and this time that probably wouldn't be enough. The goblin hung spread-eagled in an iron torture rack of some kind mounted on one inner wall of what once had been the panopticon. The rack had obviously been designed with larger victims in mind. The thing was big enough to hold a Vidalcan, one of the new augmented Vidalcan big enough to go toe-to-toe with a golem. Short chains shackled Slobad's wrists to the top of the rack, while his feet were bound to either corner. He was left swinging lazily in the chains like a fly in a spider's web. He'd been stripped of possessions and clothing. Before him, the guardian of Mirrodin paced, displaying great agitation. The bulbous serum tank strapped to his carapace sloshed noisily, only half full. Slobad noted with bitter pleasure that Memnarch limped and still wore silver bandages over patches of new flesh. Two of his eyes still looked milky and half-formed. "It thinks it can resist, does my creator," Memnarch said to the sky. "It has much to learn. Malil will show it the error of resistance to the inevitable." The Guardian's 6 eyes, including the 2 fresh ones, flashed with hatred, and instantly a second metal man stepped into the chamber from the shadows. Slobad recognized this one too. Memnarch clickety-clacked away, giving his lieutenant room to work. Slobad saw that the smaller of the pair also bore scars of new flesh. "Goblin," Malil said, "you will tell me what I wish to know. The whereabouts of Glyssa, please." Without warning, he slammed a cruel backhand across Slobad's face. Slobad couldn't understand what they hoped to achieve, let alone why Memnarch seemed to be having a conversation with an invisible creator, but the goblin wasn't about to dishonor Glyssa's memory with betrayal. He spat warm blood and a rusty tooth at Malil's feet, and raised his head to meet the metal man eye to eye. "Go out your mind," he groaned. "Glyssa dead. You lose. No big spark for you, huh?" Slobad chuckled and winced. He had 2 fat lips and at least 1 broken rib. Stupid Vidalcan with their stupid gigantic hands. No finesse at all. Finesse was important. If not for finesse with machines, Slobad would have died a long time ago.
Yes, we should have increased the safeguard. Kept this goblin filth clear of the perfect world, my creator, Memnock said, continuing his apparently one-sided dialogue. They are rather disgusting and obviously only capable of imitating sentience. Mountain vermin. The Guardian laughed at something only he could hear. The elf girl, Millil snapped again.
I know so many, huh?
Slobad said through his battered mouth.
Those elf girls love goblins, huh? Which one you want?
He closed his eyes and awaited the next blow. The blow never came. Instead, Millil turned the crank attached to the rack one full revolution. Slobad screamed as he felt the sickening snaps of his right and then left shoulder forcibly separating from the socket. He felt something pop in each knee, and his lower legs went mercifully numb. If they were still attached, he thought. Through the blinding agony, the gears of Slobad's unusually analytical mind, unusual for a goblin, continued to turn. It dawned on him with sickening certainty that the only thing holding him in one piece was his skin and muscles, stretched almost to the breaking point themselves. His cries reverberated inside the indestructible eye, ringing back into Slobad's bleeding ears. After what felt like hours but was probably only a few seconds, Millil released the cranks, which let a little slack return to the chains that suspended the goblin. Slobad whimpered.
Wait in time. You can't get her, huh? You only got slow bear, huh? Well, this ought to be out of your reach now.
I assure you, she is alive, Millil said simply. Do you doubt the Guardian? The metal man followed the question with a punch to the belly, which made Slobad lose what was left of his last meal in a green spray that spattered Millil's gleaming exterior.
That's what I think of a guardian, huh?
Slobad said and passed out. Strange little vermin, Millil said, but highly resistant to torture. This one is different, my creator, Memnock said. You have sent him to us. You have sent the elf girl. We shall make good use of him once Millil has had his fun. Fun? I merely...
It denies a cruel streak, it denies it,
Memnock said. But it does not matter, my creator. As you said, we do not really need any information from this mountain vermin. His perceptions are ours to control, Millil asked. It was difficult trying to speak to the master sometimes. More accurately, all the time. The device is truly wonderful in design, Khan, Memnock said. The goblin will serve its purpose perfectly. But master, I do not understand the purpose, Millil confessed. Memnock locked the goblin into the device, sending thousands of tiny needles tipped with quicksilver anesthetic solution into Slobad's skin. Perhaps it was overkill, Millil supposed, but his master was not about to let this prisoner escape. The Guardian then stepped into the teleportation circle, recessed into the far corner of the chamber, and disappeared. Millil took another long look at the goblin. The repulsive creature drew slow, shallow breaths, but was stable. He felt a brief twinge of something his analytical mind identified as jealousy. This ridiculous thing, no more than an animal really, was more crucial to his master's plan than Millil himself. Memnock had made it plain that Millil was expendable, beneath notice, yet had taken extraordinary measures to ensure he possessed this goblin, specifically, alive. The Guardian had even deigned to personally seal the creature in the torture device. Millil could not understand it, nor could he understand why he adjusted the restrictive hypodermic-lined braces that held the goblin fast, pressing the needles another half-inch into its rusty green hide. Slobad moaned in pain, even in his comatose state. Millil smiled. He felt better now. Curious. There had to be a word for such feeling of cruel joy at the suffering of one he despised, but he couldn't think of it. The metal man stepped into the circle and recited the exact incantation Memnock had used with mechanical precision. Millil felt a brief hiccup of non-existence and reappeared on the edge of the green lacuna. Beneath the rebuilt panopticon, the dark steel frame of the structure had protected them both where the green lacuna was bored out, but he doubted the panopticon could ever again be the mathematically perfect creation it had once been.
Memnock stood a few feet away, staring into the long, dark tunnel that led to the forest the elf girl called home. Malil noted that his master locked two of his eyes on his lieutenant as soon as the latter appeared. "I must learn part of your great plan, my creator," the Guardian said, beckoning Malil, but still looking down the lacuna. This was as close as Memnock would get to telling his lieutenant to listen. "Malil has a destiny to fulfill, as do I. Malil will make my destiny possible, and Malil will die, along with everything on this world when the time is right." Malil looked at Memnock impassively. "I have never expected to die anywhere but in your service." "Will it miss its life, do you suppose?" Memnock asked the absent Khan. Malil was taken a bit back at this question. "My life? My life is yours to do with as you please, master. How could it be anything else?" Malil dodged. He had not taken a vial of serum with him, and now that his supply was a mile in the air over his head, he found that he was unable to concentrate on anything else. "Of course I'll miss my life, Memnock," he thought. "You can't drink the serum when you're dead." He felt the patches of skin on his face and arms begin to sweat. "As it should be." Memnock scuttled sideways and finally gave Malil his full attention. "Life should not be on this world. I am convinced of this now. Khan, you left this world pure, and despite my efforts, it became tainted with the flesh, as I have. I shall make this right when I ascend, and the removal of life from this sphere shall be a glorious cleansing." Memnock rocked his head slowly right and then left, and shivered as serum pulsed into his system from the massive tanks on his back. The Guardian's gaze lifted to the Manacore. "Malil shall lead the armies that I have created as you instructed, Khan, and take control of the surface world." "Master, I do not understand. The elf girl has devastated the leveler ranks and—" "My magic. I have bathed in its power as you surely intended, my creator," Memnock said. "Behold!" The Guardian spread his silver humanoid arms wide, and all 6 of his eyes took on an emerald sheen. A glossy silver field enveloped Memnock, who clenched both hands into fists. The Guardian's veins bulged along his forearms and temple, and Malil saw spots of reddish blood seeping into his master's bandages. "The army shall rise!" Memnock cried and swept his arms to the sky. The silver glow grew into a translucent sphere, then rapidly grew, dissipating into the surrounding interior of the plane like ripples into a quicksilver pond. Malil's sharp eyes, mercifully as yet untouched by the spore, followed the edge of the shockwave until it completely disappeared over a mile away. The ground swirled like quicksilver, seen through fogged glass, then burst to life. Thousands of small, segmented creatures that hadn't been there before simply grew from the metallic ground. Malil saw Mir, some as small as a goblin, others that would tower over the golem that fought at the elf girl's side. Wicked levelers of cruel design, their whirling rotary chopping blades sending an eerie buzz echoing through the interior, grew to mammoth size within seconds. Arachnoid constructs armed with spiked clubs and scythe blades clanged noisily against the ground, the mycosynth spires in each other. Sleek, predatory ebony shapes that vaguely resembled the beetle-like Nim shambled among them, taking wide swipes with hooked talons at the air and filling the interior with a chorus of low metallic growls that echoed weirdly off the inside of the great sphere. Lupine creations with tusks, sharpened to a molecule's width, were covered in metal fur, lined with barbs. A sterling airborne serpent with iridescent platinum scales swooped low over the growing crowd of bizarre constructs, hissing like shattered glass. Mycosynth dust whirled up in clouds as the artificial reptile flapped lustrous wings of membranous silver and joined its brethren. "Your orders are simple, my creator. Simple enough for Malil to understand. There will be more of my children. Armies born of a single thought." "Orders, master?" Malil asked, more than a little awestruck by the forces that the Guardian had just handed to him.
Yes, great Khan, simple is best. He has not yet touched the faces of gods. The master began to mumble and hum, then whirled on Malil. Malil shall find the elf girl and return her to me. Surely this is simple enough for the First Order.
She will be yours, Malil finally replied. And what else does the Creator ask of the Guardian's army? The master laughed like a core raptor about to make a kill.
Malil is going to retrieve all of the soul traps and return them to me. Then he shall take the surface world in the name of Memnock.
Chapter 11. Flare Up. Brenna, Glesser and Lias rode Gordon Zaux over the glittering fields of razorgrass. The Leonin domesticated the large, flightless birds as mounts. After years of breeding the creatures, they were incredibly tough, agile, fast, and most of all versatile. They could outpace a flying Terran over open ground, climb vertical cliffs with their foot-long hooked claws, and swim a mile underwater without taking a breath. Odd, Glesser thought, that with all that, these birds still couldn't fly. Still, the three of them needed fast transportation that wouldn't waste magical energy, or give them away to anyone watching the skies. The Zaux had been one of Ruksha's gifts. Considering the jobs he was asking them to perform for him, it was the least the car could do, in Gliss's opinion. Fortunately, Ruksha Golden Cub was not the sort to do the least of anything. Though far from Tajnar, he allowed them to choose armor, weapons, and other gear from his personal supplies. The trio had found complete sets of fine Terran bone armor, enchanted to improve the wearer's swordsmanship, prompting Lias to cast her Til Jalad armor aside, adding she wasn't working for Yulin anymore. The armor was accompanied by polished helms that carried no magical enhancements, but were remarkably lightweight and exceedingly durable. Naturally, Glissa found herself most impressed by the weapons. Silver longbows now hung from the saddles of each elf, while Brenna had passed over the unfamiliar bow for a bandolier full of knives. Ruksha had told them they had been blessed by the great Deccan himself, and could not miss their target. Lias had been awestruck that the car had let her take a short sword engraved with an image of the golden cub, and encrusted with protective crystals. Glissa reminded herself that for all the protestations, her sister was still in youth in many ways. Glissa also suspected her sister was beginning to develop a bit of a crush on the Leonin car. Glissa was stunned to find a flawlessly preserved elven longsword among the weaponry on hand, and Ruksha had insisted she take it. He claimed it had been a gift to Great Deccan from the elves of old. Glissa didn't bother to point out that a lot of the elves of old were still in the tangle. They just forgot everything once in a while. The sword was perfectly balanced. Glissa even used it to disarm Ruksha during a brief sparring match. A wave of vertigo made Glissa list in her saddle, and she let out an involuntary groan as flashing lights and stabbing pain erupted in her temple. She saw shadowy shapes. Brenna and Lias whirled on their mounts in alarm, but she could not make out what they were saying. Her ears felt filled with quicksilver, and the dull roar was increasing in pitch somewhere in the back of her head. Then Mirrodin was gone, and Glissa floated in a cold, empty, utterly silent void. She realized she was moving through the inky black when a tiny pinprick of light appeared up ahead. Glissa felt herself moving more quickly, and the light steadily grew, gradually gaining definition. The light became a sphere. The sphere, a world. Familiar features became clearer. Glissa was flying through the shadows towards Mirrodin. There were the glittering hexagonal plates that covered the glimmer void and provided perches for dozens of different species of razorgrass, running to the edge of jagged, rusty scabs that could only be the Oxida mountain range, whence came Slobad and his goblin kin. The tangle she felt in her bones before she saw it. The forest pulsing with magical energies to which she was most closely attuned. From this distance it looked like a particularly large hunk of moss clanging from a tarnished silver bowl. The quicksilver sea shone like a glittering mirror, reflecting the light of the moons, while the dark stain of the Mephedros seemed to devour the glow of the 4 satellites. The green moon was absent, spewing a huge cloud of brownish green ochre into the atmosphere. From her godlike point of view, Glissa could see that those fumes spread much farther than anyone could have expected, dissipating across the plain into a thin haze. And they were moons, not suns. She saw that now. There could be no doubt. 4 glowing balls of energy, each spinning around the hollow world that spawned them, twirling in a complicated, unpredictable dance. Mirrodin reflected and absorbed the energy the orbs produced. She wondered if this was what it really looked like when one flew through the heavens, or if this was the best her imagination could muster. She was beginning to suspect this was more of a vivid hallucination than a flare, for this was not a vision of the past. There were simply too many moons. Glissa felt an unbidden urge to swoop down close to the tangle. The forests of home rapidly grew before her into a rich carpet of green, then crystallized into a familiar verdigris foliage she'd hunted in for decades. There was something there she needed to find, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Something she had lost, or maybe something that had lost her, or someone. She pulled her focus down and watched the world move by below her, while scanning the ground. She became a moon of Mirrodin herself, soaring around and around the great metallic sphere in an expanding orbit, taking in its entire surface, and everywhere she went, everywhere she looked, whether skimming the quicksilver sea or knifing through the thickets of the tangle, she noticed one thing was absent from this living metal world. There were no people. Every settlement from Tajnar to the Vault of Whispers, from Lumengrid to Viridia, was completely devoid of anything walking on 2 feet. No, there was one thing. A small silver dot that ambled over the dream Mirrodin on 4 legs like a crab. Memnock walked the surface of the metal world, and he was utterly alone. Glissa felt a pang of sympathy, then quickly buried it. Served the twisted monster right. Alone on an empty world with no one to worship him as a god, not even his favoured Vidalcan. The metal monster's face turned up to stare at her with 6 glittering eyes, and he opened his mouth as if screaming, yet Glissa could not hear. The globe below her began to visibly shake, vibrating impossibly fast as Memnock's wail reached into the heavens, eventually striking Glissa's keen ears. What appeared to be a simple vibration from her vantage point became a massive tectonic quake on the surface as the hollow sphere began to crack. And still, Memnock screamed as white light sliced through the widening crevices of Mirrodin's skin, raw magic that erupted violently now. The latticework of cracks finally gave way. The globe of Mirrodin collapsed inwards in a colossal implosion. Then the mana core exploded, in a conflagration of energy and power never before seen by mortal eyes that lasted no longer than a heartbeat. Mirrodin suddenly ceased to be. Glissa, what happened? Can you stand? Leah said. Glissa blinked. The flare was over. She shook her head and allowed Lies to pull her up to her feet. I'm fine.
What was this flare? Bruna asked as she pressed the silver cloth against Glissa's forehead.
The stabbing pain that had preceded the flare disappeared instantly. Either that or I'm losing my mind, but this one was strange. I'd seen other worlds before. This seemed almost like someone was trying to give me advice.
Is it good advice? Bruna asked.
I think so. Something along the lines of, keep doing what you're doing. So, right now, that means we help the Carl with his immediate problems, which are also our problems, and somehow we might come out of this, whatever this turns out to be, alive.
Makes sense,
Bruna replied in a tone that indicated the matter was anything but settled, but she wasn't going to push the point. She eyed the sky and saw a small group of sky hunters who were heading out to meet the mage at the edge of the Mephedros.
It's time we split up. I'm going to keep my appointment.
You're right, Glissa said. Good luck with Gif. Don't trust him, not even a little bit, and protect your neck at all times.
I can take care of myself, Bruna said. And what I can't take care of, the Leonin will, she added, nodding at the approaching riders.
I'm sure of it, Glissa said, though she was anything but. The flare had shaken her, but she still wasn't sure why. The Mirrodin she had watched die had no green moon. The Mirrodin she lived on did, and so far hadn't imploded. What kind of message was that? Stay the course had been our best guess for the others' sake, but Glissa knew that was an evasion. Fortunately, she would have plenty of time to mull the matter over on the long ride out to the Leveler Cave, where they would hopefully find the Krark clan. Okay, Lias, you're with me. Let's go find some goblins, and remind me not to stare straight into the green moon. Glissa bit off a strip of dried Jurok meat and handed the rest to Lias. She wasn't that hungry, and she thought of coming to Dwugget as a Leonin ambassador, to say nothing of the residual effects of the powerful flare. She already had blink moths fluttering chaotically in her abdomen. It wasn't unlike the way she used to feel those rare times when she and Cain had been free of duties and studies long enough to enjoy each other's company. Except Cain had never put her off her food. Maybe that's why I wanted Brenna to do this, she thought. She's a leader. Leaders negotiated. Negotiation was not Glissa's style. Glissa liked problems that could be solved with a sword, or, in exceptional cases, a construct-flattening explosion of magic. Still, they needed information to stop Memnock, and the Krark clan seemed to know more about the inner world than anyone else on the surface, except perhaps the trolls and the Vidalcan. That the Leonin might receive aid from the goblins' cultists against the Nim was secondary to Glissa, though ostensibly the main reason the Ka had sent them on this mission. They had reined their Zauks to a trot so that they could eat while moving, giving the elf girl a chance to really take in the landscape of the Oxida foothills. Their sure-footed mounts easily navigated a collision of rocky outcroppings, flat ferrous mesas, and corroded iron boulders. Here and there, magnetic energy held similar boulders floating above the ground, adding an air of unreality to the landscape. The tall, rustling razor grass of the plains was gradually giving way to harder varieties, and the clusters of silvery shrub became thicker, rustier, and more frequent the farther they went. Corroded gullies cracked the dusky ochre ground, but the Zauks easily cleared them with one step even at this pace. Glissa patted the bird on the neck, and it cawed affectionately, or hungrily, or angrily. The elf wasn't really sure. Glissa slipped the Seek Sphere from the pouch on her belt and held it up to inspect the fine markings. The silver ball was no bigger than a goblin's eye, and bore tiny notches and symbols that remained fixed in a position no matter which way it was turned. Shonen had shown her how to enchant the Seek Sphere to home in on a single individual, but Glissa had been called on to perform the spell herself, which consisted of simply saying the name of the person you were searching for 3 times while holding the ball close to one's lips. The trick was that only someone who had seen that person could activate the device. Brenna had one too, also enchanted by Glissa to find Geth. Despite Shonen's assurances that the Seek Sphere was such a simple artifact that it was virtually impossible to fool, Glissa was beginning to suspect the gadget was broken. At first, they'd seemed to be going in the right direction, but they'd veered off into rocky foothills, and now it seemed like they were headed straight into the mountain caves ruled by despotic goblin shamans and his fanatic followers. Lias, this can't be right, Glissa said, waving her sister to a halt. She shook the Seek Sphere with frustration, but it still pointed straight into the iron peaks. The Krark cult were not this far into the mountains, and the goblins that do live in the mountains aren't friendly with the Krark or anyone else. You've been through a lot, Lias said with a game attempt at maturity. Okay, maybe that's an understatement, but is it possible your memory might be, I don't know, a little knocked out of alignment? Don't be, Glissa began, but the suggestion gave her pause. Who knew what tolls the last few weeks had taken on her mind? What had the flares done to her sense of self, for that matter? What had the frequent loss of blood done to her brain? You should be right, I guess, or maybe they just left, or maybe... Damn. What? Lias asked. Or maybe I'm overlooking the obvious answer. They might have been taken by the shaman's followers. The mountain goblins might have attacked Dwugget's people just out of spite. You think they're captured? It's the most logical conclusion, Glissa replied. She cast her eyes back over the foothills to the open plains. Those Leonin had better show up soon. Why? Lias asked. Because this just turned into a rescue. She patted her saddle to reassure herself that her bow and quicksilver arrows were close at hand. I'll go without the Leonin if I have to. You can stay here and let them know where I've gone. No way, Lias objected. I can fight just as well. Okay, maybe not just as well, but I am a Tal'Dar lad chosen, you know. Glyssa turned her mount around to look her sister in the eye, and came face to face once again with the mutilation and injury Lias had suffered. She was young, yes, but no younger than Glyssa had been when she bagged her first Jurek, and she was fairly certain that Lias, young as she was to Glyssa's eyes, was much older than Slobad or Barona in actual years. What right did she have to keep her sister away from a fight? None. She knew it was entirely selfish, but she couldn't stand to put her sister in danger again. It wasn't fair, but it was true. Okay, Glyssa said grudgingly, but don't get out of my sight.
Touching, a gravelly voice said. We'll make sure to lock you up both in the same cell.
Glyssa whirled and scanned the area, trying to pinpoint where the sound was coming from. She needn't have bothered. In a flurry of movement, over a dozen armoured, thuggish-looking goblins rose from the scattered scrub brush. Most had short bows trained on the elves, while some brandished wicked, hooked spears that Glyssa knew were as deadly at a distance as they were in close combat. Lias, don't move, Glyssa said softly. Ahead of you, Lias whispered.
Stop this at once,
the gravelly voice bellowed, and Glyssa saw a hulking human step from behind a large boulder. Glyssa had never seen a human like him before. She hadn't even known humans lived in these mountains. The man's huge frame was clad in robes of the priest, which covered jagged, spiked armor that looked like the wearer had attached raw pieces of the mountain to his body. He wore black, irregularly shaped gauntlets covered in rough edges of what looked like dried goblin blood. Wiry scarlet hair topped his unprotected head, and the human's eyes glittered with red fire.
Much as I would enjoy it, and there is technically no need for violence, my lord wishes to speak with you, and I would appreciate it if you were unarmed.
Your lord? Glyssa said. New shaman in town, I suppose? What's a human doing working for goblin fanatics, anyway?
I am no mere human. I am a Volshak high priest elf, and the old goblin shaman is dead, the human replied. These creatures have been called to serve a far nobler cause. Now, if you would be so kind to step down from those remarkable birds and follow me, keep them covered, my friends. Everything will be made clear to you.
The elf girl shot her younger sister a look, and saw Lias return a faint nod. She was thinking the same thing. This was not a friendly invitation, and if the elves were going to act, it had to be now. Go! Glyssa shouted and kicked her Zalk firmly in the flanks. The bird reacted as expected, and bolted towards the nearest goblin warriors. She heard a squawk as Lias did the same, and then cries from another group of surprised goblins. Those who had held drawn arrows released them as the targets suddenly weren't there, and ducked as projectiles from their fellows opposite clattered to the ground around them. 2 goblins went down under Glyssa's charging Zalk, and she was free. Arrows whizzed past her head and one ricocheted off her helmet, but the goblins, as it turned out, were not particularly good shots. Come on, Lias, she cried. She received no reply, except the sound of clashing blades behind her. As Glyssa's sleek mount bird charged towards the looming mountains, the elf girl looked back over her shoulder to see what the big human was doing. This Volshok was an unknown quantity. The Volshok hadn't taken a single step, though Lias was fighting his goblin warriors right in front of him. Lias hadn't gotten through the line as Glyssa had. Though she'd certainly put up a fight, her sister's sword rang as she battered back goblin spears. The human reached into his robes and produced what looked like some kind of silver mesh fabric. Before Glyssa could shout a warning, the Volshok had tossed the net over Lias and her Zalk. The bird and the elf quickly became entangled and fell over sideways, the panicked mount kicking wildly. Blair! Glyssa cursed and yanked hard on her Zalk's reins, trying to turn around. The bird's muscular neck didn't give an inch. Come on, you stupid! Glyssa snarled, pulling vainly with all her might. Stop! Maybe I kicked it a little too hard, Glyssa thought as she fought with the panicked creature. She looked back at Lies, who was kicking in the air as 4 goblin warriors dragged her out of the net. Her Zauk was now motionless except for a quick, shallow breaths and blood that poured from several spear wounds. So, the prohibition to violence didn't apply to their mounts. Halt! Whoa! Slow down, Birdbrain! Glyssa was almost raving now, and started pounding on the Zauk's neck with her fists. This only seemed to make the bird run faster. When she again checked on Lies, her sister and the goblin ambush team were specks in the distance, almost lost among the rocky, rusty spires of the Oxida Mountains. She had to do something, or she would really lose Lies again. She didn't even really want to think what this Volshok and his goblins would do to her little sister, especially if the new lord the human had mentioned was who Glyssa suspected it was. There was really only one solution, and it was going to hurt. Clutching the strap that held the longsword on her back, she let her feet slip from the stirrups and rolled backwards off the Zauk's rump. She landed hard, but was able to flatten out and keep the sword on her back from flapping around and doing her more harm than good. She came painfully to a rest against a jagged black boulder, shattering her Pateran bone helm, which saved her skull from the same fate. Dazed and still bruised all over again, Glyssa sprang to her feet. Still dizzy, the elf girl drew her blade with an unsteady hand and stumbled as fast as she could back to the fight. It took her a full minute to cover the same distance that had taken the Zauk seconds. A full minute Glyssa had to plan what she was going to do to that Volshok. Size wasn't everything, and Glyssa had taken down foes that large before, but by the time she reached the enclosed area where the goblins had ambushed them, there was nothing left but a dead Zauk and Lies's helm, which still wobbled back and forth on its side. She had missed them by moments. The elf girl scanned her immediate surroundings for some sign of the goblins or her sister. It didn't take her long to spot the band of diminutive figures surrounding the towering Volshok as the group moved over the narrow path that cut into the mountains. They had a good head start, but they gave no indication, no quickened pace, no shout of alarm that they had spotted her yet. Glyssa, on the other hand, had good aim. She pounced behind the dead Zauk and heaved it over onto its belly. She fumbled with the saddle until she freed Lies's longbow and arrows. Staying low, the elf girl dashed from hiding place to hiding place, slowly gaining on the surprisingly fast-moving goblin pack. Glyssa almost lost them a few times, when they rounded ferrous outcroppings or passed under natural bridge formations, of which there were many. After 20 minutes, she had closed in within bow range. Glyssa stalked the goblins and their Volshok leader, carefully selecting a target. A fat, slow-moving goblin that was conveniently bringing up the rear, far enough from Lies to ensure she wouldn't accidentally be hit, close enough for Glyssa to get a clean shot. With a quick inhalation of held breath, the elf knocked an arrow, took aim, and let fly. The arrow whistled in the air, and the elf saw the fat goblin look up in surprise just before the shaft skewered him through the leg. Fatty went down, howling in pain. The remaining goblins scattered, and took cover behind massive natural growths of copper ore, and scattered scraggly trees and bushes. Glyssa charged, ducking the goblins' wild return shots and a few wobbly spears with ease. The Volshok, however, remained perfectly still, and so did Lies. The human had a wicked-looking dagger pressed against her sister's throat.
"Stop," the human bellowed. "Come any closer and you're an only child again."
Taken by surprise, Glyssa blurted, "How do you know?"
"You'll be surprised when I know, Glyssa," the human said. "How about this one? I know what you've been seeing in your dreams. A world without metal. A world of flesh and wood and rock and earth and bone and skin. A world where life, as they say, goes on. Something like that."
Glyssa was baffled, but tried not to let on. "No need to do anything rash," she said. "Yes, you're right, we can talk about it. Just let her go. If you hurt her, the next shot goes right through your eye. I don't care how big you are. You've got to have a brain in there somewhere."
"No deal," the human laughed. "I thought you were smarter than that, Glyssa. You want a deal? Drop the bow and come quietly, or she dies."
Glissa slowly released the bowstring and slipped the arrow back into the quiver, her eyes never leaving the human's steely gaze. She crouched slowly and set the bow to the ground. "The sword, too," the man barked. "You're too far away for me to—" "The sword, if it helps, you'll get it back. You just can't take it where we're going," the human said conversationally, though he didn't loosen his grip on Lies for a second. In fact, he pressed down a little on the blade, making Lies yelp. Her feet kicked uselessly in the air. "Okay," Glissa said, "no problem, just relax." The elf girl reached slowly over one shoulder to draw her sword, then cautiously set it next to the bow. She hoped the goblins would attack her now. If they thought Glissa was helpless just because she didn't have a sword or bow, she loved the chance to correct them with her bare claws. The human feinted, lowering his knife a few times, probably to make sure Glissa wouldn't jump at him as soon as he did. Apparently the Volshok knew exactly how dangerous she could be. Finally, the massive human released Lies and gave her a shove that sent her stumbling into Glissa, who barely managed to catch her. By the time Glissa had propped her sister up with her shoulder, the goblins again had them surrounded, arrows trained on the elves' chests. The chunky goblin wore a crude brown bandage around his leg, and looked as if he might fire an arrow no matter what kind of deal the Volshok struck. "Now, ladies, please. It appears we have gotten off to a bad start. I'd hoped we could be friends. My lord wishes it, and so I wish it." "You ambushed us, friend. Who's this lord of yours, anyway? Wouldn't be a really ugly son of a Varak with 4 legs and 6 eyes, was it?" Glissa was in no mood for small talk. "I'll be sure to put your lord's head and your own on the same stick," Leah said darkly. The younger girl rubbed her throat gingerly and stared daggers at the tall man. "You are bitter. Understandable. Forgive me. I'm operating under a different set of rules these days, but sometimes I still slip. Now come with me, won't you?" He turned and started to walk away. 2 of the spear-toting goblins ran forward and collected the elves' weapons. The other goblins hadn't moved, apparently waiting to see if the elf girls were going to try anything. Glissa remained still, and noted with pride that her sister didn't move either. "Why should we do that?" the older elf girl called after the strange human that dressed like a goblin. "Who are you supposed to be?" "My girl, you do not know my name, but I had thought my position would be apparent," the man said, turning to favor them with a toothy smile. "I am Alderrock Veltro, and I am the Volshok High Priest of Krok's Prophet. My other titles include Master at Arms of the Revolution, Commander of the Prophet's Commandos." He waved an arm, indicating the goblins holding them at arrow point. "And I believe I've been made chief of the Xinag village. Don't worry, I'm assured it's an entirely honorary position. The real work is done by elders." "Krok's what?" Glissa asked. "Prophet," Alderrock Vectro replied. "Do try to keep up. Do not be alarmed. My lord tells me you're an old friend. I believe you know him as Twugget." Chapter 12. Turnabout. "Why does it resist my creator?" Memnock asked the empty air. "Does it not know how fragile life truly is? Has this creature not yet seen enough pain?" The Guardian paused, listening to a voice that Slowbat couldn't hear. "Oh, very well, more pain then." He lumbered over to where the goblin hung in the rack and pressed a blue jewel mounted on the base with one pointed claw tip. Flaming agony shot through Slowbad, making his tortured muscles spasm chaotically. But a tiny part of his mind ignored all of this. A tiny part of Slowbad had walled itself off within his brain, like the goblin himself had done so many times to escape danger, and that part of his mind refused to give up. Glissa was alive. When Memnock had given Malil his orders, Slowbad could hardly believe it. Now that the slim thread of hope, Glissa being alive and still causing trouble for Memnock, no doubt needing Slowbad's help, was all that kept the goblin from dropping into an open pit of despair. So while Slowbad screamed as every nerve in his body burned, His hidden self still held out hope of rescue. Finally, the Guardian stepped forward and depressed the blue gemstone a second time, and the fire dissipated. Slowbad sniffed gingerly. His nose was already broken in at least 3 places, and detected the distinctive aroma of cooked goblin. It was a lot like normal goblin, but with many of the more noxious surface odors burned away. He spat blood and bile.
Hey, ugly,
The goblin wheezed.
call that torture? Should try to eat my cooking, huh?
He laughed, which came out sounding more like a dry, persistent hack. He then descended into a half-minute coughing fit. Once that had run its course, Slowbad added,
Oh yeah, we're Glissa, huh? Can't fight crazy elf, some god.
It tests me, my creator, Memnock said.
It actually thinks it can taunt me. Me?
The Guardian chuckled and reached out with a silver claw. He gently stroked the side of Slowbad's face, and the goblin found the energy to jerk back as if burned. Which he was, now that he thought about it.
Such a curious creature, and does it know it's here by accident? Rusty, dusty, aggravating goblins crawling over this world like vermin. They all crawl, my creator. Elves, the catfolk, the thrice-damned humans. Even my Vidalcan are truly nothing but infections. Like this spore. I know that now.
Memnock chuckled again, which disturbed Slowbad a great deal more than the Guardian's more predictable, maniacal laughter. That laugh was maniacal, but something about that low chuckle was insane.
Look who's talking, bug,
Slowbad managed. The Guardian waved a claw, and Slowbad felt an invisible hand slap him hard across the face, leaving 3 thin lines of ochre blood welling up on Slowbad's cheeks. Does it appreciate the honor? Memnock's claws curled into a fist, and the goblin flinched, but the Guardian just rapped lightly on Slowbad's forehead, like a nervous suitor knocking on a lady's door. The instrument by which I ascend is in this puny insect's brain, waiting to be realized.
What?
Slowbad managed.
I got a spot now too, huh?
The vermin attempts another joke, my creator. Yet this ovoid atop its shoulders has displayed a remarkable affinity for building. It is an artificer, a designer and builder of things. Slowbad couldn't imagine what Memnock was getting at, or how he knew about Slowbad's abilities for that matter. Then again, the Guardian had thousands of years to study the denizens of his world. Maybe it wasn't such a surprise.
Been over this, Krabby. You built a world, huh? So build your own stuff. Slowbad's busy. All tied up, huh?
Slowbad giggled a little too madly. Memnock smiled, a look Slowbad had grown to fear ever since his capture. He scuttled over to the goblin and pressed the flat side of a clawed finger to Slowbad's esophagus. Not hard enough to break the skin, but Slowbad preferred his windpipe open.
Its torture is about to end. Great, Slowbad rasped,
his voice reduced a little more than a squeak by the claw tip now pressing against his throat.
How about now?
Memnock released his pressure on Slowbad's throat, and Crab walked over to a small, radiant scrying pool.
Its body is alive, and it will stay that way. The machine will see to that.
He muttered a few soft words Slowbad didn't understand, and the pool flashed brightly for a moment, then went dark.
The vermin with a mind is about to touch greatness,
and then we shall reassess the timetable, yes, Khan? Memnock held out a fist, which shimmered briefly, then opened his hand palm upwards. A pair of flat, pearly shapes, each no bigger than a goblin's ear, undulated rhythmically in the Guardian's open hand. Something about the way they wriggled reminded Slowbad of the slagworm he and Glissa had faced in the tangle.
Think I skipped dinner, huh? The goblin rasped. Slowbad ate maggots for breakfast, rogue hag.
In a flash, Memnock lashed out with the spiny end of one of those crab legs, and with delicate precision stabbed into Slowbad's tongue. The goblin squealed like a stuck Jirek. The Guardian slapped the hand holding the 2 writhing silver worms over Slowbad's open mouth. The goblin had to stop screaming. He could no longer draw any air. Slowbad started to shake, choking, when the wriggling creatures in his mouth slid down his throat, turned upwards to enter his sinuses, and eventually settled either side of his head in his inner ears. Slowbad feared the worms were entirely too close to his brains. He was right. Glissa and Lies, their hands bound behind their backs with wiry rope, marched up the long, dusty path that Alderuk Vectro promised would lead to some sort of answers. He had steadfastly refused to answer any other questions Glissa asked, least of all her pointed, specific questions about Dwugget. They had left the Reza fields far behind and climbed the steadily rising trail for over an hour. The path wound round under and over bizarre gold and iron mineral formations. At the moment, one side of the path was open to the sky, affording a clear view of the shining lands now far below. Most of the moons had set, leaving only the emerald newcomer to cast its ethereal pall over the landscape. Soon that moon too would set, and they would be in darkness. And when that happened, Glissa hoped to be heading back down the mountain. The only trick was how. Try as she might, she couldn't loosen the hard, fibrous bindings, and she had no weapons or even any way to warn Lies what she had in mind. She wasn't about to take off and leave her sister to face Dwugget. On the matter of the prophet Dwugget was concerned, Glissa was still baffled. First, the Krark cultists hadn't been where they were supposed to be. Now Dwugget was this Volshok's lord? It didn't make any sense, and she wished again that she hadn't lost the Seek Sphere in the fight. The wise old goblin that Slowbad had introduced to her was gentle and intelligent. He'd been a valuable source of information when she had first set out with Slowbad to find out if the world was really hollow. These thugs weren't acting under the auspices of the Dwugget she knew. But how well did she know the old goblin? Slowbad had vouched for him, and Dwugget had even given Glissa a copy of the Book of Krark, an ancient tome that convinced her she was on the right track. However, Slowbad, cunning and bright as he was, could also be too trusting. It was possible that the wizened elder her friend knew was one face of a despot, or worse. Perhaps Dwugget had taken on the mantle of the shaman that had once cast the Krark out of the mountains. As she turned back from the razor plains, the elf girl thought she saw movement out the corner of her eye, but when she looked again there was nothing. Oh, great, she thought. Something's hunting us on top of everything else. Or I'm going crazy. Or maybe, she thought, as she spotted a glimmer of silver and a pair of flashing golden eyes, just maybe, this is going to work out. As casually as she could, Glissa sidled ahead until she was side by side with her sister. The goblin guards didn't seem to take notice. They were herding the pair of elves and expected a little movement as their loose formation trudged onwards. Hey! Glissa whispered softly, hoping the ringing footsteps of the armored goblins on the hard bronze path would mask her voice. None of the goblins looked up, and Alderuk Vectro continued his slow, heavy strides. Lies cocked her head slightly. Something's following us, stalking us. I know. Leonin? Lias replied. I hope so. Get ready to run. Way ahead of you. Silence! The fat goblin snarled and smacked Glissa on the back with the flat end of his spear. No talk! We'll be good, the elf girl replied. She glanced sideways at Lias, who winked, or blinked, it was hard to tell. The attack came as they entered a narrow draw between jagged natural iron walls that rose hundreds of feet on either side. A half-dozen furious roars exploded in the dusky night, and 6 feline shapes descended on the goblin brigade from above. Curved silver blades flashed, cutting down several of Glissa's captors before the first one had a chance to scream. Good timing, Glissa shouted at the Leonin. She let out a battle cry, ducked her head and charged the fat goblin. She caught the little brute full in the chest with a savage kick, and he flopped onto his back, unmoving. She whirled on one foot and swung the toe of her boot into the groin of another goblin, whose spear clattered to the rocky ground as he doubled over in pain. The rest of the guard was either engaged by the Leonin commandos or trying to close in on Lias, who had a kick for any goblin that got too close. This was Glissa's chance to get out of her bonds. She dropped to the ground and scooted over to the spear the fat guard had dropped and sawed her bindings against the sharp edge of the tip. After a few seconds, she felt the last fibre of the painful cable snap and she was free. Glissa grabbed the spear and scrambled back into the fray. Before she could get her bearings, a fleeing goblin barreled into the elf girl from the side. Glissa snapped the blunt end of the spear into his gut and vaulted the diminutive soldier into the air. She heard the goblin smack into a towering iron ore spire with the clang of a bell clapper. Scanning the melee, she finally spotted the big Volshock. Alderrock Vectra was standing clear of the fray, furiously summoning magical aid from the goblins. A flash of red from Vectra's gauntleted hands, and their diminutive warriors were encased in thick bronze armor that fused to their rusty red hides, making them look like miniature golems. The goblins' weapons burned with unnatural red flames and sparked as they clashed with Leonin long knives. None of them had been able to reach the Volshock priest yet. Glissa noted the Leonin were all wearing the helmets and lightweight armor of the Tajnar Skyguard, and wondered why they hadn't attacked from Terran back. Had the Terrans been lost? It would explain why they had been so late to the party. With his foot soldiers holding the Leonin at bay, even the leader, who faced 3 of the magically augmented guards, Vectra had turned an eye on Lies. Glissa charged into the fight, kicking goblins aside and ploughing a path to her sister. She saw a ball of orange-red flame forming in the Volshock mage's upturned palm. The glow cast deforming shadows that made Vectro look like a monstrous goblin-human hybrid, and he cackled as power surged into existence at his command. Lies didn't see her peril, or Vectro. Glissa's sister was doing her best to help the Leonin fight off the triple team of goblins with another stolen spear, but was having trouble finding an opening. "Lias, watch out!" Glissa shouted and launched herself at Vectra. The next few seconds passed at a crawl. As her sister spun towards Vectra, one of the goblins slammed a fist into the small of Lias's back. The human raised a fireball over his head, apparently willing to fry his own troops to get all the others. Glissa heaved her stolen spear. Lias arched her back and screamed as the goblin followed his punch with a sweeping kick to the younger elf's ankles that sent her sprawling backwards. "G'day more!" Vectro bellowed and released the fireball, just as Glissa's spear skewered the human's unprotected shoulder. The priest's spell went wide and slammed into the canyon's wall, over the heads of a pair of goblins slugging it out with 2 Leonin commandos, sending the combatants bolting for cover as chunks of slag and white-hot ore rained down. Glissa slammed into Alderrock Vectra with the speed of a charging Zauk, her momentum helping her drive the big man down hard on his back. However, Vectra was faster than he looked, and surprised the elf girl by tucking in his legs as Glissa came down. He kicked out hard at the elf girl's guts as he rolled over backwards, flinging Glissa into the air. She twisted and managed to let her shoulder absorb most of the blow. Glissa came up standing a few paces away from Vectra, but her shoulder felt disjointed and she had no weapon. She saw Vectra's eyes flash red, and he held his hands apart, summoning forth another gout of burning magic. "I still won't kill you," he snarled through a wicked grin, "but I will hurt you." The fire sputtered and died as a silver blur collided with the big human. The Leonin followed through with a wicked kick to the side of Vectro's head, and finished by removing his own Terran bone helmet and knocking the Volshock back one more time as the human tried to raise his head. Glissa grinned at the car, who jerked the dazed Alderrock Vectra to his feet and quickly bound the human's hands behind his back. "Rakshas," she said. "You might want to take his gauntlets too, just in case." Surveying the scene, she grinned and added, "And thanks." Every goblin lay unconscious or otherwise incapacitated by injury. It appeared the Leona had gone out of their way not to kill the goblins, which Glissa thought wise. Whatever Dwagget was up to, he could potentially be an ally, and she wasn't sure this Alderrock Vectra was really in a league with that old goblin priest anyway. The other 5 Leonin, all females, Glissa now saw, which made sense as they were all sky hunters, bound the goblins and saw to serious injuries on both sides that needed immediate attention. Gussa heard Lias whisper an old healing spell their mother had used to fix small nicks and cuts since they were both little, and was surprised to see that she was using the magic on the car. Raksha, meanwhile, yanked hard on the Volshop prisoner's wrists. The big human emitted a surprisingly high-pitched yelp.
Thank you, Lias, Raksha said. What do you think, Glissa? Are these our goblins? This one is bigger than I expected.
That human calls himself a Volshop, Glissa replied, rubbing her wrists to get the blood flying through them again. Says his name's Alderok Vectro? He's going to take us to see Dwogget. Aren't you, Vectro? Alderok Vectro's eyes flashed with hatred, but he was unable to free himself from the car's iron grip.
The prophecy will have you skinned alive. Your pelts will line his trophy hall. I will feast upon your roasted eye.
Quiet, human,
the golden cub snarled, twisting the man's wrists.
We shall tear out your throat if you do not cease at once.
Wait, Glissa said, shaking off a Leonin who was trying to set her injured shoulder in a sling. The hulking human's eyes had glazed over, and his skin was rapidly growing pale. I think he's passing. Vectro went limp. Out, Glissa finished. The elf girl looked incredulously at Raksha Golden Cub. The car wore the same light silver plate as the Sky Hunter's, though his bore a golden icon of a yellow sun, or moon depending on where the viewer came from. He carried no sword, though Glissa did note that all 6 Leonin wore the same long curved knives hanging from their belts. Like the others, the car had a small supply pack strapped firmly to his back, so as not to hinder his motion in a fight. Tied to Raksha's pack was a larger bag holding something gourd-shaped. The Leonin were barefoot, which didn't surprise Glissa. If she had weapons like that at the end of her toes, she wouldn't wear shoes either. Glissa accepted her sword from one of the Leonin without taking her disbelieving eyes off Alderok Vectro, and slid the Viridian blade back into the place on her belt. What happened to him? Is he still alive? Raksha held the human higher and sniffed him gingerly. His nose wrinkled.
No, if he had expired, the human would smell a great deal worse than he already does. He smells like a goblin, the car explained. He might have a low pain threshold.
Raksha let the big human drop unceremoniously to the ground and picked up the Volshop gauntlets.
Or maybe he wasn't as tough as he looked without these.
The car passed the gauntlets to one of the female commandos, who tucked them into her own pack. We'll get back to him, Glissa said. What kept you?
An old friend of yours stopped by, Raksha said, the growl replaced by a brief flash of teeth that Glissa hoped was a smile.
It was always hard to tell with Leonin. The car swung a larger pack over his shoulder and tossed it to Glissa. She thought she heard a sound like a muffled yelp. That's not a gourd, Glissa said unnecessarily, holding the pack out as far from her nose as possible. Whatever was in there, it smelled terrible.
Open it carefully, he might bite.
Thanks for the warning, Glissa said, and flipped the pack over.
Long time no see, said Gef's head.
Chapter 13. Talking Dead. Glissa slammed the bag shut again, to the muffled surprise of Gef's cursing cranium. What is this, Raksha? Glissa demanded.
Who, and I can hear you, you know,
Gef's head shouted. Glissa dropped the bag on the ground, which elicited a yelp.
This was sitting on a platter in the center of my dining table when I returned to my tent this morning,
Raksha said, slipping into informality.
It said it had an offer from Yurt.
The head in the bag cackled like a lunatic when the car said the name, but Glissa ignored it. Yurt? Glissa said. Yurt? Yurt is dead.
Death is relative in the dross, the bag said.
What is a Yurt? Lias asked. Someone I thought was long gone. Glissa leaned down and flipped the bag back open. All right, Gef, I'm sure you've got a wonderful tale about why your head is sitting here in a bag. I don't care. Just talk. What has Yurt got to do with this? You told me you killed him. And if you aren't honest with me, I will step on you. Hard.
No need for threats, my old friend. Gef's head simpered. Here to talk. Yes, I am, yes indeed. Yeah, it says talk. I talk. We talk. All of us talk.
Glissa pointedly raised her boot.
So yes, talking yet. Oh, he's one to watch, yes indeed.
Gef's face took on a dark scowl.
An up-and-comer, that one. Should have watched him, eh? Should have made sure.
The head blinked and took on a more placid expression. Glissa didn't buy for a minute.
But I digress. Been doing that a lot lately. I think my brain's getting the hutch of the rot. Yet he sends a message.
How is this dead man sending me a message, and why? What did you really do to him? Glissa said. In reply, Gef's eyes rolled back into his head, leaving empty blood-red sockets. When the head spoke again, it sounded very different. These tones were much more controlled, a great deal more menacing, over 100 times as cold as ice, and disturbingly familiar.
Ah, Glissa.
Gef's head said with what the elf girl barely recognized as Yurt's voice. The sound no longer carried tremors of weakness and fear. His voice was cold, strong, clear.
And Rakshak Golden Cup, I believe. And how lovely. A new girl. Perfect. I would say it's an honor to meet my noble enemy at last, dear Ka, but I do not wish to start out with lies. Plenty of time for lies later.
Glissa saw Raksha bristle, but the Leonin remained silent. Get to the point, Yurt, Glissa snapped. That is you, right? Nice way to repay a kindness. I won't make the same mistake twice.
It is only because of the kindness you showed me that I am speaking with you now, Yurt's voice slivered. But you are distracting me, Glissa. You're very good at that, you know.
You talk too much, Glissa replied. She brandished her sword and levelled the tip at one of Gef's red eyes. Are you using those eye sockets too?
You're no fun anymore, you know that?
The head replied.
All right, no more small talk. I have your mage, the Nurok. She's alive now, but her life is in your hands, Glissa.
Rowena? Lies gasped. Glissa, we've got to...
Yes, Glissa, you've got to. It's tragic,
Yurt squealed in a juvenile falsetto.
Time to start rending the garments and wailing at the moon.
The head cackled for a moment, sounding much like its original owner.
So tell me, who's the sharpshooter? Do I detect a family resemblance?
What do you want, Yurt? Glissa demanded.
Isn't it obvious? I want you, Glissa. Come to me of your own free will, and I will release the mage.
Glissa swallowed, and tried hard to sound blasé, as she replied, The Nurok knew what she was getting into. You're crazier than I thought if you think that's any kind of offer. How do I even know she's alive? Glissa, don't even think about it, she heard Barana's voice say through Gef's cracked lips. Gef's expression contorted into a crude approximation of Bruenna, a mask of equal parts anger, fear, and grim determination. He's going to kill me any...
I think that's enough, Yurt said,
and Gef's face broke into a wicked smile.
There, that's all the proof you get. However, I am willing to sweeten the deal. I shall call off my Nim. We shall stay within the Mephedros. Great Ka, I will end all attacks against the Leonin. All I ask in return is the elf girl. Really, it's not as if you need two, is it?
Raksha spat. You're a fool if you think the Ka would so easily betray a friend. But something about his expression made Glissa think he might not be as sure as he sounded. Gef's head somehow lolled over sideways to make empty eye socket contact with the Ka.
Really? Don't even want to think about it, eh? That doesn't sound like a great leader of a noble Leonin people, and so on and so on.
The head sighed, a sound that came out more as a wet wheeze.
Glissa seems to think this is all up to her, but what did the rest of you say? Your Ka is ready to give up peace for a single elf.
The elf realized she was surrounded by 6 war-weary soldiers who had been fighting the same terrible enemy for a very long time, and had seen far too many friends die at the hands of the Nim. Soldiers who had risked their lives on a distant mountain to help Glissa yet again, while their fellows defended their den home. Raksha, she said warily, glad she already had her sword drawn. Doing so now would have looked far too aggressive, but the weight in her palm helped her to steady her voice. The car looked deeply into Glissa's eyes, as if searching for the answer to his dilemma. If he was searching, it didn't take him more than a few seconds to find it.
Leonin, do not negotiate with Nim,
the car growled. He cast a steely glare at the female warriors.
Nor do we offer up the lives of friends in acts of abject cowardice. Try again, creature.
You're killing Brenner as we speak, the head replied. Well, you're killing parts of her. If you're foolish enough to try and deceive me, you'll force me to expand my efforts. Internal organs are even more fun to play with. Tasty, too.
Suddenly the head shot into the air and swiveled to face Glissa, hovering just out of sword reach.
This is not a negotiation, this is an offer, Yurt's voice snarled. Take it or leave it.
Glissa seethed. Slowbad was still missing, and the answers to finding him and learning why Vectra and the goblins had attacked her were up at that mountain. Even now, Memnock might be torturing Slowbad to death, but if she didn't do something immediately, Brenna would surely die. Something in her gut told her the Guardian wanted the goblin friend alive. Since Memnock had not issued any demands, it seemed increasingly unlikely that the reason was to simply ransom the goblin for Glissa's spark. As easily as that, her decision was made. It was not the logical decision, it was visceral, but her instincts told her she was right. All right, Yurt, you win, the elf girl said. Release Brenna and stop fighting the Leonin, and I'll come to you. Raksha and Lies both opened their mouths to object, and Glissa silenced them both with a glare.
Don't be ridiculous, the head replied. You've heard the offer. I expect to see you within a day. If not, the mage dies. Then and only then I will call off my Nim.
With that, Gef's eyes rolled back into place, gazing up at Glissa. Wait, you've got to be more reasonable, Glissa said and picked up the grisly transmitter by both ears.
I miss anything?
Gef's head asked. Gef, let me talk to Yurt.
Sorry. He's gonna be really tied up for the rest of the day, Gef replied. Or maybe it was just the other people getting tied up, and he's merely preoccupied. Such a busy fellow, my old pal.
Glissa dropped Gef's head into the pack, without warning, and shut the bag. She called the others into a huddle, hopefully out of earshot.
You cannot,
Raksha began with a whisper. I can and am, Glissa replied in kind.
You would have to fight your way through the Nim, alone. That is madness, Raksha said.
What about Slowbad? Lias asked. A familiar sinking feeling set in. He's just going to have to hold on, Glissa sighed. Memnock wants him alive for some reason, I'm sure of it.
Perhaps the car could speak with this Dwugget alone, Raksha replied. We are somewhat experienced in these matters.
This isn't the behaviour of the Dwugget I know, Glissa said. You may not be in the negotiating mood. When Vectra comes to, he can lead you there, or one of the other goblins. How will I find you after I get Brenna?
Return to Tajna. If the mage can signal us, we shall find you, Raksha rumbled. We see now a simple re-entrenching will not be enough. We need a new battle plan.
I knew it, Lias whispered excitedly. Raksha and I can talk to the goblins, Glissa, while... No, Glissa said, and added, no. She scowled when she saw the set of Lias's jaw. And don't argue. Lias simply stared incredulously at her sister, and Glissa thought of the many, many times over the years she'd been forced to lie to her mother about her whereabouts. One didn't become the greatest hunter in the Tangle by getting in every night by sundown and studying with troll scholars and elf academics. Raksha coughed unconvincingly.
Think, Glissa. Say you're Dwugget.
You don't even know Dwugget, Glissa snapped. Not my point. Say you're Dwugget and you see these guys. She jerked her thumb at the commandos, who looked up curiously. You're going to call out the Goblin Guard and maybe something even worse than that meathead Vectra. Now, say you see the car and his consort. Glissa's eyes narrowed, and Raksha's muzzled jaw dropped open. Or the car and a dignitary from the Tel'Jala Chosen, Lias deftly continued. From a distance, he might even think I'm you.
She has a point, Raksha ventured.
Her presence should help us to avoid another confrontation, but we should go alone, in case more patrols or meatheads are about.
Glyssa noted Lies began to blush dark green.
My warriors shall serve you as they would me, Glyssa. They will see you to Brenna and help you free her from this yurt.
Flare, Glyssa muttered. All right, but if anything happens to her, Raksha... The Khan merely cocked his head to one side and arched an ear.
Your sister shall return alive.
I'm holding you to that, Your Khaness, Glyssa said. And thank you, Lias. She stepped forward gingerly, swept her sister into a hug that sent pain down her injured arm, but Glyssa ignored it. She leaned into Lias's ear and whispered so only her sister could hear, she hoped. And behave yourself. Don't trust anyone, except maybe Raksha. I really think he's a good man, but I thought Dwugget was too. Remember, a ruler is always going to have his own priorities, and that might not include marrying the Viridian princess. So get that look out of your eye. Glyssa stepped back and held her sister at arm's length. Lias nodded solemnly, but soon she couldn't hold back a lopsided grin. The younger elf blushed a deeper green. The most important thing is to find out if they know anything about Slobad. An alliance is important, but if we can't figure out why Memnarch was willing to send so many levelers after Slobad, that all might be besides the point. Raksha nodded his agreement as Glyssa continued. If you don't get a chance to talk to the Prophet, try to find someone else who might know something. But if you do get a chance to talk to Dwugget, Glyssa said, tell him what happened down below in the interior. What I told you. Both of you fill in the story for him. He probably knows more about the big picture than you think. Tell him about Slobad. If he really is following Krark, he should help you. If not, we're going to have to fight Memnarch without the goblins' help. Raksha looked a little bit ruffled at suddenly being on the receiving end of orders, but nodded in agreement.
We shall, he said.
I'm just hoping we don't have to fight too many of the goblins, said Lias, rubbing her sore wrists. They don't fight fair. Neither should you, Glyssa said. You should fight to survive. Raksha arched the wiry whiskers on his brow at the dishonourable notion, but said nothing. Take care of yourself, big sister, Lias said. Go save Bruenna, and we'll meet you back at Taj Nar. Yes, you will. I'm not about to become the bride of Yurt, Glyssa said. Raksha reached under his breastplate and pulled out a small gemstone pendant hanging from a chain. The stone glowed a faint yellow in the dim light. Without ceremony, the Ka pulled it over his head and offered it to Glyssa.
Take this, he said. It will protect you from the Necrodin mists. They can become toxic over several days' exposure. Hopefully you won't be in there that long.
He shrugged and added,
You might also say, it's lucky.
Thank you. Now to see if I can get there in time, Glyssa said, placing a hand to her temple. There's got to be a way to cover the distance. Where are the Terrans?
Safely out of the fight. They are more hindrance than a help in such close quarters, and frankly Taj Nar can't afford to lose even one. That said, you shall take my personal mount.
Raksha rumbled as he waved the nearest Sky Hunter over.
This is Lieutenant Elisha. Lieutenant, we are placing you under the command of Glyssa, chosen one and champion of the Tangle. Do you understand?
Glyssa groaned inwardly. Her supposed status as chosen one was, as far as she was concerned, still in dispute. Chaste one was more like it. Raksha's lieutenant didn't seem to find her title that impressive. Elisha let her lip curl just enough to reveal the tips of her fangs before the military demeanour took over, and she nodded curtly.
Yes, my Ka.
The Leonin lieutenant flipped Raksha a crisp salute and returned to securing the goblin prisoners. Glyssa saw the Leonin had left a few of the goblins' weapons lying around. Neither team was going to be able to take a number of angry goblin prisoners along. However, leaving them tied securely without some way to eventually escape was tantamount to murder. Yet there was still the problem of what to do with Alderok Vectro, who presented a much greater danger than the goblin guards, but from whom Raksha and Lias would need direction. The Volshok's head had started lolling lazily, and he might soon come to. Maybe his power was in the gauntlets. Maybe not. But Glyssa didn't think it was a chance they should take. Raksha finally settled on keeping the human's arms tied behind his back and gagged his mouth with strips of the Volshok robes. They were a stopgap solution, the car admitted, but should keep Vectro from trying any magical tricks on the journey into the mountains. The gag could be removed briefly to get directions out of the priest, and Raksha promised the human a swift death if he attempted to run. Vectro nodded, in no position to argue, and it might have been her imagination, but Glissa could have sworn that Vectro now looked a little smaller and less muscular without his gauntlets. Perhaps they were simple strength-enhancing artifacts. With a final farewell, and one more assurance from Luyas that she would be careful, the Leonin and the young elf set off, their Volshok prisoner stumbling ahead of them. Lieutenant Elisha turned from watching them go to address Glissa. "Your orders, chosen one?" The elf girl thought the Leonin's effort to disguise her disdain was admirable, if not quite successful. "We're taking the Terrans for a ride into the swamp. Can you lead me to them?" Glissa asked. "And call me Glissa, please." "Of course," Elisha replied. "Glissa, the Terrans will have us within the Mephidros before the next sun clears the horizon." Chapter 14. Drossbound.
"We're getting close now,"
Gef's head shouted through the leather pack on Glissa's back. The grisly thing hadn't stopped babbling since she'd taken to the air on the back of the Silver Terran. Despite her efforts to shut the noise out, she realized glumly that she was beginning to understand what Gef's muffled ravings were, whether she wanted to or not. "I know," Glissa said. "I can feel it getting closer." She grimaced and added, "And shut up, will you? You're going to attract carrion birds." The elf girl loosely gripped the reins. Contrary to Elisha's warning, the Terran hadn't tried to run her through, but had actually landed at her feet to allow her to mount as soon as she approached. She wasn't sure if it was the same one she'd ridden before, but the Terran hadn't tried to kill her, which was good enough. Glissa and the Sky Hunters had built up quite a bit of speed by the time the blackened edge of the Mephidros broke over the horizon. She squinted against the dusty wind that flattened her thick cables of hair flat against her head. The elf adjusted her goggles to ensure they fit snugly around her eyes. Now would not be a good time for blurred vision. Elisha pulled ahead to Glissa's left, waving them to follow and take the Terrans lower. She wished once again that they thought to figure out a way to speak to each other up here. Glissa wanted to ask the Leonin lieutenant if he had spotted something, or this was simply the standard procedure for airborne Leonin commandos approaching dangerous territory from the air. The Leonin could communicate with hand signals, but Glissa could only understand a few simple commands. Fortunately, a slight nudge of the harness sent her Terran instinctively plunging down after the others. They levelled off only 20 feet or so above the razor planes. The blackened edges of the Mephidros grew until they covered the horizon. Glissa didn't see any activity, Nim or Leonin, which seemed odd. The razor grass below was dotted with low verdigris shrubs and short stubby trees. She looked off to her left where the flora grew steadily in size until it ran into the distant tangle. They had already reached the far side of the Dross, and the battle between Yurt's forces and Ruksha's people was too far away to see. It didn't make any sense. If there was an opening into the Glimmer Void, even if it meant taking the long way round to Taj Nar, why hadn't the Master of the Nims sent expeditionary forces through this corridor? For that matter, why had the Tangle always been spared the depredations of the Nim? The more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Perhaps he just didn't have enough troops, Glissa finally decided. But something about it continued to bother her. She leaned forward and urged the Terran after the others. The formation drew out in a long column as the Terran riders broke through the corroded tree line and entered the Mephidros. Glissa had flown over the Dross before, but that had been with one of Bruenna's spells. Navigating a silver reptilian with a 10-foot wingspan through the thick, decaying vegetation and around the blackened chimney towers that belched nitrogen gas was something else entirely. Fortunately, the Terran had a mind of its own and dodged the spiky foliage. Mostly. After half an hour, The group broke into a small clearing in the swamp where the muck was deep enough to prevent even the hardy trees and plants of the Mephedros from gaining a grip. Elisha wheeled and circled, then floated gently to a landing on a wide, dead copper log, half eaten away by the corrosive swamp. The log tipped precariously, but the Terran kept its footing by stepping from side to side. Soon they had all landed in a loose circle on the other chunks of solid detritus that broke the surface of the deep pools of brackish oil. Elisha signalled 3 of the Sky Hunters to take up a perimeter position. The warriors bounded off of their mounts into the trees, forming a protective triangle around the group. The 2 other Leonin had been introduced as Elisha's direct subordinates. Darlosh was one with black tips on her ears, while Tuck was recognizable by silver streaks in her golden fur.
Something isn't right, Elisha whispered.
Where are the Nim? Gussa asked.
That's what I mean, the Sky Hunter replied. They should be all over this place. If their numbers are as great as we think they are, someone should have seen us by now.
Lieutenant, I did spot something on the way in, Tuck said. I had thought they were creatures of the Dross, but now I'm not so sure. They look too new, too silver.
You should have brought this to my attention immediately, Elisha snapped.
Easy, Glissa said. She turned to the chastised warrior. Where did you see them? About a half-mile behind us, clinging to one of those nitrogen smokestacks, Tuck said, momentarily relieved. 2 of them like 4-legged spiders, but together they would have outweighed a Jurok. Flare. No need to go back and check. I saw them too, or felt them, then saw them. They were watching me. Ever seen anything like them in the Dross? Tuck shook her head.
They do not sound like Nim, Elisha said.
Gussa grimaced. I agree, they must be Memnarch spies. She didn't want to risk alienating the Leonin with information that made her certain. The feeling she'd had when she sensed the small constructs was the same tingle that alerted her whenever the levelers had drawn near.
Do you believe Memnarch will attack us here? Elisha asked.
Maybe, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure between the 7 of us we can handle a couple of metal bugs. I've taken on bigger ones and I'm still here.
Agreed. Right now we should focus on the immediate task of finding the human.
Her name is Bruina, and she's a friend of mine. We're not just going to find her, we're getting her out of here.
Of course. But first things first.
Gussa nodded apologetically. I'm sorry. Just anxious to get this done. I've got another friend in trouble too. Gef's head shouted from inside the leather pack. Elisha's hand shot to her long knife, but Gussa raised a finger to stop her from doing anything rash. She slung the pack around and flipped the top open. Ask you? You expect me to believe you would guide us? I think your head's been off your shoulders too long, Gussa said.
Don't underestimate the power of hate,
Gef's head said matter-of-factly.
You think I hate you? Well, yes, I do, of course I do. Before you came along, everything was perfect, and you really, really messed up my vampire. But there were degrees of hate, and as much as I'd love to flay you alive with your own long knives, that's nothing compared to what I want to happen to my usurper.
Usurper? You told me Yurt was in charge now. You seemed happy about that, and you still haven't told me how any of that happened.
I'll get to it, the head snapped. I don't like to talk about it. I told you the facts as they are now. I need some secrets. You don't get over being the supreme power of darkness overnight, you know.
You mean that we can trust you because we have a mutual enemy?
Elisha interrupted in an attempt to cut through Gef's convoluted explanation. She turned to Glissa.
Is a mutual enemy enough when it admits it's not telling the whole truth?
The elf girl cast her eyes around in the misty darkness that loomed in every direction, here and there interrupted by a flash of a moving shadow, or the splash of something vile slipping into the muck. She flipped the bag shut again, and leaned in close to the Leonin, speaking in a whisper. It might have to be enough. I thought once I got here something might look familiar, but I never really approached this place from here, I think. She sighed. We're lost? Elisha flashed teeth and growled softly.
I was lost the minute we entered. I was trusting my mount.
Great. Some rescue team we are, Gussa grinned. She opened the bag and addressed Gift's head. Okay, you and I are going to take point. If you try anything, lead us into an ambush, shout at the wrong time, or attempt to bite my neck, you'll be just another dead head sinking into the swamp. Understand?
Crystal clear. But something's gotta be in it for me, eh? How about when all of this is over, you help me find my body? Make a man of me again.
What? Gussa said with an involuntary shudder. Not a chance. You'll guide us to the vault or you're dead. It's that simple.
Wrong, elf girl. I'm dead already. Well preserved, yes, but dead. That's no threat, and we all walk out of the vault together, or no one does.
How do I know you won't just take control of the Nim yourself? Continue the war? Gussa asked.
You don't, and that's a pretty good guess if the world saving doesn't work out. I think you've got a future in prophesying. But yes, that's the deal. You're one of those honourable types, whether you want to be or not, so I'm willing to take your sworn oath as a guarantee. You're not going to get a better deal than that, but I want a body after I can help you. Scrap's sake, it doesn't even need to be mine. I'd even take a Leonin if you happen upon one later. And then, when I've got my body and you've got your future, I never want to see you again.
Likewise, Gussa agreed. She turned to Elisha. Call the sentries back in, we're heading out.
I cannot agree to this, Elisha snarled. He as much as admitted he will attack us again at the first opportunity.
She's got you there,
Gef's head agreed. Shut up, Gef, Gussa said. Elisha will deal with that when the time comes. Until then, we don't have a choice.
She's got a point,
Gef's head added, prompting a slap from Gussa.
Very well, Elisha agreed. But as soon as that thing puts us in danger, I'm putting it down. Permanently.
Way ahead of you, Lieutenant, Gussa said, and made a grimace of distaste as she pulled Gef's head clear from the pack and rested the morbid thing on the pommel of her saddle, where it balanced without much help from her. Lead on, Gef, Gussa said. The trip through the dross to the site of the Vault of Whispers had taken an uneventful half-hour when Gussa spotted the first sign of trouble. Her Terran actually gave her the first indication that something was up ahead, and she squinted into the greenish mist to see what had caused the reptile to buck suddenly. There, several shapes like large, man-sized beetles scuttled around the dense foliage. Gussa waved to the others to slow their approach, and placed a hand over Gef's mouth, the signal that told him the elf girl would gladly let him drop the instant he didn't keep quiet. The Nim hadn't given any indication it had seen them. Fighting the urge to retch at the fetid smell, she lifted Gef's ear to her mouth and whispered, Are they going back to Yurt, or is this a trap?
That's just a patrol. Most of his soldiers are on the front lines. I'd say that's why you haven't seen many of them up until now. Lucky you. Those fellows look to be headed back to the vault, if you ask me.
We can follow them? Gussa said.
And they say I'm the one with all the brains, Gef's head cackled. Just make sure you get there before the last of them. Those doors don't dawdle.
Then we'll just make sure that the last one never makes it through the door, Gussa said. Gussa stuck Gef back into the pommel and waved Elisha, Tak, and Darlosh into whispering range. Half of the day Yurt had given them was gone, and it was time to finalize the plan. Elisha argued for complete stealth, slipping in with the Nim and staying in the shadows. But while Gussa had no doubt the Sky Hunter commandos had the agility and skill to pull off such a task, as did the elf girl herself, she still didn't trust Gef. It would be ridiculously easy for the severed head to alert the Nim they'd been hiding from. No, they'd best approach stealthily, then surprise the Nim and take them out while the doors to the vault, whatever was left of it after Gussa's last visit, was still open. That seemed to satisfy everyone's concerns, though it would not be so easy. They had to set the Terrans loose for now. Elisha insisted she could always call them back later, and if they kept flying they might overtake the Nim. The team had to proceed on foot from here on out. After another hour of much slower travel, the lead Nim finally halted. Gusser heard an alien chittering noise. What was it that the Nim language sounded like? And saw the wide trunk of a black and rust-covered swamp tree in front of the Nim split open. An archway big enough for two Nim to enter side by side took shape, glowing with the light of necrogen lamps mounted on the inner walls of a long tunnel. "All right," she whispered, and the Leonin turned to her as one. "Let's go in hard and fast, but don't take any stupid chances. The important thing is getting through that door. Remember, go for the necrogen tubes. It won't kill them right away, but they won't last long without that green stuff pumping into them." "We know their vulnerabilities. We've been fighting Nim since before you were born," Elisha said. "I doubt it," Glyssa said, stuffing Geth unceremoniously into the pack. "Everyone ready?" She whispered and drew her sword. 6 muzzles nodded in unison, and 6 silver long blades flashed in the night. "Go!" Glyssa said. The elf girl reached the Nim first, charging in with a wide sweep of her blade that met the hideous creature's neck, just above its armored carapace, slicing neatly through and out the other side. The remaining Nim whirled with supernatural speed Gusser had learned to respect, and emitted a cacophony of chittering shrieks. Green necrogen tubes glowed as the Nim entered the fray, reflexively attacking their attackers. It seemed like odd behavior for the Nim, who would follow whatever order they had last been given until they were dead, or received new directives. Apparently these had been given the order to patrol and retaliate. Green necrogen glinted off the silver blade of Glyssa's sword. She whirled in the tight enclosure near the entrance to the vault and hacked off another Nim head, spraying green necrogen and black ichor into the tunnel walls. Elisha slipped ahead of Glyssa and nearly bisected another Nim with her silver long knife. The broken Nim toppled out of the entrance and slid into the muck, still twitching. Glyssa continued her charge, catching the next Nim down the line, or trying to anyway. Her blade came down hard on the iron carapace of the scuttling monster and bounced off with a painful clang that made her entire arm numb. The Nim swung around with a massive claw that caught Glyssa full in the chest, knocking her back through the doors and into the swamp. The next thing she knew, she was tumbling head over heels through the green mist. She landed head first with an oily splash on the viscous mud. Something brushed her leg, and Glyssa scrambled to her feet before whatever it was could take a bite. She still had her sword in her hand somehow and lashed out at the nearest Nim with a cruel uppercut that slit the insectoid Nim open like a fish. Green and black gore poured out of its open abdominal cavity before the shift in weight sent the Nim tumbling down on its heavy back. Glyssa quickly took stock. The Leonin were in trouble, and this surprise attack was in danger of turning into a debacle. Elisha, Darlosh, and Tuck were still moving, but the other 3 Sky Hunters were being driven steadily back into the dross. One of the Leonin sliced through the necrogen tube with a clawed kick, sending green liquid spouting into the air. The Nim attached to the tube swung its vicious arms wildly, and one clean swipe to the Leonin's torso cut the female clean in two. Bright red blood mixed with bilious necrogen as the 2 foes collapsed in the oily mud. "No!" Glyssa screamed and clambered through the swamp to help her remaining allies. A Nim came at her from the side, and she whirled with a low cut that should have taken the creature's legs off at the knees. Instead, the Nim raised its iron claws and effortlessly blocked the strike, then backhanded her across the face. Glyssa staggered, the world spinning crazily around her, as she struggled to keep her sword and her balance at the same time. She bumped hard into Elisha, who steadied the elf with one hand without looking. The 2 remaining Leonin warriors dispatched 2 more Nims simultaneously with wicked slashes of their long knives, but were almost immediately felled under the blows of heavy Nim claws. Within seconds the 2 were dead, reduced to wet sacks of broken bone. Glyssa saw Tack and Darlosh keeping the other Nim busy at the vault entrance, making sure the door didn't swing shut unexpectedly. And now there were 4. Glyssa spared a glance at Elisha. The Sky Hunter commander nodded in return. "Charge!" Glyssa shouted. Elf and Leonin launched themselves at the undead horrors with all their remaining strength. Glyssa found herself facing the same creature that had nearly taken off her head a few seconds earlier. Not the most innovative tactician, the Nym again took a swing with one huge claw. The elf girl was ready this time and ducked while bringing her blade down hard on the soft tissue of the arm joint, severing the limb. Before the Nym could bring down its other claw, Gusser twirled the blade wide and jammed it upwards into the Nym's torso. Gratified by the scrape of metal on metal as the blade emerged from the zombie's iron shell. Gusser jerked the blade free and rolled to escape the creature's collapsing corpse, colliding violently with the armoured legs of another zombie that had been trying to take her unawares. The Nym tumbled forward as the elf girl bowled through its legs. Before the heavy, clumsy monster could regain its footing, Gusser had driven her blade through the back of its head. Gusser turned to the Leonin in time to watch in horror as one of the Nym grasped Darlosh's leg in one lobster claw and swung the commando violently into Tak, who had been coming in for a strike from the opposite side. Darlosh's sword impaled Tak through the soft tissue under her chin and emerged at the top of her head, killing her instantly. A second Nym grasped Darlosh, still dazed but alive by the other leg. With a sickening series of loud snaps, Darlosh was ripped apart like a wishbone. Her torn corpse showered scarlet gore and leonine guts across the swamp. Gusser looked furtively at Elisha, who let loose an agonized roar that shook the trees and made the elf girl's teeth rattle. The Leonin went mad, cutting into the remaining Nym like a whirlwind. Gusser, fighting her rising gorge, charged in to help. Leonin and elf worked as one unit, slicing, tearing, kicking and clawing through the ghouls that had slaughtered their friends. The Nym fought as fiercely as before, but now Gusser and Elisha were driven by something primal, and the zombies didn't stand a chance. After half a minute of furious fighting, Gusser stabbed the last Nym standing through the gut and kicked the body towards Elisha, who finished it off with one sweep of her long knife through the green tubes attached to the vile monster's neck. The sudden silence was made no less eerie by the green glow that suffused the mist as the dying Nym spat nitrogen smoke uselessly into the air. Gusser and Elisha were covered head to toe in dross muck and a foul mix of Leonin and Nym innards. Gusser staggered to the Leonin and placed one hand on her shoulder. Elisha,
do not say anything. They made their peace with the gods long ago, as all soldiers do. They died warriors, and we should be so lucky, the grim Leonin responded.
She stooped and said a short, soft prayer over Darlosh and Tak's ruined bodies, which were closest to her, then slipped something from each dead warrior's belt. She turned and handed Gusser Tak's long knife, which the elf girl accepted tentatively. Elisha slipped Darlosh's into her own belt.
My sisters have gone to fight at the side of the great Deccan forever, she said with a hint of ceremony. I now claim the right of revenge.
That makes two of us, Gusser said, but their deaths were in vain if we don't get Brenna out of here.
Elisha nodded solemnly. I can see why my car is fond of you, elf. You think like a Leonin. There is a legend of an elf that fought at Great Deccan's side. Did you know that?
No?
His name is lost to history, but legends call him the Maneless One. He was a warrior of great skill, and ultimately gave his life saving the greatest of all Leonin. You have the blood of the Maneless One in you, girl. I can smell it surely as I can smell my own cubs. You honored them with your actions. Now, do not dishonor them with pointless mewling.
Without another word, Elisha turned on one foot and stalked towards the entrance to Yurt's lair. A stunned Gusser followed, sick to her stomach. Chapter 15. Nobody's vault but mine. Gusser tapped Elisha on the shoulder and jerked her head towards a shadowed alcove they had just passed.
What is it? The Leonin whispered.
Gusser didn't say anything, but swung a heavy pack off her shoulder and held it up meaningfully, looking from the bag and down the tunnel ahead. When the Leonin just stared at her blankly, she decided to risk a few words. This place, too empty, it's suspicious. Want to consult the head.
Good point, Elisha replied softly. I expected light resistance on the way in, but I would have thought that once we got in here, it would be crawling with Nim. Perhaps this is a little-used passage, she added with a shrug. I shall stand watch in the tunnel. Let me know what you learn. The Sky Hunter took a couple of steps and leaned cautiously against the corner of the alcove, well hidden from anyone who might come down the hole, but with a clear line of sight in either direction. Her ears cocked forward, scanning for the heavy, clanking footsteps of Nim warriors. Glissa could easily see why Raksha had trusted Alasha as second in command on this mission. She certainly fought with a ferocity and dexterity Glissa had never seen, but the Skyhunter's composure was nothing short of heroic. The elf girl flipped the pack open with one hand and clamped the other over Gef's mouth. She raised a claw to her lips and was satisfied when the severed head did not sound any kind of alarm. When she uncovered the mouth, Gef's head crinkled his leathery brow and whispered, "What now?" "Don't talk unless you are answering me," Glissa whispered. "Where are they?"
"Who? Your kitty cats? Beats me. They were all alive when I went to the bag. What did you do to them?"
Glissa silenced Gef with a glare. "The Nim. The last time I was here, the place was crawling with them."
"Yeah, funny, isn't it? Strange to be in the needlebug nest and not find any needlebugs, huh?"
"Gef, I'm going to step on you."
Okay.
Gef hissed more loudly than he needed to.
Fine, no fun for Gef. Just stick Gef in the bag.
Gus's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly added,
All right, your Leonin was on the nose. He had sent almost all the Nim forces to the front lines. He thinks this is the perfect time. With the golden scrub away and his cousin in charge, the peace offer was nothing more than Nim waste."
"Really? You're sure it's not just to lure us into a false sense of complacency before springing a trap?"
"You know, you didn't used to be so paranoid. I miss that innocent little elf girl who begged me to spare Yert's life. That sure worked out well, didn't it?"
"Answer the question," Glissa said, struggling to keep her anger in check.
"Honestly, you might be right. I wouldn't put anything past Yert these days."
Gef's face took on an uncharacteristically thoughtful cast.
"But you know, it's what I would have done. You're a fool if you don't expect that."
"Right," Glissa muttered. "Anything else?"
"Yes," Gef said. "Duck."
It took Gef's warning a half-second to sink in, and if she'd waited any longer, her own skull would have joined his on the floor. A Nim claw slammed the rusted tunnel wall with a clang and a shower of blue sparks. Glissa dropped Gef's head and let it roll into the corner, then spun in a crouch, drawing her sword and readying her weary muscles for another fight. The Nim loomed over her, blocking her from the hole and Alasha, wherever the Leonin was. Since she hadn't warned her, she feared the worst for the Sky Hunter. Glissa tried the same move that had worked before. With a yell, she jabbed upwards with her sword, hoping to impel the Nim for its relatively soft underbelly. The creature had taken her by surprise, however, and her strike was off. The hulking zombie caught the blade easily in one crustacean claw and wrenched it from her grip, then grabbed her roughly by the arm in the other claw and jerked her to her feet. So much for a good shoulder. The Nim lumbered around slowly until it faced four more of its hulking, beetle-like kin. A pair of large, grey, ghoulish-looking humans that had looked like mountains of necrotic muscle held Alasha firmly between them, one holding a massive knotted hand over her muzzle. There was something about these humans that didn't seem quite right to Glissa. She had seen animated corpses and things like the Nim that were the result of Necrogen's effect on those same zombies. She'd seen towering monsters that Yurt had once been tasked with controlling, the Reapers. However, she'd never seen humans that looked both dead and alive. There was something familiar about the feral look in their eyes, and she couldn't put a claw tip on it. Whatever they were, Glissa was fed up. "Well," Glissa shouted, "is this how you welcome invited guests yet? Because I have to say, I like Gef's approach better. At least he didn't play games."
"A game, is it? I assure you, Glissa, this is very much a real thing,"
a cold voice called down the corridor. At that, the two large grey humans holding Alasha stepped aside, and Glissa got her first look at Yurt since leaving the young keeper to Gef's not-so-tender mercies. The elf girl hardly recognized him. The young human's pale skin had become the same sickly grey as his henchman. He appeared taller as well, perhaps an optical illusion created by the majestic black robes that hung from his wiry frame like folded insect wings. As Yurt raised his hands to pull back his hood, Gusser saw the tips of two black spikes like dew claws on the underside of Yurt's wrist. Geth, Gusser called back towards the alcove. Let me guess, you fed Yurt to your vampire, didn't you?
Seemed like I got it there at the time, Geth's head called from the shadows. I blame you, you know. If you hadn't crippled, that thing still speaks.
I guess I should not be surprised, Yurt said.
Mercy will be your downfall, Gusser.
Yurt sent a fist across Gusser's already battered jaw.
You overestimate your importance to me. Memnarch may want you alive, but I would just as soon open you up and feast upon your innards. I've learned elves have a tangy taste. You just don't get in humans. I think it's those special spices you grow in the tangle.
Gusser opened her mouth to retort, and as fast as lightning, Yurt's right palm was pressed against her cheek. She froze. The black spike tip was less than an inch from her jugular.
For now, just a taste, he hissed.
She felt a pinch like a needle-bug sting as Yurt's feeding spike pierced her neck. Within seconds, the loss of blood began to make her dizzy, and she already sensed red unconsciousness flooding her vision. If she didn't do something to stop him, she would be drained and dead within a minute. Nonetheless, she didn't dare to try and wiggle free. Yurt could tear her throat apart with the spike.
Help!
Gusser gasped. She'd never felt more pathetic, she thought, as she grew more and more delirious. The mightiest hunter in the tangle had walked into a snare hidden in plain sight. She should have known that Yurt's sudden reappearance was too strange, and that there had to be something else to it. She should have remembered the vampire, and what vampires could do to the living if they really wanted to. Yurt suddenly screamed and jerked the spike free. Gusser felt warm liquid running freely down the side of her neck. The blackness would take her in seconds. Already everything was growing hazy. She felt a hand press over the wound and heard a voice. Yurt, muttering a few words in some bizarre guttural tongue, big on glottal slops. The flow of blood stopped, and Gusser's vision cleared almost instantly. She spun free of the vampire's grip and stepped back cautiously. Yurt held one palm to his forehead and straightened with great effort.
Yes, I won't do it again. Please make it stop.
Something was hurting Yurt badly. Something that Gusser couldn't see, but that mystery would have to wait. The other hand was still extended, covered in red blood, her blood, and she took that kind of thing personally. Before she could think better of it, she slammed a fist into Yurt's face, sending him stumbling back into the wall.
Seize her, but do not kill, he cried,
still clutching his head.
The Guardian commands it.
That explained his sudden headache, Gusser guessed. Elisha took advantage of her captor's distraction to bring her legs up and kick off the nearest wall, sending the grey brute slamming into the ironstone with a crunch of snapping ribs. As the pair hit the tunnel floor, Gusser noticed twin sets of black spikes on the ends of their wrists. These two weren't human either. Yurt had been busy. If this kept up, humans were going to become extinct. Run, she shouted to Elisha. Still have to find Brenna, or I'll catch up. The Leonin commando leader nodded and headed down the tunnel at top speed, narrowly evading the grasping claws of the looming Nym. Gusser fainted right, causing a Nym to stumble against the pair of vampires before they could recover from Elisha's blow, then dashed back to the alcove. She scooped up Geth's head, which shouted "Hey!" as she stuffed it into the pack, then set off after the Leonin as fast as her legs would carry her. As she passed the last of the slow-moving Nym, she snatched her sword from the zombie's claws. The tunnel behind her exploded with clanging footsteps as the Nym gave chase. Gusser could make out Elisha up ahead through the pervasive necrogen, and hoped she could keep pace with the fleet-footed feline. As if reading her mind, Elisha looked back and paused, bouncing on impatient feet. Thanks for waiting, Gusser said breathlessly as she joined the Leonin. Together they set off in a dead run into the heart of the Mephedros.
You're one fast cat.
Not a cat, Elisha said, and you run like a pixie.
Elf,
Glisser replied.
Must be
Geth added. I actually believe it's not your fault, Geth, Glisser said. Now you're going to prove it by getting us to Brenna and out again.
might be new.
Geth's head said. I hate you too, Glisser said. The tunnel forks ahead, Elisha said, stopping short. Ask it which way to go.
Might.
The head said from inside the pack. Right? Elisha asked.
Right,
Glisser said. They set off down the tunnel Geth had indicated, followed by an army of Nim and 3 very angry vampires, one of which was beginning to wonder if an alliance with Memnarch was really such a good idea. Chapter 16. Time Out. Glisser and Elisha barreled along the tunnel, each one stumbling now and again as a strange flickering nitrogen light caused a weird vertigo that made it appear the floor was moving. But by staying alert, they were able to keep each other mostly upright. Geth's head could not have been enjoying the ride. The elf came to an abrupt halt when Elisha's opened hand slapped her in the chest. The path ended abruptly a few feet ahead, where the tunnel opened into an enormous cavern. Glisser peeked over the edge and could not see the bottom, nor did she see the telltale pinprick of light indicating that this was an entrance to the lacuna. This hole was just a hole. A very, very, very deep hole. Dozens of footsteps tromped noisily down the path behind them, and Glisser was sure she heard Yurt barking orders. She swung the pack under her shoulders without unslinging it and flipped the cover open. Geth? Glisser hissed. Small problem. Your route's not exactly there. She yanked Geth's head out from the pack and dangled him over the edge by one leathery ear. The head yelped. See? Glisser added.
Yes, put me down, put me down, put me down, put me down.
Geth gasped. The elf girl continued to dangle Geth's head as the grisly thing squealed. Looking over her shoulder down the tunnel, beetle-like shapes loomed in the green light. The Nim would be here any second. Elisha drew her long knives and stood squarely between Glisser and the oncoming Nim troop. Find us a way out of here, the Sky Hunter snarled. Glisser pulled Geth back from the edge and looked him squarely in his glassy, clouded eyes. Talk! How do we get over this chasm?
Don't know. This path used to be solid, I swear. Probably happened with the cave-in you caused.
You're kidding.
It's the truth. She collapsed off the vault.
Where? Glisser snapped and stuffed the head back into the pack, which she swung back onto her shoulder. Too bad Brenna was on the other side of the chasm. A little of the mage's flight magic would have solved everything. Elisha, I wouldn't suppose you had brought along a pair of wings? The Leonin turned to bark a reply, then stopped, one ear cocked sideways in a manner that Glisser had learned displayed uncertainty or suspicion. I can't believe I didn't think of that, the Leonin growled. Elisha sheathed her knives in one fluid motion and met the first Nim with a solid kick to the chest. Open my pack, the Leonin shouted as the Nim collided with the one behind it, and both tumbled onto their backs. One of the vampires, not Yurt, came at Elisha from the side. The Leonin met it with a fist, then gripped the creature's wrist and brought its forearm down hard across her knee. The bones snapped clean. Glisser scrambled up behind the Leonin and hacked wildly at another Nim that was creeping in from Elisha's blind spot. She severed its arm and the nitrogen tube on her third strike. A lucky hit. The Nim went down, but the rest still plodded inexorably forward. Yurt's apparent absence disturbed her. She was sure she'd heard him only moments ago. She wondered idly if vampires could become invisible. In the clear for a moment, she flipped the latch on Elisha's pack and looked inside. The wide pocket in the back. Hurry, she growled. Glisser spotted the pocket easily and reached inside. She pulled out what looked like a folded sheet of silver linen. What is this? Glisser asked, baffled, as the pair of them backed closer and closer to the deadly drop. Just put them on, Elisha said as she jabbed her long knives into two Nim at once, pushing them back into the clacking mob. If for emergencies, they'll only carry one person. Well, maybe one and a head. Cross the straps over your chest. Do it now!
Okay, Glissa yelled and slipped 2 thin cables over her shoulders. The silvery linen rested against her shoulder blades above Gef's head. Preoccupied, Glissa didn't get her sword raised in time to block another set of Nim claws, but the late parry caused her to strike the Nim's soft exposed joints, which worked just as well. She moved shoulder to shoulder with the Sky Hunter and risked a look back over her shoulder. More Nim were milling around on the opposite side of the deep pit as well. Several spread their black beetle wings and launched themselves lazily across the chasm. Now what? Glissa shouted as the noise of clacking Nim feet and buzzing wings became almost unbearable.
Your friend,
Elisha shouted over the din between slashes of her long knives.
She's important. She'll help the car save our people and beat these monsters.
Of course, Glissa replied, but shouldn't we be worried about...
Then make sure the Law Masters hear of the Leonin who died today,
Elisha said, and shoved Glissa out into open space. As she plummeted into the dark, she heard the Leonin Sky Hunter roar, a sound that drowned out the Nim above, and was followed by a furious clanging of steel long knives on iron claws. The elf girl fell at least 20 feet before the silver linen on her back unfolded of its own accord into a set of thin wings. The wings began to buzz like those of the Nim, and Glissa felt the descent slow, cease, and slowly reverse. How would she stop? Glissa stopped. And to go up? With the thought, the wings responded to her urgent need, gaining speed quickly. It wasn't unlike Bruenna's flight magic. She emerged between 2 hovering Nim that slowly turned inward to face her, claws clicking menacingly. Glissa whirled the wings to carry her higher, which would buy her a few precious seconds to spot Elisha. The Sky Hunter was some 30 feet back from the chasm, awash in a sea of Nim, and fighting with utter ferocity. The Sky Hunter was a gold and silver blur, leaping and twirling through a black mass of zombies with long knives blazing. Green ichor and necrogen steam sprayed in the air. The Leonin briefly made eye contact with Glissa.
Go!
Elisha shouted. Glissa's sword arm began to tremble with rage and frustration. The flying Nim below were almost close enough to strike. Elisha was buying her time, and the chance to save Bruenna, and that brave Sky Hunter was going to die in the process. Glissa might be able to save the Leonin if she dove down into the fray herself, but even then there were only 2 of them. Yet supply of Nim seemed limitless. They would both eventually be overwhelmed. I'll tell the Law Masters, she whispered. She turned and whirled the wings to take her onwards to Bruenna. Bruenna who could still be saved. Glissa gritted her teeth, fighting back fresh tears. If Elisha's sacrifice was going to mean anything, she couldn't lose it now. She wanted nothing more than to lay into the Nim with every ounce of her strength. Her anger demanded it, but she couldn't waste the time. Fortunately, Glissa found it was relatively easy to keep clear of the Nim strikes, though she had a few close calls at points where the tunnel narrowed. Flying Nim were a problem too, but they were so clumsy in the air that she had little trouble avoiding them. But every Nim turned and followed her. The elf girl still had no idea what she was going to do when she found Bruenna, or even how she was going to get her out. But one problem at a time. They had to find the Norok first. Glissa had been forced to remove Gef's head from her pack and carry it along so he could guide her, which would be a liability as soon as she landed, and had to turn and face the mob behind her. She would have gladly tossed the undead thing aside, but she still needed Gef to get them out too. Still, if he didn't lead her to Bruenna soon, she might pitch him anyway. He smelled even worse than the Nim, and she was beginning to wonder if Gef really knew where he was going.
"Wait, turn, the head shouted. "Back there, the branching passage."
Glissa whirled and followed Gef's directions. This offshoot was much narrower, but there were no Nim. The dim light was cast by the occasional necrogen lamp.
"This way isn't used much," Gef said, as if reading her mind. "It's the back way."
Not bad, Geth, Glyssa said. It'll also keep the nymph from attacking us all at once, so why don't I trust you?
Beats me. But trust that I want my body back, and I don't see any other way to do it without helping you. Now slow down, eh? We're almost there.
The tunnel ahead glowed brighter green and appeared to open into a larger room. Glyssa willed the wings to slow down, and she took a moment to turn Geth's head so that it was facing backwards. Nim?
I hear them, but I can't see them yet. Could you turn me back around now?
Glyssa obliged, peering into the green glow ahead. She could make out a single shape in the mist-filled room, something like a statue on a pedestal. She stopped short and turned Geth to face her. Time for you to get into the pack. I can't fight with you in my hand.
See, you know you love me, Geth cackled.
I despise you, but you're going to get me back out of here, Glyssa said. Before I put you away, can you tell me anything else about that room?
Sure, it's a room. There are prisoners, looks misty. What do you want? I've been severed from my body for weeks, Geth said.
At Glyssa's scowl, he added,
Okay, there are cells lining the wall. 5 of them. Probably 2 guards.
Probably?
That's what I would have posted. Can't speak for yet. Will you please get it through your head that I'm not in charge here? Geth's head smirked. And that thing in the middle is a torture platform.
Lovely, Glyssa said.
You're not kidding. It's amazing. I got it from a Vidalcan slave master, who told me he used it for motivation through pain on all of his stock. It looked like a simple table, but I had it enchanted to transform into 18 different configurations. And of course it changes size to fit the occupant. That slave master knows it's...
Glyssa stuffed the head into the pack. Quiet, she said, squinting into the green light. The pedestal must be the torture table, which made her think that was probably no statue. She couldn't make out anyone else in the room. No Nym, no vampires, no yurt, nothing. It was an obvious trap, but Glyssa had to walk into it. No, not really walk into it, fly into it. That was at least one advantage. Still, she decided a cautious approach might be warranted. The Nym was some distance back down the narrow tunnel, her ears told her. She could afford to move deliberately this time, instead of charging head first, her usual opening tactic, and the one that as of late had been meeting with mixed results. Yet as Glyssa closed the distance and she could see more clearly into the mist-filled, brightly lit green room, she became even more confused. She saw 2 cell doors open and facing her, empty. The torture table did indeed appear to be nothing more than a table, and the statue was no statue, it was a person. Rowena stood atop the table, wrapped up to her nose in corroding iron cable that held her suspended like an insect in an arachnid's web. Hollow tubes were jammed here and there through the cable into Rowena's abdomen and back, with one appearing connected to the base of her skull. At first, Glyssa thought that the tubes were pumping necrogen into the Nurok, but as she drew nearer, she saw the tubes were glowing with a soft blue light. The mage's eyes goggled when she saw Glyssa, and the elf girl could detect the faintest shaking of her friend's head. Glyssa entered the room, keeping one eye on Rowena and using the other to scan the torture chamber. It was smaller than she'd expected, but then torture could be a very private matter. All of the cells were empty, as were most of the shackles hung on the walls. A few of those held the skeletons of luckless prisoners. If this was Yurt's idea of a trap, it wasn't a very good one. She threw stuff aside and zipped over to Rowena, descending to stand on the table in front of the hapless mage. "I'm going to get you out of here," Glyssa said. "Can you hear me?" Rowena gave the faintest of nods and winced. "I have to unhook you from these tubes. Can I do that without hurting you?" Glyssa asked. Rowena began to shake her head again, wincing with each tiny movement but refusing to stop. "At least I can get you out of these cables? Let's see," Glyssa said, searching for a loose end she could use to unravel Rowena's iron cocoon. Absolutely nothing. Whoever had wrapped Rowena in this painful-looking cable had been thorough. "All right, if I can't unravel it, I guess I can cut it?" Gus's sword flashed, and the two cables holding the mage upright snapped. The elf girl caught Brun as she fell forward, and she saw that the cable was beginning to loosen on its own. It was all one piece. That was why she couldn't find a loose thread. Gently, Glessa began to unwrap the Neurok mage. The Nim were getting closer, but with luck she wouldn't be here when they arrived. Verena gasped as Glessa pulled the thick cable away from her mouth. "No!" Verena cried as soon as she'd drawn breath. Suddenly, the mage disappeared in a flash of blinding azure light, forcing Glessa to raise her arms to protect her eyes from the glare. Chapter 17. Intermission. The mage disappeared in a flash of blinding azure light, forcing Glessa to raise her arms to protect her eyes from the glare. She tumbled backwards and landed hard on her back, and something jabbed her. A yelp told her she'd also landed on Geth, who let out a long stream of muffled invectives aimed at her parentage. "Shut up, Geth," she mumbled. Glissa blinked against the glare that filled the air above her, and hadn't gone away. She couldn't see a thing. In fact, not the rest of the room, not the torture chamber. She did see razor grass. Lots and lots of razor grass, disappearing into infinity wherever she looked. Glissa was in the glimmer void. But how? She rolled over onto her belly, then pushed off the ground. "Ow!" Glissa yelped and jerked back, rolling into a crouch. She turned her hands palm upwards and blinked, trying to focus in the sweltering glare. Her hands were green with blood welling out from several fresh, thin cuts. "So it's real," she muttered. "How in the name of every last god in the tangle did I get here?" "First things first," Geth said from the pack on her back, which must have flapped open. "Who's attached to those boots?" Glessa turned around, shielding her eyes against the bright sky. She followed the black boots until she met an unfamiliar metallic blue armor, and on upwards to a familiar face. "Glissa?" Bruenna said warmly, a soft rasp in her voice as she broke into a grin. The mage offered her a hand up, and Glissa got a good look of her friend in the bright light of the moons. All five were over the horizon, which explained the heat and glare. With the yellow sun-like moon, or moon-like sun if you were Leonin, directly overhead, there was a strange symmetry to the moons. The last time she'd looked, the green one was the only one in the sky. Brenna's voice and the weird blue armor weren't the only things that had suddenly changed. The mage's face was drawn and angular, more than a little careworn. A jagged white scar emerged from the collar of Brenna's armor and disappeared behind her left ear. As Glissa released the human's hand, she noticed Brenna wore something that looked like a gauntlet, but with 3 too many fingers and an extra thumb. The mage noticed Glissa staring at her hands and raised the bizarre gauntlet, twiddling the digits, and shrugged. "Took it off of a Vidalcan patrol. The Vidalcan won't be needing it anymore. Besides, they owed me a hand." "What?" Glissa managed. "Vidalcan? Bruenna, what happened to you? Why did you say, how did you, some kind of teleportation spell, right?" "Plenty has happened to me," Bruenna replied, furtively casting a glance over her shoulder. Glissa, still half blinded by the bright moons, tried to make out what she was looking at, but saw only what looked like a distant, blurry, dark-colored wall. "But now isn't the time. The Nim will be on patrol today." Bruenna raised 2 fingers to her lips and emitted a series of short whistles and clicks that reminded Glissa of several different avian species native to the Tangle. In response to Bruenna's call, a pair of long necks rose cautiously over the grass, several paces away. The Zauks bobbed their heads from side to side for a second, then stood, smoothly rising from a sitting position with peculiar, clumsy avian grace. The pair of flightless birds, both unsaddled, trotted over to the mage and her perplexed companion. One began to poke its beak at Geth's pack. "Hey, shoo, not food," Geth squealed. Glissa gently nudged the Zork away and closed the pack tight. "Mank boo," the head said. "Bruenna, take your time. I mean, Nim. We're in the middle of the void in broad daylight. We'd see them coming a mile away. What's going on?" Glissa asked, still squinting at the black wall. "No, not a wall." The Mephidros. They were at the swamp's edge, or close anyway. Glissa couldn't understand why the mage had transported her here. Taj Nar or anywhere else except a few choice locations in the Dross or the interior would have been better. Until she got an explanation, though, she decided to keep her mouth shut. Complaining about the exact location of her rescue seemed petty.
What are the last things you remember?
Bruenna asked, and cupped her hands into her stirrup, helping the baffled elf girl clamber onto the patient Zork's bare back. Glissa took the reins the Nurok woman handed her and patted the Zauk's neck softly. The bird cooed and flicked its glittering silver head crest. But you were just there.
Humour me.
Well, the last thing Ow, sorry there, fella. The last thing I remember you shouted, no. Then everything went white, Glissa said. In the vault I was trying to free you, then I was here, getting poked by razorgrass.
Do you remember Elasha?
Bruenna asked. Of course, she died so that I could get to you. She held back the Nym while I... Wait, you never met Elasha?
You're mistaken, the human replied, pulling herself onto her mount with practiced ease. Elasha eventually fought her way through the tunnels and found me. She was able to free me, since the trap had already been sprung.
But she would killed in our escape. Noble Elasha died 5 years ago today. Glissa reined her Zauk to a halt. 5 what ago today? The moons beat down even hotter if that was possible, as the pair of Zauks dashed on lithesome feet across the razor plains, their scaly silver legs easily deflecting the slashing grass blades. Glissa scanned the dark line of the Mephidros. Shouldn't we be riding away from that? Glissa asked.
Easier said than done, Bruenna said sadly. The Dross is bigger than you remember. It has been a long 5 years.
Think you can fill me in on my way back to Taj Nar, Glissa said. Where is my sister? Please tell me she's alive.
She is fine as can be expected. There is much to tell, of some of it will be easier to show you, but I shall explain what I can.
Thanks. Let's start with how I missed the last 5 years.
As you no doubt suspect, I was the bait in a trap set for you, Bruenna said. Yurt used Vidalcan magic to carve a temporal sigil into the floor. The sigil triggered a spell that was powered by me. Bruenna shuddered.
Those tubes?
Yes, Bruenna continued. They were drawing magical energy from me into the table, which made the sigil work. Time stopped for you and Geth, and for the rest of us.
The maid shrugged. Life went on, Glissa concluded. Blair, so Yurt and Memnarch were in cahoots? I thought that was who the vampire bastard was talking to. But where have I been this whole time? Just standing on that table? Was I even, here? Nothing feels quite right.
Not surprising. Nothing is. I told you how Elasha was killed getting me out of the tunnels under the Dross. As soon as I was out, I headed for the Leonin base camp. They weren't where I left them. Yukshar had the army on the move, and they were returning to Taj Nar.
Yes, I remember. Raksha changed his mind after we fought Dwogget's goblins. He decided to return to the city after all. So Raksha and Lies must have made it back all right.
Indeed, and their mission was quite successful as it turned.
A silver-blue energy bolt the colour of Bruenna's armour materialized out of nowhere and slammed into the neck of Bruenna's Zauk. The bird managed half a squawk of pained surprise before it exploded in a flash of feathers, slag, and burning avian flesh. Bruenna was blasted into the air by the shockwave, moving in a lazy arc that ended when she collided with the razorgrass. Hopefully her armour protected Bruenna from the blades, because Glissa couldn't help the human right now. The elf girl's Zork was terrified. Glissa struggled to calm the panicked bird, which wouldn't stop squawking and trying to bolt, while scanning the sky for the source of the energy blast. Flare, Glissa muttered as her suspicions were confirmed. Aerophans. At least a dozen of them, in fact. They appeared much bigger and better armed than the ones Glissa had taken out in the tangle a few years ago. the fiendish flying constructs bristling with blades and small sharp claws, and each carried a ring of black cylinders mounted on the front of their glassy globular heads. The cylinders on the nose of the nearest fin crackled with blue sparks, giving the elf girl just enough warning to jerk the reins and dodge another bolt of magical energy. The shot from the fin's nose cylinders slammed into the grassland, tearing up chunks of metal and sending a deadly hail of grass blades flying in all directions. Gussa held up her arms to protect her face, gritting her teeth as the jagged razors cut into her metallic flesh. These Aerofins didn't just look more dangerous, their energy blasts were also a great deal stronger than she had expected. Gussa heard her Zork emit a strangled, agonized cry. A dozen grass blades had punctured its neck and breast, and one had neatly skewered the bird's head through the right eye and out the left ear. Before she could dismount, the bird whimpered one last time and collapsed onto its side, pinning Gussa's legs beneath its bulk. The leg didn't feel broken, but she was stuck. The Aerofins, more than a dozen of them now, circled like carrion birds. Gussa hadn't travelled this far through time, apparently, as well as around the entire plane at least twice, to die alone on a razor field pinned beneath a dead bird that suddenly smelled extremely pungent. The elf girl heard a groan coming from where Bruenna had crashed into the ground. Craning her neck, Gussa could just see the Nurok. Bruenna was still alive, but grass blades had slipped through the joints in her armor at several points and appeared to hold her fast to the ground. The plants glistened red with human blood. Gussa brought her free leg up to her chest and kicked with all her might against the twitching Zalk's back, levering it up just far enough to free her trapped limb, then scooted out of the way before the corpse rolled back to trap her a second time. "Please just hold your fire a little while longer," she said softly to the circling Aerofins. The elf got back to her feet in time to dodge another blast. This one struck the corpse of Gussa's Zalk and nearly vaporized it. Only the neatly cauterized head at the edge of the small, smoldering crater remained. That was it. Shooting at Gussa and Bruenna was one thing, but going after their Zalks was just low. "I said, hold your fire!" the elf girl shouted and whipped her arms into the sky. She felt the spark respond to her coaxing inner call. Every time she reached within to touch the pinpoint of the strange magic, it had become easier, but this felt like the entire mana core was channeling through her body. Gussa felt the spark power surge forward like a carber dog finally set free of its leash. A warm green glow encased the elf girl's arms, spread wide overhead. Gussa's spine tingled and her hair stood on end. She brought her hands together with a clap, and a blast of crackling green fire immolated the sky and everything Gussa could see within it, one piece at a time. The wave of emerald energy collided with the globular head of the lead Aerofin, shattered it like a glass bowl, and sent sparks, flaming serum, and metal shards raining into the air. The fire leapfrogged from construct to construct with incrementally greater force and destruction. Gussa felt bitter satisfaction as each one died. Within 30 seconds, the Aerofins were gone. Gussa had annihilated the Fins, making sure each one disintegrated, so this time there was no need to avoid any descending wreckage. Of course, last time Gussa had tried this trick, the Aerofins had numbered in the thousands, and this time there had been little more than a dozen. The Fins were gone, but she suspected someone was going to be missing them, and soon. And since Gussa was more or less a stranger in her own world at the moment, she needed Bruenna. The human skin had gone from soft azure to purple. Bruenna's mount had taken the brunt of the blast, but there had been energy to spare. In fact, the Nurok woman was still smouldering. Thousands of tiny red spots dotted her face, and her arms where bits of metal had pierced the skin. The fallen mage wasn't moving. Gussa placed an ear to Bruenna's breast and sighed with relief when she heard the faint heartbeat. "What do you know?" Gussa grinned as the mage's eyes fluttered open. "You humans are tougher than I thought. Don't talk. I'm going to do what I can, but this first part is going to hurt. I have to get you free of the grass." Without another word, she grabbed Brenna by her armoured shoulders and pulled the mage into a sitting position, eliciting a cry of pain from the injured woman. Still flush with the energy of the spark, Gusset easily reached out to the distant tangle and touched the magic of the forest. It felt a little peculiar, wilder and harder to tame than before, but with a little effort, the elf girl was able to work a few healing incantations and bring Brenna back from the brink, if not anywhere near perfect health. She was no Leonin healer, but she knew plenty of quick fixes for small wounds, and she drew on all of them at once. The human's eyes blinked against the glare, and Gussa helpfully positioned herself between Brenna's eyes and the yellow moon. The elf girl held out her hand. Brenna pulled herself up with Gussa's help and leaned heavily on the elf girl's shoulders. Gussa scanned the horizon and saw a few glittering specks of silver pass in front of the blue moon. More hunters from Memnock, from the look of them. "Can you walk?" she asked Brenna, and pointed at the distant flyers. The mage squinted at the aerophans.
"They're coming from Lumengrid. We're too close to the sea. I never should have taken us this way."
"Your magic! Can you disappear us out of here?" Brenna closed her eyes for a moment.
"I don't think so. Retrieving you from the interior took a lot out of me. Memnock didn't want to let you go. The safeguards around you were very strong."
"But I wasn't in the interior. I thought I was in the..." Gussa began and then switched course. "Okay, tell me about it later. What about flight magic? With my leg and your, well, everything, we don't stand a chance of outrunning more of those things, and I don't know if I can pull off that trick again soon."
"I think I can get us airborne with a little boost," Brenna said.
She reached out and took Gussa's hands. The metal of the mage's artificial appendage was unnaturally cold. "A boost? What? From me?" The idea of sharing magic with another wasn't unknown among the Viridians, but Gussa had begun to think of herself as a focusing point, a conduit for the energy of the tangle. She didn't even know if she could share it with Brenna, who was, after all, human. But Gussa could try.
"Yes," Brenna said, closing her eyes. "Just concentrate, as if you're summoning the power for the ordinary everyday enchantment. Don't try too hard. Just let it happen."
Gussa closed her eyes and called on the tangle energy, which didn't fight back this time. The elf felt the power move through her and into Brenna through their physical connection. Then it washed back over Gussa in a cool wave that felt at once alien and familiar. A blend of Quicksilver and Tangle, two magical auras merging into something greater than the sum of their parts. Brenna flung her head back and pushed away from Gussa, her body glowing blue-white. Gussa no longer felt drained, and when she looked down at her body, she saw it was giving off a faint green glow on its own. The mage clapped her hands together and then swung them wide. Gussa once again felt the soles of her feet leave the ground and grinned.
"Time to go. Follow me,"
Brenna said, immediately taking to the air. As Gussa launched into the sky behind her, the mage called over her shoulder.
"And do not go near Tajnar, even if we get separated."
"Why not?" Gussa asked. She glanced back over her shoulder. The aerophans were receding, but she didn't think that meant they'd given up. She and Brenna were simply flying more quickly than they'd been walking. Still, it gave them a head start and offered the elf a moment to collect her bearings and catch her breath. Flying was more relaxing than it looked, when you weren't fighting for your life at the same time. As they rose higher and more of the landscape opened up below her, Gussa noted something strange here and there. The plains were dotted with thin silver spires. These enormous needles rose 80, maybe 100 feet into the air. "Brenna, what are those things?" she asked as they flew past.
"No one's sure," Brenna confessed. "They appeared overnight and we stopped investigating them after a while. They're completely inert as near as I can tell. Possibly some kind of mutated strain of razor grass."
"You don't sound like you believe that," Gussa said.
"No, I don't. I think there is only one logical explanation.
Memnarch? Glissa asked. That is what I fear. But whatever they are, for now they're only a hazard to low-flying elves. Make sure to watch for them when we get closer to home. We're going to need to drop our altitude soon. Where are we going? Tajnar has not been safe for many cycles, Bruenna said, without further explanation. We are headed to Home. It's in the Oxida Mountains? Underground? Somewhere near a big furnace? And a hole in the ground the size of the Red Moon? Yes, Bruenna said. I'm sorry, Glissa, you have been gone so long, I've forgotten what you know and what you don't. It took so long to even find you. But you didn't give up, Glissa said. Thank you, Bruenna. You're quite welcome, and forgive me if I repeat what you know. Trust me, things will be much clearer once we get to the mountains. Already, Glissa could see the angular peaks of the Oxida Range coming onto the horizon ahead. She was glad to have something else to focus on. I am not a leader, Bruenna continued. Not anymore. My people are long gone. I have not seen another Nurok in years. I have assumed they're dead, or worse. Now I just do what I can for the car and Her Highness. So far we've kept the Nim from taking the mountains, but how long I can't say. Yurt has had 5 years to spread the dross, and the larger it gets, the greater its power to coordinate the Nim grows. As if that wasn't bad enough, there's also Milil and the Vidalcan. I saw Vidalcan in the interior when we went down to the Lacuna hunting for Memnarch. I believe they returned to Lumengrid after Memnarch had his way with them. He reshaped them into killing machines, Glissa, Bruenna said. They lead construct beasts in endless attacks against our defensive positions, and they're chipping away at us faster than the Nim. Some of them have taken to patrolling alone, too. Why not turn the Nim and the Vidalcan against each other? Glissa asked, but feared she knew the answer. Lumengrid and the Guardian apparently have maintained some kind of truce with Yurt, Bruenna replied. There's a loose border running between the Dross and the sea, but it's remained stable for the last few years, and there is something else that suggests an alliance. The Vidalcan and Nim often attack us on 2 fronts simultaneously. That has happened too many times to be a coincidence. And of course there's the temporal sigil. That's Vidalcan magic. Yurt couldn't have done it alone. As for why Yurt has to spread the dross all over the plains, let alone the Tangle, that's still a mystery. I believe Memnarch is holding Yurt back for some reason. I just haven't figured out why yet.
Yurt's a fool, Gavserd interrupted. Just look at the swamp, the Necrogen. If I had access to that kind of power.
But you don't. So if you don't want me to stick you on the top of one of those spires, you'll butt out, Glissa snapped. I'm almost afraid to ask, she continued, turning back to Bruenna. But did we have a plan? Did you just miss me? We all thought you were lost after months passed without word. It took me years to identify the sigil that had frozen you, and you were taken almost immediately. After what we had seen that day, I had to assume the worst. That Memnarch had you, or that you were dead, and there was no way to get back into the interior to find you, with the war going on. Chapter 18. Home. I've lost them, Glissa said, scanning the sky behind them. Looks like they gave up. Very likely. Such a small force wouldn't last very long against Home. They followed a familiar path into the foothills of the plains that led to a long, narrow canyon where Alderok Vectra had ambushed Glissa days before. From her perspective, it had not changed much except for the occasional silver needle spire. There was more tree growth, but not much else. She couldn't say the same for Tajnar. They had purposefully avoided flying too close to the fallen Leonin city, and even from miles away it had been easy for Glissa to see why. The gleaming city and white parapets of the city walls looked as if they had been melted by some great heat, and from a distance they resembled grasping claws clutching at the distant moons. What was left of the city interior was little more than a burned-out shell of mangled Leonin architecture. The palace was entirely gone, reduced to a mountain of rubble in the center of it all. Curiously, one of the odd needle spires punctured the rubble to pierce the sky above. The mystery of the spires played in the back of her mind. They reminded her of something, and she couldn't quite pin down what. Instead of dwelling on the needle towers, which Bruenna had already said she knew little about, the elf girl asked the mage why Yurt had not pushed the dross forward to swallow the ruins of Tajnar as well. Bruenna admitted she wasn't sure. For some reason the mage was tight-lipped about the fall of Tajnar, or the details of how she found Glyssa. Too much to go into, the mage told her later when they got to Crockholm.
We need to drop down into that drawer up ahead, Bruenna said. Helps keep spies' eyes from finding the exact entrance we're using today.
Right, Glyssa said, and followed the mage as she swooped between the steep iron walls lining the canyon trail. Bruenna pointed to a few specific greenish shrubs clinging to the sides of the walls. Glyssa examined one more closely, and saw a goblin in mottled green armor perched within the leaves, holding a short bow trained on Bruenna. "Get down!" Glyssa shouted, and launched herself forward to push Bruenna out of harm's way. The pair nearly crashed into a needle spire that appeared abruptly in front of them as they rounded the bend to avoid the goblin's shot, but Glyssa dodged the smooth silver surface at the last second. "Are you crazy?" Bruenna shouted. "Goblins!" Glyssa gasped and reached for her sword. "Those are the guards," Bruenna replied as they floated slowly up the canyon. The urgency to reach the base momentarily forgotten.
I told you the defenses keep us safe for now, and the guards are part of the defenses.
But they were just getting ready to attack. This is where Vectra ambushed us, Glyssa said.
I didn't know that you had a problem with goblins, Bruenna replied.
That stung. Suddenly Glyssa recalled where she had been going when they originally diverted to rescue the Norok mage. Slowbad? 5 years? Is he?
I'm sorry, Glyssa. After we had lost you, entering the interior to save one lone goblin, even Slowbad was deemed far too dangerous. You haven't seen the beast Memnarch has unleashed on us, Glyssa, and from the few scouting missions that have been able to get down there, we know the interior is just crawling with even more of them. He's got an army just waiting to replace every construct that falls on the surface with 3 more. So, Slowbad? He's dead? Glyssa said simply. She didn't wish to voice the thought, but a part of her hoped he was dead. The alternative, 5 years of endless torture, as the poor goblin waited for a rescue that would never come, was too horrific to consider. Slowbad hummed to himself as he worked. His primary awareness currently occupied millions of tiny insect-sized constructs. The scuttling brick bugs were no bigger than a fly, but had no wings and crawled over one another in a thick, tangled pile. From a distance, Slowbad knew, since he could also look at the scene through the eyes of any of the other billion other artifact constructs on the surface, that the pile of brick bugs looked like a silver writhing blob. With surprising speed, the blob began to narrow at the top to a point, which slowly rose out of the central silver mass, like a plant yearning for the light. But this was no plant. Thousands of brick bugs effortlessly piled on, one on top of another, as the mass took on a distinctive, unnatural shape of a long, straight silver needle spire. With a thought, Slowbad ordered all the brick bugs in the writhing silver needle to lock their tiny claws together simultaneously. He sent a surge of serum energy along the great skeleton of the web, of which the needle spire was about to become a part. The effect was not particularly dazzling. The spire shimmered for a moment, then became completely smooth and solid. The brick bugs were still there, but the Guardian's artisan had fused their exoskeletons into a solid, near-impervious material that was over 40% stronger than dark steel. The web was nearly complete. Soon the Master would emerge from hibernation and take his place on the Ascension platform, and Slowbad would be rewarded. Rewarded? Slowbad's a happy slave, a machine. He's gonna change your oil, huh? Or were you just gonna walk out on your own too? Well, never mind.
Slowbad ignored the voice. He'd gotten quite good at ignoring things over the last few years. Pain, for one. A part of his mind, a clinical subdivision now permanently connected to a nearby Mir, knew that his body was practically useless. His arms and legs had long since been removed to prevent fatal infection, something he had been forced to handle himself with his memnoid builder constructs and no anesthetic. Thank you very much. And his sagging grey skin hung over a distended, malnourished belly and jutting ribs. His head looked like a skull covered in melted rust, his deformed jaw, repeatedly battered by Malil whenever the metal man felt the urge, hung open and rested at a twisted angle on his sunken chest. A dozen pink crystals pressed against his skin, sending thin, steady streams of serum energy into the withered form and his still vibrant brain. The only part of Slowbad that had not become a mockery of its former self in the last 5 years. Fortunately for Slowbad, he didn't need food or water anymore. He now subsisted entirely on the dwindling supply of serum. He had a sneaking suspicion that Malil had been dipping into it lately, but he had yet to catch one of the metal men, even with the Mir linked to his mind. Whatever the case, the serum would keep him going until the last strut was fitted to the web, and then it would run out. The great structure now spread from the rebuilt panopticon to fill much of the open space in the interior, and lacked only a few key connections. Once those were in place, Slowbad would rest, at long last.
Die, you mean?
The voice sneered inside his head. It had been sneering a lot lately. He pulled his attention away from the pipe-fitted constructs and let his subconscious take over the basic operations, which didn't require his full attention. Instead, he focused inwards on something he'd almost forgotten about. A bitter, black ball of self, the goblin he used to be, before the Guardian made Slowbad his creature.
You know where this leads. You've been ignoring me too long.
No, Slowbad thought. Done what I must, the master.
Listen to yourself, huh? Sound like Elf or Vidalcan or Nim. The master, the master, the master. You do not serve the master.
Slowbad's old self raged.
You are Slowbad. You are no servant. You don't remember, huh? He did this to you. Crab legs. You got worms in the noggin. Little worms that spread on your mind all over the world. Worms stringing you up to those memnoids and Mir and who knows what else. Memnock turned you into a toolbox and turned your brain to mush, huh?
I don't know, Slowbad confessed, and he felt an unfamiliar, painful twinge on either side of his temple.
Trust me, the goblin's old self said. It's true, but I waited, huh? Waited for things to get close to the end. I hid myself in that big, messy, spread-out mind of yours. I knew she'd escape before the end, huh?
Escape? Slowbad asked. Who?
Glissa, his old voice responded. This thing Crablegs has got you building is gonna kill her, and you. But killing you might not be so bad, huh?
Glissa? Slowbad's splintered mind asked. Who's that? Glissa, as it had turned out, overshot the entrance to Crockholm when she charged off in a rage. After a confusing, unnecessary chase, Bruenna dragged her back into the hidden door. Mother, Bruenna said, placing her hand against the typical oxidized iron outcropping that looked a little too typical. At Bruenna's touch and the spoken password, the rock had shimmered and disappeared, revealing a long tunnel carved from solid copper ore, lit by erratically spaced goblin flame tubes that sparked and crackled in their sconces. They had landed at the threshold and walked from there. Bruenna had informed her that the Crockholm was protected by several magical dampening auras for security, and Glissa didn't question her. She had no doubt that the mage knew what she was talking about. Gef's head had been mercifully quiet, probably for his own protection. Glissa kept telling herself that she had a good reason to keep the thing with her, and indeed maybe he would be useful. And besides, this Gef was the only other being that had been stuck outside of time along with her. It was a weird bond, but Glissa wasn't ready to sever it yet. Part of her was still having trouble trusting that this was all real, and Geth's head was a grisly reality check. She'd found a few old rags lying around and stuffed them over the zombie's head to smother the odor a bit, and so far no one seemed to notice it. Either that or none of the goblin guards they passed were willing to tell her that she smelled like a corpse. Now the elf girl was going to learn if the long journey had been worth it. She wasn't sure what to expect of Dwugget. Bren had been extremely evasive about who else she would expect to see in the closed chamber before her. Glissa wondered if she wouldn't have been better off just heading for the Tangle. She imagined what 5 years of growth around the lacuna would have done to the place. The hunting would be fantastic.
Glissa,
Rona said, indicating the pack holding Geth's head.
Are you sure you want to bring that?
Glissa nodded. He's with me for now.
Up to you. You're the chosen one, Rona said. Ready? We're on.
Will you stop calling me the... A metallic scraping that ended in a loud click interrupted Glissa, and the heavy clockwork lock on the double doors slid open. The elf girl straightened and shrugged her shoulders in an attempt to make the pack on her back a little less conspicuous. With a rush of equalizing air pressure, the bronze doors swung inwards away from them, with a clang that rang like a gong. "Presenting Glissa of the Tangle!" bellowed a goblin crier, his voice sending tinny echoes resounding throughout the throne room. "And the Lady Brenna!" the crier added, almost as an afterthought. Glissa stood in the archway of a huge cavern. The rusty red walls were coated with centuries of smoke residue from burning flame tubes. Dozens, maybe hundreds of the tubes lined the jagged walls, and the smoke from the flames rushed up the wide central shaft that opened overhead. Glissa couldn't see the end, but the smoke was going somewhere. Cool air also rushed in from both sides through vents carved into the walls at floor level. She wasn't sure what the cavern had once been, but it was now rearranged into a throne room. A path hewn from the rough copper floor ran straight out ahead of her, watched on the right side by a line of 12 armored goblins carrying spears and shields. Along the left were an equal number of Leonin warriors in glittering gold and silver plate. The Leonin warriors, all males, clutched battle scythes and stared straight ahead, chins slightly raised, matching the rigid attention stance of their goblin counterparts. The path ended in a short set of wide stairs, leading up to a platform that looked like a small mountain of iron ore, with the top sliced neatly off. Atop the platform sat 3 ornately carved thrones. The largest in the center was plated in gold, and held an alert but relaxed Leonin female that Glissa immediately recognized. A short male goblin was seated to the Leonin's right, and on his left, once again, wearing the engraved slagworm armor of the Tel Jalad, was an elf, and an elf with one eye, but a face that was like looking in a mirror. So that's why Brenna had mentioned her sister and refused to go into details. If she hadn't have seen it herself, Glissa wouldn't have believed it. She clenched her jaw to keep it from dropping open. Yishkar? Dwugget? She gulped and forced herself to finish. Lias! When none of the 3 responded immediately, Glissa followed Brenna's lead and bowed deeply. "So, what's new?" Glissa asked. "I mean, besides everything." Chapter 19. Brief History. Lias rose from her throne? Her sister was sitting on a throne, and walked with an unusual dignity and grace down the hewn steps. The elf girl didn't say a word, but when she reached Glissa, she stopped and stared long and hard into her older sister's eyes. Glissa returned the stare, but after a moment she arched an eyebrow and asked, "Looking for something?" Lias straightened and called up to the platform. "It is Glissa!" She returned to the older girl and swept her into a hug. Glissa held her sister tightly, tears welling up into her eyes. "Lias, I'm so sorry," she said. "Sorry I've been gone. I was trapped." "I know," Lias said, smiling through tears. We had given up all hope, but then Brenna found a way to get through. Glissa, you're alive. So why are you... I'm the Kana. What's a Kaha? Kanha. I'm married to... You're married? Yes, I'm the... Kanha. You said that. You mean you're married to...
The car, Yiksha rumbled, striding purposefully down the steps. We welcome you to our temporary home. You have come at an opportune time, Glissa of the Tangle.
Hold on a minute, Glissa said, poking a finger into Yiksha's chest, stopping the surprised Leonin in his tracks. Lies, you married Raksha? No, Lies said, and her eyes fell to the floor. Raksha is... Glissa, Raksha is gone. Yiksha and I... Her sister shrugged. Glissa was floored. Lies had displayed a crush on Raksha Golden Cub, but Yiksha? It was unexpected to say the least. Raksha's dead? Brenna, why didn't you tell me?
We asked her to bring you here without delay, Yaksha said. Once you'd been detected, we could do nothing else. Explaining about Raksha would have only slowed us down, Brenna explained sadly. It is not a tale I enjoy relating, truthfully. He may not be dead, but he is no longer with us. Yes, but all say Glissa should know everything, huh?
Dwogget growled, hopping down from his own throne to join the impromptu discussion. Thanks, Dwogget, Glissa said to the wizened little goblin. I think. Hey, why did your men attack me last, decade?
You full of questions, huh? Just like the rest of us, the old cleric said, nodding sagely. But there is much to tell, from many angles and much arguing. That's always fun. We have some time now, huh? All talk over dinner, then action. He winked. All friends now, huh?
If you say so, Glissa sighed. She didn't know what to make of Dwogget's presence, but he had helped her long ago when her life had first gone crazy, and Slowbad had trusted him. Still, the old goblin seemed filled with tension under his jolly demeanour, shifting on his feet a little too much. She would have to keep an eye on him. Her belly rumbled. The goblin's mention of food reminded her she couldn't remember the last time she'd eaten, but she knew it was at least 5 years ago. All friends now, Glissa nodded, so let's eat. The meal was set out like a feast, though compared even to the meals that Glissa's mother had prepared on special occasions, the pickings were sparse. The Leonin royal family, of which Glissa guessed she was now part of, had obviously fallen on hard times, to say the least. Still, no food had tasted so good in quite a while. All right, Glissa began without ceremony. I'll tell you what I know, or what I've been able to figure out. You fill in the rest, and we'll go from there. She arched an eyebrow when she saw her sister, Dwogget, Yiksha, and Brenna exchange furtive looks. We are all going to level with each other, she added. Before she could continue, a goblin guard scuttled into the room and whispered something in Dwogget's ear. The goblin rose politely with the gingerness of the aged. Excuse me, my friends, the old goblin said. A theological dispute has broken out. Without another word, the goblin followed the goblin out of the dining room. Theological dispute? Glissa asked. With a wave, Yiksha dismissed the remaining goblin guards who scuttled after Dwogget. The car nodded to Brenna, who continued. When the green sun rose into the sky 5 years ago, the goblin tribes very nearly degenerated into complete anarchy, Brenna explained. The event confirmed many prophecies that the shamanic leaders had long held to be heresies, and hundreds of goblins had been exiled for executing or espousing them. The cult of Krak, Glissa said. Heretics. But the only surviving group of heretics out there, thanks to you, Lias said. The goblins didn't want to destroy their own society, nor could they follow the old leadership. Dwogget saw an opportunity, and when he marched right into the tunnels and started preaching to the tribes about Krak and his journey, about Mother's Heart, well, the goblins lapped it up. Her sister shrugged. They made him the new shaman, renamed the mountain Croc, but it wasn't easy for Dwugget to maintain order at first. He'd be the first to tell you he worked with some shady characters to keep the goblins in line back then. Once Raksha and I managed to get in to see him, Dwugget was more than happy to talk about an alliance. For one thing, it let him get rid of thugs like Alderok Vectro. Vectro is dead? Gus asked. Once the alliance was sealed, Lias said. Any of the Volshok mercenaries that Dwugget knew had been abusive or murderous to goblins ended up breaking ore in the mines. And now Dwugget personally intercedes whenever theological arguments break out. Why? Have you ever seen a goblin theological dispute? Lias asked. Right, Lissa said. From what Sobed had told her, such disputes were usually considered finished when one side was roasting in the great furnace. Gussa wanted to ask again how her sister had ended up the wife of a Leonin monarch, but she decided to wait until the two could talk privately. She catalogued everything else she knew for then, and finally showed them Gef's head after the servants cleared the table for food. Yukshar's reaction was violent and immediate. "Abomination!" the Leonin cried and drew a long knife. "No, wait!" Gussa shouted. She held her arms protectively over Gef's head. "He's on our side. I know it stinks, but—" "My car," Lias purred, placing a hand on her husband's sword arm. "Please." The Leonin growled, but relented at the elf's touch, keeping one eye on Glissa's grisly companion. He replaced the blade and returned to his seat, but still stared daggers at Gef's head. It wasn't until then that Glissa noticed she'd readily protected Gef. She chalked it up to the fact that she was still convinced the necromancer's head would prove useful somehow, and it wasn't as if he took up much space or ate anything. He hadn't even talked for days, in fact. Gussa flipped open the lid to make sure the smelly thing hadn't finally expired. "You all right?" she asked.
"Don't start that,"
Gef's head replied. Gussa shut the flap and set the bag next to her chair. Good thing they had finished eating. Opening Gef's bag was always an olfactory adventure. "Now, what no one has told me, but I'm starting to guess," Gussa told them all, "is that you've learned something new. You thought I was dead, then you didn't." She locked eyes with Bruenna. "Tell me you've learned something. Tell me anything." "What would you like to know first?" Bruenna asked. "What happened to Raksha?" Gussa asked. The dining room fell silent except for the clink of silverware on silver plates. Finally, Yukshar sighed. "Very well. We'd hoped we could cover this later, but you have the right to know." "And, Gussa, it's important that you know that this is not your fault," Lias added. "How could it be my fault?" Gussa asked. "I've been frozen or something."
"Our cousin, the noblest and most honorable Ka since the days of Great Dekan, walked the plains and disappeared 3 years ago," Yukshar said.
"Impossible," Gussa said.
"It's true," Bruenna said.
"He saw the end coming, I think," Lias said, "and decided he would rather all of us die than lose his den home. Glissa, Raksha destroyed Tajnar. If I hadn't caught him in the act, we would all have perished." "Raksha destroyed Tajnar? That's insane," Gussa said, slamming her goblet onto the table. "How? Why?" "I told you why. I found him planting some kind of explosive," Lias said sharply.
"It was called a mana bomb," Bruenna broke in. "Apparently Raksha had gotten one from the Vidalcan. The Vidalcan created them, but had never had a reason to use them. Just one can wipe out several acres. Fortunately, Tajnar itself protected most of us from the brunt of the blast, though at a terrible cost.
Afterwards, Raksha blamed me. If it weren't for Yukshar, he might have killed me."
"Our cousin was raving, a madman," Yukshar said, "but we could not execute him, not even after what he had done. No Ka, no matter how insane, can be allowed to face death anywhere but on his feet. Yet we could not allow him back into the field to face an honorable end either."
For one thing, there was no battlefield. It was all we could do to get the survivors up here to Krakholm.
Exile was the only solution, Yaksha said. He was given a long knife, a zauk, and cast out into the dead of night.
That's it? Glyssa said. Do you know where he went? Something about this was rubbing her the wrong way.
A few of our scouts reported seeing a Leonin on Zaukbak headed to the Tangle on the night he disappeared, Yaksha replied bitterly. That alone should tell you his fate. We should have sent someone to record his death, according to ancient lore. But no scouts could be spared, of course. He was mad, but in the end he did the honourable thing. The creatures of the Tangle are fierce, my wife tells us.
And naturally, you were next in line, Glyssa said.
The men, all of us after the fall of the home den, needed a leader. A sane leader. If Raksha is not dead, he might as well be. He is beyond redemption for this act.
Sounds to me like there's plenty of blame to go around, Glyssa said. All right, I'll accept Raksha's out the picture. I'll even accept that you are the queen. Kana? The S interrupted. Kana. And I will accept Tajna's gone. But how did you find me? What have I been doing all this time?
A year ago, Brenna said, staring back to the subject, I figured out a way to work around the Vidalcan's dampening fields. They communicate telepathically, now entirely. It's tied to the serum.
I figured, Glyssa said. Yurt reeked of serum too.
Really? Brenna asked, genuinely surprised. You must have gotten close.
Far too close, Glyssa agreed.
How's the neck?
Sore.
Sorry, anyway, the Vidalcan is saturated in serum. When Memnarch changed them, made them more ferocious, I think the serum production and intake increased exponentially. You haven't seen it yet, Glyssa, but when the suns go down there are hardly any stars left in the sky.
But the stars, they're blink moths.
The Vidalcan are using them up too. Yurt as well. I guess, whatever the reason, they can communicate over any distance now at the speed of thought. Their attacks of late have been flawlessly executed, and if Yurt reeked of the serum 5 years ago...
Brenna stood and turned to Yaksha, who Glyssa still had trouble thinking of as the car.
That confirms it, Yaksha. The Nim and Memnox Vidalcan armies are attacking at the same time in a coordinated effort. Indeed, the car growled.
Brenna turned back to Glyssa.
I brought up the Vidalcan telepathy because I found that an enterprising mage with a grudge and a scrying crystal can sometimes hear their thoughts as plain as day.
The mage grinned.
It's not pleasant, and Dekan knows I can't understand more than a quarter of it, but I did find a way through the teleportation shield that seals off Lumen Grid when one of the Vidalcan became trapped outside.
In the Tangle,
I think. You had to have the shield open to get back in. They're not very creative. It was pretty pedestrian magic once I took a good look at it.
You broke into Lumen Grid? Glyssa asked.
I teleported in. But to do it, I had to break through some auras. That was how I eventually confirmed you were still alive. The Vidalcan are fanatical about keeping records and archives. I popped up into their central library. My father used to work there as a servant.
Brenna downed her mug of oily Leonin pseudo-nush and refilled it in one fluid movement.
Even now that the Vidalcan don't speak, they still write everything down. It's compulsive. There were records of everything. Troop dispatch orders, complete lists of every last artifact beast in Memnock's army, maps of secret tunnels to the interior.
Please tell me you took one of those maps, Glyssa interrupted.
Yes, and orders about moving a precious cargo from the dross to the interior.
Me? Glyssa asked.
You. So, to make a short story long, I figured out that when they were moving you and made sure I was in position to pull you out as soon as there was an opening. It wasn't easy, and you know the rest. And at last we arrive at the point. Patience, my car. Glyssa, we could spend all night filling you in on everything. It's been a long 5 years. But what's important is what you have learned. The Mephedros has grown,
and Yurt now controls over half the surface. The Nim and the Vidalcan and worse surround us, and I figured out how to break into the Vidalcan's line of communication. And I have found something in the grid that might give us a chance to turn our fortunes around. Brenna rose and plucked a roll of wide foil parchment from a pouch on her belt and spread it on the table in front of Glusser, pinning down the corners with goblets and cups. We know that Yurt's surging strength has something to do with Memnarch. His part in your abduction? I found something. It's a talisman that might also be a weapon, if you can get your hands on it. A weapon against what? Glisser asked. The leathery parchment bore a painstakingly coloured and labelled coalstone sketch. The sketch depicted a simple round design with angular shapes sliced from the edges, making the shape resemble an asymmetrical saw blade. A pentagon was etched into the centre of the object, and at each point of the shape was a differently coloured gemstone that had been mounted. I've seen that pattern before. On Cauldra, Gusser said. This might be even older. According to this, it may actually be as old as the Guardian himself, Brenna said. It gives the possessor power over the mindless and the soulless, Brenna said. It's called the Mirror Core, and Yurt's got it. The mage held her hand about 8 inches apart. It's about so wide in either direction and heavy. According to this document, it's forged from some alloy I've never seen. Even Dwugget said he'd never heard of it, and none of the goblin blacksmiths think it's even real. But I saw it. I saw it around his neck when I escaped 5 years ago. So it controls the soulless? How? What does that mean exactly? Gusser said. Brenna launched into a long technical explanation of the talisman, much of which went sailing over Gusser's head. But the gist of it was that the miracle could channel the wearer's willpower and force anything without a sentient mind, such as the simpler animals, zombies like the Nim, or the constructs to do its bidding. Its origins were unclear, though the angular geometric Vidalcan script confirmed the talisman's antiquity. Gef's head volunteered that he hadn't needed such a talisman to get the Nim to do what he wanted. That's actually a good point, Leas interrupted. What the head said.
Yet was, and still is, an amateur,
Gef continued from the bag after prodding the flap open with his temple.
He'd be nothing without the Mirror Core. Now me, I'm a wizard, the greatest necromancer this plane has ever known.
Was a wizard, Gusser corrected. Don't get any ideas or I'm giving you to Yukshar. The elf girl turned to Brenna. So I get this Mirror Core away from Yurt and the Nim lose their controller? And then, most of the forces allied against us become easy pickings for our troops. With this talisman in our possession, we could control the Nim ourselves and seize the silver beast from the Vidalcan's grasp. With luck, we won't have to, Brenna said. There's something more. It was in a separate record when I located you. I was also able to track down Memnarch. It was dumb luck. I didn't expect to find anything, but I had time, so... What did you find? Glisser asked. 5 years. 5 years and no one has seen him. His armies spread out over the surface, but Memnarch himself? Nowhere. I found out why. Bruina, Glisser is tired. We should rest before we get into this, Lies said. No, my Kana, I must disagree. I looked into the serum transfer records. I found out most of the supply was being diverted to one place, the Panopticon. I dug around a bit more and found out that the serum was for Memnarch. He's hibernating, burning away some kind of taint. Taint? Vesta said. He's making himself sane? It's a contaminant, Brenna said. He was being consumed by flesh. He's using half the serum the Vidalcan can produce to rid himself of it. Memnarch is converting himself back to pure metal. Why? He believes it will allow him to ascend. But he made a mistake, Brenna said. If he's metal, I might be able to hurt him, Gusser said. Maybe kill him. Exactly, Brenna said. But there is a catch. Of course there is, Gusser said.
I retrieved you from the interior early, Brenna said. There are still 5 days until Memnarch will emerge.
Perfect, Glyssa said. I can take him out while he sleeps.
Glyssa, you cannot touch him until the cleansing process is complete, Brunner said. Like you, he is outside of time, in the Panopticon, inside some kind of machine. But when he emerges, he will be a different being, one you can destroy. On the 5th day, the suns will rise as one, and you have to be in the Panopticon. You will take an honor guard of my finest troops, Yukshar said.
No commandos, no sky hunters, no honor guard, Glyssa said. I've got 4 days. When I do this, I'll do it alone, with no one to slow me down. Give me supplies and I'll take a Terran if you've got one to spare. If not, Brenna, I'll need transportation. Are you sure? Lies asked. We just found you, Glyssa. And when this is all over, I'll find you again, Glyssa said. First, I have to find Yurt, and quickly. Brenna, maybe teleportation magic? A huge rumbling suddenly shook the cave and sent goblets tumbling and chairs toppling. A breathless Leonin guard bolted into the dining room and momentarily grabbed the table to keep his balance. Something the elf girl had never seen a Leonin do before. Glyssa struggled to keep her own footing, scooped up Gef's head and slung it over her shoulder, and then drew her sword. A weapon might not stop this sudden quake, but it made her feel more secure. The harried Leonin soldier headed straight for Yukshar and shouted over the thunderous din.
My car! The Nim have breached the southwest perimeter. They've brought... My car, the Nim have vampires among them. 2 arms!
Yukshar bellowed, clutching a small amulet that was apparently enchanted to send his voice rumbling through the tunnels and over the roar of the ongoing quake.
The enemy has entered Krakholm. Sounds like Yurt's coming to you,
Gef's head shouted, only audible to Glyssa because of his proximity to her ears. She suspected the head was right. Not one of them noticed the mere creature clinging to the high ceiling, concealed by shadows in its own chameleonic metal skin. As the elf girl continued to speak animatedly to the mage, the Mir's master decided he had learned enough. The small, agile creature scuttled into the ventilation shaft and disappeared.
Chapter 20. The Insider. Glyssa was amazed at the coordination and cooperation on display between the Leonin and Goblin soldiers as they scrambled this way and that, setting up defensive positions. The rumbling had subsided, though she suspected it might start up again at any minute. Yukshar barked orders, keeping a level head amidst the organized chaos. Lies, Glyssa observed, was strapping on a sword belt. The elf girl examined her own ancient sword in the orange firelight. There still wasn't a nick or scratch anywhere on it. Elven weapons were made to last.
Brenna, Glyssa said, none of this is going to work if I don't get to Yurt.
And to the guard said vampires. I know, Brenna replied, fumbling with one of the pouches on her belt. He's here. I can sense him.
Glyssa closed her eyes, attempting to reach out to the energies of the tangle.
I can too, the elf girl said with a surprise. He's like a void and something else. Constructs. They're making my spine tingle.
Brenna nodded in agreement.
Focus on Yurt. The mirror core should lead you right to him.
The Nurok mage produced chains strung with a trio of different coloured gemstones and placed it in the elf girl's hand. The mage explained that each one was infused with a specific magic and keyed to Glyssa's voice. Brenna had prepared them that morning. The green one would transport her instantly to a location she named 3 times while holding the stone to her lips. Using the same method, the red one would return Glyssa to Krakholm, and the blue one would give her the ability to fly for a short time. Alone among the 3 stones, the blue flight gem could be used as often as Glyssa wished, Brenna explained with a hint of pride. Glyssa thanked her, wrapped the chain around her forearm like a bracelet, and tucked the valuable stones up the long sleeve of her silver Leonin tunic.
I need to stay and defend Krakow, or this may be all over before it begins, Brenna added. And you must leave for the interior as soon as you retrieve the mirror core. You must retrieve the mirror core. I shall help you with Yurt as much as I can, but then you must go. Use the stones.
Oh, I'll get the mirror core, Glyssa said, still gazing at her sword. If I have to take Yurt's head off for it. She placed a hand on Brenna's shoulder and looked over at Lias, who was still preoccupied with weapons and armor. Afterward, tell her I'll be back soon. No time for a long goodbye. Glyssa didn't add that she wouldn't be able to make herself leave. Despite the dire circumstances, if her sister was fighting for her life at the same time. Yakshar had already joined the battle, and Lias would not be able to avoid it.
I shall, but now we go, Brenna said quietly. Remember, Yurt is the goal. Until you have the mirror core, only fight whatever's blocking your way.
Brenna turned and headed out one of the dining room's many exits, sparing one last glance at her sister, so changed in such a short period of time. Glyssa followed without a word. Lias looked up with her one good eye just in time to see the older elf girl's booted foot disappear around the bend in the passage, and she set off after them. The goblin tunnels that honeycombed the Oxida Mountains were a complicated network of twists, turns, intersections, and more than one path to nowhere. Cavernous ventilation chimneys appeared at odd intervals, and a few deep pits opened here and there along the way. Unlike the chasm Glyssa had crossed while hunting Gyrt 5 years ago, these pits ended in bubbling or ang-smelling pools, part of the ongoing volcanic process that continually reshaped the Oxida range. The goblins had learned to harness that power, but held deep respect for it. The tunnels led to several secret entrances and exits, which were not always the same thing, Glyssa had learned. And the main entrance was moved by magic every few days just to be safe. The Nim seemed to be in every tunnel at once. It didn't take long for Glyssa and Brenna to meet the first wave of invaders. The elf god had hoped that they might catch up with Yakshar, but the Kar and his men had apparently taken another tunnel. Glyssa felt the empty void of Yurt's presence, and the tingling hum of what could only be the mirror core was in this direction. The hulking black shapes of Nim warriors filled the tunnel ahead of them.
I'd say they're blocking our way, Glyssa said.
Indeed, Brenna agreed.
The mage closed her eyes momentarily and moved her hands in simple patterns. A wall of quicksilver materialized over the pair, blocking the Nim and the rest of the tunnel from view. How are we supposed to? Glyssa began. Brenna raised one finger to her blue lips and flung her other hand forward as if hurling a stone. The quicksilver wall shimmered, and a shivering circular dent appeared in the center. As Glyssa watched, the dent folded in on itself, and then opened inwards, forming a long, glowing silver tunnel, just large enough for a crouching human and elf to fit through single file. The long cylinder ended perhaps 100 feet ahead.
This will get us past the first group, Brenna said softly,
sweat appearing on her brow as the quicksilver solidified. Finally she exhaled, and urged Glyssa forward. Glyssa expected the magical metal to be slippery, but her boots found solid surface. She bounded down the tunnel, her sword held in front of her. Brenna followed close behind. Glyssa looked back over her shoulder and saw that the entrance was closing in behind them as they ran, preventing unwelcome pursuit. At the exit ahead, Glyssa saw a pair of pale humanoid shapes, standing crouched ready to pounce. Vampires, the elf girl cried over her shoulder, pointing. She heard Brenna mutter the beginnings of another spell as the vicious creatures stepped into the quicksilver tunnel. They looked even more ghastly than usual in the eerie magical light.
Just keep running, Brenna said. Get past them, they're in for a surprise.
Glyssa raised her sword in both hands as she was about to bring it down on the head of the lead vampire, which she was sickened to see had the lithe form and distinctive face of an elf.
The vampire fell for the bluff and charged at her low to take advantage of what it perceived to be an opening. Instead of following through with her swing, she slapped her other hand onto the chain wrapped around her sword arm. "Fly, fly, fly!" Glissa shouted, then jumped into the air. She was relieved when she didn't come back down, and soared on over the diving creature's head.
"Right behind you," she heard Brenna shout. "Keep going."
As she shot from the end of the magical tunnel with Brenna hot on her heels, Glissa slowed and looked back. The Quicksilver wall shimmered, the surface perfectly smooth. The vampires were nowhere to be seen. "Nice trick," Glissa told Brenna as the mage caught up.
"It should hold them long enough for us to get away," Brenna agreed. Together they bobbed and weaved through a surprise group of gnomes and goblins engaged in a life-or-death struggle. Glissa wished she could stop and help the defenders, but Brenna was right. Yurt was all that mattered. In the end, getting her hands on the mirror core would save a lot more people than just one sword in the fray.
"We're getting close," Brenna said. "I can't believe he's made it this far into Krakholm." The pair veered off in a freeway intersection where Leonin and goblins were knocking an unending wave of Nim into the smelting pools below. Brenna steered them up a rising path that Glissa noticed was more brightly lit than the rest. It was also strangely empty.
"I don't like this. I know where this tunnel leads," Brenna said.
"Where?" Glissa asked, ducking to avoid a hanging copper stalactite.
"The nurseries."
The higher up the tunnel they went, the closer Yurt felt. Glissa no longer needed to concentrate to feel the vampire necromancer. The tunnel ended just ahead. They had yet to encounter anyone in the passage, friend or foe. Brenna and Glissa slowed and pulled up short, hovering just in front of a set of double doors that the elf girl would have to duck to get through. Brenna shook the door latch, but it wouldn't budge. "I've got an idea," Glissa said. "Stand back." She floated back a few feet, and then reached out to the tangle energies, calling on the strength of the forest. She felt a surge of physical power, and felt her armor and tunic tighten around her muscles. Glissa felt strong enough to take the top off of the mountain with her bare hands. Brenna, impressed, floated alongside. Glissa clenched her fist and flew straight at the door, fists held in front of her, a living projectile. Halfway there, and she heard Geth scream. The elf girl's gloved fist connected dead center and shattered the crystalline-looking mechanism, sending the small iron door flying inwards with a tremendous crash. She plowed headlong into the stunned vampire. Glissa's fists drove straight through the creature's torso like a hot knife through lead. She kept going, willing herself onwards, and ripped the vampire in two. Greenish-black gore blinded the elf momentarily. When this was over, she was going to bathe in hot oil for a week. "Stop!" a familiar, slithering voice bellowed. Glissa whirled in midair to face the voice and wiped foul, stringy goop from her eyes. Yurt stood in the center of the room, flanked by a quartet of vampires. He stood over a pair of Leonin corpses in blood-stained white robes. Tiny figures, human children, goblin kids, and Leonin cubs were huddled in terrified clusters around the wall. Nim warriors blocked every exit except the one Glissa had forcibly opened. In one hand, Yurt clutched a crying Leonin cub. In the other, an even smaller goblin infant that wailed and kicked its tiny flapping feet. Yurt smiled and showed 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth, and locked his blood-red eyes with Glissa's. As she watched, frozen, he licked his lips with a forked, leathery tongue. Glissa raised her open hands wide and descended until her feet touched the ground. "All right, Yurt, you've got me. Again. Put the children down."
"The children are quite safe at the moment," Yurt replied. "I can't say the same for the nursemaids."
Glissa felt the chain wrapped around her wrist slide down her arm, and it gave her a terrible idea.
You will come with me of your own free will, Yurt continued. You showed me mercy once. It was foolish of you, but I can still ever so slightly feel in your debt. You helped make me the man I am today, and you did share that lovely repast with me.
Glissa felt a twinge where there was a wound in her neck. It was not quite healed. Her heart leapt. With Yurt's arms spread wide, his robes parted and revealed a sliver of the Miracore in his chest, glowing a faint greenish blue. So close.
And so I swear, these children and infants will not be harmed if you come with me. Besides, I've discovered I have a bit of a sweet tooth, and you can't enjoy your sweets all at once, Yurt hissed.
Glissa nodded, but was doing her best to make eye contact with Brenna, who finally caught her look. Glissa gave an imperceptible nod that Brenna returned faintly. The entire exchange took little over a second, and Yurt didn't seem to notice. I guess that's the best offer I'm going to get, Glissa said, casually lowering her arms and edging her left hand closer to her right. But what are you going to do with me? She asked, trying to inject fear into her voice, which wasn't difficult. As Glissa spoke, she rubbed her right wrist with her left hand, as if trying to get the circulation going, but instead was working her fingertips slowly up her arms to her gemstones. Now, hold on yet, she almost drawled. How do I know you won't? Brenna, catch the kids! Yurt! As the last Yurt left her lips, she gulped a deep breath of air. The nursery, Yurt, the vampires, and everything else flickered out of existence for a millisecond. When she reappeared, she was inside Yurt's body, and Yurt's inside suddenly had no place to go. Corroded bone, brackish blood, wiry muscles, fetid tissue, and withered organs exploded violently through Yurt's ruptured skin and robes in every direction, tearing his body into tiny chunks of flesh, metal, and blackened bone. The elf girl punched upward, sending what remained of Yurt's head flying, then thrust her upturned hands to catch the Miracore before it could hit the ground. She blinked foulness from her eyes for the second time in as many minutes and found herself in the center of a room. A quartet of very surprised vampires, horrified children, and Brenna, who held a blood-spattered but still healthy pair of infants in her arms, stood gaping. Everything was covered in the stinking bits of Yurt. Glissa didn't give the other vampires time to recover. She swung the Miracore like a bludgeon, collapsing the skull of the nearest blood-sucking fiend, which stumbled over backwards and collapsed. The traumatized children scattered and bolted for cover. Glissa shifted her grip and grabbed hold of the heavy chain strung through the artifact and whirled the Miracore over her head like a flail on a very short handle. The chain decapitated the remaining vampires in one clean sweep, and 3 lanky, headless corpses flopped, twitching to the nursery floor. Bet he didn't see that coming, Brenna said, wiping Yurt from her eyes and face. Brenna, I didn't see that coming, but it worked, Glissa said. The elf girl gently set down the heavy artifact. She still had work to do. Her sword appeared in her hand, and she stepped forward to face the Nym that blocked the other exits, but she saw they were motionless and silent.
Me, moo, me, moo.
Glissa reached back for Gef's pack, but it wasn't there. She looked over to where she had been standing before teleporting herself inside Yurt and saw it rolling lazily back and forth. She ran over to the mumbling bag as Brenna tried to calm the children and herd them away from the Nym and back to safety.
They were still doing the last thing they were told, Gef's head said. Look at them, the beauties.
Brenna, Glissa said, lifting the heavy Miracore aloft. Do you know how to activate this thing? Can we order them to leave? I hope so, Brenna said. She took the heavy asymmetrical disc of the Miracore and held it in 2 hands, and closed her eyes. As the seconds dragged into minutes, Glissa started to wonder if this was really safe. This was godlike power, and Brenna was only human. Finally, the mage blinked. She looked as if she had just walked 100 miles. "It's done, Brenna," her voice a croak. As she spoke, the Nim blocking the exits calmly turned and scuttled away down the tunnel, claws hanging at their sides. The mage handed the miracle back to Glyssa, who slipped the heavy chain over her head. The artifact was awkward and would make swordplay difficult, but she didn't have much choice. She scooped up Gef's bag and slung it onto her back, and placed a hand on Brenna's shoulder. "I have to go," Glyssa said. "Tell them about the Nim. It might be enough. Get the children out of here." The mountain shook again, causing the children to scream in unison again, and almost knocked Glyssa off her feet. She stumbled backwards into a pair of waiting arms. As the tremor subsided, the elf girl turned to see who had caught her. "You weren't going to say goodbye?" Lies asked. "Lies, what are you doing here?" Glyssa demanded. "Catching you," her sister replied, "and checking in on the children. But it appears you've saved them already, big sister. Always looking out for me." Something about the way Lies said big sister didn't sound right, but Glyssa didn't dwell on it. "My Kana, Yurt is dead. We have a chance to turn the tide, but Glyssa must go," Brenna said. "I know," Lias replied and wrapped Glyssa in a tight embrace. "There, now you can go. Come back as soon as you can." "I will, Lias. Now, get these kids someplace safe. Good luck, both of you," Glyssa said. "And you, but none of us should rely solely on luck," Brenna said. Chapter 21. Old Friends. Glyssa shot from the side of the mountain like a goblin flame rocket into the sky. As much time as she'd spent in the air since that night the levelers attacked her home. She still relished the freedom of unfettered flight. It was her only option for reaching Memnarch in time now. Brenna had warned her the teleportation gemstone was a one-use only spell, and the elf girl had used it when she killed Yurt. But since they'd found the vampire necromancer so quickly, she still had plenty of time to reach her goal. She wore the miracle tucked securely under her jerkin. The flying elf cast her eyes down on the carnage that littered the battlefield. The mountains, flanked on one side by the shrunken Glimmervoid, and by the other by the greatly enlarged Mephedros, were surrounded by chaos. Tiny black Nim poured out of the mountain like needlebugs, following the orders Brenna had given them through the miracle. The Nim collided with even smaller goblins and Leonin warriors who cut into the pass of zombies with abandon. Great silver beasts chewed through the defenders, but so far the lines were holding, although they were starting to bend at some points. Glyssa silently wished them luck. The elf girl rolled and let her course gradually rise. She couldn't afford to be delayed by Aerophens or Vidalcan flyers. From this vantage point she could make out thousands of construct beasts of every size and horrible shape. They hacked and slashed through goblins, Leonin and Nim, leaving bloody body parts littering the field behind them. The giant globe-headed Vidalcan that moved among them were unmistakable, even from Glyssa's vantage point. They were no longer holding back, and dozens of Vidalcan had entered the fray. Others rode hovering flyers, dive-bombing the defenders of Krakholm, and slicing into goblins, humans, and Leonin with well-placed bolts of blue energy. No two constructs looked the same, and many looked big enough to swallow a goblin regiment whole, but those were insects compared to what the defenders had informally dubbed quake beasts. 3 of them clung to the sides of Krakholm. The huge constructs had ovoid bodies with no discernible head, supported by over a dozen radial segmented limbs. The quake beast's claws tore large chunks of raw iron from the side of the mountains as larger grasping legs dug deep into the ore, which gave them the appearance of enormous leech bugs on a mile-high vorak. At each tapered end of the ovoid, a pair of pitted silver hammers pounded the mountain mercilessly, sending tremors into the tunnels below. An even louder explosion drowned out the din, and Glyssa saw a ball of orange flame heading straight for her.
She couldn't tell where it had come from and didn't have time to look. The elf girl got out of the way just in time as a massive hunk of molten iron shot past. She turned to follow its trajectory. The projectile reached its zenith and then dropped back down towards the mountain. It struck one of the quake beasts in the middle of its ovoid body, and both exploded in a conflagration that made Glyssa shield her eyes even at a distance. The shockwave from the blast immolated nearby trees and knocked combatants onto the ground. What was that? Glyssa wondered aloud. She scanned the mountain, trying to spot the source of the huge hunk of molten iron. Had the quakes triggered a volcanic explosion? Or had someone been trying to hit her? Another blast erupted from the mountain, and this time Glyssa made sure to backtrack the projectile's path. The ball of flaming metal had emerged from a perfectly round, ball-shaped cylinder mounted on the side of a cliff and pointing straight up. This second shot wasn't as accurate as the first and slammed into the mountain several hundred feet from the nearest quake beast and started a small wildfire. She spotted tiny goblin warriors climbing around the side of the cylinder. Glyssa wasn't particularly surprised that the Krark clan had built such a massive weapon. Slowbad would have loved it. Slowbad. Distracted by battle, she'd forgotten about her immediate task. She forced her eyes forward and accelerated as much as her will would allow towards the tangle. Glyssa intended to enter the interior through the newest lacuna. Ixshar's recommendations be damned. Another explosion sent a wave of heat washing over Glyssa, and she involuntarily glanced down to see what had happened. One of the quake beasts had stopped pounding on the mountainside and had the bright idea to instead attack the massive goblin cannon. The attack had knocked the weapon's barrel at an odd angle, and it had fired against the side of Crockholm itself. "All right," Glyssa said through clenched teeth. "One more delay, and that's it." The elf girl's nerves almost hummed in the proximity of so many artifact creatures. Glyssa didn't know the limits of her destructive power, or if what she had in mind would exhaust her before the final battle, when she might need it most. At the moment she didn't care. She whirled into the sky and reached out to touch the tangle energies. The familiar buzz crackled on her outstretched arms, and she envisioned green fire forcing the massive quake beasts apart at the seams. Two rays of blazing jade shot from her clasped hands and struck each gigantic construct squarely in the center of its ovoid body. Glyssa willed the power to keep flowing, and the energy obliged, leaping from one quake beast to another and back again. Finally, they erupted with a pair of successive mushroom explosions that rocked the mountain and sent a visible shockwave of smoke and debris over the battlefield. The elf girl smelled smoke and realized it was coming from her own body, but she felt no pain. She checked on the mirror core, still safely tucked into her jerkin. The talisman was unharmed. In fact, it was cool to the touch. Glyssa was drained, and the tangle energies already felt distant, but it had been worth the effort. She nearly collided with a tall, familiar humanoid figure, covered in mottled silver that rose to block her path. Malil stood astride a larger version of the typical Vidalcan flyer that bristled with the same iron tubes she'd seen mounted on the noses of the aerophans. "Hello, elf girl," Malil said. "Having fun?" "Claire!" Glyssa muttered, drawing her sword. She hoped that the flight spell wouldn't give out any time soon. "No need for that," Malil replied. "I am not here to fight." "Then why are you here? I'm busy," Glyssa said. "I just need this," Malil said, and before Glyssa could react, he kicked the flyer into gear and zipped behind her, hooked one finger through the heavy chain supporting the mirror core, and lifted it over her head. Without another word, Malil spun the flyer in midair and zoomed off in the direction of the tangle. "Claire!" Glyssa cursed. "Stupid, stupid, stupid," Glyssa muttered. No matter how fast she pushed her borrowed flight power, she couldn't gain on Malil. The elf girl had dropped her guard, thinking she had the whole sky to herself. Stupid. Glyssa poured on as much speed as she could. but the tiny silver shape of Millil's flyer remained as distant as ever. He had been following the ragged line of the Auxita range for half an hour, and now the tangle loomed, wild, powerful, and calling to Gus's soul like an old friend that had undergone a growth spurt in her 5-year absence. The tangle had not spread, like the dross, but the diffusion of magic 5 years ago had led to an explosion of plant life. The oldest trees now rose like sentinels above the canopy, joined in their vigil by several of the omnipresent silver spires that seemed to be everywhere on the surface of Mirrodin. Millil made a wide turn as he passed a circular break in the forest canopy, a venue into the thick foliage that could only be La Lacuna. The metal man was heading straight back to his master with the prize. If Memnarch were to come in possession of the miracle, what could she do? Though willing to try, Glissa didn't really think she could take the Guardian in a straight fight, even if he weren't protected by all the other bizarre constructs she'd seen before, the ones he was obviously still creating at a breakneck pace. Millil leaped once and dove straight down into the hole in the side of the world. Glissa followed, closing the distance for the first time since the chase began. The lacuna was tangled with vines and roots all around the edges, but it still provided ample room to maneuver as long as Glissa stayed clear of the sides. Millil, however, stuck close to the lacuna walls, diving around and through the snarl of vegetation. Glissa gained a little more. Why was Millil allowing himself to slow down? Something flashed far away down the long tunnel. Something silver that was out of place in the midst of the vibrant vegetation. As soon as she saw the glint of metal, it disappeared. She must have imagined it. The only silver thing in the lacuna was Millil, and if she didn't do something soon, he was going to get away. As Millil passed by the spot where Glissa thought she had seen a flash, the foliage exploded. A long-haired figure in tattered black clothing vaulted off the side of the lacuna and caught the metal man in a flying tackle. The blow knocked Millil cleanly from the flyer, which spun out of control, rudderless, and exploded against the inner wall far below. Both figures tumbled into open space, and slowly Millil and Glissa's mysterious ally dropped downwards. The metal man kicked and flailed, but his attacker clutched him around the waist, refusing to let go. Within seconds, she'd caught up to the pair, and was able to get a good look at the man in black. The man in black wasn't a man at all. He was a Leonin. Raksha Golden Cub flashed Glissa a toothy smile.
"You're here. You're alive." The Leonin let out a long laugh that bordered on maniacal and added, "I don't know how much longer I can hold on to this creature. Do something."
Millil screamed as Glissa raised her sword, but couldn't get his feet or fist to connect with anything. In one smooth stroke, the elf girl brought her blade down on the metal man's neck, and out the other side. Arterial spray fanned into the air, but subsided within seconds as Millil bled out. Strange. When she had tried that 5 years ago, the wound had instantly healed in a swell of quicksilver. Flesh had almost consumed the metal man. Glissa slipped the mirror core from Millil's headless shoulders, then Raksha released the body and gave it a shove. The mottled silver corpse crashed into the spiky vegetation that lined the lacuna, where it hung suspended by thorns and vines. The elf girl slipped the mirror core over her head, then grabbed the Leonin under the armpits and gradually slowed their descent, shifting Raksha in her arms to make sure she wouldn't drop him. Glissa floated over to the side of the lacuna and felt the odd sideways turn of the gravity. She set the Leonin down gently amongst vines and moss. At that exact moment, her flight spell finally gave out. Glissa fell sideways and flopped onto the greenery next to Raksha, drawing breath and happy to be alive, happier still that she'd found her friend again, and at such an opportune time. The elf girl had grown accustomed to the constant pull of exhaustion, and the opportunity to just lie there was too much to resist. The relief of regaining the miracle was palpable. Millil's sudden theft of the talisman had almost looked like the end. Just a few minutes of rest wouldn't hurt. Finally, Glissa broke the silence. "So, you're alive then?" Ruksha snorted and burst into that same odd laughter she'd heard before. Apparently, 3 years in the tangle had wrought changes in the golden cub, both physical and mental. Had the others been right? Had he really gone mad? The physical changes in the former car shocked her. Ruksha's black Vorak leather tunic and trousers were rugged and ripped. A Leonin long knife, the hilt worn smooth from use, was tucked sheathless into the knotted cable vine he wore from around his waist. Little of his silver armor remained, but he still wore a chestplate carved with deep gouges, one battered pauldron on his left shoulder, and dented iron braces that were caked with rust. Despite the conditions of his garments, Ruksha appeared to have stayed in relatively good shape, if a little underfed. That much was obvious from the way he tackled Malil.
Yes, I live. Your eyes are as sharp as ever,
Ruksha said, his voice a little rougher than Glissa remembered. The Elfgo noted the former car had also dropped any pretense of his old formal speech pattern.
You came. You finally...
He propped himself up on one elbow and stared at her as if he expected she might dissolve into smoke. The bright golden fur on his chin was fleckled with white and silver, and his wiry whiskers were shorn clean on the right side. 3 pale, ragged scars ran diagonally from the centre of his forehead and down across his eye socket to his left cheek. Though his sharp eyes were both intact, his mane had become as wild as Glissa's own tangled cable hair, but more nappy, snarled with twigs and sticks. Ruksha sniffed the air and flashed the tips of his teeth.
What is that smell?
He followed his nose to Glissa and peeked over her shoulder.
Hi there,
Geth said from inside the open pack and winked.
You brought the head, Ruksha growled in disbelief. How did it even...
He might be useful, Glissa replied. Besides, I'm still figuring out what to do with him. Every time I think of throwing it away, something stops me.
Who's throwing what?
Geth asked.
Let's just keep our enemies upwind, Ruksha said and flipped the bag shut.
Hey, man talking.
Shut up, Geth. Ruksha, they told me you'd gone crazy, that you destroyed Tajnar. Ruksha snorted with disgust.
Lies, he said. You wound my honor by even asking me. But I admit I am not surprised. But I think, old friend, if I were truly mad, why would I save you?
He had a point. The entire story about Ruksha's attempted sabotage hadn't felt right to her, nor did it strike her as right to doubt Lies's word. But the Leonin standing before her did not look like a maniac, let alone ready to destroy his own home den in a suicidal bid for honor. Her instincts told her to trust him for now. Besides, Glissa didn't have much choice. She did not want to fight Ruksha, even if everything she'd been told was true. Ruksha, there's something else, Glissa said. In a few days Memnock will be vulnerable. This. She raised the mirror core. Is a weapon that can kill him. I'm the only one who can do it. But I can't try for another 3 days.
Yes, I know.
You what? How long have you been here, Ruksha? Yakshar told me you were most likely dead, Glissa said. He certainly seemed to hope you were, I'm sorry to say. Ruksha's grin drooped into a scowl, and he flashed his canines in a low growl that sounded distinctly unfriendly, rumbled deep in his throat.
Do not speak that name. He's as dead to me as I am to him, he snarled.
Glissa suddenly felt very exposed, here in the dark lacuna with a possibly dangerous madman. She cast a quick glance at the knife on Ruksha's waist, but it was not quick enough to escape feline eyes.
You injure me, he said. Glissa, I am not going to attack you, nor did I do anything that you were told. We were both manipulated, but now we have the chance to set things right. My cousin was a faithless man, and I fear my throne was more important to him than victory over our enemies. He has been duped, and Bruenna too, I fear.
Dupe seems a little strong, Glissa said. Yakshar seems to have the military situation well in hand. He married my sister, you know that? An elf and a Leonin. She always liked you, you know, but she seems happy now, even if I didn't expect that kind of life for her.
Your sister, Raksha said and grimaced. Glissa, your sister is dead. The thing that wed my cousin is an impostor.
Chapter 22. Triage. Brenna's back itched, but she couldn't reach it. She hated wearing Leonin armor, but she hated being cut open more, so she endured the discomfort. The battle had lasted 2 days, and now 4 of the suns were already down. The 5th dawn was not far off now. Brenna hoped the suffering below would prove worth it. If Glissa wasn't successful, there might not be anyone left on the surface to save. Her Zauk trotted cautiously over to the smouldering battlefield at the head of a group of 12 mounted Leonin warriors in battle regalia. Bruenna's own armor had been damaged beyond repair the day before, when Krakholm's last charbelcher had gone up under an Aerofin suicide run. The belcher had tipped over sideways, causing its molten ammunition to ignite, but not launch. Within seconds, the overheated weapon exploded, taking the Aerofin, several levelers, dozens of Nim, and far too many Krakholm defenders with it. Only her sturdy old Nurok battle armor had saved Brenna. Now the mage wore a borrowed suit of segmented silver plate that was once worn by Rishon, the seer Yushanti's long-dead daughter, and at one time Raksha Golden Cubs intended. Lies had insisted the mage put it on before heading out into the field, and Yuksha had concurred. The armor was certainly strong and would no doubt protect her from harm as well as the old suit, but it didn't quite fit right across the hips, nor, she groused, did it easily allow one to reach the middle of one's back. The mage awkwardly slid the sword on her belt a little forward so that it would stop slapping against the side of the bird, which brought a stop to its frequent squawks of complaint. Brenna chided herself for worrying about her own discomfort in the midst of the ongoing battle. The carnage the riders passed through was devastating, and made her stomach roll. Corpses and pieces of corpses lay everywhere, interspersed with the writhing wounded who couldn't leave the field under their own power. Hapless souls who were already dead, but hadn't realized it yet. Twisted chunks of metal and debris from the shattered Vidalcan quake beasts and broken charbelchers lay among the dead Zauks. Horribly mangled Terran corpses with their delicate wings crumpled and broken, and piles of stinking Nim bodies that in their stillness looked more than ever like dead insects. An amber haze hung low over the scene, a noxious fog of blood, smoke, necrogen mist and steam that spewed from ruined constructs. The artifact armies had finally been beaten back into retreat, with determination, courage, and hundreds of spent lives. Yuksha was already boasting of the great victory. Brenna found the car's boasting ill-advised, but the Leonin had told her that the troops needed a victory, no matter what the cost, to keep going. The other half of the royal couple was not on the field. Kana Lias had not been seen by anyone since returning from the battlefield the night before entering her quarters. The mage wondered if Gus's departure was the reason for their retreat. It was strange, though, not to see the tall queen leading the defenders. Brenna had never known Lias to shirk a fight, and in fact the elf seemed to enjoy it a little too much. Maybe humans could never really understand the behavior of elves. Brenna reached the closest fallen defender and reined the Zauk to a halt. She half dismounted, half fell from the side of the bird, thrown off balance by the new armor, but managed to land on 2 feet. She dropped to one knee next to the goblin soldier whose legs were gone. The Krakholm defender was pinned to the ground by what had once been part of a charbelcher. He moaned pitiably and reached up to Brenna. This was why she was here, with so many dead, dying, and wounded. There weren't enough healers to go around. Brenna had offered to do whatever she could, and the healers had told her they were happy for her help. The mage took the goblin's hand in her remaining real one and held it tight.
I am here to help you, she whispered. Don't try to speak, you're hurt.
She locked eyes with his, and Brenna saw that the goblin knew he was more than hurt. The mage's clockwork hand opened a pouch on her belt and removed one tiny vial of precious serum. Brenna had medicines and salves of the Leonin healers for the ones she could save, but the best she could do for this patient was ease his suffering before the end. The serum was not an anesthetic, but it would definitely take the sting out of death. Her eyes still locked with the dying goblins, Brenna heard 2 thuds as Commander Jeffra dismounted from his own Zauk and stepped up next to her, sword drawn. The dying goblin's eyes widened in terror, and he began to shriek.
Get back, Brenna snapped, backhanding the Leonin in the gut. You're terrifying him. But we are allies, Jeffra said. Goblin, you have no need to fear me. The Alliance has only been around for a few years. Until that time, your people kept his as pets.
Now back off, Commander, Brenna said, staring the Leonin down.
This man is terrified, and at the moment his needs are a lot more important to me than yours.
But I thought we were on triage duty. He deserves a warrior's death,
said the commander, raising the tip of his blade.
He's already gotten it, Brenna hissed. Now please, get back on your Zauk and watch my back as you were ordered.
Jeffra snapped to attention and did as she commanded. Brenna had no rank in the Leonin army, but she had plenty of unofficial authority. The mage raised the tiny, almost needle-thin vial of serum so the goblin could see it.
This will make the pain go away. May your soul find rest, defender of Krakholm.
Brenna tipped the open vial to the fallen soldier's cracked lips, and he swallowed the serum with a wince. The goblin's eyes glowed a faint silvery blue, and he visibly relaxed, drawing faint, shallow breaths. Brenna held his small hand for maybe half a minute, keeping eye contact until the goblin finally exhaled heavily. The mage sighed and rose, wondering what she had been thinking coming out here. She was no healer. Death. She had seen, and up close, her entire village. All her people were gone. But that had been detached. There had been nothing she could do for her fellow Nurok. The deaths of her people had been violent, but they had at least been quick. This war was different, and Brenna hated it even more. She slumped a bit in the saddle and guided her Zauk to the next injured soldier. A sky huntress, who looked as if she had been thrown from her mount at a great height. The emergency wing pack every sky hunter wore lay in tatters at the fallen Leonin's side, shredded and burned by Aerothin energy blasts. The sky hunter was wheezing hard, and Brenna didn't dare move her. Most of the Leonin bones had shattered and broke through her skin at several points. A pool of blood spread in a halo around her body. Another one who wouldn't make it. The Leonin looked up, pleading, and Brenna pulled another tiny vial from her pouch. She'd never have enough serum to help them all, but the mage was determined that what she had left would go to good use. Brenna tipped the vial into the female's mouth. Brenna waited with her, as she had with the goblin, until the Leonin breathed her last. A Zauk, not her own, squawked a warning call. Brenna scanned the horizon and immediately saw what had frightened the big bird. A growing cloud of silver and black arose from the direction of the Mephedros. Only the yellow sun still hung in the sky. But the cloud, no, swarm, she corrected herself, passed in front of it and clearly showed the tiny outlines of thousands of winged creatures. Brenna's growing despair suddenly flared into anger and hatred for the relentless attackers. Even warring ogres allowed the other side to retrieve the dead. True, they ate them, but still. The mage struggled to her feet in the heavy plate armor.
Jeffra, do you see that? Brenna asked with a heave.
She hauled herself onto the saddle and drew her sword. The commander squinted against the setting sun, and his eyes widened.
How many of those things does Memnarch have?
Too many, my friend, far too many. I think the car may have boasted too soon, Brenna said. When she saw that Jeffra and the other Leonin continued to gawk at the approaching flock of deadly constructs, she shouted, "One of you get back to Krakow and warn them that this isn't over yet." Jeffra, jolted from shock, nodded to a lieutenant. The Leonin warrior kicked his Zauk in the flanks, bolting back to the last bastion of living surface dwellers. The commander wheeled his mount around in a circle, scanning the area.
"Take heed, men," he said. "The Sky Hunters' ranks are depleted, so we may not expect help from that quarter. The rest of the troops have fallen back to defend Krakow. Until Lieutenant Zilosh returns with reinforcements, we're on our own. I know this was supposed to be triage duty, but we just became the vanguard."
Brenna shielded her eyes from the glare of the dimming sun and checked on the progress of the new wave of attackers. She could already make out familiar shapes among the aerophans and other stranger flying constructs. Beetle shapes. "Nim," Brenna whispered.
"What?"
Jeffra asked and looked in the direction Brenna pointed.
"Those aren't just aerophans," the mage said. "I'm not sure why, but there are Nim flying with them."
"But Yurt is dead," Jeffra said.
"I know," Brenna said. "I know."
She mentally ran over the fight with Yurt and the use of the miracle. Had she done this somehow? In an arrogant attempt to control the Nim without truly understanding the nature of the ancient talisman? Had she served only to put the Nim under Memnarch's power? Brenna shivered.
Chapter 23. Ogre and Under.
"Let me go! We've got to warn them!" Gussie yanked herself free of Raksha's grip and began to march back up the lacuna.
"I already told them," Raksha snarled, bounding after her. "They didn't believe me. Ikshar convinced them I was mad, and Lies, the imposter Lies, let them believe it."
He caught up with the fleet-footed elf girl easily and spun her around by the shoulders.
"Gussa, listen to me," the Leonin said, looking her in the eye. "Every instinct I have is telling me to do exactly what you're doing. My heart cries out to join my people in battle. The Leonin have been manipulated and tricked. Thousands have died needlessly. I know all that, but I am still asking you to hear me out. After that you may return to the surface, or meet your destiny in the interior. But I know that I will go after Memnarch by myself if I must."
"Raksha," Glissa said, "what really happened at Tajnar? What happened to to my sister?"
"The impostor has been there for 5 years, Raksha said. "I will tell you, but not here."
"Then where?"
"Somewhere safer," Raksha said. "Mirrodin can't afford to lose the Chosen One on an accidental fall or rogue Carib dog."
"All right. Somewhere safer. Lead the way?" The Leonin guided her back up the lacuna to the surface. Strange, Glissa thought, that the open tangle felt claustrophobic compared to the lacuna. Raksha led her a few hundred yards down the narrow game path to an ancient tangled tree stump that had weathered and split with age. A slim crevice just wide enough for Raksha to slip through it sideways. Glissa followed, more relieved than she let on to finally have found someone she truly trusted in this strange future. The crevice opened into a small cave formed by an ancient root structure of the long-dead tree. The warm orange glow of a single coal-stone lamp lit Raksha's den, glittering on the worn silver bedroll that lay in the corner next to a pair of chairs assembled from scraps of tanglewood and wire vines. A battered iron pot hung over the fire that had been extinguished for some time. Raksha bade Glissa to sit on one of the homemade seats and sparked the coal stone to life. It burned without smoke,
bringing the contents of the pot to a rapid boil. The Leonin poured 2 cups of a syrupy brew and gave one to Glyssa. The elf girl tentatively sipped the hot drink and found it was pleasantly sweet and immediately calmed her nerves. Raksha paced the small room, not meeting the elf girl's eyes. Raksha, this is safe enough? You say you didn't destroy Tajna, and Lies is a phony? Glyssa said. Convince me. The Leonin stopped pacing for a moment, inhaled deeply, and let out a long, sighing growl. Your sister. The trouble began about an hour after we parted ways and you left for the Mephedros. Ka Raksha Golden Cub and the Tel Jalad warrior Lies of Viridia marched up the winding mountain path, following a bound and defeated Alderok Vectro, who stumbled drunkenly ahead. The Leonin split his attention between the prisoner and the iron walls of the narrow draw. The walls rose higher the farther up the path they went, and could easily conceal another goblin ambush, or worse. Raksha did not like the mountains in the first place, but the claustrophobic confines of this narrow mountain trail made him downright jumpy. Fortunately, he found it helped his nerves to shove Alderok Vectro every once in a while, and the Volshok priest seemed glad to give Raksha frequent opportunities to do so. Vectro would stop walking without warning, and often cocked his head as if listening for something. Not surprisingly, the Volshok refused to tell Raksha what he was listening for, no matter how the Leonin tried to coerce him. The Ka knew many ways to coerce people, including a few he really didn't want to use in front of the elf girl. Yet Alderok Vectro had said very little, even when they removed his gag, and would give them only the sparest of directions. As it turned out, Glyssa's insistence that Lies accompany him had proved fortuitous. The young elf had proven a serviceable tracker, and assured the Ka that they were following fresh goblin footprints. Raksha and Lies had been separated from Glyssa for little over 2 hours when Vectro stopped in his staggering tracks yet again. Without warning, the Volshok collapsed in a heap on the rusty iron path. This had better not be a trick, Vectro, the Leonin growled. Lies and Raksha crouched over the fallen human, and with an effort they rolled the big man onto his back. Alderok Vectro's glassy eyes stared up at the sky. His mouth was wrenched open in a grinning rictus, and his tongue lolled out, swollen and dry. Bright red blood trickled from the human's nose, ears, and mouth. Correct us if we are wrong, but this human appears to be dead, Raksha said. Lies patted Vectro's lifeless form, and Raksha did likewise. There wasn't a mark on the dead priest that they couldn't account for, and certainly no arrows or other projectiles had struck him. Raksha, I think he just died, Lies finally admitted. Do humans do that often? The Ka asked. Perhaps because of the stress of the capture. It wasn't that far-fetched. In his youth, he'd spent many a season capturing live animals to be slaughtered for the royal feasts. For special occasions, the Leonin would forego typical prey animals for more dangerous game. But he'd learned that many of the strongest natural predators went catatonic when locked in a cage, unable to hunt, run, or roam their territory. Humans aren't that different as far as I know, Lies replied. Not this different, but sometimes people just die. They certainly do, but the timing is suspicious in the extreme. It must be foul play, Raksha whispered. Keep your voice down. He scanned the high walls of the drawer again, but could spot no movement. The shadows in the craggy ironstone cliffs could be hiding almost anything, even from his sharp feline eyes. What should we do? Lies asked. Head back? Or should we try to find out where Dwugget is on our own? Vectro wasn't a very good guide anyway. I think I can follow these tracks to... A thunderous crash erupted from the high above, cutting the elf girl short. The pair stood and craned their necks upwards at the sound. What was that? Raksha asked and drew his long knife.
Vectro suddenly forgotten. His answer came in the form of a gigantic humanoid figure that leaped from the walls above and crashed onto the narrow trail several yards ahead. The ogre's feet, each one as big as the Leonin monarch, fractured the path beneath the Leonin and elf's feet and sent Raksha and Lies onto their backs. The hulking monster was the colour of rusted ironstone and stood almost 20 feet high, wearing a loincloth made of dried goblin skins tied crudely together. Wiry, tangled hair covered the creature's head and arms, but couldn't hide a complex network of scars. The ogre drew a deep breath with a rush of wind, then its toothy mouth split open to release a deafening roar that forced Raksha and Lies to cover their ears. With a slow, deliberate movement, the misshapen creature reached out with a simian arm and wrenched a tree stump from the ground. As easily as Raksha might pick up a sword, the ogre raised the stump overhead like a club. "Raksha," Lies said as they helped each other stand, "I think maybe we should get back to Tajnar, right now."
"Perhaps a new plan is called for," he agreed.
Raksha grabbed the elf girl by the arm and began to back away from the ogre. Sudden movements might have made the creature charge. Instead of pursuing them, it slammed the tree stump into Aldoruk Vectro's corpse and flattened the dead Volshok to a pulp with one strike. The ogre raised its heavy head to glare at them, and there was little doubt about the target of its next strike. Raksha's instincts finally overcame his resolve, and the pair broke into a dead run back down the path. They shouldn't have bothered. The gigantic ogre caught up to them in only 3 steps. It tossed the stump club aside and easily scooped each of them up in a massive ham fist. The ogre was displaying remarkable restraint, Raksha noted as he wriggled in vain to break free. It could have squeezed him into jelly if it wanted to, but the monster exerted only enough pressure to keep them restrained. The ogre held Lies up to its scarred, pitted face and sniffed her gingerly. The elf girl screamed, twisting in the creature's grip. Then the ogre did the very last thing Raksha would have expected. The gaping maw it wore for a mouth broke into a wide smile, and it burst into mad, thundering laughter. "Raksha, what is it doing?" Lies shouted.
"How should we know?"
the Leonin bellowed. He hadn't expected an answer. Ogres weren't known for their eloquence, but the monster spoke. Its voice was a deep rumble that sounded like a crumbling ironstone grating on copper ore, with something else, a quality at once familiar and chilling, running underneath.
"Quiet,"
the ogre said, and knocked Raksha's head against the elf girl's. Everything went black. "Now, hold on," Glissa interrupted. "You said Lies was dead."
"Who's telling this story?"
Raksha said. "All right, then I'm listening," Glissa sighed. "None of this is remotely like the story I got at Krakholm."
"It was within Krakholm that I awoke. It was very different then," Raksha said.
"Raksha," Lies said. "Raksha." The car felt something scratching at the top of his head and realized it was a set of elven claws. He opened his eyes and saw the elf girl crouched over him, her hand atop his head, and...
"Are you scratching our ears?"
the Leonin demanded as he brushed the elf girl's hand away. "I was trying to wake you up," Lies replied. "You've been out for a while. We're safe now."
"Yes, safe, ha!"
A gravelly voice broke in, and Raksha blinked to take in his surroundings. He was inside a large underground room, with walls cut from the same ironstone they had been hiking through for most of the day. They had to be inside the mountain. A tiny wrinkled goblin, in rust-red priest robes, very similar in cut and design to what Vectro had worn, stood next to a smouldering brazier near the centre of the room. Rickety copper shelves lined one wall, filled with bottles, beakers, tubes, and several thick, weathered books that looked very old. A heavy iron door hung in an ill-fitting frame on the opposite wall. He could see no one else in the room. He smelled the tang of incense and the unmistakable odour of goblin, but only a lingering trace of ogre. The creature was nowhere to be seen. The Leonin sat up and growled. His long knife was still tucked securely in his belt, and he was not bound or restrained in any way, so he decided to take a diplomatic approach.
Dwugget, I presume? Raksha asked. Where are we?
Yes, that's me, huh? The old goblin said. Dwugget of the Croc. He looked distinctly uncomfortable, but gave the Leonin a quick, nervous bow. Nervous, no doubt, because of the goblin's proximity to a fully conscious Leonin warrior. Raksha, Lies said, interjecting herself between the two. They're going to help. We've been talking.
You have been talking, Raksha snarled. On what authority do you, an elf, negotiate for the Leonin people?
Lies looked as if she'd just been slapped. On what authority? That I was the only one awake. That I was the one who woke up and surprised that ogre with a knife to the palm that made it drop us. Maybe the authority granted to me by dragging your unconscious carcass all the way to this cave, and finding the goblins, who were able to chase off the ogre, which chased me all the way up to this damned mountain. Please, no fighting, huh? Dwugget interrupted before Raksha could respond. All friends now, huh? Cat, we talked to you and Dwugget, huh? Give you all the details. The Leonin composed himself and returned to the elf girl. His ears pointed forward in embarrassment.
We apologize, Lias, Raksha said. We are grateful to be alive, and thank you for opening the negotiations.
He bowed deeply, which he did only rarely in return to the goblin, who shifted from foot to foot. Raksha supposed he would be nervous too, in Dwugget's place.
Dwugget, your people attacked us. Is that how you negotiate?
Mistake, huh? Dwugget said.
Have to defend my people.
Raksha appraised the little creature before him. The Leonin had been raised to think of goblins as inferior beings. Even Slobad, though a friend, had really been little more than a slave. But he could understand this goblin. He was a leader like Raksha. Of course he had sent guards to meet them. What would the Leonin have done if he had encountered a gang of well-armed goblins trying to enter Taj-Nar?
Dwugget of the Croc, Raksha said. Is there a place we three negotiators may go to work out the details?
Dwugget led Raksha and Lias to a door the Leonin had not noticed before. They followed the goblin through a short tunnel lit with flame tubes. We go eat and talk, huh? Dwugget said. Food and negotiation. The meal, as it turned out, took longer than the negotiations themselves. Raksha had been out for almost a day and a half, and he was impressed to see how well Lies had done in the interim. The Croc would prove to be valuable allies now that the initial confusion was cleared up. He had seen them fight, and knew the goblins were fiercer than he once believed. They spent one more night in Crockhome. Dwugget threw a banquet in their honour, which included as entertainment his own account of the tale of Croc, the legendary goblin hero, who long ago discovered the world was hollow, a tale that had originally spurred Glisser to seek out Memnoch in the core. Raksha was struck by the story's similarity, at points to the myth and legend surrounding the Great Deccan, his own Leonin ancestor, and first to unite the Leonin under a single car. The next day, they set off down a path from Crockhome to Taj-Nar, accompanied by 40 of Dwugget's finest fighters. More would come later. This force was no more than a token, but would serve to convince the Leonin army that the goblins would honour their commitment. Raksha didn't know at the time, but Lias was already dead.
Chapter 24. Tumbling Down.
Already dead? Glisser snapped. It doesn't sound like it.
I did not learn what really happened until much later, Raksha said. I told you it was confusing.
So when did you figure it out? Glisser said.
2 years after the treaty was signed. The day Taj-Nar fell, Raksha said.
Now they were getting somewhere.
Brenna refused to talk about that, the elf girl said. But what does that have to do with Lies? She had become attached to Yakshar, Raksha said. Or so I thought. I had little time to give her, and thought she was doing all she could to fit in. Lies asked to join the forces on the ground, and I could not deny her the right of combat. She'd already spent a year helping me coordinate with the goblins as an ambassador, which had kept her clear from the fighting for the most part. I hoped it would have been what you wanted. I still harbored hope that you lived, though no one had heard from you in so long. Brenna had not given up hope, and spent much time trying to figure out a way into Lumengrid. She thought there might be knowledge that could free you. There was, Glissa said. Once Lias took the field, it only took a few weeks for Yakshar to promote her, Raksha said. She proved to be an amazing fighter. Yakshar and Lias soon became inseparable off the field as well. I encouraged this, again in what I thought were your sister's best interests. I could not watch over her all the time. The responsibility of the card did not allow it. Makes sense, Glissa said. You gave her the best protector you could. Your own blood. Yes, and I had to focus on the ultimate defense of Taj Nar. Yes, but my inattention ultimately led to the loss of the home din, Raksha said. The war had been raging relentlessly. Yakshar, perhaps under the influence of the false Lies, perhaps through his own bullheadedness, made a grave tactical error that cost us the last outpost den in the void. I ordered him to pull all of our forces back home. He initially resisted, and cost us more men. When he finally called the retreat, the Nim followed hot on his heels, and closed in on all sides. What about the Krark? Glissa asked. The Krark were under siege themselves. They spared us what fighters they could, Raksha said. Dwugget and I assigned them to protect the supply lines running between Taj Nar and Krakholm. As it turned out, that's the only reason the Leonin survived at all. The mana bomb? Glissa said. There was really a mana bomb, right? Yes, though I certainly did not set it. There is no honor in such a death. Despite the impostor's convoluted explanations, Yakshar refused to hear my words. Taj Nar could have easily resisted a siege under the plan we'd formulated, Raksha said, but not the enemy within. The car held a long-range spotting scope to one eye and looked out over the roiling mass of Nim. Even with the magically augmented lens, Raksha could not see where the Nim ended and the horizon began. Silver aerophans circled in formation, almost too distant to make out against the golden sun. The constructs looked like scavengers waiting for carrion. The levelers had not been seen, and the scouts he'd sent to track them had not returned. With a frustrated growl, he closed up the telescoping eyesight and hooked it onto his belt. Raksha didn't need the scope to see that the Nim would breach the wall soon. It was inevitable. The sheer volume of Nim corpses was forming a natural ramp, and each one that died brought the grisly mound of stinking corpses and chittering vanguard attackers that much closer to the top. Raksha heard a reptilian screech and tossed a wave at a sky hunter that flashed by. The sky hunters were always in the air now, beating back the attempts of the clumsy flying Nim. The slow-moving undead were no match for the Terran riders in a dogfight. However, the tactic was successfully keeping the Leonin flyers tied up. Had they been able to spare sky hunters to attack the Nim on the ground? If only. They could not, so that was a futile train of thought. Raksha crouched and leaped from the lookout tower to the worn path atop the wall, and landed silently next to his cousin. The top of the wall was a flurry of Leonin warriors and a few goblin soldiers scrambling to ready the siege defences. What did you see, my car? Yakshar asked. How long before they're over the wall? At the rate they're piling up, we have no more than a few hours, Raksha sighed. We had to see it for ourselves. The scouts are right. There really is no end to them.
What of the construct armies? Yaksha asked. Why have we not seen them? Aerofin's circle on the horizon, Raksha replied. The levelers. Raksha was cut short by the crash of thunder that shook the wall beneath his feet. He grabbed the edge to steady himself and caught Yaksha's arm before his cousin tumbled onto the nim below. The two of them pulled themselves over the lip of the wall to see where the explosion had come from. Thick black smoke stung his disbelieving eyes. 3 gargantuan silver-legged constructs had emerged from beneath the infinite carpet of Nim that covered the glimmer void all around them. Each construct's central body consisted of a huge, globular power source that glowed an eerie blue through the haze. Their heads were massive cylinders, one of which was belching a misty blue fog. Yaksha gasped, military formality lost in shock. What in the name of Deccan are those? Something new, Raksha snarled. It appears that only one has fired. We must expect another volley. My car, you should let me take command of the defences and get to the throne room. Do not be ridiculous, Yaksha, Raksha said. You've been listening to that elf girl too much. Our place is here, with you. If we are to die, we shall do it as the car, and our enemies shall regret the day they... Another cannon construct fired at that moment, sending a house-sized ball of blazing blue energy into the wall below them. Before Raksha could react, a whole section of Tajna crumbled beneath his feet and gave way. My car! Yaksha bellowed. Raksha plummeted into a pit that had just opened beneath him. The car barely heard his cousin. He dropped through floor after floor as an entire section of Tajna gave way. But fortunately, he collided with several outcroppings on his way down that slowed his fall. Raksha landed with a crack of broken armor on rough metal floor, and after a few seconds managed to scramble to cover beneath a stable block of rubble that had once formed part of a lookout tower upon which he recently stood. The cave-in continued for almost a minute, forcing Raksha to cover his ears as several tons of metal crashed down all around him. Only the overhanging block he'd chosen as cover kept the Leonin from being crushed as the rain of debris poured in. Raksha wiped iron dust from his eyes and took stock. He'd fallen all the way to a basement sublevel, which until recently had served as the royal armory, but had been converted to temporary barracks only a week before. The main wall still stood, down here at least, and he could see the sky far above. Light streamed into the dusty air above through 2 large holes that had been blasted for its side, but otherwise the main exterior wall had held almost all the way to the top. The interior of Tajna was less well protected, and too many supports had been destroyed to hold up the weight where Raksha had been standing. He was extremely lucky. Damnably lucky, for he feared he was about to see the end of his people. If Tajna fell, where else could they go? Krakholm? Raksha crawled out from his refuge and searched vainly for some path through the wreckage, a way to get out of this hole. As the haze cleared, the outlines of over a dozen Leonin bodies littered the ground all around him, and he offered a bitter prayer for the dead. From the corner of his eye, the Leonin spotted movement in the rubble. Raksha! Lias called. My leg's pinned. Can you help me? Don't move, he shouted. We're on our way. Maybe he hadn't been able to save Glissa from Memnarch. Maybe this really was the end for Tajna. But as long as he lived, so would Glissa's sister. He owed his lost friend that much. With as much caution as Raksha could spare, he navigated the maze of debris and death to the elf girl's side. Lies's leg was stuck beneath a rectangular chunk of inner wall and tangled in a mess of support cables. The elf girl sat upright, her back pressed up against a round hunk of debris that looked like something that might have been left over from the old armory. Her face bore a few minor cuts, but Lies appeared more or less unharmed. Raksha dropped to one knee to get a closer look at her leg. It does not appear broken. Are you bleeding? Raksha asked.
I don't think so, the elf girl gasped. I think it's... Ow! I think it's just stuck. If you could pull on it gently, I think I might be able to wiggle free.
Of course, Raksha said. He dropped onto his belly, draping himself uncomfortably across the elf girl's body, and reached in to take hold of Liessa's leg. Let us know when you are ready, and we will pull together.
Ready, Liessa said, and brought the knee of her free leg up into Raksha's belly. He gasped as the air left his lungs and his ribs cracked. The Leonin brought himself up onto all fours with agonizing effort and fought back his gorge.
What in the name of...
Raksha coughed. Liessa easily slipped her leg free of the cabling and leaped to her feet. She followed with a sharp-toed boot to Raksha's gut. He spat up silvery red blood and flopped onto his side, clutching his belly, and was unable to avoid yet another kick that caught him behind the ear. The sky above spun lazily, and the Leonin fought the urge to pass out. Raksha, 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 Liessa said, driving a boot into his side with each repetition. You're not supposed to be here. You were supposed to die up there with Yaksha. You really should have done that.
What are you talking about? What are you doing?
My job, Your Carnus, Liessa replied. Keeping one eye on the Leonin, she backed over to the metal ball she'd been leaning against when she was trapped, and crouched over the strange object, which Raksha could now see bore ancient carvings that looked Vidalcan. 2 blue crystals mounted on top of the artifact began to glow, and a low hum struck the Leonin's sensitive ears. Sorry that you had to find me, the elf added. You're not going to be as easy to cow as that fool Dwugget, or as easy to seduce as your idiot cousin. And you know what that means, my car? I get to kill you personally.
Yes, why? Raksha whispered. Glissa would...
Liessa laughed. A cold, tinny sound, unlike anything Raksha had ever heard. When next she spoke, her voice changed. The tones of the young elf girl he knew were underlaid with a low, masculine baritone that filled the air all around the Leonin's head.
Who are you?
Raksha whispered. Ah, he figured it out. The Liesse thing sneered, and gave him another kick. You should have gone along with the Volshok Catman. Still have your elf girl and your precious palace. Would still be in one piece. Of course, you would still be dead. But what is the life of a car compared to one of his subjects? The false Liesse tapped out a pattern on the glowing artifact and stood, apparently satisfied.
Release the girl, Raksha coughed, or I will kill whoever you look like.
Idiot Leonin, the girl is right here. She's terrified, let me tell you. I'm going to enjoy consuming her mind when I move on. Move on? Raksha asked. Tell me, did I squeeze you too hard, my car? The elf said as she brought her fists together. You can't imagine how tricky it is to use only enough strength when you're an ogre.
Ogre?
Raksha managed. He was already recovering, but tried to hide it. If Liesse got close enough, he might be able to surprise her. Gave you too much credit, I see, Liesse said. I'll make it easier for you. Here's a riddle. What do a Volshok priest, an ogre, and an elf girl have in common?
Sounds like a bad goblin joke.
You are the opposite of fun, Liesse said. Vectro at your service. The elf strolled around the glowing artifact, which now hummed louder than before. When she reached the Leonin, she took a deep bow with an exaggerated flourish.
Aldrock Vectro? Raksha said. Aldrock Vectro is dead.
Just Vectro, if you please, the thing that wore Liessa's body said. Vectro brought the elf girl's visage mere inches from Raksha, and added, The human Aldrock is nothing but a smear on the path now. Raksha brought a gauntleted fist crashing into the imposter's borrowed face, knocking Vectro backwards. The car rolled forward onto his feet and spun into a crouch, faced the imposter and roared.
I am Raksha Golden Cup, Car of Taj-Na. I have no need of your services.
The impostor screamed and charged the Leonin car. Raksha had lost his sword, but no Leonin was ever defenseless as long as he had his claws. He blocked Vectro's first punch with his palm and drove a fist into the impostor's gut. Vectro doubled over with a cough, and the Leonin followed through with a knee to the face that knocked the impostor backwards, stunned.
Whatever you are, Vectro, it's good to see that you can take a beating no matter what you look like, Raksha snarled. Now get out of that body before we rip its head off. We really don't want to do that.
No deal, Car, the impostor coughed. I've been waiting for a very long time for a body all of my own, and now that I've got it, I'm not leaving. The master says this one is mine to keep, and I intend to.
Raksha launched himself into a forward roll and tackled Vectra around the legs, bringing the ersatz elf to the hard metal floor of the old armory with a crash. He followed with a fist to the jaw and pinned Vectro's head back with one elbow as he threw himself across the elf girl's stolen body.
That device, Raksha said.
He nodded to the glowing ball of humming silver.
Is it a weapon?
Vectro smiled and looked pointedly over Raksha's shoulder. All traces of the strange Vectro voice gone. Lies screamed. Yaksha, he's gone mad! That artifact is going to destroy Taj-Na! We've got to get out! Raksha didn't see Yaksha's blow coming until it was too late. He was thrown back and struck his head hard enough to make the world spin. Yaksha crouched over him and placed a hand against Raksha's forehead, then muttered a standard spell used by the Leonin on those rare occasions it paid to take live prisoners in war. Raksha's muscles went slack, and without ceremony, Yaksha slung the car over his shoulder. Raksha would be paralyzed below the neck for hours.
What is that? Yaksha said, jabbing a claw at the whining silver globe.
It's a mana bomb, and it's going to go off any minute. Yaksha, he's betrayed us all. We have to leave him, or we won't have time to save the rest of your people, Lies said. She leaned in closer and whispered loud enough for Raksha to hear. Our people.
Most have already evacuated. I gave the order after the last blast, Yaksha said.
But Raksha mumbled deliriously. Lies was already heading towards the cable ladder Yaksha had used to get down to the basement level. Within seconds, the elf girl and the being that controlled her scrambled up the ladder and away from the glowing, whining bomb.
Damn!
Yaksha growled and followed.
Raksha, I will see you dead for this, but not today.
He followed Lies up the ladder, and within minutes Yaksha and the elf girl were well clear of Taj-Na. Yaksha dropped Raksha to the ground without ceremony and propped the paralyzed Leonin against a pile of Leonin bodies that reeked of blood and rot.
Yaksha, the car croaked. She is not.
Before Raksha could finish, Taj-Na disappeared in a blinding flash of blue and white. A half-second later, the deafening thunder of the mana bomb explosion reached his ears and blasted the world into silence. Unable even to shield his eyes, Raksha was forced to watch as his home, his kingdom, and the future of his people were laid low under a rapidly expanding cloud of destruction. You saw it go up? Glissa said. Something tickled her cheek, and her hand came away covered with tears she hadn't noticed until now.
I couldn't look away, though my soul very nearly died that day, Raksha said.
I think I can figure out what happened next from what they told me, Glissa interrupted. Vectra accused you, and all Yaksha could see was you trying to kill the woman he loved. It sounds like she would have killed everyone if you hadn't stopped her.
It was Yaksha's evacuation order that saved everyone, Raksha said. My discovery only saved the impostor.
But what was Vectra? How can I get Lies back? Glissa's eyes flashed with fury. You told me she was dead, but this is worse, a lot worse. She's still in there, Raksha. I know it.
It does not matter, Raksha said with a sigh.
The Leonin placed a firm paw on her shoulder.
He will not leave her until she is mortally wounded. We would have to kill her to save her.
I can't accept that, Glissa said. We have to figure out what he is and how to get him out. I want my sister back, Raksha.
Glissa, she's dead. She has to be, Raksha replied.
She stood to look the Leonin eye to eye and jabbed a finger into his chest. Why? Glissa demanded.
Because we have a chance to stop what's coming now, Raksha said. If you choose to confront Vectro, you will fail to strike Memnock when the time comes. That is why she must be dead. If there is a way to force Vectro out, we will do it, but you cannot concern yourself with her now. It's one life that might not even exist.
Glissa knew the Leonin was right. There was nothing she could do but fail if she tried to save Lies now. All right, damn you, she said. I'll set her aside. But why even carry on this war? Lies Vectro is a monarch. It doesn't make any sense. She could have simply ended the conflict and let the Nim in years ago. Why the bomb?
The war serves Memnock's ends. I do think I was meant to die in the bomb blast, but luck conspired to let me find it and Lies, and Vectro's treachery before it was too late. Vectro only accused me as a last resort. I owe my life to Yakshar, despite what has come since. With Tajnar destroyed, the Nim and Leveler armies could have moved in on Krakholm, and maybe that was the original plan. He stopped pacing and placed a hand on Glissa's shoulder. How did you learn all of this hiding out in the tangle? Glissa asked, still unconvinced. Do you remember the name Gonfas? Raksha asked.
Who? Glissa said.
She was a Silvok, one of Vectro's vessels, Raksha said. She knew you.
I don't know any... Wait, Glissa said. There was a Silvok judge at my trial in Viridia.
That was Vectro, inhabiting Gonfas. The impostor was, at the time, trying to ensure the Viridians didn't execute you, which would have spoiled Memnock's plans. When you escaped, Vectro was forced to leave the Silvok.
And showed up on the mountain with a pack of goblins, Glissa said.
Raksha nodded. A few months after I'd entered the tangle, I encountered Gonfas while tracking a Vorak. The human had been wounded by a pack of Carbadogs, but she recognized me. She remembered everything Vectro knew, including the length of Memnock's hibernation, the Mirror and the part you were bound to play. And you confirmed everything she told me. That cannot be a coincidence.
What made you believe her? Glissa asked. A dying human wandering in the woods?
She knew things about you. The story you told at the trial did not fall on deaf ears.
He flicked his ears in Leonin embarrassment.
And perhaps I believed her, because my heart wanted it to be true. It gave me hope.
Well, it's a start, Glissa said. Chapter 25. Dawn's Early Light. Glissa awoke to the sound of Raksha putting on another kettle of homebrew. He offered the elf girl a simple meal of fruit and jerky, which they ate in silence. Neither spoke as they filled their packs with 2 days' supply of food. Even Gaff remained quiet.
The journey down the lacuna will take the rest of the day,
Raksha said when they had finished packing, breaking the spell of silence and anxiety.
That will give us a night to reach Memnock. Will that gemstone of yours work for me too?
I think so, Glissa said. Brenna said it had infinite charge. She pushed back her tunic sleeve and held the blue stone up for him to see. Here, try it. Just put a finger on it, then say fly, fly, fly.
Clever, the Leonin rumbled. However, I must speak thusly.
It's simple, Glissa replied. Easy to remember. Stop stalling, your carship. Raksha placed a fingertip upon the gem.
Fly, fly, fly?
The Leonin floated a few inches off the ground, as if blown by a gentle breeze.
Amazing, he said, and cautiously floated around the room. Forget what I said. We can get to the interior in about an hour.
We should still be on the move, Glyssa said. I'd rather have a chance to peek around the corner before we walk in. Gonfast didn't say that would ruin everything, did he? Raksha did an experimental loop, and a stalactite nearly took his head off.
What?
I said we should be getting moving, and you should be careful, Glyssa said. She held the mirror core around her neck and tucked it under the leather jerkin, then slung Geth onto her back, eliciting brand new insults as she cinched up the strap. Are you ready, Raksha? Raksha slowly descended from the high ceiling.
Let's go, he said, and patted his belt to make sure his long knife was still there.
Glyssa placed a claw tip on the blue stone and said, Fly, fly, fly. Together they floated out of the cave. The second major attack against Crockholm came just as the suns went down on the fourth day, and the battlefield fell into blackness. A few scattered stars in the sky provided little light to fight by, but Bruin had been impressed by how quickly Yakshar scrambled to troops. Jeffrar's unit had joined 6 other detachments of Leonin warriors and half again as many goblins. The goblins seemed excited about something and were talking animatedly, but she didn't have time to go and ask them why. Fortunately, their enemies glowed in the dark. Finding them wouldn't be a problem. Seeing her environment and her allies would present a greater challenge. She'd been saving her strength for more aggressive magic, but at the moment they needed light more than energy bolts. Brenna whispered a few arcane words and described a symbolic pattern in the air, calling up a silvery blue aurora that materialized in the night sky. As if cued by the light, a dozen Aerophins broke in one direction, while a pack of eyeless, bat-winged Nim Shriekers dove in the opposite. Brenna's well-trained Zauk squawked in challenge and stood its ground as a pair of Shriekers dropped on them from above. She thrust her sword into the sky, and twin spheres of crackling blue-white energy flew from the blade, each one homing in on a Shrieker, while encasing it in writhing worms of electricity before they plummeted, smouldering to the ground. She kicked the Zauk's flanks and charged into the fray. Brenna didn't have time to cast a spell before the next attack came. Twin streams of silver fire that slammed into the ground behind her and threw up shards of hot iron that struck her Zauk's haunches. The bird bolted. Rather than attempt to regain control of the terrified animal, the mage released the reins, wished the bird luck, and quickly conjured another flight spell, rising from the Zauk's back just before it disappeared beyond the edge of the blue aura that covered the field. Brenna felt back in her element, but it wasn't hers alone. She wove through the swarming constructs and Nim, striking with her sword where she could, and sent more bolts of deadly magic singing through the air. The Nurok mage heard explosions below, and saw a trio of Aerophins flying in a tight formation, scattering the forward defensive lines with energy bolts. As the goblins and Leonin ran for cover, they ran into the waiting claws of a line of Nim lashers, where they were easy pickings. Bruenna summoned another energy bolt, and wondered how much longer Crockholm could possibly hold out. That's not good, Glyssa whispered.
No, definitely not, Raksha agreed.
They had reached the end of the lacuna without further incident, and pulled up short as agreed. They had crawled the last few yards on hands and knees, and now sat crouched at the lip of the exit. Glyssa had forgotten how dazzling the blazing manacle was after the long, dark descent through the lacuna, and now the light was reflected from 1,000 different silver surfaces that was comprised of something. Glyssa truly had no idea what she was looking at, just that it was huge, as big as the interior itself. The rebuilt panopticon was still in place. The massive round disc with the hole in the center sat directly below them, attached to the towering structure at roughly the midpoint, but other than that, Glyssa didn't recognize anything. The crystalline microsynth towers were gone, leaving most of the interior surface smooth except for scattered shrubbery. In their place, millions, maybe billions of silver needles, the mirror images of those that littered the surface, pointed out from the interior's surface directly at the core. 5 enormous buttress-like structures, each as round as all of Taj-Nar, and also gleaming silver, were mounted on the inside of Mirrodin like gigantic parodies of the needles. They ended not too far from the core, where they held the most amazing part of the bizarre structure in place, a skeletal spheroid made up entirely of interlocking pentagonal rings. The mesh completely encased the core. Glissa cast her gaze back down onto the ground and saw that it was still crawling with billions of small, scuttling constructs. Amongst them walked, crawled, and flew much larger construct beasts, all heavily armed, but so far seemingly unaware of her and Raksha's presence. That was about to change. 4 columns of marching steel centipedes were scuttling right for them, undulating over their kin like quicksilver ribbons. It seemed that Raksha's prediction about Viridia's fate was coming true all too soon. They ducked back into the lacuna, out of sight. "We need a plan, fast," Glissa whispered.
"Doesn't change anything," Raksha said.
"There's an army about to march in here," Glissa almost shouted.
"No one sends an army against 2 people," Raksha said. "Those are reinforcements or scouts. Trust me, they will ignore us."
"How can you be so sure?"
"They could not have missed us," Raksha said. "They didn't react or accelerate their pace. Just get out of the way and wait."
The elf girl scowled, but Raksha was right. The first of the centipedes appeared at the lip of the lacuna, flowed over the edge and undulated inside. The line of constructs was close enough to reach out and touch. Yet, as Raksha had predicted, they completely ignored the elf and the Leonin. The lacuna rang with thousands of tinny metal footsteps. Bruenna whirled in midair, catching a trio of shriekers with a series of rapid-fire spells. A crowd of shrapnel materialized in the Nim's flight path, launched into the shriekers and tore their abdomens out. Fetid guts spilled out and poured down onto the ground, followed a few seconds later by the Nim themselves. She shot a salute to a sky hunter who soared by overhead. Fewer than 24 of the female warriors remained, but they were holding their own against the swarms. 4 times as many trained, riderless Paterans engaged the attackers in vicious dogfights, but these proved easier pickings for the thin energy bolts and shrieker claws. Bruenna felt a surge of magic disrupt the flow of mana directly beneath her and jinked to one side in time to avoid a fireball. The sphere slammed into a wolf pack of heavily armed Aerithans she hadn't heard approaching. Dwugget waved from below. "Thanks," Bruenna mouthed. Bruenna scanned the horizon, seeking the telltale glow of Aerithan power sources, and suddenly felt dizzy, terrified, and exhilarated all at once. Victory suddenly seemed possible again. On the horizon, 5 soft halos of diffuse, pre-dawn glow played on the edges of night. The colors matched the stones mounted on the mirror core. "I hope you're paying attention down there, Glissa," Bruenna whispered, and then drove her sword through the torso of a buzzing Aerithan, which sparked and spit black smoke before it plummeted from the sky. "It's almost showtime." "Raksha, it's almost dawn," Glissa said.
"How do you know?" Raksha asked.
Glissa considered. "I'm not sure how, but I'm sure I'm right. I can feel the moons moving, rolling into place." The elf girl patted her breastplate and added, "I feel it in here. I think it's the spark." The steel centipedes had given way to a wave of spider-like constructs covered in blue and purple crystalline eyes, followed by a detachment of Leonin-sized scorpionoids with blast cylinder stingers. Now they endured the indignity of hiding as thousands of silver frog things with wide, toothy mouths and long hooks at the end of their forelimbs hopped past. None of the constructs had paid the pair any heed. Memnock had to know Glissa was coming. Why hadn't he even sent a scout? She expected a brutal fight. Being ignored when she knew she was expected was much worse. It meant that Memnarch no longer thought of her as a threat. Glissa was about to make sure he remembered how much of a threat she could be. She held out her wrist, the blue stone facing up. "It's time," the elf girl said. "I have to get to that platform. He's up there."
"A sound judgment," Raksha replied.
He placed a finger alongside the blue stone, and Glissa did the same. As they emerged from the lacuna, a cacophony of clattering feet, clacking pincers, and strange mechanical chittering broke out all around them, joined by a chorus of whining cries.
"They're awake, Glissa,"
Gef's head said. "Careful what you wish for," she muttered, and placed a hand on her sword hilt. The cries of a million tinny voices reverberated through the interior of Mirrodin, and soon it sounded as if every last construct, with the exception of the strange automatons, was sounding the alarm, chirping and singing, like frogmites on a cold night. So much for being ignored. But, despite the noise, not one of the constructs made an aggressive move. "Raksha, doesn't this seem a little too easy?" she asked.
"Glissa!"
Raksha shouted and slammed into her with his shoulder, as a silver flash streaked past, missing them both by inches. Chapter 26. Borrowed Time. For the first time in living memory, humans, leonins, goblins, and elves saw the sons of Mirrodin rise at exactly the same time. Each of the 5 spheres glowed more brightly than Brenna had ever seen. The 5 distinct colours of light streamed into the sky from all directions. They blended into a blinding white glare over Krakheim's battlefield. The Narok mage had never been so exhausted. She'd just gone to the well too many times, and her system refused to take it anymore. The quicksilver energy that powered Brenna's magic felt very far away, and she'd been forced to the ground. She wanted to sleep for a week, but drew her sword anyway and joined the retreating ground troops on the mountain. The last Sky Hunter had fallen, and with Brenna's power sapped, the air was enemy territory. Wolf packs of Erephans and a wide variety of fierce-looking asymmetrical winged construct beasts, each as large as 5 Erephans put together, blasted the ground behind the defenders. Shriekers swooped and dive-bombed at odd intervals as the lumbering Nym drove the Leonin and goblins inexorably back. Brenna shielded her eyes as 4 goblin fighters were vaporized right next to her, peppering her forearms with shards of hot iron and molten blood. She stumbled blindly sideways, and by sheer luck avoided a small avalanche of ironstone rubble that the construct's shots had knocked loose from the cliffs above. Brenna raised her sword to deflect a swinging Nym claw and jumped back, slamming into something armoured that snarled. She swung her sword around blindly, but her blade connected with another.
"Careful, mage," Ikshar growled.
He lowered his long knife and guided Brenna's blade tip away from his left eye.
"Someone could get hurt."
"Look out!" Brenna cried and shoved the cart aside as an energy bolt blasted the ground nearby and tore a scorched scar up the cliff wall, igniting a few of the scrub trees that still clung to the high reaches. "My car, you've got to call a full retreat, or you're not going to have any subjects left tomorrow. We don't have the strength to hold them here. We have to close up Krakheim and save as many lives as we can."
"Retreat! Tuck our tails, run, and hope Glissa will succeed," Ikshar roared. "Look around you, Narok. She has failed, and we will face our death on our—"
The Leonin paused in mid-sentence and stared down at his chest with a look of faint surprise. A thin, blood-coated silver blade emerged from the centre of Ikshar's breastplate and glittered in the glare of the 5 suns. With a sickening slurp, the blade disappeared back into his chest, and the Leonin dropped dead at the mage's feet. The live figure behind him danced back a step and twirled her bloody blade. "I can't tell you how long I've wanted to gut that fool," Leah said. Glissa followed the silver blur as it skimmed the surface of the interior and swooped back for another pass. Behind her, Raksha bellowed,
Another one! Move!
A second silver shape dove straight between them, missing Glisser, but apparently striking a glancing blow at Gef's head, which yelped. What are those things? Glisser shouted over the dull roar of billions of hand-sized metal insects having a collective fit. They're too fast. I don't... A third silver blur appeared, and this time Raksha couldn't dodge in time. Oh! The Leonin managed as the flying object carried him away. Glisser didn't get the chance to follow, because the original flyer was on the way back up. She finally got a good look at the silver blur as it rapidly accelerated towards her. At the last second, she launched herself backwards and dodged the ascending hovercraft. The elf girl was so surprised when she finally identified the rider that the second caught her with a glancing blow on the boot as it swooped up beside its duplicate. The identity of the first rider had been unmistakable, so had the second. He had a few more pink blotches of flesh marring his perfect silver skin, but the cruel, angular face had been burned into her mind. It was the face of a dead metal man she'd killed herself. Without waiting for the first two to come at her another time, Glisser gave chase to the third identical copy of Malil, the one that had grabbed Raksha. She glanced back, but didn't spot either of the other two attackers.
They're following, but holding back, Gef's had shouted. They obviously fear my power.
Just keep an eye on them, and tell me if they change their tactics. Glisser hollered over one shoulder. Glisser flirted with the idea of sending a little destructive spark energy into the Malil clone that had spirited Raksha away, but decided against it. These Malil replicas were partly flesh. The energy only seemed to work against true constructs. Besides, she would probably need it soon. The biggest challenge was still ahead.
Okay, one of them is now incoming,
Gef's head shouted. Glisser tucked her chin and dove. The whine of the flyer's energy fields was almost deafening, but thanks to Gef's warning, the attack just missed her. Gef, keep that up and I'll get your body personally, Glisser shouted.
How about yours?
Don't push me, Head. Bruenna backed away from Yukshar's fallen body and raised her sword in her good hand. Leah stepped over the dead Leonin and kept her sword tip pointed at the mage's heart. The mage cast around desperately with her peripheral vision. The Ironstone avalanche had cut them off from the main battle. She was on her own. Maybe that was for the best, the mage mused, since she was about to engage the tall queen of the Leonin. There was no guarantee the defenders of Crockholm would come to Bruenna's aid.
Yes, Bruenna said. What have you done?
What I should have done years ago, the elf said in a strange voice that sounded like two. I could have led these primitives on my own, but the master thought it served his purposes better to leave that oaf in charge.
He was a good man, Bruenna said.
Then the rest of what Lies had said sunk in.
Master?
You're even slower than Raksha, the elf girl said, her voice still resonating weirdly between Lies's lilt and something deeper and much darker. I'm not here to get you up to speed. Without another word, Lies danced forward, her blade singing. Bruenna parried clumsily, but the elf girl kept coming. The tackle lifted the mage off of her feet, and she landed hard on the iron ground. The murderous elf held her pinned with a forearm and two knees, then raised her sword as Bruenna struggled, just to draw breath. Her sword arm felt numb.
Why? Bruenna managed to cough.
She closed her eyes, waiting for the blow.
Your sister.
A wave of heat washed over the mage, and she felt the elf's weight lifted. She sat upright and saw Lies flying backwards, a small goblin flame rocket embedded in her chest. The elf girl collided with great force against the avalanche debris, and the projectile held Lies fast against the ironstone. The elf girl's eyes flashed red, and she dropped her sword, then reached up and grasped the sputtering rocket with both hands, and heaved it aside. The sputtering flame rocket spun out of control and exploded against the cliff wall.
Back off, huh?
Dwugget growled. He offered Bruenna a hand, and she saw that the goblin held an iron fire tube trained at the writhing Kana.
Thank you, Dwugget, Brenna gasped. How did you know?
I always known, Dwugget said sadly, since that ogre brought Raksha and Lies to me. I'm sorry. He said he'd destroy Crocombe. There's a bomb. No, the elf, if she was indeed that, which Brenna was beginning to seriously doubt, roared like an ogre. She climbed like a broken automaton down from the rubble and scooped up her sword. She clutched at the bleeding hole in the center of her chest and coughed up a spray of blood, but remained on her feet. She glared at Brenna. This was supposed to be a body that would last, Nirok. Now I'll have to take yours. Dwugget stepped up to her side, and she heard a loud click as he slotted another flame rocket into the tube. Can and run a rocket, huh? The goblin asked. The thing that had taken control of Lies seethed, but stayed put. Dwugget, what is going on? Brenna snapped. What bomb? It doesn't matter now, Dwugget said. We are lost anyway, huh? That's no elf. It's something called Vectro. Thing took her body. She's not in there anymore. It's Memnock's tool. I'm going to gut you too, Goblin, the bleeding elf snarled. But it's her body, Dwugget. I can't kill Glissa's sister, Brenna said. I can, Dwugget said. I'm already a murderer. Many times over, huh? The goblin raised the fire tube and placed his thumb on the lever that would release another rocket into Lies's body. Brenna lunged sideways and knocked the flame tube aside, sending the rocket spinning uselessly into the sky. Stupid! Dwugget shouted. He stumbled with the impact and went over onto his side, Brenna following, and they crashed together in a tangle of robes and limbs. Brenna got to her knees in time to see Lies's body convulse violently, then drop like a sack of bones. A blood-red humanoid shape rose from her fallen form, hovered for a moment in the air, then condensed into a glowing ball. Brenna felt the sphere pulse with mana and energy, and then accelerate into the ether. It disappeared into the haze of war. Lies! Brenna gasped and crawled over on all fours to the elf girl's side. She pressed an ear to Lies's chest. She's alive. Barely. Dwugget scrambled to her side, and the mage held him back with her artifact hand. You've done enough, don't you think? Brenna said. I had no choice, Dwugget began, but fell silent at a look from the mage that threatened to burn through his skull. The elf girl's eyes fluttered open as Brenna tore strips from her robe and pressed them against Lies's chest wound. Lies, can you hear me? Brenna said softly, thankful that the nearby fighting had not yet spilled over the rubble. Lies stared hard at Brenna for a moment, then her eyes went wide. Brenna, she said softly, he's gone. The elf girl smiled. He's gone. The things he did made me do. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Against Brenna's protestations, the elf girl sat up. Wasn't you, Dwugget said. He's gone. Lies, you're badly hurt, Brenna broke in. She fished at her belt for a nearly empty medical kit. She pulled out a small, transparent gem and held it over the elf's wound. She whispered a few words in Leonin, and the healing stone spread soft golden light over Lies's chest. The light grew in intensity until it was nearly blinding, then faded. When it was gone, the hole in Lies's armor remained, but the blood had turned black and no longer flowed from her chest. The wound had closed, leaving a star-shaped scar on the exposed green skin. Brenna wiped beads of sweat from her forehead and sat back on the ground. If that didn't do it. The elf girl pulled herself to her feet. Mana bomb, it's in the great furnace, Lies said breathlessly. Vectro put it there. It will take up this entire mountain. Dwugget gasped. You know where it is? Then we can stop it. No, Lies said. There's no time. It's set to go off 1 hour after the 5th dawn. Brenna stood and spun Lies around by the shoulders. The people in Crocombe are not warriors. You have to get them out of there, the mage said. Me? Lies said.
But You're the Kana, Brenna said. That was a sham, Leah said. I mean, I remember everything, but it wasn't me doing it. Vectro was in control. I'm not a leader. You're the only leader they've got, the mage said. We'll be here with you, but you are the tall queen. I know you didn't ask for this, but they need you. Without waiting for a response, Brenna reached out to the energies of the Quicksilver Sea and felt the lines of power burn with her desperation. Within seconds, the trio were airborne. The familiar flight magic took hold, and the trio floated upwards. Lies's mouth opened in shock when she saw the carnage on the other side of the iron rubble that shielded them from the battlefield. Where? Lies said. Let's go. We have half an hour. Gussa could only watch as the elusive Malul clone disappeared over the edge of the panopticon disc. The second Malul continued to buzz her as she followed the first, and the third hadn't actually done her any harm yet. They seemed more interested in annoying Gussa, keeping her distracted. It was working. She had the uncomfortable feeling she was being herded again. Gussa passed the edge of the disc, noting that though it looked thin relative to the 5 massive support struts holding up the strange mesh sphere, it was at least 4 times as thick as it was tall. She rose over the surface, scanning for Raksha, but could spot neither the Leonin nor his captor. She cast a quick glance over her shoulder and saw 2 identical silver faces peeking over the edge of the disc. They grinned simultaneously and nodded, silently urging her onwards. That was one difference between the copies and the original. These Malul seemed to have no affection for their own voices, if they even had voices. Gussa flew cautiously towards the rebuilt panopticon, where a bronze access door hung wide open. Next to the door, a flyer hovered a few inches off the ground, riderless. She walked with a calm she didn't feel across the wide platform, reaching up to scratch her neck with her right claw. In the process, she tapped the ever-present pack slung over her shoulder. Geth, Gussa whispered. There was no answer, though she could tell by the weight that he was still there. She pulled the strap and shook the bag. They're not following, Geth replied. Just hovering there, smiling. I know creepy smiles, and sister, I could take lessons from those 2. Go, 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 Brenna shouted. 5 years of endless war had prepared the denizens of Krakheim for the worst, and the mage was impressed with how well the evacuation had gone so far. She charged down the flame-lit tunnel, behind a mass of chattering, screaming children and their nurses, then glanced back to check on Lies's progress. The girl who had never wanted to be the Kana had slipped into the role with ease and held open a heavy iron door, urging the mass of terrified Leonin and goblins onwards. Dwugget had gone back down to the Great Furnace over any objections of Lies and Brenna to search for any lingering goblin engineers who had not heard the evacuation alarm, but he had not yet returned. Brenna waded through the crowd and drew up next to Lies. She would rather have flown, but wanted to conserve her strength. You're doing it, she said loudly enough for only Lies to hear. I just hope it's in time, Lies said. Where's Dwugget? We've only got a few minutes. Carmen, a gravelly voice shouted from the tunnel below. Dwugget led a band of some 20 goblin engineers, their dark green skins blackened with soot and oil. The old goblin stumbled over the uneven floor and rolled to a stop at Brenna's feet. He had both arms wrapped around a delicately engraved silver bowl that leaked hot red light through thousands of tiny slits in its surface. Dwugget, is that? Yep. Turned out the engineers were looking for it already, huh? They thought it was just some debris blocking some vent. But when I told them about the big bomb, he shrugged. Can tell you more later. What can I do with it? Rowena, you can do it, Leah said. Teleport it out into the middle of the Nim. And a mana field. That's so compressed. The glowing ball began to emit a keening buzz.
Dwugget jumped back and collided with a wall of the tunnel. Brenna and Lies stepped back, and the mage went over the formulae for such a spell. The mana in the bomb was the problem. It would require more power than one mage could safely channel. All right, but I'll need a boost, Brenna said, from both of you. Give me your hands. Dwugget nodded and placed his hand in hers. Disappearing magic's not my specialty, huh? But fire, Dwugget knows. You worry about moving it. Dwugget will make sure it'll not blow up in our faces. Lies took another step back from the bomb. Brenna, I'm not a mage, and I don't have Gus's whatever that is. You will do fine, my Connor, Brenna said. Just give me your hand. Brenna gripped the elf's hand and closed her eyes. She felt anger, fear, exhilaration, and crushing guilt. That would be Dwugget. The power that she drew through the goblin was fierce and destructive, like the explosive artifact on the ground. Brenna then sought out Lies, who was racked with uncertainty, but also righteous determination. There was also a great hatred there. The elf girl's 5 years imprisoned in her own mind had not been pleasant ones. Wild, tangled magic surged into Brenna, who felt her feet leave the floor as the power lifted her physically from the ground. Equations and formulae raced through her mind as a rapid-fire Nurok incantation flew from her lips. The mana bomb's persistent red glow disappeared within a quicksilver cocoon that faded into existence around the ovoid shape. The bomb screamed, and Brenna felt a warm trickle of blood running down her right earlobe. As the power reached a fever pitch, she threw her fist forward. A translucent wave washed over the artifact and knocked the three of them off their feet. The quicksilver encasing the bomb imploded with a sound like shattered glass, as the object within was pulled forcibly into an invisible conduit that ended miles away. Brenna visualized the bomb appearing in the center of the enemy armies, and was rewarded with an almost simultaneous explosion in the distance. She smiled. Good job, Brenna gasped. Both of you. It's nothing, Dwugget croaked. You. Ow! Lies added, which Brenna thought summed up the situation nicely. What now, huh? Dwugget said. Lias pulled herself to her feet. Now we get those people back in here. We might have a chance to win this after all, and they're going to need a leader. The elf girl straightened and placed a hand on her sword hilt. Brenna, when you think you're ready, can you spare the Kana a pair of wings?
Chapter 27. The Web. Forced to take Gef's word she wasn't being followed, Glissa stepped to the bronze door hanging open on one side of the rebuilt panopticon. Glissa entered at the bottom point of a diamond-shaped section embedded in the platform. Dark and empty from outside, the room erupted, flooded with light from blue and white glowstones as she stepped into a sort of foyer. A large round door that appeared to swing on a central axis was set in the far wall, and a few small, harmless-looking artifact creatures skittered about the floor, taking no notice of her entry.
Okay, the twins have gotten tired of watching,
Gef's raspy voice whispered.
I think it's time to go in. Is there a door?
Wait, I'm not...
Ready?
The head retorted.
Too bad. Come on, they're getting closer.
Glissa glanced over her shoulder and saw the pair of Malils approaching on twin hovercraft. She pulled the bronze door shut to buy a little extra time, and then pressed against the right side of the circular disc-shaped door, which swiveled on its center and slid 90 degrees inwards. She slipped inside and swung the door shut behind her. She stepped into a much larger round room that was eerily silent and less brightly lit. It appeared to be a storage area, and she had to step over even more of the small arachnoid constructs that littered the floor. More than once she got a strange feeling that their eyes were following her, even as they went about whatever they were doing. A flat round disc sat floating a few inches off the floor at the center of the room. The room had no doors that she could see. Glissa cautiously stepped onto the flat round plate and walked to the center. The ceiling hissed and slid apart directly overhead. Glissa held her sword out for balance as the disc lurched and floated upwards. She placed a hand on the mirror core to make sure it was still secure as she rose through the floor to the room above. This had to be an important control center of some kind. The cavernous room with a domed ceiling that also appeared to be devoid of people. The walls were lined with silver panels, inlaid with crystals and gemstones that pulsed with an aromatic light. In the exact center of the room, a huge silver ovoid structure lined with inscriptions, more pulsing gemstones, silver and copper pipes, and giving off just a little bit of steam, sat expectantly. The panels displayed moving images of several different locations on Mirrodin, including what looked like the battlefield of Crockholm. Glissa choked back a cry at the sight of the devastation. Glissa had not yet seen Memnock, but she had a good guess where he might be. That giant ovoid egg was just big enough to hold him, and still afford a little breathing room. The half-empty, translucent tank of serum that was fused to the side of the machine looked murky, like stagnant oil. But the tank was a dead giveaway. If the Guardian wasn't in there now, he spent a lot of time in the structure.
Glissa, Geth hissed over her shoulder. Turn around, but whatever you do, don't scream.
Glissa turned around and screamed. The elf girl could not believe her eyes. Glissa had walked right past him, focused on the images of Crockholm and the ovoid, but there he was, as plain as day. And alive. Barely. She could only tell because the limbless, sallow form hanging in the barbaric-looking rack was drawing shallow, erratic breaths. Slowbad. The elf girl had no idea how to get her friend out of this, or if he could even survive as she did. Pink crystals, focal points for serum energy, were embedded in his skin, and all over the top of his withered, bald head. His skin had gone the same dingy grey as the clouded serum in the tanks before her. Slowbad, she whispered, and tentatively reached out to touch the goblin's sunken cheek. His eyes were open and appeared milky and unfocused, perhaps even blind, but his ears and his nose appeared intact. Somebody tapped Glissa on the shoulder and she whirled. No one was there. Another tap, this time on the other shoulder.
Glissa, there's something on your shoulder,
Gef's head said. Yeah! Glissa yelped and flailed blindly. She connected with a hard metal object and knocked it away. One of the numerous little arachnoid constructs clattered to the ground on its back, legs kicking. Glissa picked up the small construct with both hands, careful to keep it out of reach of its diminutive legs. It resembled, she realized, a tiny version of Memnock. She turned it over a few times in her hands, but didn't see anything on it that looked like a weapon, so she set it back down on the floor. Glissa had expected the tiny construct to flee, but it simply stared at her with a single gemstone eye. Shoo! Glissa said, glancing nervously at the ovoid as it vented a hiss of blue steam. The construct followed her to the ovoid and tapped on her boot, then began tapping its tiny feet against the floor in an odd rhythm. What? Glissa asked. What do you want? Gef, what does it want?
I don't know. Do you hear hovercraft?
The miniature Memnock lifted up one thin leg and pointed at Slowbad, then slowly pointed to itself, twice. Glissa stalled, not sure she wanted to believe what her eyes told her. She got down on all fours and whispered, Slowbad, is that you?
Are you dense? Gef's head said. Of course it is. Even I can see that. Look at your friend there. He's getting a constant stream of serum. He's hooked into this whole machine.
What? Glissa asked.
This big diamond building is connected to the disc, right? Gef replied. And the disc is connected to those struts, which are connected to everything else.
You're not making sense, Glissa hissed over her shoulder.
No, those buttresses and supports, those big needles and the panoptiwatts, everything,
Gef said, sounding oddly excited.
They're all part of one machine, and we're standing... Okay, you're standing right in the middle of it.
You're saying Memnock made some kind of giant artifact out of the world?
Couldn't be him. He's defleshing himself. Had to be the goblin.
The four-legged bug began to hop and click. Slowbad did this? I don't... That's crazy.
He's telling the truth, elf. An arrogant, tinny voice that Glyssa knew too well called from above. Glyssa looked up into a smaller, round door now open above her. She was looking into the face of Raksha Goldencub, his face twisted in pain. She heard a thud, and the Leonin dropped like a sack of gel fruit at Glyssa's feet. Raksha! Glyssa cried. He's alive for another few minutes, Malil's voice said again, drawing Glyssa's attention away from the unconscious Leonin. Looking down imperiously through the small opening was Malil, or rather the Malil who had left his flyer parked outside. The metal man's eyes flashed red with hate, and maybe something else. Something familiar. Something that reminded her of the Volshok priest she'd fought long ago in the Krak foothills. Your sister sent her regards, Vectro said with Malil's voice. I had to leave her, I'm afraid. She just wasn't holding up under the pressure, or that rocket she took to the chest. Without warning, the metal man took one step forward and dropped through the hole. He landed with a resounding clang on the floor directly in front of Glyssa. He threw a gleaming silver boot into Raksha's side, lifting the unconscious Leonin body in the air and slamming him against the wall. The car sank to the floor in a heap and didn't move. Vectro lashed out and seized Glyssa by the upper arms, then squeezed with superhuman pressure. Glyssa let out a strangled cry as she felt bones snap, and her sword clattered to the floor. Glyssa looked around at her feet for the slowbad bug, but it had disappeared. Vectro shook her violently, snapping her head back and forth. The body the thing had taken was definitely one of the oldest Malils, assuming one could judge their individual ages by size and number of flesh spots molting on each body. Not quite as old as the one she had beheaded in the Lacuna, but getting there. Glyssa wondered dizzily as her head collided with a wall whether Vectro could possess a being of pure metal. As the chamber spun madly around her head, she felt herself lifted as easily as a rag doll. Vectro carried her to another vicious-looking piece of torture equipment on the wall opposite Slowbad, shoved Glyssa roughly into the rack, and then strapped her in with blurred, magically augmented movements. When he was finished, the elf was unable to do much more than wiggle her fingers and toes, which were already starting to feel numb. Vectro yanked Gef's pack from her shoulder and kicked it across the floor, then slipped the mirror core from her neck and held it aloft in Malil's mottled hands. The hand had betrayed a nervous tremble as he slowly lifted the chain over his head and... A loud hiss and a cloud of blue-white steam erupted from the base of the ovoid in the center of the room. Vectro jumped and almost dropped the mirror core, but caught it before it slipped away. Watch yourself, Vectro, Glyssa said. Daddy doesn't like sharing his toys. The imposter backhanded Glyssa across the jaw, and her head struck solid dark steel. Vectro/Malil stepped to the ovoid, dropped to one knee and bowed, holding the mirror core above his head like a shield. A thin, glowing blue line appeared in the center of the ovoid and grew, wider as clamps released. Atmospheric pressure found equilibrium, and whining gears slowly pulled the apparatus open like an overripe fruit. A looming shadow appeared in the steam and fog, took on definition, shape, and finally identity. Memnarch's skin shone like quicksilver. Glyssa could not see any of the flesh that had once mottled this guardian's skin, as it had Malil's. Memnarch radiated power from the glowing serum tanks that he carried on his back, to the insectoid legs that held up his massive metal bulk. The guardian stepped confidently from the hibernation chamber and into the light.
Khan, he thundered, I am restored, pure, the flesh is cleansed.
The crab-like metal man looked down at his servant. Malil? No, my creator, it is not Malil. Master, Vectro began.
Vectro was to remain on the surface, yes? Memnarch said. It should not be here, but that is unimportant.
The guardian snatched the mirror core from the false Malil's hands and held it up to the light. Vectro remained, his head down.
Master, Vectro repeated, the surface battle is all but over. The fools could not have reached my explosive, and it is only a matter of time before...
Without removing his eyes from the mirror core, the Guardian swept a gleaming silver hand through Vectro/Malil's torso, neatly slicing him in half. There was no explosion of gore, but a thin mist of glowing red energy seeped into a cloud. The plasma swirled as if trying to gain cohesion.
It was useful, Khan, Memnock said wistfully, but ultimately has failed idea. A creation of a tainted mind.
He waved a hand, and the glowing red energy that was Vectro blew away like a smoke before the wind. Memnock waved again, and a swarm of the small, four-legged construct bugs scuttled into the room and covered Malil's corpse. Bright blue beams of energy shot from their gemstone eyes and reduced the remains to nothingness. The bugs scuttled back to their corners, and one of them tapped Glisser deliberately on the toe as it passed. The elf girl's stomach did gymnastics. Slowbad was alive, apparently controlling those little machines somehow. But what kind of life was this? Was Glisser going to find herself nothing more than a mind connected to a machine, only able to communicate via bug talk? I'm sorry, Slowbad, Glisser said softly. With a smooth flourish, the Guardian lifted the mirror core chain over his head and let the asymmetrical disc dangle on his chest. On the Guardian, the talisman looked minuscule.
Rest, Khan,
Memnock said with a cheerfulness that made Glisser wonder if that tone was just the beginning of the torture.
Rest and recuperation was what we needed. A good long rest to cleanse the soul. Good for the spark, too. It has kept the spark safe. It returned as we knew it would. Now in this pure body, I shall surely be worthy, Khan.
Nice, Glisser said, very shiny.
The spark thinks it needs a tongue to be of use to me, my creator, the Guardian said. Perhaps I shall remove it.
The bulky silver creature crab walked over to the silver panel and tapped out a pattern on coloured gemstones. The entire panopticon, including the rack that held Glisser in place, began to vibrate with a deep hum. She felt her guts lurch as the diamond-shaped structure began to slide forward to the centre of the great platform outside, taking them all with it. After a few minutes, a loud clang sounded as an enormous latch somewhere below snapped into place. If Glisser didn't miss her guess, they were now sitting directly over the large hole cut into the centre of the platform. There was nothing between her and the simmering mana core but this structure, which suddenly felt much less solid.
It is genius, Memnock said. You see my new form, and the mycosynth spires are gone. The time for flesh has passed.
He gazed out of a tinted crystal window at the enormous struts and spikes that comprised the world-sized machine Memnock, or someone, had built in the interior.
I know what it thinks, the Guardian said. It thinks I built this great machine, but it cannot understand how, especially if I have been asleep for 5 years. It thinks 5 years is a long time.
He laughed, a cold mechanical sound.
Of course the goblin built it, as you advised me, and I took the time to rejuvenate myself to cleanse the spore. The goblin did very good work, don't you think?
Even if Glisser had thought Memnock was speaking to her, and apparently he wasn't, she wouldn't have answered. What the Guardian had said had just sunk in. Glisser stared at poor Slowbad, a hunk of sentient meat connected to nothing but serum and the tiny artifact creatures in the thrall of the Guardian.
Yes, wonderful work. Built to specifications, but with a few special idiosyncratic touches that shows it was goblin-made, Memnock said. My very own ascension web.
Chapter 28. Sparks Fly.
Can it feel the power gathering above in the caged mana core below?
Memnock asked.
Does the spark it has stolen tell it the time is near? Does the spark cry out, ready to feed my ascension?
Glissa could feel the power gathering. She strained against her bonds and said, I can't feel anything. All my blood's stuck down in my boots. Think you could loosen this thing a little?
How could you choose such an unworthy vessel, Khan?
Memnock called to the sky. There was no answer that Glissa could hear. Memnock looked as if he was listening to a good joke, then burst into laughter.
Ah, of course,
The Guardian chuckled. What did, Khan say? Glissa asked.
Yes, all vessels shatter eventually, my creator,
Memnock said, ignoring her.
Mere storage.
Glissa's skin was beginning to tingle. The alignment of the sun's moons was so close she could taste it, and from the way Memnock was raving he could tell too. In desperation, Glissa tried to call on the destructive spark magic, but something was cutting her off completely from the power. She hoped that didn't mean the tangle was already gone. Light poured in from above as the Guardian slapped another gemstone, and the top half of a diamond-headed structure split open like a budding flower. What had been the ceiling folded flat against the exterior, and Glissa stared up into a reflection of the dazzling mana ball, occulted by a black shadow cast by the core of Memnock's ascension web. Memnock slipped a pair of slim silver discs into his palm and scuttled over to Glissa. Without preamble, he slapped one disc onto her forehead, where it stuck. He slipped the other one onto the thin slit at the top of the mirror core. Then he busied himself with examining the flat panels that lined the walls, occasionally muttering, Yes, yes, not long now, my creator. The elf girl bit back a cry as a sharp pain jabbed into the side of her neck. She strained her eyes and saw one of the construct bugs had mounted her shoulder and extended a thin silver needle into a spot just below her ear.
Glissa, huh?
A familiar voice sounded inside her head, giving her a start. Slow? She caught herself. Slowbad?
What is left of Slowbad? Glissa must listen. Must know what will happen. Maybe can stop, huh?
Why didn't you say anything before?
Couldn't. When Crablegs woke up, I could. Crazy magic, huh? Did you see the needles?
Needles? An image of the strange spires that dotted the surface flashed unbidden in her mind.
Those needles. Seen them, huh?
Yes, what are they?
They're part of the web. I made them from the little constructs. They're filled with serum. All the serum left in the world, huh?
Glissa examined the huge struts again that supported the mesh ball that caged the mana core. The serum absorbs magic, doesn't it?
Yes. The needles will take from the suns and send it to the lacunae. The soul traps.
Soul traps?
Had middlemen collect them all. All those needles closest to the lacuna. Those ones are hollow. He needs the souls to charge serum. When the suns line up over each lacuna, Crablegs sends all that hypercharged energy into the core. The second wave destroys the core, wipes out the last soul traps, and takes your spark.
Soul traps? Glissa repeated. She didn't hear Slowbad's mental response if he sent one, because she suddenly received the most powerful flare she'd ever experienced. She stood in a clearing in a strange forest that she'd seen long ago. Several other elves, their bodies made of soft flesh, surrounded her. She felt without knowing that they had come here to hide. She also knew somehow that these elves were the last of their kind on this strange plane. Suddenly the elf closest to her disappeared in a flash, and within seconds the others popped out of existence one by one. Finally a bright white light swallowed Glissa whole, and the flare world vanished. Crazy streaks of colour flooded her vision next. Flashes and streams of energy streaked past in an impossible speed. She could not feel her own body, only the sensation of constant acceleration. Faster, faster. The silver globe of Mirrodin appeared in the centre of a light show and grew rapidly, and filled her vision entirely. This was Mirrodin free of life, covered in odd geometric shapes. Unable to slow herself, she rapidly approached the surface, then veered off towards the snarled mass of silver that she realized was the tangle. Only this ancient forest did not yet contain a hint of green. Disembodied Glisser skimmed low across the smooth silver forest floor, then collided with a small boxy shape surrounded by leafless vines. She felt herself enter the shape, or maybe it absorbed her. Then, in another blinding white flash, Glisser was standing next to the small box, panting and out of breath. She looked down at her hands and saw a familiar green skin covered in metallic plates. She shook her head and felt cords of tangled cable hair whip at her ears. Glisser heard voices and cautiously set off in their direction through the weird silver tangle, the small box forgotten. As abruptly as it had begun, the flare ended, and she blinked. She was still bound into the rack within the panopticon. "Soul traps," the voice in her head said. "That's how he brought us here," Glisser thought. Memnock was still scuttling around the panopticon. "Originally, but now he's going to use them. But why kill so many people if he needed their souls?" There was no response. "Slowbad? They're not dead." "What? There are thousands of dead." "Nope," a voice rang in her skull. "Bodies fall and don't work, but their souls can't go anywhere. It's ghastly. What happens when he drains the traps?" "That? Not sure. Wasn't important to construction. Maybe everyone goes home. Maybe they all die." "Can't you do anything?" "I can't yet. Working on..." The voice ceased, and the elf girl felt a twinge of discomfort as the needle retracted from her neck. Memnock had finally stopped fussing with all his controls and crystal panels, and now clapped his way over to Glisser. "It thinks Memnock is a fool," the Guardian said. "Thinks I cannot hear. I shall have the spark, the power, and a new pure world to shape. Before I was as a child, playing with his father's sword, but grasping the wrong end through sheer ignorance. Khan, I allowed the flesh on this world out of hubris, thinking I could change it. Now we should start over, you and I, as equals." The air was humming like a swarm of wasps. At first, Glisser thought it was the energy continuing to build, but it sounded more like actual wasps, big ones, or beetles. A monstrous, rusty iron blur dropped through the open roof of the diamond structure and slammed into the side of the Guardian's head. The blow didn't topple Memnock. He was far too stable. But it surprised him enough to make him momentarily forget the elf girl. Before he could locate the first attacker, another large black shape smashed into his back, shattering one of the bulbous serum tanks he wore and sending glass and silver blue fluid spraying about the chamber. Memnock screamed in fury. With that, the Nim attacked en masse. They poured from the black lacuna in a great swarm, descending on the Guardian again and again, refusing to give him a chance to recover. Psst! Glisser looked to her left. Raksha was crouched in a shadowed alcove, holding Gef's head by the ears so the necromancer's eyes could stay on the Nim. Glisser's eyes widened, and a silly grin spread across her face. "I told you I was the best damned necromancer on this plane," Gef hissed with glee. "Body or no body, just took me a while to get them to listen." "Enough!" Memnock screamed from the center of the dizzying black whirlwind. Memnock's shout had magic behind it, and a translucent blue sphere formed around his body. Several Nim bounced off the force field and were sent flying off in every direction. The blue sphere expanded outwards, washing over Glisser, Slowbad, and the hidden Raksha without any effect. Gef's head, however, was torn from the Leonen's grasp by the expanding anti-necrotic shockwave and flew high in a lazy arc. Glisser lost sight of Gef almost immediately, unable to turn her head. The effect on the wave of the flying Nim was even more devastating. Gef's head had bounced off and waved like a ball, but every Nim that collided with the sphere disintegrated into a gaseous green cloud. By the time the sphere had reached the interior to dissipate harmlessly against the silver surface, the Nim were gone. Simultaneously, the leather straps holding her in place went slack and dropped to the floor. Glissa felt a sudden surge of power as the restraining magic released her, and she stepped out of the rack on unsteady legs, not sure what had just happened. "No!" Memnock bellowed, and the crab ran to Glissa once more.
"Now you play fair, huh?"
The voice emanated from millions and millions of tiny, insignificant builder constructs. Memnock skidded to a stop just in front of Glissa, staring at the silver sky above him. With a quick glance at Raksha, who nodded, Glissa launched herself at the mirror core as the Leonin dove into one of the Guardian's spindly legs. The Guardian howled with rage as all around them his plan did its best to come to fruition without him. The air was thick with the odor of ozone and the vibration that Glissa could feel in her bones more than she could hear. The elf girl grabbed hold of the mirror core and yanked down with all her might, but the chain was too strong and didn't give. Glissa felt warm blood flowing into her hands as the edges of the talisman sliced into her skin, but she refused to release the mirror core. At the same time, Raksha collided with Memnock's leg, which buckled and folded under his body weight. The combination of suddenly losing one corner of his support and the violent downwards pull Glissa exerted on the miracle was too much to take. Memnock toppled over and fell sideways onto the lift desk that had carried the elf girl into the chamber in the first place. The round metal plate dropped under the Guardian's weight, as power continued to pour into the web with nowhere to go. Memnock roared from below as the disc reached the floor to the foyer level. Glissa heard a series of clacks and clangs as he opened the doorway heading out. The elf girl let out a battle cry and jumped feet first into the hole, Raksha landing with a clang and a little more grace beside her. They tumbled out onto the occultation desk and scrambled after the Guardian onto the surface into the humming air before the mana core. Magic surged and made her bones hum. Glissa could barely hear herself think, but she didn't need to think to get her hands on the mirror core. Glissa and Raksha charged towards Memnock side by side, till the millions of watching gemstone eyes that encircled the ascension web, they looked like suicidal insects attacking a hungry Vorak. Memnock continued to scream and rage, his fury no longer expressible in words. The last-minute breakdown in his plan seemed to have driven the Guardian completely mad. Glissa wasn't listening anyways. She was stretching her mind out to the tangle. "Raksha, stay back," she said as they barreled towards the Guardian.
"Not a chance," he replied.
"Sorry, someone's got to get back to the surface and tell them what's happened. You're the only one who can do it now," Glissa said. Before the Leonin realized what was happening, Glissa spun and landed a solid punch on the Leonin's muzzle. He dropped in mid-run and rolled to a stop, unconscious. Glissa, still running, whirled and continued headlong into Memnock, who had his fist in the air, imploring the wild energy all around the interior to enter his body. "You want the spark?" Glissa yelled. "Then you can have it." The elf girl vaulted into the air from a dead run, her skin tingling with suppressed spark energy and tangle magic, and finally released the destructive power into Memnock's face. His new metal body writhed under the emerald fire, and the Guardian clawed the air, screeching in agony, still channeling the destructive energy. Glissa slammed into the Guardian's chest and dug her claws into his silver skin, which melted under her touch. Memnock brought up an insectoid leg and swiped at Glissa, who had to release her grip to dodge the blow. She lost her concentration and swore as she felt the destructive energy fizzle out. Somehow Memnock still stood. The two combatants circled each other warily. Memnock moved slowly and smouldered, his shiny new form blackened and scorched. But the blast of destruction had only weakened him. The remaining serum tank on his back started to glow and pulse, and he turned to close on Glissa. The elf girl tried to get around him, but she was too near the edge of the occultation desk. Memnock raised his humanoid hands, which began to glow, as the Guardian summoned his own destructive spell. This was Glissa's chance. When the Guardian shouted his incantation, she ducked under the raised arms, seized the mirror core in slippery, bloody hands, and jerked it free, breaking the chain from which it hung. She dove under Memnok's torso and through his arachnoid legs, emerging on the other side and onto her feet in one smooth gymnastic motion. Dizzy, she turned back to face her foe. Memnok lumbered around to face her, their positions suddenly reversed. Using every ounce of will she had left, Glissa drew in the power of the tangle above and felt spark energy reignite. She raised the mirror core in both hands and slammed it flat against Memnok's chest, pouring green destruction through the ancient artifact and into the Guardian, who now had no flesh to resist her power. Memnok screamed anew. The Guardian, his spell forgotten, stumbled back. Glissa pressed forward, pain beginning to blossom in her forearms as the mirror core melted into the Guardian's silver skin. The artifact fused with Memnok's metal body in blazing heat. Glissa still had the mirror core firmly in her grasp when Memnok's two rear legs slipped from the edge of the disc. Memnok didn't stop screaming until the entangled enemies passed through one of the wide openings in the mesh sphere and plunged headlong into the mana core. Though his mouth hadn't spoken a word in years, Slobad screamed when Glissa and her nemesis fell into the mana core. He saw Glissa die from 1,000 different angles and points of view, each one causing him to scream more. The only friend he had ever had. But Slobad didn't have time to scream anymore. The intricately planned ascension web was still operating as designed, despite the deaths of the two beings that were supposed to be on the receiving end. Slobad watched from his bug construct's eyes as their web sent more and more magical energy into the mana core, which started to glow brighter and brighter until even his remote crystal eyes couldn't stand the glare. As the mana core reached its limit, something no being on Mirrodin had the power to change, even Memnok. The energy boomeranged back into the web and immediately exceeded the carrying capacity of even the plain-sized artifact. Purified, amplified, and devastating, the wash of power was like nothing Slobad had ever felt before, even in the last 5 years of being connected to the machine. The magic surged into the goblin's withered, limbless body through his connection to the rack. Slobad suspected he screamed again, but if he did, he couldn't hear it. Millions of tiny pinpricks of pain stabbed his mind from the inside as the energy of all the soul traps on Mirrodin forced its way into his mind. Raksha Golden Cub, back broken, legs useless, pulled himself through the small, narrow door at the base of the diamond structure in his best attempt to escape the blistering heat of the core. He flopped onto his back in the small room, neither knowing nor caring that his bare feet still protruded from the entrance. The energy struck the occultation disc like a tidal wave, but the Leonin, protected by Darksteel, easily survived the initial blast. The victory was very short-lived, rolling on to collide with the reflective silver surface of the interior. The wave shattered a small, square, glowing object, one of thousands within the needle spires that lined the lacuna above. Raksha Golden Cub was dead before he hit the floor. In the narrow drawer lined with craggy ironstone walls, a wizened old goblin prophet stood between a pair of lumbering mega-threshers and a few hundred of the last 3 people on Mirrodin. Even Vectro's bomb had not ended the attack, and things looked grim once more. Dwogget had both hands raised, palms out, and then they started to glow red. His guilt over his complicity long forgotten, if not forgiven. The goblin was determined to save those he could. "Culture!" Dwogget cried. The twin spheroids of devastation launched from each hand. The fireball clusters engulfed the mighty constructs in flame, and after a few seconds the fire was no longer magical as the creature's delicate innards ignited. Black, oily smoke roiled into the sky. Dwugget spun around to see who was still with him. He'd been fighting so long he didn't even know if the Kana or Brenna were alive. They had left so long ago, and if the battle had reached this far, he suspected they were already dead. 3 seconds later, so was Dwugget. It was a very small blessing that the long-suffering goblin did not see the people that he tried to save. Leonin and goblins, young and old, dropped dead at the same time. Crackholm went from refuge to graveyard in a heartbeat. "Yes, I'm hit," Bruenna said. An Aerothin blast had finally scored. She whipped out an arm and blasted the flying artifact, one of the last stragglers on the field. It spiraled out of control and collided with a pile of dead Nim, which burst into green flame. Bruenna listed in her saddle and nearly fell off. She placed a palm against her ribs and they came away wet and red. Blood poured from a hole in the mage's side. The elf girl jumped from her Zauk and helped the mage dismount. Bruenna felt a wave of nausea as she saw claret running down Lies's forearms. She slumped onto the elf girl, who gently lowered the human to the ground. "Bruenna, what can I do?" "My belt," Bruenna said. "There is a vial. Just pop the top and—" Lies's eyes opened wide and she threw her head back. She flopped back to the ground as Bruenna spasmed once, coughed, and fell still. Chapter 29. Accidents happen. Slybad felt fluid running from his ears and hoped it wasn't his brains. Despite his pathetic condition and the dark, suicidal thoughts his hidden self had entertained over the last few years, the goblin's self-preservation instinct was very much intact. He gritted his remaining teeth and fought up the urge to pass out as his hollow body bounced and jerked in the rack, muscles spasmodically twitching as the plane's worth of mana and souls entered him, surrounding him, consumed him, and vice versa. Slybad's body glowed with a dim white light, grew more luminous by the millisecond, and was soon almost as bright as the mana core itself. With one last rolling boom of thunder, it was over. Slybad gulped deep, sweet breaths of ozone-charged air. He blinked and squinted against the unbearably bright core. Actually, it wasn't that bright. He opened his eyes a little more and stared directly into the mana core, which the Book of Krark promised would burn your eyes to cinders and cause your feet to turn to hooves. He never really understood that last part, but the first part had always made sense. Only it didn't hurt to look at it, not even a little. The goblin unbuckled the leather straps that held him in the rack and stepped down from the device for the first time in 5 years. He searched, but didn't see Glisser anywhere, or Memnarch. He scratched the top of his head and tried to remember the last place he had seen... He was scratching his head? With his finger, which was attached to his hand, leading naturally to an arm? Slybad's eyes kept going down his body, which ended as they once had in a pair of short legs with wide bare feet. Slybad wiggled his toes and was gratified to see the toes wiggle back. Yes, those were his feet. Magic! He'd taken the brunt of the power backlash, and somehow it had made his fondest wish come true. His body had been restored. But had that been his fondest wish? If his wishes had come true, why wasn't Glisser here?
"Why is she still dead?" a baritone voice asked. "She is not the only one, I am afraid."
"Yeah, why?" Slowbear pleaded. "I've got arms and legs. Memnarch's gone, but Glisser, well, it's just no..." The goblin froze and turned to face whoever had just spoken. A gleaming golem, his shimmering body rippling like liquid quicksilver, leaped with cat-like grace from atop Memnarch's scorched hibernation chamber and landed without sound beside Slowbad.
"Hello," the golem said amiably.
The quicksilver giant extended a hand large enough to scoop Slowbad up and have room for 2 more goblins, and Slowbad cautiously extended his own. The golem gently placed his other gargantuan mitt over the goblin's hand.
"I am Khan," the golem said.
Khan, Slowbad said. You mean he was... But Memnock was... He was many things, Khan said sadly. An explorer, a scholar, a visionary, and at one time a friend. Too bad he went nuts, huh? Slowbad said, as sympathetically as he could manage. But I guess maybe he wasn't that crazy if you're really here. If you really exist. Why couldn't I see you before? I was not here, Khan said, but Memnock thought I was. He is a being of great power, power that I foolishly allowed him to shape on his own. His certainty, perhaps faith is a better word, was so strong that the spectre of this false Khan kept me from manifesting on this plane. He was no planeswalker, nor was he meant to be, despite his ambitions. But his faith was stronger than I could have ever imagined. The golem planeswalker sighed. In my desire to create one like me, I gave him far too much power. A great mistake. One of many. Wait a minute. You made him, right? Slowbad growled. This is all your fault? Yes and no, Khan admitted. I created this world and named it Argentum. I transformed the Mirari into Memnock long ago and left him to his own devices. Mihui? Mirari. It will be, an artifact of great power, Khan said. It was also intelligent, sentient. I charged the Mirari with collecting information on the planes of the multiverse, and when it finally returned to me, it provided me with knowledge that would have taken millennia to learn on my own. I believed that the Mirari had earned the right to walk and experience the world as a living being, and I wanted offspring. Isn't the right word. Kids? Slowbad offered. One like me, but not me, Khan replied. Something to go on when I am gone. But you're one of those big-time planeswalkers, right? Slowbad asked. Don't you live forever? It seems like it, Khan said. But please, I have already gotten too far from the point. We have much to discuss, Slowbad. You will need a mentor. Well, thanks, really, Slowbad said, but I just want to find my friend. You're a planeswalker, can't you do it? Planeswalkers are not gods, Slowbad, Khan said. Do you feel like a god? Me? Why, What Khan had said about a mentor finally worked its way into the front of Slowbad's brain. Me? Khan smiled and reminded Slowbad of his old friend Bosch. Yes, you. The golem laughed. The power had to go somewhere. Memnock had an amazing machine here. It worked as intended. Truly amazing. Living souls are not channeled lightly. Hey, I know about those, huh? Slowbad said. Had a long time to look around while your nut offspring was sleeping in that big egg. That's how Memnock got people from other planets. No, wait. Planes. Dimensions? All of those are appropriate. The mana backlash wiped the traps out. My Argentum is an empty place again. The surface is littered with the dead. So if all the soul traps are gone, why am I alive? Slowbad asked. Simple, Khan said. The spark chose you. It chose me? You said the spark hit me because I was strapped to that rack, Slowbad shouted, his temper starting to flare. I didn't even want it, huh? And yet you have it, Khan said. And now you have a choice. I did what I could to protect the people of Mirrodin. Though I could not return physically as long as Memnock lived, I could send messages, energy, parts of myself. What are you talking about, huh? Slowbad asked. The spark, Khan said. It gave me a tentative link to Glyssa that allowed me to circumvent Memnock's interference. I sent the flares to Glyssa, to show her the world she came from. All I could do was try to guide her. I am afraid that I failed again. The Quicksilver Golem bowed his head. Everybody dead, huh? Slowbad whispered. He looked up at the concave surface of the interior, which looked smooth as a mirror. Everybody. But you'll gotta do something, and if you won't, I will. Slowbad the Planeswalker, huh? Okay, so... Slowbad closed his eyes and held his hands in front of his face, in a crude approximation of Brenner's spellcasting moves. I summon Glisser. He opened his eyes and was still looking at Khan, whose face was grim. True reanimation is difficult, Slowbad. Even I cannot return the dead to life. Not in a way that recreates the original person. There are simply too many variables. You just told me I'm a planeswalker, Slowbad said. What can I do? I don't want to walk the monkeyverse or whatever. Just want my friend back, huh? I want everyone to be alive. I want it back the way it was. Even if I have to go back to living in a cave by myself. It's gotta be something I can do. I'll give the souls back. Everyone better, huh? Khan was quiet for some time. When he spoke again, his voice was tinged with disappointment. There is a way, perhaps, if you act soon. The souls with the millions are in your veins, so to speak. They are still individual entities, but soon they will merge into your larger self, the Planeswalker Slowbad. However, what you ask... I feel for the dead as you do, Goblin. Perhaps more. In a way, you are all my children, even more than Memnock. But you must realize what it will cost you. My life, huh? Worse, the spark, Khan said. The spark blossoming within you is still new. It wants to return to where it came from, but it couldn't find her, so it went to you and is beginning to take hold. With every passing minute you will feel your power growing, and Slowbad to have tasted that power and then... Then what, huh? Then lose it, Khan said. To bring Glisser and the others back, you and she must both sacrifice the spark. We have time, Slowbad, maybe an hour. In that time I could show you the worlds you've never imagined. Galaxies the size of a thimble. Pocket universes. Alternate realities. Worlds shaped like perfect cubes. Planes as flat as a serving dish that ride on the back of a giant reptile. You will understand that there are things greater than any single world, and they will all be open for you. All right, so I won't see 'em. Then no problem, huh? Slowbad said. How do I get back to her, Shiny Pants? Khan smiled. What you do, none has ever done before. You remind me of someone I once admired very much in another life. Goblin, huh? No, a human. My captain. Yes, I guess that's the word, Khan said. She, too, would never hesitate to sacrifice for her friends. I had not thought I would meet someone like her again, for several lifetimes. You have to stick around, huh? Meet Glisser, huh? Slowbad said, clapping the golem on the elbow. I mean, we'll still be able to see you, right? If it works, I shall will myself to be seen, in a way. Well, now we're talking, huh? Slowbad grinned. So what do I do first? Well, first, I need to take back your arms and legs, Khan said, and reached for Slowbad's hand. The goblin leaped backwards and was rather surprised to see that he stood on the air, 30 feet up. Khan looked up at the goggle-eyed goblin and laughed, a warm, gentle sound that was nothing like the raving howl of Memnock. See, Khan said, the spark is in you. You just used it. You are still using it without thinking. Get me down. Get yourself down, Khan said, and walked out onto the occultation disc towards the crackling mana core. The geodesic mesh had been vaporized. The mighty 5 struts that had supported it now ending in charred slag that still glowed a faint orange. Sure, Slowbad muttered. Then you'll be able to tear my arms off, huh? No, that was a joke, Khan said without turning around, and a trick to show you a sliver of what you can do. I know you say you don't want the power, but no one should give up such a thing without a taste. He raised one hand and jabbed a finger in Slowbad's direction. Are you going to stay up there all day? Slowbad said and closed his eyes. He pictured himself standing on the disc next to Khan. He opened his eyes and was standing on the disc next to Khan. Neat, Slowbad exclaimed. But not mine to use, huh?
Oh, it is. You choose the power instead of Glyssa and the others. Once you do this, there is no going back. Souls that died will finally die, and those that still lived will return to their original plane. You will remember this dimly, if at all, but will know for the rest of your life that you gave away something wonderful. Have you decided?
Slowbad took a deep breath and exhaled long and hard. Yes. Tell me how to get her back. Epilogue. Deep in the heart of a metal world, an elf and a goblin wandered through a chattering swarm of tiny builder artifacts that chirped at them with friendly whistles. The larger combat constructs had fallen silent, their power sources gone dark. Their clawed feet and deadly blades frozen in mid-strike. The panopticon was completely gone. Not even the heavy support struts still stood. The mana core seemed just a little smaller than before, and not quite as bright. The ball of energy gave off a soft warmth that filled the interior. For the first time since she could remember, Glyssa didn't have a care in the world, just a wicked headache. How did you do it? Glyssa asked. Do what? Slowbad replied. I remember charging Memnarch and then he started to go over and I was still holding on. Oh, that. It was pretty funny, huh? Slowbad said. Memnarch starts going over backwards, you lose grip and smack head on the platform. Memnarch drops into that big ball, he added. Then the big bone wave hits, and after a few minutes of that, Slowbad blacked out. Woke up not far from me, huh? You were there too, asleep. You've been out for days. So we won, Glyssa said. But if I was out for days, where is everyone? Surely they would have sent someone looking for us as the attacks have stopped. Slowbad thought that too, huh? Went and checked it out, the goblin said. He produced the chain of charms Brenner had given the elf girl and placed it in her palm. You'll keep those, huh? This goblin's been in the air enough for 100 lifetimes. Glyssa wrapped the chains around her forearm and buried the urge to scream. If they'd won the battle against Memnarch only to lose the war. What did you see? Are they all dead? They're not anything, the goblin said. They're gone. All the Nim are dead, huh? And none of the constructs work, except these little guys. The goblin let a small Memnarch-like artifact scuttle up one arm and down the other. Slowbad has a theory. Really? Slowbad can have theories. It's just the soul traps. Can't explain exactly how I know, but when Slowbad was hooked to that machine, felt a mana backlash, and the traps are gone too, huh? Had a few days to look. Mana backlash? Glyssa said, covering a smirk. You were in that rack for too long. She leaned down and kissed the goblin on the forehead. And I'm glad you got your arms and legs back. You look terrible. Well, yeah, magic. Crazy stuff, huh? The goblin continued, waving at the exhilaratingly close mana ball that still crackled with energy overhead. Woke up and they were there. Never know what magic's gonna do, huh? Wait, Glyssa said. If the soul traps are all gone, why are we...
Get back, vermin. I'll kill you. I'll kill you all back.
Flare, Glyssa said. She drew her sword and took off in the direction of the voice. Slowbad followed with exaggerated care over the carpet of scuttlers.
Close that. Get out of... Ow! I'm gonna tear you apart.
Jeff's head sat next to a perfect silver sphere the size of the elf girl's fist, in a large silver chest lined with soft purple material. The leathery grey skin that clung to Geth's skull looked fresher somehow, the black eyes a little less withered. He didn't even stink that badly. Geth, why are you still here? Slowbad, why is he still here?
Issa, the head exclaimed. Get these things away from me. I was taking a nap, then one of the insects figured out how to unlatch my lid and...
Why is he here at all if the soul traps are all gone? Glyssa asked, to no one in particular. Why are we still here, Slowbad?
That I can answer, Geth said. Someone gave me a message, but first you've got a promise to keep.
What are you talking about, head, huh? Slowbad said.
I said, someone gave me a message to give to the two of you, but I've done enough work for free. Glyssa owes me a body,
No body, no information.
No deal, huh? Slowbad snarled, glad to have found someone he could finally kick around. Wait, Slowbad, Glyssa said. Geth, there's no one else here. Not even bodies. She picked up one of the scuttling mini Memnarchs, which buzzed with irritation and kicked in the air with 4 small legs. Just these. Slowbad took the scuttler from Glyssa and held it closer to his face. Whispering, he nodded a few times as it hooted in response. Finally, the goblin placed the scuttler back on the ground and it stood next to the open chest. Okay, Head. This little guy agrees to be your buddy. Good enough, huh? Geth considered, clicking what was left of his tongue against the lattice-work remains of his cheek.
It'll do as I say, he asked.
For now. After a while he'll do what you think, huh? The goblin said. Slowbad, you can do that? Yeah, I can, Slowbad said, somewhat surprised. I can talk to them too, and this one's volunteered, so I'm okay with it, huh? The goblin sidled up to the elf and whispered, I think they're a little bit scared of you. So, this one wants to do this so you won't fry his buddies. They won't believe me when I tell them you won't. But try not to step on any, huh? I don't think I could if I wanted to, Glyssa said quietly. It's gone, Slowbad. The spark, I can feel it. It was true, she realized. She tried to reach the energy, but it had left her. She felt relieved and abandoned at the same time.
I'll take it,
Geth interrupted.
I can always work my way up. Look at Memnarch.
Good, Glyssa said, glad to think about something else. Now talk.
Not until...
Geth, he'll do it. But talk, now, or I'll put that ball through your skull and get it out the other side. What is that, anyway?
Okay, Geth said. Who else am I gonna tell? There was a golem. Said to make sure you got the ball.
Bosh? Slowbad gasped. Bosh is alive?
Don't be stupid, Geth said. The golem was big and quicksilver, as you well know. Like he was melting and frozen at the same time. Friendly fellow. Said that you two were supposed to hold on to that ball for him and he'd come back. You're supposed to wait for him if you want. And one more thing. To really lift me up.
Oh, Glyssa said. Slowbad, is that true? Do you remember a golem? Maybe, Slowbad said and scratched his head. Sounds familiar, but... Shrug. Sorry.
Lift me up, Geth said. It's part of the message. This box has a false bottom.
And a false top, if you ask me, Slowbad muttered, but Glyssa did as Geth asked. She set the head wet end down atop the patiently waiting Memnite. Geth fit atop the tiny construct like a gel fruit on a juicing tool. She lifted the soft lining of the chest and found 2 small glowing rectangular objects that felt warm to the touch. Slowbad, these are our soul traps. Can you feel it? Yeah, Slowbad said. Kinda like hearing yourself talking in another room.
So the golem, hey, you know, this doesn't look too bad to me. So the golem said that Memnarch had kept those in a safe place. They were protected when everything went off, Geth said.
So why are you still here, huh? Slowbad said. There's only 2 traps here. Where's yours?
I have been dead for years, Geth said. No soul to trap.
Do you know what this means, Glyssa said? We can go back. Back to the world Memnarch took us from. If we break these.
The golem said that was your choice, the head continued. Break these and disappear, or wait for him.
Sounds like a trap, Glyssa said. Slowbad leaned over and scooped up the silver ball. He looked at it for a long moment, then tucked it into his satchel. Then he slowly closed the lid on the chest. I think we should wait, huh? Slowbad spent his whole life hiding from the world. We know everybody's safe, huh? Now there's no need for Slowbad to hide from anything and something... Slowbad don't know why, but he want to trust that golem, huh? The goblin leaned down to pat the scuttling artifact. Besides, don't want to leave all these little guys alone with Geth, huh? Glyssa stared at the box. She could leave this world, return to a home she'd never known. Or she could stay with her friend and explore Mirrodin as she'd never been able to before. Maybe someday she'd get some answers. Are you sure there's not anything you want to just tell me? She said.
You're acting stranger than usual.
Course not, Slowbed said. Just a weird feeling, huh? Slowbed just glad to have legs and arms and eyes, huh? Want to use 'em a bit.
Glissa took a long look at the manicore, then took Slowbad's hand in hers. A carpet of scuttlers parted, forming a long path that led them to the entrance of the Green Lacuna. You know, we never did come up with a new name for that new moon, she said. I think I like Lies.
Good name, huh? Slowbad said. Wait, where are you going? Geth shouted. Goblin, I'm not hooked up yet. Construct, I order you to follow them. Move, you stupid thing, move. He should learn to ask more nicely, Slowbad said. They don't like to be shouted at.
He'll figure it out, Glissa replied. But let's get to the surface before he does. Verona smiled as Leon and Zauk riders came over the rise and descended down the path into the seaside village of Lumay. The large, flightless birds looked out of place this far from the grasslands, and she noted a few of the younger-looking Leonin riders gaped at the dazzling blue sea beyond the settlement. She wondered if what she'd heard about cats and water applied to cat people as well. The goblins had also agreed to send envoys, and she expected that Dwogget would arrive before long. The signing ceremony was mostly a formality, but it would be the first time the leaders of elves, goblins, Leonin, and humans had assembled in one place. The treaty had taken her months to hammer out with the other leaders, but her earlier experiences with the elves had proven quite valuable. The alliance would see the end to 1,000 years of pointless conflicts. The humans and elves had shown the other peoples that it was possible. Still, she was glad that Yulia had honoured her wish to go hunting this morning. Brenna would rather greet the Leonin without the old elf there. He was a good and honourable man, but could be abrasive at times. Lias? She called, calling her apprentice from her study. The elf girl staggered out under a pile of bound leather books, which she half dropped half set on the heavy wooden table in the centre of the conference hall. They're almost here, Bruna said. They're magnificent, Lias gasped. Keep your awe in check, Bruna said, smiling. We don't want to scare them away. The Leonin riders reined their mounts to a halt, and their leader slid easily from the saddle. He removed his silver helmet and shook free, a flowing mane that was little darker than his golden fur. Ah, Raksha Golden Cub, Bruna said as she walked out under the golden sun and met the Leonin with a deep bow. On behalf of my people, the humans of Lumay, and our allies, the elves of Gilad, I welcome you. The honour is mine, Lady Bruna, Raksha said. We are pleased to finally meet you.